think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Wayne between the rings, works on the right-hand dribble, attacks, kick out, right corner, Hunter three, it's good! Tie game!
And my bracket is already blown up. Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Ross in for Pepe. And Aiden is firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let the madness begin. True TV with the Texas Longhorns blowing their lead. I thought they were good to go. I had them moving on to the Sweet 16, I believe, to take on RJ Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers. He is decked out in the orange today. And I check later on and wake up, and Texas is out.
They blew it. They completely blew it. I don't even know how they blew this lead. They should never have lost this basketball game. They were in complete control about, I don't know, the first 28, 30 minutes almost, it seemed like. But Xavier in the second half just came to play, and Texas completely fell flat. And I feel I am petrified right now because as a show, we are 0-2 with our schools. And
I wouldn't really count mine.
Oh, I'm counting yours, baby. Okay.
We lost our big man.
I know. That was the most patriotic school in history. I mean, the American Eagles from the Patriot League.
Maybe it's a sign of the times.
Maybe it's maybe it is. Texas, no way they should have lost at all. And they blew it down the stretch. There was the one play. Xavier was up 3, and their big guy bricks a 3-pointer, and it falls right in the lap of somebody that was underneath the basket, and if a regular rebound happens, he doesn't get anywhere near that basketball because it's over his head. Falls right into his lap, 5-point lead, game over.
Worst game I've seen Texas play all year.
And
just really flat.
By the first
only
game.
one you've seen them
Rodney
play.
Terry, by the way, is out this morning, it sounds like, at Texas after that game. Sounds like they're going to be looking for a new head coach. So that was the report late last night, is that it sounds like Rodney Terry's fired.
Maybe you can follow Rick Barnes. I think this is it for Rick. I think Rick calls it a career after this tournament. So
Rodney Terry so far there has done what type of job?
Disappointing.
Look, I think Texas is they're such a great potential university for basketball. Like, they've got all the kids in the state that you could possibly ask for. They have all the NIL money. There's no reason why they can't be a number 1 seed every 2 or 3 or 4 years. Like, they're that big of a program from a potential standpoint.
There was buzz last night. The guy that beat him, Sean Miller, the head coach at Xavier, that he might be the replacement there in Texas. So we'll see. But Rodney Terry's going to be out. It was two just really disappointing years.
So now I have to ride with the Illini.
Oh, baby.
Go ahead and beat Kentucky and then meet RJ's Vols before we get to the Elite Eight.
You got scratch marks on there. You got things scratched out.
I have it scratched out, but this is it. This is the I can't wait to get this thing out of my hands.
Yeah.
My God. This is a torturesome process.
Man, I love. See, Peyton wants to give me like he wanted to do an online thing. I'm like, no, man. I need to write the W and the L. I like to cross things out.
Yeah, with your math though, over the past year, I like to secretly ask Bobby or Pepe to double check the math.
That's fine. They can double check. Look, it's the medication.
I don't know what state the medication.
Yeah. So I found out. I went to the cardiologist last week, right, for my 6-month review.
Okay.
And he said, "How is the medication you're on? Like, do you have any suicidal thoughts? Do you have any body aches?" He said, "Do you have any memory loss?" And I'm like, well, now that you mention it, I said, I don't know if my dad's whole dementia thing was contagious but I'm just like, I walk into a room and I'm like, what am I doing here? My math is quite bad. He goes, yep, that's the cholesterol medicine. He says that
cholesterol medicine affects arithmetic.
What it does is it takes.
What if they do that in one of those commercials?
I know, right?
So and such may affect your division and multiplication tables.
He said they call it the forget me drug or the forget me pill. And I forget what he said about it. I'm just kidding. No, but what he said is it takes all it's supposed to drain the fat out of your blood, and it takes some of the fat out of your brain, so your brain like shrinks.
Lean brain.
So I got a lean brain. I got a very lean brain. So
but you lost the math.
But I lost the math.
Okay.
The math was stored in the fat.
It used to be there, yeah.
The Longhorns out, and so is my team.
Hobbs on the midcourt logo with 5. Works to the right slot. Crosses over on Sprouse. 3. Good! Dallas Hobbs with both hands over his head. He untucks his jersey. He stares into the crowd.
True TV with the call. We lost our big man, and we lost any chance as Mount St. Mary takes out my American University Eagles. So, once an Eagle, always an Eagle, always eliminated.
It was pretty rough there, that defense. They were, St. Mary's was able to get just about anything they wanted. What was this like? They probably ended up, I think they're close to like 60% less. 58% shooting from the field for St. Mary's. That was tough for you guys.
Yeah.
I felt bad for you last night, Sean.
And the moment the big guy went down, the third time he went down, I mean, my gosh, that guy.
He was like a Mavericks highlight reel.
He was constantly being helped off the floor. But that was it. That was it. And, American got mounted.
Anything else happened last night that we need to know about? I'm seeing a lot of NIT scores with SMU winning by 10. I think SMU is the NIT favorite.
I did not pay attention to a whole lot of NIT basketball. It was just these two. And now we get the real thing started. We get the real tournament started today at 11:15.
And you're going to be out and about? I saw you post.
Yeah, I'm just going to go hang. My buddy Rex owns a bar out in Fort Worth.
Wow.
Rex's. I'm going to go out there and
Rex's.
just chill for
What
the
a fitting
day.
name.
Yeah.
I might, maybe I'll pop by.
Go on by.
After I go to Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic
There you
views.
go.
Are you going to Twin Peaks?
Yeah.
What time's that?
I'm not sure yet. Probably around 1.
Okay.
Something like that.
So dual watch parties with the morning show for the madness getting started. I will. I told Amanda, little one has been sick, so she's been up all hours of the night. So I will be going home and watching basketball with my girl, and we'll see how
All right.
how bad of a process that is. But I am looking forward to getting up out of here and watching. Starting at what time? We're going 11:15.
11:15 is the first game. I think it's Louisville Creighton, and that's the first. And they're gonna start every 30-ish minutes for the first couple of hours, and then obviously then after the first 4 games are over, then they'll kind of figure out the times from there because every game's going to end at a different spot.
Okay, I'm curious. I want to ask y'all something because you mentioned the other day you liked when they were all closer together going on at one time. Probably more a nostalgic thing than anything else. Do you feel like it's oversaturated a little bit that like now instead of just it's CBS hosting it and they're cutting back and forth between games and you get whatever you get locally, that now it's like, well, I can just jump over to True TV or any of these 4 channels. Like I kind of do, for some reason, miss the nostalgia of just like the rapid jump cuts between games on CBS.
The jump cuts, it was cool, but like I'd much rather be able to choose every game because you had your TV channels decide who you watched.
Yeah, I
Pro
want to
choice.
watch. I want to
Gotcha.
watch based upon my bracket.
Right. Yeah. You wanna watch based upon your bracket. So, I get that the nostalgia of shrinking them together.
I think that's what, honestly, I'm not kidding. I think the CBS's coverage of the NCAA tournament is what conditioned me to love Red Zone like I do.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's like they have the score up in the corner so you can constantly of the other games. So if you see a game's getting closer, you can flip over to that one. So it's a great avenue to be able to watch at home or at a sports like tomorrow. G-Bag Nation at Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers in Euless. I'll be out there for that.
Wow.
And watching some of the games, and it's a setup you need to be in a sports bar.
We had other hoops last night. Some craziness with Rick Carlisle.
59 and 9/10, and they've got him trapped. A steal. Shepard lays it in. It's a 3-point game.
Was it a late Mavs meltdown? Were there fouls that should have been called? Either way, the Indiana Pacers win 135-131 over the Dallas Mavericks. PJ Washington led the way with 26, Jaden Hardy with 24, but all types of chaos broke out in this one. There were 85 points scored in the fourth quarter. The Pacers scored 45, the Mavs scored 40, but thankfully we lose. Still 4 games under 500.
Yeah, this has been a slow burn, even going
Yes.
1-9.
Yes.
In the last 10 games, how many games have the Mavericks allowed fewer than 122 points?
In the last how many?
10.
Well, I mean, they traded Luka away because defense wins championships, so I'm going to say all 10.
I know it's over 5, but I'm going to guess 4.
In the last 10 games, they've allowed fewer than 122 points 0 times.
Oh, fewer than
122
Oh,
points.
0 times.
They have not. They've allowed 132, 122, 137, 122, 125, 129, 126, 133, 130, 135.
Glad you trimmed the fat on
This
defense.
is
literally.
I don't know. I have no idea how they're scoring this many points either. They're scoring a ton of points.
Fortunately, again, if you're aboard Team Tank like we are, the Phoenix Suns get the victory over the Chicago Bulls. So Phoenix is officially in the 10 spot right now, even though we have the same record. So I'll just take you through 5 on down. Memphis is, well, I might as well start with the top because Luka is playing, and that leads us to a Luka highlight with what he did against Denver.
Doncic feeling it. String music. The done. I tell you, Luka, in 7 minutes, he's got 20.
It's 7 minutes.
He went off in the first half. He went nuts in the first half.
It's fine, guys. It's fine. It's fine. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
It hit me again. Like, you just got these. Oh, my God. Luka went on Sports Center with Van Pelt, too. Are you kidding me? 30, 10, and 9 without LeBron. LeBron did not play. Their big NBA night got ruined because all of a sudden, no Joker, no Jamal Murray. Luka goes off in the first half. The Lakers win. So, go ahead, Chop.
You want some worse news?
Yeah.
So I went to Tankathon, and the Mavs moved up a spot, right? They're now 12.
Yeah.
I simmed the lottery. The first sim, they went back down to 13 in the lottery
Nice.
ranking. So
Rewarded for that.
They're draft.
OKC has locked up the West. We know that. The Rockets are the 2 seed. They're a game up on the Lakers and Denver. So the Lakers have bumped back up to the number 3 spot, then Denver, then Memphis at the 5. Golden State just surging in the 6 hole. The Clippers, ugh. I'm scared. Nothing about the Clippers is attractive to me. The Clippers are the 7. Minnesota's the 8. Sacramento's the 9. Phoenix is the 10. And there you have the Dallas Mavericks outside the play-in situation. 2 games up on the Portland Trailblazers.
The Mavericks would be right on the edge of holding on to the 7 seed if they were in the Eastern Conference right now. So thank God you're in the Western Conference with the run that you've had here. And honestly, you've got Portland surging behind you a little bit there with their 3-game winning streak. So might be able to have a couple different spots here. I did notice last night, trash talking comfortable Luka's back. Did you see that clip everybody was sending around yesterday?
In LA.
When he missed the free throw and he looks over, somebody had apparently yelled, "Ball don't lie." And he looks over and he points up the score. He goes, "I got 20 points. You're talking about ball don't lie."
Yeah.
It's like, oh, crap, it's that guy.
In LA, someone harassing him. Did you see the trick shot that he hit?
I don't think I saw that.
Basically, at the tunnel where the players walk out, he turned around
before
and
the game, yeah.
heaved one up with a typical Luka trick shot.
I hate that the call now is instead of Luka Magic, it's the Don.
The Don.
The Don that's such a bad nickname.
877-881-1053. The way to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Good morning to the 6 a.m. Club. We got a PBR ticket giveaway to hook you up with today. Are you a fan of all the different rule changes that could be coming to the National Football League? I am. Let's change up your favorite sport next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ.
But let's get you some golf.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking Jen.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Or was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's make the National Football League even better, or not. Good morning, Metroplex. In case you did not know, we are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. By the way, Netflix is going with quarterback season 2. Ooh. They went with quarterback season 1, where Kevin O'Connell to me starred. Kirk Cousins was very likable. Then they went with receiver, where I was like, oh my God, I don't really like Devontae Adams at all. And now apparently they couldn't get anyone else to sign up, so they're going back to Kirk Cousins along with Joe Burrow and Jared Goff.
Okay. I'm fascinated by Burrow. I want to really figure out, like, if you can give any kind of insight as to, like, the frustration with the defense.
Like when you hear him.
Yeah. Like just when you hear him talk, like, does he kind of let anything slide or slip in there? But, you know, Kirk is.
So this means this has already been filmed for this past season that just happened.
Yeah, which means I am massively interested in the Cousins angle. I want to see how that whole thing played out with him getting benched in Atlanta and what happened there.
Some of the obvious storylines, Mike Florio previewing and recapping at the same time, because I guess it already happened. Burrow was arguably the MVP, and then you're going to have him calling out the Bengals for being cheap. Is it going to show him into the offseason, throwing out the pressure on the front office to get his receiver signed, which of course happened? You got the robberies. Joe was one of the victims from the Chilean Nationals, benching of Cousins for Penix, and the Lions playoff loss. The shocker, the stunner that I feel like we haven't even talked about enough.
Yeah, and I think Goff is just, in general, like one of the better quarterback quotes. Like I think he's really smart. He's funny. He'll just be entertaining, I think, is how people come off with him. But I'm stunned they were able to cobble this together, because I thought this was going to die. Because you remember we were talking about during the summer how it's like every day we were like, here's another story of another quarterback that is saying I would never, ever do this show. And I think Burrow and Goff were part of that initially, that they said, nah, probably wouldn't do it. Dak turned it down at some point, it was reported. Tua, like there were all these quarterbacks that they couldn't get to agree to do it. So I'm glad they did, because I thought the first season was really interesting.
We got overtime, we got tush push, and automatic first downs.
And playoff seeding change.
Playoffs?
So we have 4 new rule proposals that were thrown out there by 3 teams. Eagles, Packers, and Lions threw these out. Let's start with the one closest to home, and that was the Packers wanting to ban the tush push. And they say, they want to ban a teammate from lining up directly behind the snapper at the time that they receive the snap and allowing you to push them through I don't know that this gets banned.
It's probably not going to go through, but I like the way they wrote the rule. This has been my issue with it. Just don't have a tug-of-war match. Don't allow 2 or 3 people to shove the quarterback from behind. As soon as the running back touches the quarterback, it's a 10-yard flag. Here's the way it's written. No offensive player may immediately at the snap push or throw his body against the teammate who was lined up directly behind the snapper and receive the snap to aid him in an attempt to gain yardage. If you push the quarterback forward on a sneak, it becomes a 10-yard penalty.
Totally good with it. And like you said, I think the language is perfect. Like, the language on how you're banning this is going to be important because that's what people freak out about.
Yeah.
So I think the way they worded it, great. And, you know, Mark Murphy, president of the Packers, American University alumnus, as I discovered yesterday.
Oh, is he above me on the list?
He's not even on the list. No, because he's with the Packers, and he only got 1 Super Bowl for Rodgers in his career. So no, he's not included. But I think that the language of this is perfect. And the biggest problem is going to be if you're the Eagles or anybody else, you're going to say, here's my counter, and you're going to throw up the 3 sneaks that Josh Allen couldn't get. You go, it's clearly not that easy.
Right. So that's going to need 24 yes votes, but no one thinks that is going to happen. But I'm immediately signing off on that. So 1-for-1 rule change for me.
Next one, Philadelphia. To align the postseason and regular season overtime rules by granting both teams an opportunity to possess the ball regardless of the outcome of the first possession subject to a 15-minute overtime period in the regular season.
In. I'm cool with it.
I'm in.
Fine with it.
I think they got to have it. I think you got to have.
You know,
these games are too important to come down to a coin flip.
And the parity is too close.
And I don't like the 10-minute overtime because there are some of these ones where somebody will like methodically move the ball down. It's like, all right, well, we have 2.5 minutes left now after that score. Just play a normal quarter.
Yep. I mean, we saw it this year. It was the opener. It was Rams Detroit. And Detroit got the ball. They ran the ball on every single play.
Yeah, got the clock down, basically ran out the quarter.
On every single play in the overtime they ran it.
2 for 2, in.
Speaking of the Lions, they proposed 2. First one, to eliminate, and this will never get passed, to eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty for defensive holding and illegal contact. No. If you say defensive holding is no longer an automatic first down, you are going to get defensive holding on every 3rd and 15. Every single one. Like, blatant defensive holding.
Here's the only issue I have. And I assume this may be sort of their thought process. I have a big problem with a 5-yard penalty picking you up 10 yards automatically.
I do too.
I have a problem with a 5-yard bump saving you from 3rd and 20. It's so my first thought, I understand what you're saying. I have a hard time arguing with what you're saying, but my first thought was I'm in on this. I'm signing off because it's way too penal for the defense.
It's very penal. But like, so like a defensive holding, I would say no, but like so let's go back to the Cowboys Niners game, right?
Which ass whipping.
Correct. But remember when Randy Gregory kept getting defensive holding calls at the line of scrimmage?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd be like, that should not be an automatic first down. Or hands to the face.
Yes.
From a defensive lineman.
Yes.
I don't think that should be an automatic first down. But like a DB who you get beat and you just kind of, you defensively, you hold them on a 3rd and 15, man, you've got to penalize them. Otherwise, they're going to do it all the time.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the bigger tweak here, I would like to just see them call it less. I'd like to see them be a little more lenient with some of that and then just increase the yard length to 10 yards on those penalties.
Now, the final one, I have been calling for this for years. The Lions propose that the seeding of the playoff uses regular season records rather than division championships. So, for example, this year, Washington went to Tampa, even though Washington had 2 more wins. You had the Vikings go to the Rams, even though the Vikings were 14-3. We've seen this in years past. The Saints were 11-5, had to go play the 7-9 Seahawks on the road. The Colts had to play; they were 12-4, had to play the 8-8 Chargers on the road, and this would eliminate that.
Here's my counter. they're trying to say your regular season record should matter more than the division. The division, you can get away with playing scrubs like the Cowboys never capitalized on for years. I'm talking about big playoff wins.
Right.
The Patriots in the AFC East. How is who you match up with in the regular season with your two opposite divisions that much different from the luck of your division schedule of strength? It's like, okay, so this year I'm going to get...
Cowboys play the AFC West and NFC North, I think.
Yeah, it's not going to help. They're not going to get any help whatsoever.
But if you played the AFC and NFC South one year...
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's you got a cakewalk.
Yep.
So now you're going to be rewarded in the playoffs?
I get it.
The division is more permanent in terms of your quality of opponent, I guess.
Yeah, and to me, I think you're getting they're saying you have to make the division matter, and I'm like, well, the reward for winning the division is the playoff spot.
Yeah,
you can get into the playoffs out of a bad division.
I don't have a problem with this. I'm fine with signing off on this.
Yeah, I don't have a big problem with it. The only thing that I think will get resistance to it is, all right, well, there's going to be years where the last team outside the playoffs has a better record than the last division winner, and then you're going to start getting a push from people that go well, let's get rid of division winners completely, and the NFL's never going to do that. And so if they open up this, then they may open up more people going it should just be all best record. We should just have it as an open league, and so they may not want to introduce that.
I don't think they'll ever pass this either way, because owners love the idea that, on average, it should be once every 4 years you get to host a playoff game.
Other NFL stories around the league. Was that it for the proposals?
That's it for the proposals.
Okay. Kirk Cousins, Will Levis drawing preliminary trade interest before the draft.
Yep, this is Josina Anderson says that there is interest, or that teams are interested. There are people reaching out asking about the availability of Kirk Cousins and Will Levis, which makes sense. Tennessee's in all likelihood going to take Cam Ward number 1 overall, and then that's going to open up a door to where you could move on from Levis. Cousins, we already know, is in a weird situation in Atlanta where they also want to guarantee his money and not move him. So, but this is a story. When I heard this yesterday, this is where I'm really annoyed.
Guarantee his money and not move him. Just say that out loud. Absorb that for a second.
Yeah, I know. It's bizarre. They've every single second of the Kirk Cousins Atlanta tenure has been bizarre. When I hear that Levis is available, this is what I'm annoyed the Cowboys don't have a 4th-round pick. Because I don't know what Tennessee would take for him. He's a former 2nd-round pick. He's not exactly played out of his mind. It's not like he has this crazy reputation. It's like, oh my gosh, that's a Jimmy Garoppolo who sat on the bench and now you're willing to give up a 1st-round pick for him. Levis has had his issues at times, but he has so many insane throws on tape that for me, if Dallas is looking for, I need an insurance policy in case Dak starts breaking down sooner. I want to have a lotto ticket here. That's a lotto ticket you spend a 4th round on is Will Levis, not Trey Lance, who couldn't throw a football to save his life. And so this is where one of those times where I'm annoyed, where it's like, I would be fine giving up a 4th-round pick for Will Levis.
Aaron Rodgers still deciding if one of those options is a studio or a network TV setup. He would draw very little interest from media companies, and that's actually happening.
That's the chatter is that TV executives are out on Aaron Rodgers. That this is over at Front Office Sports. Michael McCarthy had this. He said that in talking to anonymous TV executives, their main concern under condition of an anonymity is that Rodgers comes off as a pompous know-it-all, you're kidding me, who would turn off viewers. His COVID-19 conspiracy theories and public feuds with critics like Jimmy Kimmel on the Pat McAfee show also concern some. With that in mind, the prospect of hiring Rodgers does not thrill executives. Quote, yes, he could be a great analyst, but he's insufferable. Another one said Rodgers, quote, needs an image rehab. I don't think it matters. Like, if you're Aaron Rodgers and you retire, you can just go start a podcast and that thing will be more successful than any media career you would have.
Well, it depends on define a success. Like, are you going to get paid more money from like a CBS? It would cause me to personally watch more. I don't watch any of the studio shows. Now, I don't know whether they just have built-in easy ratings. Like, no offense to Florio, but when Football Night in America was beating, is it How I Met Your Mother? What was the science funny show that?
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory. When it was beating Big Bang Theory, I wasn't like, oh my God, Football Night in America is this amazing production. It wasn't. It was just the pregame for the big game on Sunday night. Fox has dominated the ratings throughout all the years. Do they have that much better of a pregame show? So it would cause me to watch. I get it, though. You know, Bruce Gilbert, who hired us here, the L word, likability. And do these other networks have such a built-in audience that it would be too much of a loss to add Rodgers to something safe? There are certain people made for network and certain people made for cable. Jameis Winston cannot be in a... He could get Jameis Winston on a podcast.
Yeah.
Okay? Get Aaron Rodgers on a podcast where he can talk about his theories and he can talk about drug use and all that stuff. So
it's too short. It's too short of a he doesn't have a long enough platform on a 30-minute or an hour pregame show. I mean, they're constantly running to these fluff pieces and stuff.
Yep.
He needs to be more on a long form. In terms of like the likability, I mean, there's people that like Rodgers and there's people that hate him, and the people that I don't think he's gonna. I mean, he would make some people watch. He would make some people turn off. I think they would even each other out. But it's all about, are you more drawn to want to see him and what he has to say?
I don't like him. I care about what he says. Like, especially if it's on a topic of football, I care a lot about the way that he views the game of football. Like, it's really interesting to me, even though I don't like him. So, I mean, I would watch.
It's Thursday. It's 6 a.m. That usually means the payload. Peyton Russell is not here, but he's already turned into a mass hole, and it's not TMZ. It's PMZ. After Peyton's celebrity sightings, is he being followed by the paparazzi on his travels? All that next with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, and this, of course, is Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up on that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. It is right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. It is worth the...
Sports has low fee products. You got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. Is that how he always starts it?
That is right.
That is right. It's the payload. Peyton Russell is not here for the rest of the week. You got Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan. Ross has done a fantastic job filling in. We got Aiden on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Pepe decided to finally take a trip without his parents to Boston with his fiance, Mackenzie. And Pepe, man, I love how I didn't like his response to this. Tolo Tommy on Twitter took a picture of Peyton on the plane. Right behind him. He's got the row behind him, and he tweeted, "Inside sources tell me Peyton Russell is indeed on his way to Boston." Now, Peyton is too cheap to pay for the internet on the flight. It can be a ripoff.
Yes.
No doubt about it. Which airline charges the most? Like, I'm trying to remember which.
I know Southwest is $8 for the flight.
That's cheap.
That's good.
That's
now,
very, very
American.
cheap.
Now, American, we found out during that flight to, I think it was on our way to New Orleans. We found out if you watched an ad, like you could get an hour on the flight for free. So American at least has some setups where you can get some free internet for a while.
So Peyton did not see this until he landed, and I don't like his response back on Twitter because you know how he reacted when he saw this, and you know how his fiance probably reacted. That probably got him. That probably got him some last night.
Oh yeah.
And Peyton probably couldn't even stand up to grab his luggage from the overhead because he was so excited and so flattered. But he decided to cool it and write back to Tommy, "Yo, creepy, but impressive." So that's Peyton's. That was Peyton's response on the airplane getting photoed.
So fake. That's such a fake reaction.
You know, he loved it.
He loved it.
He probably paid the guy to do it. This guy, Tommy, probably isn't even a Tolo. And he said, "Hey, man, take my picture. I'm going to have my head down with my hat, looking like I'm incognito here."
Yeah.
So that was Peyton on the way.
And on the way, he, obviously, he's sitting, he gets the aisle seat. He sticks Mackenzie in the middle, sticks her in the middle seat. He had talked about that, a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you were out or not. How do you judge whether you're in, because I think it was a topic that he did, that the guy got stuck in the middle, that he was in the middle. Oh, that was you? That was you. Okay. Yeah, I thought Peyton had a comment on it or whatever. But yeah,
No,
so
my
you're stuck in the middle.
My wife took the window seat. She took the window seat without looking at me or asking me. And I just sat there for like 5 minutes, and then I told her, you emasculated me. There's no man sitting next to his girl that sits in the middle seat.
Yeah. Now, the good news is you got control of the armrests. The middle seat controls the armrest.
Yeah, but I'm not like...
That's the only positive.
I don't alpha it like I should.
You just sit there, arms crossed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, or up.
Up, yes.
Oh, my God.
Sean's a big arms up on the plane guy. I've
Not by
noticed that.
choice.
No, not by choice.
I'm doing it because I'm being overly nice.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't know if the person next to me realizes that those armrests should be mine.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have that fight and battle. So I sit there and put my hands up on top of the seat.
Middle seat.
You got to go high-low.
I don't think those are comfortable. Like I don't think that's a comfortable posture to have both the arms. So yeah, I end up kind of just like curling my shoulders in.
You got to also arms crossed. It makes you like feel like you're skinnier, so you got a little bit more room too. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm with you on it. I see what you're saying. I'm with you.
So then he lands.
And he decides that, we had talked to him. Remember when he said he was going to be a Saudi for the day instead of a Southie? I told him, I said, "Look, dude, take the train." Well, Peyton obviously did not listen, and he sends a text to us. Uber charges you extra if your driver uses the toll road? What kind of BS is this? Don't use the toll, you idiot. I'm going to 1-star this guy. Peyton.
You majorly censored that text.
Of course I had to censor it. I don't want to get fired.
It's a Peyton text.
It's
you
a
have
Peyton
to
text.
censor it.
I
didn't know this, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they totally do that.
I wasn't aware
100%.
of this.
So that's the thing is that like if you're taking the toll road, that's going to be rolled into your cost. So if all of a sudden the GPS says, "Hey, take the toll road instead of this way because it's going to be a quicker route," I will a driver will ask me.
Okay.
And so I have had it asked, but in general, I just assume you want to get there as quick as possible. If that includes toll roads, that gets rolled into the cost of your
but what's
drive.
the cost analysis, the benefit?
So, let's say we're here, right? And you're going, on my way home, I could
drive backwards like people did yesterday on 75, 635.
If I'm driving home on 114, I could take that Tex Express lane, right? And that charges like a big fee.
Let's put a figure on it.
All right, so that's
let's do the time saved versus the money charged.
Yeah, so let's say I could save on the going home if this traffic is backed up. I could save maybe 15 minutes, but it would cost me
that's a lot.
Cost me $20 or $30.
Okay.
But if you're just taking the Dallas Tollway, that's not nearly as expensive. It's just I think it's $1 per checkpoint. You could get all the way to Plano for $4. That's not that much. You know, so I don't know what kind of toll road it was. Was it like one of these super congestion pricing type premiums, or was it like the George Bush or the tollway where it's just the price is the price?
Don't take Uber then. Like I mean,
take the train. Like I said,
this is part of like what goes into the cost. This is part of what goes into like using that form of travel. I'm stunned. This is the first time he's ever realizing this. But like
I've had more Ubers and Lyfts than anyone in here, and I've never run into this.
But how often are your Ubers and Lyfts like
it's
drinking? But like they're like you're buzzed or whatever. You're not necessarily going to be locked into it.
Oh, I'm realizing if we get on the tollway, I'm kind of wondering like why haven't they gone on the tollway more? Like I would have preferred it rather than driving on freaking 30 or 80.
Yeah, so that's that. But then I said, why didn't you just take the train? And he said, it didn't drop me off at the curb of the hotel, which begs the question, how long does that walk have to be? He said it was a 7-minute walk.
Ooh, 7-minute walk. Take the train.
Take the train.
I'm not going through all that stuff, though. I'm not going to get the ticket and reading the map and figuring it out and then sitting on there and having to carry struck balance beam myself of not grabbing. I'm not, I don't love all that stuff like you do. See the sights and feel the city. Get me in the most convenient car. Get me there fast as possible.
I hope he was kidding though with his I'm gonna 1-star. I think he would. I don't know that he has it in him to just 1-star somebody, but in general, that was not just a bit there. He was genuinely that is one way to get him worked up quick, is if he feels he's overpaid for something.
Yes,
and he was getting worked up like I didn't tell him to use the toll road. It's like, dude, this is what comes with it. This is part of the deal. They weren't just going to be like, oh, by the way, as a courtesy, here's your $8 covered to run the toll road.
What was on his itinerary for last night? I just saw his fiance Mackenzie post a picture of him having a Moscow Mule, but I don't know what else was on the
Old North Church. Where do you go? Jerry Remy's bar.
He was talking about maybe a steakhouse, but I know it was not Fenway.
No, he wasn't doing Fenway yesterday. Yeah, he was doing that. He said he was going to have, he had the seafood and steak restaurant or whatever that he was doing. The little, I don't remember what he ever said. Whichever the combo was, he had booked there.
While we're on the subject of traffic, someone was asking me about my weekend rant while I was out last week. And while I was stuck in traffic, I had a birthday party, a 5-year-old party out in DeSoto. Well, that took an extra 25 minutes of travel. But on the way back, the 40-minute crawl in traffic. I just told Amanda, I'm like, we're not going out anymore on the weekends. It's to the point where it's so bad that it's almost not worth going out because of how horrific this traffic is in this city.
It's turning. I mean, there's too many people for the roads. Like it's turning into California, like with the traffic.
Bumper to bumper crawl. Just an outright crawl. I can't take it. I can't stand it.
When you moved here, do you remember? Because this is new to me. I feel like that's relatively new in the last 5 to 6 years. Is
traffic?
Weekend traffic being as bad as it is.
Yes.
I remember feeling like, all right, weekends, no problem. Like I could drive into Dallas 10 years ago on a Saturday at 2 as long as it wasn't fair weekend, and I was fine.
It was
fine. Now it's stopped more than my drive in here in the morning.
Yeah, there's people.
Drive in is at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
No, but that's what I mean. Like even during at those hours, that's what I was used to. Is just easy, nothing commute. Like it was getting up in the morning at 5.
Yeah, like after they built out 114 between basically the airport and the speedway, after they built it into a major road and it wasn't stoplights every 38 feet, it was pretty smooth until you got to like 377. But in the last, I would say 2 or 3 years, it's constantly stopped. And it's just traffic. And I just don't get it. Obviously it's everybody moving here, but it's so congested now.
And what was the video yesterday? Dallas, Texas TV.
There was a person that was injured on the road in the morning, and they shut down 75. So these are people on the 6th. I think it was on the high five. Was that you, Ross?
I mean, I wasn't. I was a part of the mess. Yeah, I think it was actually a morning. Was it yesterday?
Yeah,
I was coming in for Sean and RJ. Yeah, and just driving in, expecting it to be nothing but just flying down 75. I am so close. Like it's like probably 5 minutes from here, and they shut down the entire highway. Entire highway.
People were turning around and driving backwards on the bridge.
So you said somebody was walking on 75 and got hit?
That sounds it.
That's I mean yesterday.
And a dog. There was like a dog involved too.
Yeah, that video yesterday that you guys were sharing on social, like it was right there at the high five, and that's I've been very close a couple times. I've never actually gotten to the point of like I'm turning around and going the other way.
Well, yeah, because it's illegal.
No, I know, but I've yeah,
one-way traffic,
and I do everything legal all the time.
Right.
But
Yes.
when I was turning around, there have been a couple times where I've been like, I can't risk to be in here. I've got to turn around and leave.
Who will be the next household name born today with the start of March Madness? Choppy gets you ready for it all, and a PBR ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, breathe.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Left side Keys. Pick and roll Cordelia. Catches underneath. Kick out Dren. Right slot three. It's good. The largest lead of the night for Mount St. Mary's. The Mountaineers on top 64-51.
I asked Ross to play any of the clips from last night, and he had to choose that one. My American University Eagles getting taken out by Mount. Do a dead bird. There you go. Mount St. Mary's with the W, but my Texas Longhorns. That's really the true killer for me. But it's not, because I get to do a do-over. It's like freshman forgiveness at American University, where I got to redo 3 classes that I failed. The Longhorns get taken out. There's some of the madness beginning before the big dogs step in today. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Get us set, Choppy.
All right, so today you were going to have the game starting with Louisville-Creighton at 11:15. High Point and Purdue at 11:40, Montana, Wisconsin, and then Houston against the Southern SIU Edwardsville. I don't know if it's Indiana or Illinois, and it doesn't quite matter because they're a 28.5-point favorite.
I think that's Illinois. Yeah, it's Illinois.
By the way, Mount St. Mary's is a 32.5-point underdog to Duke on Friday. So be thankful that you didn't win, I guess.
No.
No. You always want to win.
I don't want to be in the spotlight.
Yeah, you always want to win, but I love this time of year. It's my favorite postseason. Absolutely love it, and it allows me to reminisce on years past. And we are going to find hopefully, maybe, a household name out of this tournament. Because I went back, I was thinking, all right, what other household names have we thought of or come from the NCAA tournament? Kevin Pittsnoggle, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Some rando that you've never heard of before the tournament, like Bryce Drew, who was in this as the head coach of Grand Canyon, GCU.
Oh, yeah, those punks.
Yes, he's the head coach. Remember, he hit the game winner over Ole Miss. TJ Sorrentine, the little dude from Vermont who hit a 30-footer against Syracuse. You had Thomas Walkup from Stephen F. Austin. 33 points in a win over West Virginia. R.J. Hunter. Us RJ's got to stick together. Georgia State beating Baylor with a big shot from deep. Remember Dunk City? Dunk City. Dunk City.
Was that USC?
That was Florida Gulf Coast.
Oh, Florida Gulf Coast. And then he went
to USC. Andy Enfield. Now, where is he? Right down the road, SMU. But he had Sherwood Brown and Comer and Feeler. Steve Nash. Steve Nash made a name for himself.
Santa Clara
beating Arizona back in 1990, whatever.
96, because that was the year that Nico Harrison couldn't do S against Syracuse.
That's right. So let's go, baby. Let's freaking go.
Bobby, you were trying, I don't know whether to praise or embarrass me by coming up with the alumni list from my school who played and lost last night.
We're trying to praise you. We're just trying to. You had mentioned the other day that you have to be somewhere in the pecking order, somewhere in the hierarchy at American University. So I went and looked up the most famous alum from American University. Now, here's the thing. I came up with 17 names in addition to Sean. And so, Sean, you're at the very worst, you're 18th from your university.
Okay.
As just the best name to come out of that program. So that's good. You're not going to crack the top 5.
Okay.
You're just not. And so you're somewhere between 6 and 18. You're basically the DAC of your school. Depending on the day, you might be 6, you might be 14. It just kind of depends. But, you know, you still are going to be able to have a good show, and it's just you're not going to be in the top 5. Here are the top 5 for sure, and then we'll have to debate the others. We can rank these in any order you want. Number 1 on this list to me is Goldie Hawn. Goldie Hawn's number 1 is your biggest alumnus there. David Aldridge, an American University.
Mother of?
Goldie Hawn's the mother of Kate Hudson.
That's right.
You're doing this, by the way, the Kate Hudson, I think it's her. You know how bad I am with pop culture lately. In the Lakers Jeannie Buss show on Netflix, it's pretty damn funny. It's pretty good comedy. Running the Point or something. Jeannie Buss is making Goldie Hawn like the Lakers owner.
Right.
They're the Los Angeles Waves, 2 nitwit brothers. It's pretty daggone good. It's really, really good.
And you're not just saying that because of American.
But you have Goldie Hawn as the 1 and then David Aldridge as the 2?
These are 5 that I set aside that I was like,
Okay.
I don't think you're going to be able to touch their branding and everything else.
Yeah.
Judge Judy is also on this list.
She's the one.
She's a big time star. Barry Levinson, he's director of Rain Man, great movie. He had Diner was him. So I mean, there's some good movies there. You're not going to be able to do that. And then old Today Show weatherman Willard Scott. I don't think you're going to be able to crack those. So we've got the other names that we can go over. First one, number 1 on this list, Corey Lewandowski. Corey Lewandowski was the aggressive, loudmouth initial 2016 campaign manager for Donald Trump before he got canned during the primary and became a commentator on
Was
CNN.
he the alternate facts guy?
Yes, that was Corey Lewandowski. So, I mean, he's got a last image. Are we saying Sean above or below Corey Lewandowski?
I mean, I would say above. I haven't noticed him on these news channels too much.
I don't know what he
I
does
think
now.
you're above. I mean, like, ultimately, yeah, that's nice that he was brought in, but he got canned before they even got to the big dance.
I think the Jerry fight put me above him.
I think if you're unemployed, you're out.
That's fair. Jordan Belfort, the Wolf of Wall Street. There's so much here because the guy lived a great life in a lot of ways. Also had some legal issues. And
is he alive?
He is alive right now. 62 years old.
And you still have not watched that movie?
I haven't seen either one.
That's disgraceful.
It's
either one.
Well, the original was
I'm talking about DiCaprio.
Yeah, but the original one was Charlie Sheen or whatever.
So
was that Rain Man?
No,
that was Wall Street.
That was just Wall Street.
That was just Wall Street.
Okay.
Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. I'm going to say, ultimately he failed, and he was a con artist. And so I'm going to say Sean's above Jordan
He's kind
Belfort.
of a degenerate loser now.
Yeah, he and when you see him do interviews, it's like, oh yeah, this guy, I don't know how you ever did that. Next one on the list. So you're doing good so far, Sean. You're taking up the list. Neil Cavuto, the little bespeckled Fox News anchor who has been on TV for like 40 years, I feel like.
I think is he with us still?
Yes, he's with us.
Yes, he is. All right.
He does have MS or something, I think, though. But Neil Cavuto, ultimately, I think you're going to be above Neil Cavuto.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with Neil Cavuto. He's a straight newsman, a straight-laced newsman, but ultimately, I think you're above Neil Cavuto. Next on this list.
Neil could, I think, help you, get away with some tax, not fraud, but like he could help you kind of shortcut your taxes, I think.
Next one up, CNN anchor Allison Camerata is an American University alum. On name alone, Sean's going to have it because a lot of people are not going to know who Allison Camerata is. But when you see her, you're going to go, oh, I've seen her a bunch of different places before.
Yeah, I don't recognize her at all. So I'm
you're above her.
Yeah.
Better. All right. This is going to be a questionable one. Star Jones.
Oh.
Nah, I can't take out Star.
I mean, didn't Joy Behar take out Star? Like, you're telling me you can't handle. All right, fine. She was on The View, notable person. All right, if you're gonna say Star Jones is above you, fine. Nancy Myers. Now, Nancy Myers was the director of The Parent Trap, the one with Lindsay Lohan years ago. She's had.
Oh my gosh, Nancy Myers. Is this the
Father
actor?
of the Bride? She's writer of Father of the Bride. She directed The Parent Trap. She directed What Women Want, Something's Gotta Give. So are we saying you are above or below Nancy Myers?
I'm confusing her with someone else.
Yeah.
Like Diane Keaton. Is this no? Who was the Steve Martin wife in those movies?
Yeah, that was
yeah.
Diane
Who
Keaton,
was
I think
that?
was. She also looks like Katie Couric too.
Yeah, she does look like Katie
Father of the
Couric.
Bride. That was, I got to see it. Yeah, Diane Keaton was the wife in that. So Nancy Myers, are you the writer of those movies? And she directed some other big ones. Are you above or below?
I'll be below.
Okay, all right. Next one on this list, Bus Cook, the famed agent of Brett Favre, but really riding some coattails, I feel like. Really hasn't done anything of importance for a while.
Below Bus.
I'm saying you're above him.
Okay.
Chop, you
I
break
like the
tie
name
here.
Bus. I think I would say above. I don't know what Bus is doing these days.
There we go. Jamie Erdahl, who we talked about yesterday over here on Good Morning Football, only has her gig because Kay Adams decided that she wanted to flirt with Shams on Go, like whatever she's at now.
You know, I believe I'm above her. She's got me beat in title and job title, but, walking through DFW, I think I would be more recognized.
Now, we talked about
Especially
yesterday.
in Oak Cliff.
Hagee said yesterday, well, maybe not. Hagee said yesterday that there were some hard hitters on this list, and he wasn't kidding. Kermit Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Famous for just knocking the S out of Rudy Tomjanovich.
Kermit doesn't do it for me.
RJ doesn't like violence.
Yeah.
Do you think how Peter Parker, he was bit by a spider and that's how he became Spider-Man? Do you think Kermit Washington punched the great coaching into Rudy Tomjanovich possibly?
I don't think so.
Next one on this list, Giannis Pappas, the stand-up comedian.
Is that Weird Al?
No.
That's not his real name?
No. He's if you don't know Giannis Pappas, then you're above him. But I think, yeah, that's him. Yep, that's him. And then David Gregory, the newsman.
He's got good hair. He's got really good hair.
You thought he was a big-time name worth considering here.
Yep.
He is the former host of Meet the Press.
Yeah, Meet the Press is a big show.
He's pretty big.
But he replaced Tim Russert. It wasn't like he built that show.
Yeah,
I'd say you're above David Gregory. And then last one, Sean Astin. Played Rudy. Played the
Frodo Baggins. Was he Frodo?
No, he was Frodo's little buddy, Samwise Gamgee or whatever.
Kevin Hagelin hates him.
I think you're better. Are you going to put yourself above him?
No.
I say yes. What
he
do
was
you
in
vote?
the Goonies. He was in the Goonies.
Oh, he wasn't
man.
Goonies. Never mind. He was in Goonies.
Where do I end up?
So you end up on this list. Not bad, Sean. You're ending up on this list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're ninth. You are in the top 10 of American University alumni. So not a bad place to be.
There were 3 more people I found that I recognized their names. Sean Spicer.
Okay, but these are
another former Trumper.
These are
was he on?
Wasn't he the press secretary?
Okay, I couldn't remember who he was with.
These are technicalities, though. Sean Spicer only did a semester studying program.
All right, I'm done with all this. This is going way too long. Let's get to a possible hockey change. They're trying to capitalize on the Four Nations.
Yeah, they are. So Gary Bettman, I think this is a great idea. Gary Bettman it seems like he is climbing the ladder of commissioners when everybody hated him.
Yeah.
But I think it's a really good idea. They are reevaluating because of the success of the Four Nations face-off, which replaced the All-Star game. So this was U.S., Canada, Sweden, Finland. They are considering, rolling something out again differently in years ahead, as opposed to the regular All-Star game, and reevaluate what they're going to do. So this year they have the Four Nations. Next year, in 2026, it's the Olympics. So they're not going to do it right. The NHL players are going to play in the Olympics. So they're looking at 2027 and beyond. I would love it if they would go back to an every other year thing. Four Nations in the odd years, right? And then do the Olympics when they do come around. And then at one other year, you get a regular traditional All-Star game. So you would do Four Nations, Olympics, Four Nations, All-Star game, Four Nations, Olympics, and so on and so forth. That's how I would do it.
And the U.S. versus Russia.
And now the other thing is that Trump and Putin apparently are talking about staging a U.S. versus Russia hockey game. It would be the KHL versus the NHL.
They've been talking about staging U.S. versus Russia for a while.
It seems that way. Awful idea. The KHL will use this as a chance that, hey, we're going to just fight the hell out of you guys.
That's the reason the Four Nations blew up. Is
Yeah.
the first 3 minutes. That's the reason everyone really went headfirst into it. So absolutely sign me up.
Maybe that would people have them watch. But does the NHL sign up for this? I don't know.
Because of the fighting?
I think the KHL would get a little chippy. They would try to prove their mettle.
It might blow up in like a more larger way than just fighting on the ice.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Fraggle Injury Attorney text line. I have to wish a humongous happy birthday to Tolo D on the Mount Rushmore of top Tolos, and congratulations to her daughter. She said yes. Justin went to Diamonds Direct, custom-made oval cut.
Oh, baby.
So congratulations to Justin and Cece, and happy birthday to Mama D.
They were both out. Both D and her daughter were out at Hurtado's when they were doing that opening weekend in Dallas. I saw them both out there.
Commercial-free Expressway is next with a PBR ticket giveaway. How far have the Dallas Cowboys fallen, and could Amari Cooper or Stephon Diggs save them? Commercial-free on the home of America's team with a PBR ticket giveaway is next.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
you by the On Time experts.
How far have the Dallas Cowboys fallen, even beneath Chicago? And could either of these two names help save them? As Ross said, we are commercial-free here on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We have a PBR ticket giveaway for you coming up, and the Neighborhood Watch, the most local segment in all of radio. But let's start off with how far they may have fallen.
Yeah, this is one of those moments. This is called that's not a canon event, but it's one of those moments where a canon event. It's like where I don't know. It's help me explain this, Ross.
So you talked about Spider-Man a moment ago. Spider-Man's Peter Parker's canon event was Uncle Ben dying. It's basically just like a formative event.
Okay.
So there we go. I saw that TikTok once.
Spoiler, Ross, by the way.
Yeah, I know. God, let's watch the show first. Jeez. So this is when I realized, though, man, we're not thought of very highly around the world. I went and saw the Bet Online odds for the year. The Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys have longer odds to win the NFC than Chicago. And Minnesota, who is starting a rookie quarterback that they may or may not be trying to trade.
I'm sorry. You cannot be upset that Minnesota is ahead of Dallas in the odds. That was a 14-win team last year.
I know.
With a totally different quarterback.
Right, but we're talking...
And a total mystery starting.
Okay, even still, do you think that Darnold is 7 games better than McCarthy? I don't think... I think Kevin O'Connell's going to get whatever he gets out of those guys. And Dallas is the one that... Dallas lucked into, I feel like, 7 wins last year. That was more like a 5-win team.
These are your odds to win the NFC. Philadelphia at 3-1.
Your total disrespect of quarterbacks Dak missing time. I don't want to do this. I really don't. I said this to myself the other day while driving home.
Do it.
I don't want to go too far in because Dak did not play well, but the Dak Prescott disrespect, the total memory loss of everyone around here, including a lot of people in this building. Kevin Hagelin, I'm talking to you too. But Bobby, for this show, that Dak Prescott missed all those games, it blows my mind. And we're just judging the Cowboys with Cooper Rush as if Dak didn't miss the games.
Yeah. What did he miss, 9 games? That's a lot.
I mean, come on.
He did miss 9 games.
That is an instant elimination for your season.
Okay.
You're automatically out.
No doubt.
Yeah, you got to remember, he was a quarter off the field and he was seen on camera saying, we effing suck. They
so
suck.
What?
So they suck.
Okay, and they can and teams can change and get a little bit better. So you want me to totally forget the year before when he was second in MVP? You just want me to hold on to I can't believe I'm fighting with you for Dak Prescott. So we totally just dismissed the awesome season he had 2 years ago, and I'm just supposed to have... Do I think they would have made the postseason last year with him continuing to play the games? No, but I think that's as bad as the entire football team could have played with a defense that was also adjusting to Zimmer.
Yeah, I think the only game that's maybe different is Cincinnati. That's about it.
Okay, well,
so maybe.
Fine, that's a random guess.
I mean, I don't know. If you guys thought they were awesome at 3-5 before Dak went out.
No,
okay?
I didn't say awesome.
They were an awful. They were an awful
you're manipulating
football team.
things.
I'm not manipulating anything.
Yes,
they were
you
a bad
are.
football team last year. They're a bad football team right now. That's
Okay.
what they are.
If Dak well then you can't have it both ways in terms of thinking he's so good. If he plays,
I think Burrow's good. They missed the playoffs too.
If he plays 17 games, what's their record next year?
Right now they're an 8-win team.
Okay.
All right.
I'll come up with something.
Put it on the board. Let's put it on the board.
Well, it could change with the draft.
I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it in his bank account.
Yeah, there we go.
Actually, I'm gonna take it from his bank account.
You are going to put it in there, a deposit.
Yeah, right.
Sean deposit.
Like all of our last things.
So
we've never made a bet. What are you talking about?
The other thing that it kind of triggered with me is that they're just basing a lot of these on just the quarterbacks. Like in the AFC, it's Buffalo, Kansas City, Baltimore, Cincy, Chargers, Houston. They just took the 6 best quarterbacks in the AFC and they put them there, right?
Which you should agree with.
Which I do agree with. And in the NFC, tell me if they did the same thing. Philadelphia at 3-1, Detroit at 4-1. They have San Fran as the third. San Fran has completely already punted on this season. They have gotten rid of everybody. They have gotten rid of 11 starters from last year's team.
If the Cowboys and Niners played tomorrow on a neutral field, what would the spread be? And who would you take?
I don't know. I mean, they don't play well against San Fran.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that San Fran. I would think right now the Cowboys and San Fran are probably record-wise the same.
Okay.
San Fran's come grossly back to the pack. I think most people agree their window's closed.
I mean, if it was played tomorrow, given where their roster's at right now, Dallas probably wins. Like right now, just because San Francisco has lost people all over their all levels of the offense and defense.
So San Fran's third. Washington is fourth at 8-1. Then it's Green Bay at 10-1, and the Rams at 10-1. Then comes Minnesota at 14-1. Then Chicago at 16-1. And Tampa at 16-1.
Wow. Minnesota, Chicago, and Tampa, all above the Cowboys. And it's not by a little.
It's not by a little. Those are 14 and 16-1. And then you drop to the Cowboys at 28-1.
Whoa.
And then Atlanta and Seattle and Arizona at 33-1.
Ooh, so they disagree with DeMarcus Lawrence.
Like that, this was a troubling.
Now
thing to see.
I will point something out here, and I was Bobby 4 minutes ago. I'll be RJ right now in Bizarro World. What you would usually say in this, and what I have learned from these types of odds from Vegas, we got to pay attention to the sucker bets.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago is arguably the biggest sucker city in terms of all of gambling in the entire country.
They absolutely are.
Will's Chicago buddy was sitting at that bar that night going to me. He's like, "You think the Bears could win the Super Bowl next year, right?"
Right.
It's like, you do?
I think of any city in the whole country, Chicago is willing to take their money and light it on fire, maybe to match the rest of their city. And San Francisco's up there too.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be some suckering here with San Francisco and Chicago.
So when we do, we get our metrics.
Every year the Bears are put up there.
Every year. We get our metrics from our BetMGM podcast, which that's the number 2 college football betting podcast in the world.
Wow.
Out of 3.
Out of 3. And it might actually be out of 2. I don't know.
Is it
might
out of 3 or 2?
But the metrics show like Chicago is like we're our number 1 listening on it. None of us are from Chicago. It's Memphis, Pittsburgh, and DFW.
Right.
Like, none of us are from Chicago.
Yeah.
That's our number 1 spot. And it's just because they're just degenerate gamblers there.
Now, does that account for 16-1 versus 28-1? Probably not.
No, and the problem that I have with this, and not even a problem, but what concerns me is the Cowboys are usually overvalued on the plus because they have so many fans. So the Vegas would not want to have a big liability on the Cowboys because if you have a big liability on the Cowboys, that could completely ruin the bottom line for your year.
I'm seeing Kevin O'Connell brilliance for 14-1 justification and Ben Johnson hype for Chicago 16-1.
Look, I don't have a problem with Philadelphia, with Detroit being the 2 favorites. I mean, they were the 2 best teams in the conference last year. I have no problem with that.
Well, good. What a hot take.
Washington, that's a hype one. Just like, Houston.
Everyone's going to have them second in the division.
Everyone's going to have them second in the division.
We need a CJ step back there.
Yes, probably he's not going to have, I wouldn't think, the same year he had last year. The league is going to adjust to him. They're not going to win all the close games like they won this year.
The thing with Daniels, though, that might make it harder to adjust than Stroud is the running. A little bit more dual threat versus CJ just dropping back.
Yeah, the league adjusted to Robert Griffin III, and Robert Griffin III had injuries. The league has still never adjusted really to Lamar Jackson. So if Jaden Daniels is more Lamar Jackson and that sort of ability with his leg, they're not going to adjust to that, and he's just going to have success. That's what remains to be seen right here. But yeah, Stroud, I think, is a different case because of what he does.
All right, so that's Vegas having the Cowboys beneath. I don't know if I've gone into a season in the last 5 years as stunned as where they are in the conference with the teams above them as this list right here from Bet Online.
No, I haven't either. And
Chicago.
I keep coming back to the 2014 season where we had the big meeting we had. You, me, the Spittle was in there. Right? It was the big, and it was about the 8-8, the Cowboys over under.
Oh, well, he went to Vegas?
He went to Vegas, and we were thinking, man, they're not going to win 8 games. This team's terrible. Romo's always hurt. They're in transition, and bam, they go 12-4. Like that's not, I don't like that's not going to happen
because of Dak.
no, because of Romo. It's 2014.
Hey, I'd have Dallas way lower on those odds than you guys. I would have them lower on those odds than Vegas does.
But the difference is like that was hype the other way. This is not going to happen. Like this is not a. I feel the same. Like I don't see how they can be a playoff team right now.
You don't
right
see how
now.
they can be
right now with the roster. Like, I don't trust Dak's health.
But if I told you he played 17 games, what would you have their record as?
If he played 17 games, I think that I would put them there. I just don't trust that he can.
No, but what's the win total if he plays
health
17?
included? Health is 100%. 10 wins.
10 wins. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. And then Bill Barnwell trying to use some of our leftover $40 million to spend.
He's looking at the best fits for the unsigned players. The first thing I do when I see one of these is I just go Control or Command F and type in Cowboys. Right? You get the you find it, right?
Oh.
And the first one there, Amari Cooper. Raiders, Patriots, Cowboys are his ideal landing spots. The next one on the list that they have to the Cowboys, Stephon Diggs. Diggs is Jets, Cowboys, and Patriots. I don't want to be connected in any way to the Jets. They have Keenan Allen on here. Does not have him to us. But then Tevin Jenkins, the guard.
Tevin Jenkins was a really good prospect a couple years ago and just has had issues in Chicago. Has had issues with injury, position switch, some different things. But I mean, like if you want to try and find a Leonard Davis, somebody who didn't necessarily perform the way everybody thought they would as a rookie, and you get him here and settle him back down a little bit, he wouldn't be a bad, roll of the dice.
Let's go with the receivers.
Yeah, so it's Diggs and Cooper. If the money was right and Amari's tape looks good,
which I don't know how you're going to find it from Buffalo.
Yeah.
What happened in Buffalo?
Cold weather.
8 games, 20 catches, 297 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was 15 a catch when he did catch it.
He was never on the field. It was so weird.
Yeah.
It was like they refused to put him out there in situations. Like you would at least think. You remember there was that viral moment early on where Keon Coleman basically told Amari what route to run when they broke the huddle, when they were in red zone. You can manufacture those situations and just say, hey, we're doing this. Amari said that a lot of what they were running in Buffalo was similar to what they had run in Dallas. So he didn't feel like there was too much of a curve or anything else that he was going to have to deal with. He's a really smart player. Picks up a lot of it. There's no excuse of just, we brought him in the middle of the year. It's really hard to get to. That's not an excuse with Coop here. So it's just the only thing I can think is he's not very good anymore.
Yeah, if the tape is fine and the money's right, I'd be in on him. Diggs.
Are we just trusting he won't be healthy enough?
With Amari?
No.
Oh, with Diggs?
Diggs.
That's part of it, yeah.
He's visiting with the Patriots, by the way.
Also, Kupp just got $15 million.
I look at Diggs like I look at the Jimmy Butler question when we were talking about that. Like, do I want to add that into what else we're already dealing with?
I'm more worried about his health. I am worried about his combustibility, but I'm more worried about him recovering from the ACL. That's a bigger worry to me than the temper.
And the money, too. I mean, what's he going to get?
Is he older than Amari? Amari's 30. Diggs is 31. He'll be 32 in November.
Doesn't Diggs have to get less than Kupp coming off the injury? New England might.
Spotrac had him pegged higher than Kupp. He had him at
18 or something.
They only had Kupp at 12, so Kupp came in ahead. And they could. Spotrac could be completely wrong.
I mean, look, Diggs was. You're talking about 6 straight years of 1,000 yards before Diggs got hurt last year.
Good player.
And he was on pace to get it again last year.
Was he on pace?
Yeah, so he was 496 through 8 games.
Yeah, but what do we keep saying about the injury recovery?
Right, it's the year after.
The second year.
The second year.
Yeah, and when you're 30-something, that may just be it.
And fortunately, there are situations where a receiver who's always hounding for the ball can impact a young quarterback. You don't have to worry about that here. Like Dak he's got enough clout in the league. He can put you in your place. But then again, so did Josh Allen.
I mean, has Dak controlled CD with his outbursts? That's a question. And would Stephon Diggs help or hurt Trayvon?
I can't think that would help. I would think it would actually be a little bit of a negative. But I mean, like, I don't want to ever say anybody's just, you having your family with you. It's just a little bit like, almost like, is that a distraction at all? Like, you hear all the time about, do players need to go back home where all their friends are and stuff and potentially be distracted by that? I don't know that Dax put CD in his place. CD, again, is just growth. If CD was the way Diggs is at that age, I'd have more concerns. To me, CD is going through the development of maturation that you kind of expect. Whereas Diggs is 32. He's been in the league for a decade. I don't know why he still does some of the things he does.
For some reason, I had the impression that him and Trayvon were like so much further apart in age. Just felt like Diggs has been in the league for so long.
And what is the age?
It's only 5 years, 5.5. It just feels like I feel like it should be like a 10-year age gap.
All right, so Bill Barnwell with his suggestions. None of them I'm running to. With Diggs, I mean, we're just going to end up with Tyler Lockett.
I like the Jenkins idea because they need offensive line help. Just get as many guys in here as you can. See which combination works. Draft them as well. I like the idea of maybe getting Jenkins. Will Hernandez is out there too.
The neighborhood watch is right around the corner. The Luca beer. Did that start the downfall? That's coming up at 8 right now. Let's hook you up with what Tolo stands for. Turning it on, leaving it on.
That's right, Tolos. Right now, 877-881-1053 wins 4 tickets to see the PBR World Finals at AT&T Stadium from May 16th through the 18th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Again, Tolos, right now, 877-881-1053 wins 4 tickets to see the PBR World Finals at AT&T Stadium from May 16th through the 18th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
The most local segment in all of radio every single Thursday at this time during the commercial-free Expressway. It's The Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Not just the most local segment, I'd say the most local show. And part of that are our Firehouse Tours, which we do every single year, and they're getting going again. It is the 3rd annual Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. It kicks off next Friday in Keller. We're going to be at Keller Fire Station number 1. That's 455 Keller Smithfield Road South, 6 to 10 a.m. We'll have Sean and RJ Firehouse aprons.
These aprons are sick.
Yeah, they are.
This is what you need for your grill game outside.
And you'll get free breakfast from Whataburger while supplies last. So it's going to be a good time. Come on out to Keller. Say hey to us. The tour is proudly presented by Firehouse Roofing, Whataburger, and Firehouse Movers. Okay, so what is a DFW restaurant?
And by the way, you guys are both going to be out today for the games. Bobby, you're going to Twin Peaks?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Twin Peaks around 1. I think I'm going to go to the one in Grapevine, but I'm not sure yet. Okay. I'm still figuring it out. I'm going to tweet it. I'll tweet it if you need to find out where. It just depends on where I'll be locally. And then where are you going to be, Chop?
I'm going to go out to Rex's in Fort Worth, right by TCU.
I think I may swing by Derby and see Will Chambers, too, in Frisco. I'm just going to kind of be all around. And I'll get my email done soberly, Sean. No worries. Okay?
Yeah, both of you posted up at the bar all day long. That should be good.
Okay, watch. I bet I'm going to get a great S reply today. Just you watch.
Tomorrow, we'll be at Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers.
Let's see. We're all over the place. Okay, so what is a DFW restaurant that you miss? 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. 877-881-1053. Our Facebook community group post of the week comes from the city of Louisville, and they were remembering their favorite spots to eat in DFW that just don't exist anymore. Whether it be a chain left town, or it was a mom and pop that shut down, or different places like that. Some of the answers that were given there in the thread: Bobo China in Grapevine. Somebody else came back and said, yeah, definitely that, but it was the one in Lake Highlands. Fred's Downtown Philly in Louisville. Texas Hamburger Factory, that's the only one I hadn't heard of out of this list. Fuddruckers, that upsets Kristen that they're no longer around here.
Same.
Man, I got it's not a restaurant, it's an area that once was hopping and is now a complete ghost town.
For food?
Yes. You probably remember this. You remember the Restaurant Row area in Grapevine and William D. Tate?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Everything is gone. It's now, I call it now Restaurant Row because the only thing there are restaurants. But everything else
and you're complaining.
No, there's 3 of them.
Told you he's
right?
not a boob guy.
But everything, I'm an adult, right? It's like when you become an adult, you become a butt guy.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an adult. I'm a boob guy.
But
and boob comes with butt normally.
It does.
Get
It
that
can.
on a
Yes, it
t-shirt.
can.
You're put together usually.
But man, like everything is gone and out of business there. Like nothing survives because they put a bridge in and nobody takes that road anymore. And it used to be every single night you couldn't get a table, you couldn't get a parking spot, all good places, and now it's gone. I just miss it.
I'll tell you the one for me was Chuck's. They used to have there was a Chuck's. It was this diner on Parker and Preston, and it was fantastic. They had some of the best milkshakes I'd ever had. The burgers were great. I used to love that place. I think I don't know what's in there now. It's like some there's some chain restaurant sitting in there now, but that was one of my favorite places to eat was Chuck's, and I still mourn the loss of that place to this day. Sean, you have any spots you loved that have gone by the wayside?
I mean, I really like Fuddruckers. I don't know that I'm crying tears over it, but the reason I was laughing, Nick on the fan cam is saying Bobo China was fire. My in-laws may get mad at me for telling this story, or my wife, but the reason I laughed is they told me some story way back in the day where there was like a family brawl at the Bobo China. So they always reference it. It sounds to me like a movie line, like the brawl at the Bobo. So every time we pass and I see an old Bobo, first off, the name is hilarious, but Bobo China.
Yeah.
They go, it was the fight. It was the brawl at the Bobo China. It was like the Contreras family fight that broke out by the buffet or whatever they had there. So that's why I laugh so hard whenever I hear Bobo China.
The Contreras massacre at Bobo China.
It was egg rolls flying. People getting stabbed with chopsticks out there in the Bobo China. So that's what I laugh at. But I always really liked Fuddruckers.
I did too. There was one. It was funny. There was one right across the street from the Alamo in San Antonio. It was like the most randomly placed Fuddruckers in history. Speaking of chopsticks, do you shave them?
Yeah.
When you get them, I do too.
I-
Like it's supposed to be very disrespectful. They say it's disrespectful. I'm like, you know what's disrespectful? A
splinter,
a shard of splinter of my gum.
Yeah. You know, there was a place. I'm always on the lookout for the best tacos. It's a hard find a lot of times, and there was a delivery like Ricky's Tortas, I think Ricky's Tortas, and finally I found a delivery taco place because you keep the tortilla warm and the cheese congealed, and this place had all the onion, all the cilantro. It was piled up. It was fantastic. One time, gone and done.
They are blowing up the fan text with some of their answers here. 877-881-1053. Chuck's always gave the refill on the milkshakes. I'd have my birthdays there as a kid and would play the Simpsons arcade game with my brother. 972 Spaghetti Warehouse. 903.
Oh, my father-in-law would say Spaghetti Warehouse.
903 The Purple Onion in downtown Dallas.
The Lizard Lounge.
Hey, come on. We all miss the Lizard Lounge.
I miss Blue Planet too. Remember Blue Planet?
DJ says Bennigan's.
Okay, I was about to say Bennigan's is blowing up as an answer.
Is that gone?
There's not around here anymore.
Bennigan's a buffet?
I don't know.
No. They had a great.
I've heard of it, but I don't think I've been.
They had a great Monte Cristo.
And did you read Furs?
So I did not read Furs yet. Furs was Kristen still, like, you say Furs and she'll like almost tear up that it's gone.
How could you name a restaurant Furs?
Dude, it was.
Want to go in there?
It was so good. It really
It's
was
like
good.
Matt Pittman hunting.
It was
bringing it in.
Well, it was like a cafeteria. It was like a buffet cafeteria thing.
Luby's?
Yeah, like that. Only it was good.
Like
and so,
Todd Archer's crappy suggestion in Indianapolis.
No, these places were good. That's what they're. Checkers, Wyatt's Cafeteria says the 469. Lots of different answers on here. 214 Crystal's Pizza and Spaghetti in Irving. I loved that one. That was always a good spot. All right, we're doing Neighborhood Watch here on 105 through the Fan. We had a couple of wild stories in DFW this week involving guns and surveillance footage. Let's go to the first one, and Aiden's going to have these up on the fan cam. This one was in Fort Worth. So this first occurred last Wednesday when Fort Worth police responded to a burglar alarm at Taqueria Ruby. When they encountered a man who immediately raised a handgun at the officers. Fort Worth police fired off a shot before everyone realized that neither party was the bad guy. The guy who raised his gun was the owner of the restaurant who was also responding to the alarm. So this almost ended in just complete disaster, where this guy was trying to see like who broke into my restaurant. The cops were responding to it as well, and they just turn the corner, see each other, and he pulls his gun up because he can't see their cops, and he like raises his gun. They're like, put it down. He didn't, so they fired off a shot and just missed him. This guy was almost killed right there on the scene of his own restaurant. It said Fort Worth police said officers gave verbal commands for him to show hands. However, he did not immediately comply. Fearing for their safety, one officer fired his duty weapon at the man. he was not hit. But that one could have just really blown up in their face really bad. That would have been a communication gap.
Case of see ya.
Yeah, that would have been a big problem there.
I like it.
Right.
So speaking of robberies, like in Fort Worth, like there's a lot of like, especially for some reason in Fort Worth, of like barbecue joints getting their trailers stolen.
What happened at Panther City with our boys out there, and then Brandon Hurtado's got broken into the other day.
Those are expensive, right? Like those trailers with the smoke.
I don't think they took his trailer. They just took like a bunch of liquor and stuff inside.
Oh.
People are breaking in the safes and pushing them down the steps.
But
they're going in, and it's like unmasked. Whatever happened to the masked criminal? Do you not think you're going to get caught or found or identified?
Right. People wear masks for no reason now.
I was going to say, there's a lot of anti-mask propaganda out there, and like some people are just making a statement with it. The other one, and this is the creepiest video I've seen this week, a Louisville shooting. This was a Ring doorbell footage in Louisville. This was Monday morning around 9 in the morning, broad daylight. A masked man walks up to a house and just fires off a dozen shots at this house. Look at this video here and this pause. This guy walks up in a mask and just fires 12 shots rapidly at this house and then runs off. This is broad daylight in just a regular Louisville neighborhood. This was actually over on, where was the exact address over here, or the exact area? Police had said that fortunately no one was hurt. They're still looking for the masked man in the hoodie who did it. This was on Kingston Drive around 9 a.m. on Monday. Additional footage shows the suspect turning toward the home, firing the gun, and then turning away and running away. Homeowner says his 19-year-old son was inside asleep. Nobody was hurt.
This is what you need. This is my idea of guns.
Just on the top of your roof?
Gun cameras.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm in on that.
Get on a DFW security.
I'm in on that. I love my Ring camera. Like I'm obsessed with this thing. Every time I get a notification, ooh, let me go see. Let me be nosy.
You know, like if it's your Ring camera though, is that nosy? You're trying to see what it is that went down.
Yeah, I know, but if it's like, it's not. It's for deliveries mostly. Like, what are they doing? Are they throwing the package down too hard?
Is that what you're worried about?
He is fully engrossed in just neighborhood life and drama.
He loves it. He loves the tea. That's what he is. They're still looking for the suspect. Louisville police are saying if you know anything about it, to give them a shout, give them a heads up as to what you think is happening. All right, Dallas is going to become the financial mecca of the universe, it appears. So we recently
gambling,
heard,
Irving Pass?
Yeah, baby.
Which way do you want to go? You want to go gambling or you want to go stock or NASDAQ?
Let's do the Irving thing first.
Okay, so this is big news, and this is something that you heard first right here on Sean and RJ like a year and a half ago, I feel like, from one RJ Choppy, which is he had said, hey, Mavs, they're looking at that area over by Old Texas Stadium. That's where they would like to build their arena, casino, resort combo. Well, they finally got a victory for the first time in 2 months.
Hey!
The Dallas Mavericks ownership group got a dub. Irving barely approved, 5-4 vote, a zoning change on Wednesday that now opens the door for the plans of this potential Las Vegas Sands Corporation. So,
can you imagine? The Mavs are so bad that 4 people said, no, we don't want them.
So this is something that we genuinely had brought up and wondered at some point.
Don't want them.
Right.
Don't want gambling.
Well, that wasn't for gambling. That was just a rezoning for the Mavericks.
For the arena?
For the arena. The Mavs are so bad. Irving's like, 4, we don't want them. We don't want to be associated with them.
There are lines of red tape here to get done what Dumont, Adelson want to get done. This is like the first level of it that they've successfully now cut through. And it was narrow. It was a 5-4 vote. But basically, these two proposals now open things up as a possibility to where the things that they want to get done in that area are now feasible. And so if they're able to get stuff changed, legislation, then it's like primed and ready. We can go into that spot and do what we need to do. But this is the first big victory that they've had in a while. Mavericks CEO Rick Welts said last week that the franchise intends to stay in Dallas, wants to build its arena. He said, what we're saying to the city is we want to exhaust every possible option in the city of Dallas before considering pivoting to another location in the Metroplex. I don't think that's a possibility. Like, I don't think they can build in the city of Dallas a resort and an arena and everything. I don't know where they're going to do that.
I mean, they would have to find, obviously, eminent domain, but cities build stadiums in cities all the time.
Yeah.
But that was
find places to get the land.
Right. Well, it's not all the time in like cities
like that
proper.
Mavs facility / community beer company.
Mm-hmm.
That's right on 75, and bam. I mean, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, they find land to build all these high rises. I mean, they can find land.
Well, I know, but you got to think. You remember, it's an arena, it's a resort, it's a casino, and then it's all the parking and probably the entertainment. I mean, that's going to be a ton of it.
It's acreage. It's acreage.
The Cowboys had a ton of issues with Fair Park when they were trying to figure out, all right, how do we get things going with the stadium here before they ended up in Arlington. I think it makes way more sense to end up where they do near Texas Stadium if that's where they build it. But
I've always thought it's a great location. It's two highways merge there. I mean, it's
just have
it's
people
easy.
continue to land in DFW and think that, and then have to go to the stadium in Irving and in Arlington. People get so thrown off.
Dude.
DFW. I thought, DFW was number one right next to each other, within each other, and then the stadiums we thought were in Dallas. You have one for the two teams.
It's just like LA. I mean, LA, they get SoFi by the airport. You got Dodger Stadium further up there, and
it's not just like
Center.
LA. They have Luka. So
well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's the difference there. All right, the NASDAQ is planning a second U.S. headquarters. They're expanding outside of New York, and they are expanding to Dallas, Texas. This is based after the news that the New York Stock Exchange also had opened up another location or had announced plans for expansion into Dallas. This is a thing where Dallas, if you look at this story here to have the NASDAQ expand to Dallas, it's probably more symbolic than it actually is any sort of seismic activity for the economy here in Dallas. So a lot of different speculators and analysts are basically saying that what this will do is it'll bring some CEO jobs here, and it can bring some attention to DFW. But in terms of what's the impact economically for Dallas, they say that it's more a prop up that shows, hey, big businesses, Texas is attractive, not just as like a national hub, but like this can be a global economic conduit. You see all the businesses moving here. You see New York Stock Exchange expanding. Now the NASDAQ, like big companies are looking at Dallas and saying, that's where I want to be.
Out.
You're out? You don't want the NASDAQ?
I'm tired of growing.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I'm done.
I'm drawing the line.
Yep.
I'm tired of the traffic. I'm tired of the people moving here.
Yep.
Stay out. Stay away.
Amen. They're trying to put
rebuild California.
Yep. Trying to put buildings in my area. I don't want any part of it.
Yeah. I can imagine in Irving, I would have probably voted against that. I would never want a stadium or the resort casino right where I live.
Could you imagine? Like that is one thing. Like if you live like in Irving and it's a game day now and you're dealing with the added traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a massive pain. But this is the thing is that
you got to learn every back road. Like Ricky and Michelle, our family out in Arlington, game days. Like it's nothing but back roads.
That's it.
You
have to
can't
take the back
travel
roads.
the streets in Arlington on a game day. Collins Street, which is where AT&T Stadium is, as many
thank you,
people
Ross.
know,
Wow.
it's just a disaster. Like I told everyone,
West
do
over
not
here.
go over there on Sunday.
No, it was when you look at the expansion and everything else, they're talking about actually there was a lawmaker who said he wanted to start reterming the Metroplex as potentially expanding into the Red River.
Neighborhood Watch every Thursday. The most local segment you can get here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. A former Maverick talks about the beer that maybe was the beginning of the Luka end. Next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well,
I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Doncic feeling it. String music. The Don. I tell you, Luka, in 7 minutes, he's got 20.
Yeah, but what did he have for breakfast, according to Nico?
Right.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. Glad you're joining us as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. That is Lakers television with the call. And no Joker, no Jamal Murray, disappointing. No LeBron either. So Luka takes over, and the Lakers beat Denver to be the 3 seed right now in the Western Conference. Mavs had a crazy, wild ending against the Indiana Pacers, but they end up losing. And Tim McMahon on ESPN continues to say that despite a couple people in the building trying to tell Anthony Davis, you're returning, probably not the best thing for us right now, Anthony Davis is not trying to hear that, and the return is possibly closer.
Doesn't want any part of that, and I hate that. I'm glad he's getting healthy. By the way, a lot of people having problems in playing golf while he's hurt. I mean, okay,
with an abductor.
I get it. I mean, that's if you had when you're hurt, you can't play. People think golf is golf. There's a lot of torque that goes on with the body in a game of golf.
You're telling me.
Especially your core. That's a big part of it. The inner thigh.
And he was smoking a cigar.
I know. You can't have anything, no foreign substances in your body.
Right.
That's what they say.
That's what Nico says.
That's what Nico says. This was Luka after the Laker win last night, talking about his comfort in L.A.
It just feels like getting into a new home, Dallas was my home for seven years, almost 7 years. It really felt like home. So coming here, just trying to build a new home, and I'm getting more and more comfortable.
So that stings, and this stings even more. Luka trade fiasco is actually its own Twitter account on X. It's Tolo who sent this over to me. I'm just going to take his word for it. Anything that pours more salt in the wound and makes the Mavericks look worse, I'm just going to read it as fact. So that's my disclaimer. Minutes played. Luka, third among all players right now in the NBA. Minutes played in the 23-24 playoffs. First among all players. Why was this not brought up during any of the press conferences? So we're just talking about the number of minutes played, even though Luka has been missing some games. So I'm just throwing that out there to add more salt into the wound. Marcus Morris, longtime NBA player. His brother, Markieff. We know that name as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Marcus Morris sat down with a podcast with Kevin O'Connor, and he talked about the Michael Finley-Luka beer incident and took a lot of this drama back to that moment.
When I seen Michael Finley take that beer out of his hand, and I know a lot of people might not have looked at that, but as a player, I didn't like how that looked, right? Like, we just won, we celebrating to have a beer, it's cameras, and you kind of take that away from me. It's like almost you're trying to like hint at something, right? And I did as a player at that stature, I didn't agree with that. I didn't agree how they kind of try to paint that picture. So now, fast forward, you kind of painting that picture the entire time that he has a drinking problem, that he's overweight, right? And I don't feel as though that has anything to do with his play. Yes, he was injured. A lot of players get injured all the time. A lot of players take a long time to come back, but his production level is through the roof. So how do you sum up, okay, it's time to trade this guy? Like, how did that come to your mind?
It's amazing when you look back at certain lighthearted moments. At the time, we're like, business not done. Michael Finley setting the tone, setting the standard.
We ain't done yet.
We ain't done yet. And now you look at it through a different lens.
You do.
And it could have still been that. Michael Finley needs to answer that question, really. Someone needs to get to Finley and ask him that. Like, why did you take that beer?
Yeah, he's absolutely right. It does set the tone that there's a drinking issue. That's exactly how it would be perceived by many. I think that's how I looked at it. Like, there's two ways to look at it. Either he has got the issue and they feel he has the issue, or they're doing the literally we ain't done yet.
Well,
then they've got to do it to everybody else.
We were also throwing it out there. They just didn't want him to do it on camera.
Okay.
Not that he had a drinking issue. Like, hey, not here. Job not done. Don't look unprofessional. These were the theories that were being thrown out.
But, like, this is the same organization that had their head coach drinking a beer in the postgame, the hallway on camera doing his postgame interviews. When, Nelly was here. Nelly would be in a postgame. It'd be in the scrum. and he would just have a beer. It was just very casual.
Different regime,
different era. It was very casual, though. To me, when you clinch something and you're celebrating, you ain't celebrating with ginger ale. It's champagne.
Well, look at a baseball clubhouse afterwards.
Right, it's champagne.
Marcus Morris, part 2 of Luka getting dealt and the beer incident.
And then, not only that you trade him to the LA Lakers, a team that you have to see every year, 4 times a year in the playoffs. So what do you think is about to happen when he goes to the Lakers? You think he's going to be, who you think? He's going to be Luka Doncic 0.20. He's going to kill. He has the best player possibly ever. Now he can see the work ethic. Now you can see what goes into the day and day of being greatness, right?
Jake on the fan text, Luka looks like the MVP. MF for saving the league with ratings for sure. He's the most valuable single player asset the NBA currently has. This guy is amazing. Biggest conspiracy in Dallas since JFK. We might have to wait 50 plus years for the Luka files to come out. So a very good text right there from Jake. And Bobby, I had the same thought last night as you did. You have these random moments that hit you, and I just say to myself, like, they traded Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking yesterday while watching him go off in this first quarter, or when he hit the crazy trick shot. I'm like, they traded, like, Luka Doncic was traded. Whenever I see a stupid Shams recycle of that tweet and all the stories retold, it just comes back around. I think I'm gonna view this, not to downgrade my parents, but it'll just randomly hit me sometime when my parents go, like, my dad's no longer here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My mom, she's not here, and it hits me in the sports way of Luka Doncic is not. He's not coming back.
We were talking about this. What's the 30 for 30 going to be called? Is it going to be called they traded who? Or Shams was hacked? Or just simply the statement, they traded Luka Doncic?
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest problem here is you take a look at it, and it's like, when I see him playing this game, like, I see it and I go, like, this doesn't feel real. This feels like an alternate universe where I traded a player in a video game or something. The thing is that it hits you, like I said, at those random spots where you go, how? Like, how did we end up 8 weeks ago? How did we go from 8 weeks ago where this team was at and where this franchise looked to be heading to where we are now, where he's not here? Nobody's here. You don't know what the future is. You feel like you're at odds with Dirk Nowitzki, who is the most loyal athlete to his team, arguably, in the history of modern sports. And you've got him on the outs now. You've done all that in 8 weeks.
You needed, if you're Nico, and I'm saying this, with what would Jerry say? A little wink here, a little smile on my face.
Yeah, I'm smiling while I say
You
this.
needed Luka in Betty Ford a week after he got traded. You needed him in rehab, and you needed the Lakers defense to completely fall apart. And neither are happening.
Nope, it's definitely not happening on the defensive front. All of a sudden, the Lakers are playing some of the best defense in the NBA. Not all, thanks to Luka Doncic.
And now all of a sudden, it's been happening.
Yeah.
Not all due to Luka, but I was told, like, you can't have a great defense if Luka's on the floor. That's what Nico Harrison seemed to believe. The Lakers defense, this is from ESPN. They had an article up yesterday talking about how the Lakers have turned things around defensively. It started the turnaround on December 31st when they acquired Dorian Finney-Smith, another former Maverick. They were 21st in defensive efficiency before that. They are 4th in the NBA in the year of 2025 in defensive efficiency. That's how they've just completely changed things over. Now, they've added some different role players along the way, different other defenders that they're working into the mix, and a big change for JJ Redick has been, all right, we're not going to worry about the three-point shot nearly as much. Like, we're not worried about, like, oh my gosh, take it away. Give it up a little bit. And specifically for Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves, he's told them, hey, I'd rather have you sag off the perimeter a little bit, give them some room to breathe, that's fine, if it'll help us off the dribble. Because what's killing us right now is you guys getting blown past or different things like that. We can live with the math, the odds of them making a shot with a little bit of room on the three-point line. What we can't live with is just getting sliced and diced on the interior. So that has been a big scheme change for them. Well, how has that affected Luka? According to ESPN, Luka is the third best isolation defender in the NBA among qualifying players since he made his debut in LA. The efficiency numbers in terms of points allowed per isolation is the third best rate in the NBA out of the qualifying players since he got to LA.
Gosh.
So it's almost like if your organization just would have been proactive and here are the ways that we can address these things. And, let's make lemonade out of lemons. Let's just not look and say, you got to fit this box. You got to be this way. You make things work when you're talking about a once every 2 generations talent.
So they were the football defensive coach who forces his players to switch to a 4-3 when they're really 3-4 guys.
Since his debut on February 10th, he leads the Lakers in points, rebounds, assists, steals, threes, and plus minus.
Are those like important stats?
Oh, were you the one who retweeted the Luka 3-pointers made stat about Kobe?
No.
This was out there last night that he already has, I don't remember the number of games it is, but it's something like 10 games. 10 games with at least 3 3-pointers for the Lakers or something like that. He's the first Lakers guard to do that since Kobe in 2013. And he's done it in a month.
I mean, I still can't believe it. They traded him.
877-881-1053. Maybe we'll bring you some good basketball news for your wallet, as Stephon Marbury is here to save RJ Choppy.
Starbury. That's right. The Starburys are back. He is bringing back the shoes that cost just $15. He plans to relaunch these very affordable sneakers that he dropped back in 2005. And he is going to bring, he announced them in 2005. They made their debut in 2006. And he is going to bring them back. So that's what he wants to do for basically $15. And after 25, going into 2030, he wants to see all these shoes for the next 4 or 5 years come on out. I can't wait for this. I just hope they're popular because the Kids Buy was popular.
Well, what I was thinking when you said this was your kids are going to dismiss them because they're $15. But you said, no, they're judging it just by the look.
Yeah, they judge it by the look a lot. Like, like LeBron. Like my kids don't have the LeBron shoes. They've never actually asked for them. They've asked for.
So you're telling me they'll go in and really just pick it. The price won't really factor in their mind?
Not necessarily. Now, Luka, his whole basketball team picked out the Aunt Pearls, the Kevin Durant ones. They're all pink, right? So they just picked those out. But like Julian last year, like he's never asked for like LeBron's. He was like, these are the Giannis's. This is what the kids are wearing. And then this year, he's like, all his friends wanted the Sabrinas. So they're wearing WNBA sneakers now.
And how much are all those?
The Giannis's, they weren't crazy. They weren't like $125. But they're not 15. They're not 15.
I mean, these Marburys look pretty good. The New York Knicks colors.
I get down with those.
Can you walk in a store and know exactly, like, do you have a taste for what your kids would like or not like fashion-wise
I don't even bother.
or sneaker-wise?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I have no idea. I don't even try.
Yeah.
I was thinking about buying like Christmas stuff. I don't even try with that, man. Like, just here, go to the store. We're gonna go together, and you're gonna tell me what you want because I'm not gonna go back.
You can't for your girls.
No, I can't. Absolutely. I don't even get involved in any of that. That's all. That can be all Kristen. I did have to just text Peyton and ask him. I was like, "Don't cheat. I just need to know if you know who Stephon Marbury is." So we'll see if he actually knows that. I bet you he doesn't.
Well, he's going to cheat.
But no, he's an honest man,
and he's going to look.
Although he's in Boston now, and he's turned into a real jerk.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. They might stab him if he asks a masshole on the street about a New York Knicks out there, like the St. Patty's Day parade. Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys is coming up at 8:40, but has DFW taken over food at the Masters? Next on Sean and RJ.
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron's called?
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
(214) 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thanks to Tolo Diego, who sent us the menu that's getting a lot of props at the Masters. DFW's very own Scotty Scheffler has come out with the list of cuisine for April 8th, 2025, and we have it for you and your approval or disapproval on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Appetizers, the Scotty Scheffler menu, cheeseburger sliders, and firecracker shrimp. I'm of the opinion
Sounds good to me.
You can never go wrong with firecracker shrimp. I think it's an undefeated appetizer.
I think shrimp in general is fantastic.
It's not as expensive as cocktail shrimp, one of the greatest ripoffs out there. It's not just St. Elmo's. It charges you $5 a shrimp anywhere. You go and get shrimp cocktail, and you're getting ripped off.
Yep. They were good shrimp. They were good size. You know,
Yeah.
not like not anything like crazy big.
Yeah.
But they were fantastic. It was just expensive.
He also has meatball and ravioli bites on here. All right. First course, making it Texas, as Gavin Dawson would say. Texas style chili, cheddar cheese, jalapenos, and corn chips. So he may be going with the Frito pie here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think you got to throw Fritos on it.
I've always preferred saltines over Fritos.
Okay,
with chili.
that's fair.
Okay. But either way, Texas style chili. That's the first course. Then the main course. I think there's no argument. It's the king of steaks. He's going with the wood-fired cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish.
Either way, I love a good redfish.
You got a surf or a turf option with family-style mac and cheese, jalapeno cream corn, soy glazed Brussels sprouts, chipotle lime, roasted sweet potatoes. Are we all good with the entree options?
Yeah. Yes.
How you gonna go wrong
other than
with it?
fish.
You can't go wrong with either one of them. I'm a filet over ribeye, but it just depends on what mood you're in. Do you want the redfish or do you want the ribeye? Are you playing golf the next day? Playing the next day? I don't know. I mean, a ribeye might stick in your gut a little bit. You get the morning poops out of it. You never know.
And that man's come off a bail and been able to hit his tee shot. I don't think he's worried about that.
And then Dave Portnoy was doing backflips over the dessert, saying this should be a staple on many more menus. Scotty Scheffler's Master's dessert, the warm chocolate, as RJ would say, chocolate chip skillet cookie with vanilla bean ice cream.
I mean, you can't go wrong with it. It's tremendous.
Warm cookie?
Warm cookie's great. I do think I would prefer, and I do prefer.
Should he have put Bluebell on here?
I mean, that would have solidified it.
Yeah,
that would have solidified it. A good brownie I think I like brownie with ice cream better than chocolate chip with ice cream.
Yep.
But the brownie, I'm a nut in my brownie guy, right? And I got to have nuts in it and the giant chocolate chips. Got to have both of them, right? I like to have both of them inside, baked in.
Yeah, the skillet cookie's really good with the ice cream on top. That's a really good option. The only thing is just, is that going to be just brought out like immediately warm and then you're going to devour it instantly? Because if you let that thing sit for too long, it hardens and then it's not really the same experience.
Yeah. It's a great menu. It's a great menu. I'm positive I've seen it up before.
Really?
Let us go back. Let us harken back to Scotty Scheffler's 2023 Masters dinner. Cheeseburger sliders.
Oh, no.
Firecracker shrimp.
Oh, no.
He did have tortilla soup. That was good.
Okay.
The main course, Texas ribeye or blackened redfish.
Oh, gosh.
And the dessert, a warm chocolate skillet cookie.
Scotty.
What's
he's used to that jail. He's used to those jail meals every day.
Right.
The same thing.
Same thing.
He's used to that jail cuisine.
He's having it served on prison trays and everything. Yeah.
Change something up. Be a little original.
Look,
come on now.
This is
unoriginal.
They got rid of the tortilla soup.
Yeah. This is a meal that is completely safe. There's consistency all over this meal.
I bet Augusta got rid of the tortilla soup.
Yeah. There's consistency.
The blackened redfish was close.
Oh.
They said no, blackened.
And they went, oh, okay.
Augusta.
There is consistency all over this meal. You can't go wrong. Like, nobody hates anything. This is like the Snickers bar of meals. Like, no one says no, right? It's a solid. Is it the best I've seen? I mean, they had.
Is there someone renowned for having the best Masters menu?
Everybody loved John Rahm's. I can't pronounce half of it. It's a lot of it.
Is this the one
Spanish.
we had Peyton pronounce?
Yes, it was. It looked phenomenal. The Matsuyamas had miso glazed black cod.
Oh yeah,
Miyazaki Wagyu.
Ooh.
Japanese strawberry shortcake.
How high can you wait? The golfer has to pay for this?
Yeah, the golfer. I believe the golfer pays. They pay for this.
Yeah, because that's their tradition. You know, that's what
you win, you pay.
That's exactly it. By the way, following up on last segment about Stephon Marbury, Peyton texted back. He has no idea who that is.
Wow.
That's what he said. He said no idea. Who is that?
Danny Willett had. Let's see, mini cottage pies, a pot roast, and an apple crumble, and then coffee and tea. Jordan Spieth
what is cottage pie? Pittman put up a video of that the other day. I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
Is it like a shepherd's pie, maybe?
Maybe.
Cottage pie. Yeah, it's like a shepherd's pie, basically.
I really like shepherd's pie.
Jordan Spieth had authentic Texas barbecue. He had a choice of beef brisket, smoked half chicken, pork ribs, barbecue baked beans. I guess it wasn't a choice. He served all those. Ooh. And then he also had a warm chocolate chip cookie with ice cream. Bubba Watson had Caesar salad, chicken breast, green beans, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, corn, and confetti cake.
God. Where's he from?
Bubba Watson, Alabama, Georgia.
Exactly.
Bubba said sorry, Adam Scott said he ordered off the menu that night. So there you go.
All right, so there it is. Scotty Scheffler with the DFW menu for the Masters. That is getting a lot of praise. Bobby with the wildest story of the week.
Yeah, this is not somebody who's getting a lot of praise. Brittany Fortenberry. Ever heard of her?
Nope.
Well,
nope.
There are plenty of people around Indiana who have. A married teacher who is being accused of relations with several young boys would allegedly make her barely teenage victims wear scream masks while they participated in their time together. Former math teacher Brittany Fortenberry.
13-year-olds know what scream is?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Julian wants to watch it. Every time we go to watch it, it's like he just falls asleep.
There's Brittany Fortenberry, by the way, on the fan cam. You've got her one picture along with the little mug shot there. She's a former math teacher, and she had many of her victims that she met at 2 different Morgan County schools in 2024 while she was serving as a substitute teacher. She's a 31-year-old math teacher, and 5 new alleged victims came forward. One of the boys told police Fortenberry reached out to him after a separate misconduct investigation. She spent $600 on him and a group of boys, then had them wear the horror movie masks while she just had herself a time there in the
With
home.
multiple students?
Multiple 13-year-olds.
Wearing scream masks.
And made them wear scream masks. In fact, one of the boys said that whenever they would say, like, yeah, I don't think I'm into this. I don't think I want to do this. She would just kind of pull them over, and the line she gave to them, apparently, according to police, was, just let it happen. That's what she would tell these kids. So this is not just like a lot of these stories you hear about, and somebody will say, I'm in love with her. Like, they'll say they're in love with the teacher, or the teacher will be like, oh, I was just being so stupid. This one sounds like the boys are like, she was like predatory and insane.
Did she have them wear the mask for like to conceal identity or like a fetish?
No, like a fetish. She fetishized it because they watched a horror movie before, and then she would have them do it. Another victim said that Fortenberry would offer between $100 and $800 to each of the boys for photos of themselves. So, Brittany Fortenberry.
Well, you got to get what she told the police. The excuse.
So here's the thing, and this is you know what? Maybe she's right about this. This isn't so bad. She's blaming her actions on her 150-pound weight loss. She had told police that she knows what she did was wrong. She doesn't think she would have acted that way if she was still heavy. She thinks that she just...
Yeah, because none of them would have touched her.
newfound confidence, and she felt like, hey, I can really pick up these 13-year-olds now, I think. And so she said that 150-pound weight loss is what really triggered this. She would have acted differently. It sent her down a life of debauchery as soon as she was skinny and ready to mingle and go out on the town. So watch out. If you want to stay loyal and out of the crime, you need to put back on that 150 pounds.
Don't just bang the erasers.
Gosh.
All right, Chop, your favorite story of the day?
All right, I like this one. This is coming from Antarctica. So there is this research lab in Antarctica that is very, very difficult to get to. You've got to go to South Africa and then take a boat to Antarctica, and then you've got to trek through the snow and the ice and the polar caps and the, dodging the penguin poop that's everywhere. Well, a story comes from this Antarctic base where one of the researchers that's on this team got... Oh, your phone's ringing.
Children's Medical Hospital, never a great sign.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
Okay, are you worried?
No, I think my wife would have told me. It's probably for some appointment next week.
So... one of the researchers that's there on this base, and there's a team of them there, became violent and threatened to kill everybody there. And you are completely isolated, and you have to go through months and months and months of mental training just to get approved, like an interview process, to get approved to go here because you are there for a year at a time. They're not getting picked up until December. It is about to be winter. Because they're on the southern hemisphere, so their seasons are flipped. They're about to go into just cold, 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 and darkness. So everything they say in Antarctica, it's crazy because you're completely alone. You just have the people there. You're cooped up inside, and when you do go outside, everything is completely silent, and it's all white. You just see white for days. There's no trees, nothing.
So Augusta again,
and people kind of go a little bit bonkers, and this guy did, and they can't get anybody out of there for at least 2 weeks. That's how long it takes to get there, but it's also difficult to get there because you can't even get there right now anyway because of the weather.
No amount of money.
These poor people. Yeah, how long could you last?
No amount of money to go be there, live there, do anything else. I like Kristen all the time. She's like, wouldn't it be nice when the kids go off, we could go move out to the country? I'm like, no, I don't want anything that's it's a 15-minute commute to go get groceries or anything like that. I would go crazy.
Do you consider where I live country?
No, it takes a while to get there, but it's not.
Are you judging country by distance to other life, stores, or environment like woods and cattle and farmland?
If it takes me 15-minute drive to get anywhere, including just to get groceries.
Oh, okay.
Or if we're talking about it's always a trek to just get back to normal civilization.
Yeah.
That's too much. You're not too far from a highway. So it's
to me it's
not.
So you're always preferring a city.
Yeah, I need to be just near
things,
people and
near
things. Yeah.
This, I don't know, for $100 million, I mean, could you do a year here? I would say I would give it a shot.
No.
I would give it a shot. You would probably go crazy though. I mean, this is straight out of The Shining.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally the plot of it. Although at least there they had a house and some people to talk to in the bathroom.
And the bartender that was not really real, but he talked to him.
Yeah.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franco LaFranco Injury Attorney text line. Thank you for listening to the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on your official home of the Texas Rangers and your NFL football team. 3 veteran additions. 3 additions the Cowboys can still make to jumpstart their roster next. And below the belt right here on the Fan. But here's an adjustment.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on your Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Could these three veterans be the solution for the Cowboys' Vegas problems as massive underdogs behind the Bears, the Vikings, and Tampa, several other worthy teams?
San Fran.
Yeah, exactly.
Tearing it down.
Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Over at The Athletic, John Machota has an article up. He talked about 3 free agents who he feels like they missed out on, and then 3 free agents who he thinks that they could still tap into as we're in this second wave of free agency. Guys they missed out on, like you mentioned, Dre Greenlaw. That was the linebacker that they really wanted. That was the one that they thought, all right, that'll solidify us. We'll be good there. He ends up signing with Denver. Christian Fulton, the corner. Poona Ford, the defensive tackle, who ended up with the Rams. So you got guys who you were hoping for, banking on, missed out on them. These 3 are going to address the position of defensive line, wide receiver, and corner, which are all areas that I think we still have as relatively significant needs.
Wide receiver 2 to me is the scariest. That's the scariest need.
Yeah.
It's a big-time need, and it's a big-time position, and they have not addressed it. Now, could they have? Yes.
Well, they've tried with Tolbert. They're going to try to sell us on Mingo.
God, they try. That's a tough. That might be Jerry's most impressive sales pitch of all time. If he can get that to land.
Mingo?
If he can get it to land. Now he's not going to be able to.
They tried it with Gallup.
Yeah.
They've tried.
Yeah.
Cooks.
I talk about this offseason. Like they haven't really, they didn't get who they, who was out there, Adams and Cup.
Well, I mean, they were for a while there. They were prioritizing receiver way high because they was like, all right, we got Cobb, Gallup, Cooper. All right, Cobb's out. We're drafting Lamb. It's Lamb, Gallup, Cooper. Like they were putting resources in there, and then they just kind of shifted away from it in the last couple of years.
Yeah, because of Dak.
Yeah,
Dak's money.
And so he's eating too much of that pie. Why don't you cut back on some of the pie? Nico would never let that happen. When you look at their receiver setup right now, if I told you they're going into training camp, but this is the group, this is who they have. Sorry, you're going to deal with it. Are you wanting Tolbert, who you probably feel like you know a little bit more of what he is, which is not great, but you probably think he's better than Mingo, versus giving Mingo a shot of a guy who just, I don't think he's very good, but I also just don't know about him. Would you rather they roll with Mingo or Tolbert if they were to enter camp right now like that?
I guess I'll lean Mingo. I guess I'll lean Tolbert.
I think
Tolbert for me.
I think Tolbert's probably Mingo. I think part of what they like about him too is just, and he did show this on tape last year when he was here. He was really good in the run game, and so if they are wanting to establish more of the run identity and do some different things there, then he could be effective in that effort on the perimeter.
Did Lockett officially sign yet? With the Raiders, I couldn't. I know there was reports that he was like heading there, but
I haven't seen.
I never saw anything official.
No, there's nothing that says he signed. There's just stuff about him.
Let me give you a scouting report from one of your colleagues.
Oh, okay.
At the NFL Network, Ted McMillan.
Love him.
That's all we keep hearing about.
Mm-hmm.
Ted McMillan. Go ahead, get him. 12. Steve Smith, NFL Network, with his scouting report.
The T-Mac evaluation for me, my humble opinion, is, he's a #1 ranked wide receiver, but he's not the #1 wide receiver. I think he leaves a lot of plays on the field.
Okay.
I don't think he has the ability to dominate like his size is. I think he's a jump ball guy, but I don't see his route tree being very elaborate.
Okay, well, Steve Smith's like Tiger Woods. As soon as he stops getting his affair people, I guess he just loses all of his ability.
I cannot think about Steve Smith without seeing the photo of him taken like from below.
I've seen his evaluations. I'm not a fan. Clearly, we all just saw his evaluations recently. He could do better. All right, if you want to go,
you're not agreeing with any of that.
No, I think Ted McMillan is really, really good.
But how could I'm dumbing this down? how could a possible Hall of Fame wide receiver, NFL analyst, look at film? Did he say three things, two of the three you disagree with there? Or are you just boiling it down to whether you think McMillan's good or not? What about what he actually said?
I think it's really impossible to look at things on his tape and say he leaves anything on the field. Like, I think that there's very little that's wasted in Ted McMillan's game. I think that's an awful criticism. Sometimes I feel like receivers can either be, and this is the case with anybody who plays the position. I feel like somebody who's played the position before can either give you really great insight, and then there are other times where, like, the competitor in them and the way they do things is going to come out a little bit, and they're going to be a little like, yeah, that guy's not, I wouldn't do it that way.
Yeah.
I don't like that guy. And so I think there's a little bit of that.
That's fair, because you probably do gravitate to players who play like you in terms of what you like.
Sure.
And, it's just, there's a bias. There's a built-in bias there.
All right, so here are the players that John Machota wants them to go after. And we'll start with the receiver position. Keenan Allen. He said the Cowboys had some interest in Cooper Kupp before he signed with the Seahawks. Dallas never was going to be a player at that number, but Allen would be more affordable and could give the Cowboys a much-needed number 2 wide receiver option. Keenan Allen, last year with the Bears at his age 32 season, 70 receptions, 744 yards, 7 touchdowns. He's had before that, leading into that year, he had 5,000 receiving yard seasons in 7 years leading up to that.
So I am actually surprised at Keenan's numbers. I thought in looking them up, they were going to be worse. Keenan Allen has always been, a solid pro, but hurt.
Yeah.
Injured. 15 games, 70 catches. How old is he?
He'll be 33 next year.
You know what? If you can get Keenan Allen on the cheap, I'd be down for it. I thought his numbers were going to be worse for this, playing with a broken system in Chicago, no line, and a rookie quarterback.
Lucky for you, I actually have prepared salary numbers, so you can actually make a judgment based on what the money is. All right, Keenan Allen, I tell you the deal is 2 years, $20 million, $16 million guaranteed. So it's $10 million a year. And you are locked in for you're probably going to be locked in for the full 2 years.
10 a year? Okay. What do you think? How much more expensive is Diggs going to be?
Man, the longer they
give me the contract for Lockett, because I'm looking at Lockett and Keenan as my 3.
Yeah,
and hoping for a better 2.
My thought is Stephon Diggs probably 15, 16 a year.
Okay.
I would guess Lockett around 8 to 10, maybe less because he's pretty much slot only.
Okay.
Would you rather have Lockett or Keenan? And keep in mind CD working out of the slot.
Probably Keenan, because that allows CD to play in the slot more.
Take it for what it's worth. Keenan Allen's average yards of separation this past year was 3. Pretty good. Lockett's 2.7. So other people that were at, Jamar Chase was at 3. Justin Jefferson was 3.1. Amon-Ra St. Brown was 3.1. So take that for what it's worth. Lad McConkey, 3.1.
All right, 2 for 20. I'm in on that right now.
Chop.
I can't be too
for
greedy.
Keenan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like Lockett better still. But if it was only Keenan Allen, I would do 2 for 20. They're going to have to find a way to draft somebody, I'm sure. They're going to.
Yeah, you would think.
It depends on the class and how high you want to go.
Of course, if it doesn't go their way, you know what they'll say. We spent a 4th-round pick on Jonathan Mingo.
Right.
That was one of our draft picks. Asante Samuel Jr. at corner, one of the darlings of the Cowboys draft coverage Twitter sphere 4 years ago when he was coming out, and somebody who has played decent with the Chargers, but had injury issues recently and has still had some of his struggles at times in coverage. John writes that he's another starting caliber cornerback. Says it's somewhat surprising that Samuel hasn't been signed. There are some health concerns, but he's a quality player when on the field. 25 years old. He's 5'10", 180. Smaller build. He would probably play a lot of your nickel. He'd be the Jordan Lewis replacement. Asante Samuel Jr., I tell you can have him for 2 years, $19 million, so 9.5 year.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and lie. I have not watched Asante Samuel on tape or remember any of his highlights. That's why I go to PFF for these things in these conversations. He had a 59.3 PFF grade. That's not good. 131 out of 222 corners. That does not mean I'm saying no.
Right.
I don't know enough about it.
I don't know enough about it. I mean, I'll tell you this. So there are some teams that say he's a former first rounder. Let's take the former first rounder, right? There's a pedigree there.
Yeah, he's not. But
Right.
yeah.
I know. But the pedigree for him is obviously his name. And you have to ask yourself, how much does it matter growing up with a professional athlete father of the same position, same sport, everything? Where does that give you a higher IQ in that sport, which could help you along the way?
Sure.
I think in baseball,
he's 25.
Yeah, he's 25 years old. He's really small. And so there are concerns about him holding up over time because, just a slightly built guy who'll have some injuries.
What do you think? What's the money?
It'd be 9.5 a year for 2 years. So because the corner market, that would be paying above what he's probably worth. But it's because the corner market right now is really expensive.
It's jumping. I mean, look, you're going to have to get players anyway. Do you want rookies at that position?
Screw it. Yeah, sign him and then get somebody in here to compete and figure it out.
Yep.
And then the last name here along the defensive line. Ooh, an old soul. Calais Campbell. He turns 39 in September. Continues to be productive coming off of his 17th NFL season. John Machota says that Campbell ranked 6th by PFF among all interior defensive linemen last season.
Wow.
He can still play kind of a little bit some flexibility across the defensive line. Just steady contributor last couple years. 5.5 sacks, 6.5, 5 sacks. So 1 year, and I tell you $8 million.
And I'm tired of I succumbed to RJ Choppy's ageism on too many defenders, like the Bobby Wag. RJ was right on running backs, always right. Nothing matters but the quarterback. But I gave in to these. My gut wanted veteran leaders like a Bobby Wagner here and there to bring in, not just to play, but this locker room obviously needed it with the Micah and Tank crap. Calais Campbell was number 1 according to PFF in run defense grade.
Wow.
And 86. His overall grade was an 82.3. That tells me he can still play. Seems like the right type of dude everyone loves. I'm in.
And how old is he?
He'll be 39 in September. This will be year 18.
He on that LeBron program.
Dude, there's a chance we were in college at the same time.
Did he go to Tennessee?
No, he didn't. I'm just saying, at the same time.
There's no way, is there?
I don't know. I mean, he could have been.
Year did you graduate?
02.
Yeah, you definitely were not in college with him at the same time. You're 45.
Okay, so yeah, but he was there late. He was at college late. Calais Campbell got there in 04, so you were close.
Close.
He got to Miami in 2004, but I would be in on this one. To me, again, you've got resources, you've got finances available to be able to spend a little bit because you've missed out on some players. You've got to do the best you can to cover some of these contingencies because you cannot just lean on, let's make sure the personnel department just picks us starters all the way through round 6. That's going to screw them over,
It does.
I can't just lean on that consistently.
1 year deal. Yeah, you get it for 1 year.
Which is all I think he wants right now, I'd imagine. So,
and you in on that?
Yeah, I'd be in on that for $8 million and just say, hey, let him come in here and be somebody to disperse knowledge as well to the young defensive lineman.
Below the belt on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys, Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get to all the gambling, all the picks, all the bets, and our official bracket reveal with the show punishment with the madness kicking off today. Next on the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lane between the rings. Works on the right-hand dribble. Attacks. Kick out. Right corner. Hunter three. It's good. Tie game.
And then the kick.
Then the intro. Come on, Ross. Come on. Don't pull a Pepe, baby. He's been losing the perfect games.
He had a perfect game.
Same
going.
moment. Same moment.
Yep.
Last 2 days.
9 o'clock.
And it wasn't the was it Armando Galarraga? It wasn't him when Jim Joyce blew the call.
Well, I could tell.
Wasn't that?
I could see the blank look in his face in the commercial break. I said, highlight intro, highlight intro, highlight intro. And I could tell. Are you a coffee drinker, Ross?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Okay.
You are? Because
yeah.
it's never made when we walk in when you're in here.
Well, the biggest thing right now is I don't know that we have coffee right now.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, we just don't have water.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure about that because
For just 34 cents a day.
Because literally this last weekend, I don't think we even had the ability to make coffee. So I literally brought coffee in. What was that? Yesterday morning.
But so you're bringing in 1 cup?
Well, no, it's like a good portion of the pot. I'm living with my parents at the moment. They always make coffee, and so I took a good portion of the pot both of these days and just filled up. Got one of those like little Yeti cups or whatever.
Yeah.
A thermos, yeah.
Thermos.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's all you're having for the morning.
Well, I mean, and a little bit of breakfast, but yeah.
No, but that's
From the coffee perspective.
That is all the
what
coffee
I'm trying
I've
to
been
get
drinking.
to is that's maybe why you're shutting down.
Yeah, wears off.
Come the final hour. You got to go in there. Choppy's got coffee for you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fresh pot in there right now.
Yeah.
Man, say less. I'm going to do that in the next break.
Good to go. The first 4 is over with. Thank God. Get these first 4 games out of here. They were fun. Not for Bobby and Sean last night. I'm really petrified today because we play today, Tennessee. We played Wofford, and they have a player named Kyler Filewich, who would be the tournament darling this year. So it's just our luck that we're playing that team. He is the guy who shoots the free throws granny style.
Oh, that's
underhand.
awesome.
Yeah, he's 31%, not very good.
Oh, 31% under, and he's still doing it underhand?
And he's still that's how bad he is overhand. Regular.
Wow. I had
Bo Kimball shot better than that left-handed.
I had the freaking stinking Texas Longhorns. I should have known them to pick my most hated local college school into the Sweet 16 against RJ's Vols. Thankfully, they allowed me to change things up this morning instead of screwing me when I can't go back.
Yeah, Texas had an 8-point halftime lead. They were up by double digits a number of times in this game, but they wind up losing 86-80 to Xavier. A lot of people speculating, Bobby, that Rodney Terry is going to get the ouster
out of here. Yep,
in Texas.
He had been the interim after Chris Beard got fired, and these last 2 years it just has not lived up to their expectations. But I did see noted Longhorn alum Clarence Hill complaining about this on Twitter, saying, "Everybody, calm down. Rodney Terry's doing a great job. We're not good. We shouldn't swap out anybody."
Clarence is the Mickey of Austin, so
Yes.
everything's going to be positive and undefeated. By the way, I have a basketball note coming in right now. Don't look.
All right.
How much did the Boston Celtics just get sold for?
Oh, they got sold? Was Phoenix? They got sold for $4 billion.
How much was the Mavs sold for, RJ?
3.6? Was it 3.6?
I don't know.
I will say $9 billion.
9? Holy crap. I mean, we were throwing out 10 for the Cowboys.
All right, I'm going to say...
Oh, the Cowboys get 15, 20, I think.
Let's go with $5.5 billion.
6.1. Surpasses the Commanders for the highest sum ever for a North American sports team. Shams with the news. Bill Chisholm, managing partner at Symphony Technology Group, 6.1 billy.
Okay, 6.1. A little lower than I would have expected, obviously.
By $3 billion.
I think I may have overshot.
Just a little bit.
I think I may have overshot that one. If they do move on from Rodney Terry, they will not get Will Wade. Because Will Wade, what do you think of this story? He is the head coach of McNeese. McNeese has a game today against Clemson. And by the way, that's Will Wade's alma mater is Clemson. So he's coaching against his alma mater. But yesterday, the news came out that he is leaving for NC State. How the hell do you do that? How does this happen before the tournament? I've never seen this in college basketball where a coach before the tournament already announces he's leaving and he's going to go and take another job. How do you let him coach?
What was last year? Who did they fired a coach before the end of the season? What was that? And did they make the tournament? I can't remember, or if they were just close. But yeah, we've seen changes before.
Yeah, we've seen like Steve Fisher. That's when he was at Michigan. They had fired somebody who wasn't like he was going to leave for Arizona State the following year. I want a Michigan man. That was the whole boat. I want a Michigan man to be the coach. But Will Wade is moving on to NC State, who fired their coach 1 year after making the Final Four.
Wow.
They made the Final Four last year.
And now they're making the change. You got to do that whenever you get a recruiting violator come open like that.
Yep.
Taking their motivation from the Mavericks.
That's
Final Four, not good enough.
It's not good enough. Final two wasn't good enough. Now, to be fair to Will Wade, he has said he doesn't want any of his coaches complaining about the transfer portal. He goes, because if I can do it and we can do it as coaches, then they should be able to do it too. So credit to him on that. So it's not technically talking out of both sides of your mouth. I just don't know, how you just can't, as a school, how nobody could keep their mouths shut and how this leaked out. I feel bad for these kids. You can't let this leak out right before the game.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd, but especially odd. Just not that he's leaving, but they're also identifying where he's going.
Yeah. All right, you want to do a little degenerate picks?
Yes.
All right, here we go. So I tread lightly first round. Okay. So I don't necessarily go in terms of as high a dollar as I might. Sweet 16, that's where we hammer it because we've got a feel for the teams and they're not as volatile. Like I said on Monday or Tuesday, generally you'll have maybe one upset in the Sweet 16. That's really about it. You get a ton on these first couple of days. I like the under in a lot of these games. Louisville, Creighton, under 145.5. Both teams are outside the top 100 in pace. So you can go on Sharpside Basketball website. It's got a great graphic about pace and tempo.
Both slow it down.
They're slow it down teams. High Point plus 7.5 against Purdue, even though Purdue has one of the best players in the tournament, Braden Smith.
Maggie Gray was all over that this morning on Maggie and Perloff. She's all over High Point.
All over High Point. Okay. I also like the under 152.5. Both teams are outside the top 200 in pace. So slowing it down. Drake, Missouri, under 132.5. Drake is dead last in tempo. Missouri is outside the top 150. This thing might be if this thing might be 55-50. Omaha plus 18.5 in St. John's. Omaha is going to get out and run. St. John is not great at defending the spot-up jumper, and spot-up jump shot percentage is a great way to get an upset and to look for those in the tournament. And I like Yale plus 7.5 against A&M, and I like the under 138.5. I'm taking Yale to cover. Both teams outside the top 100 in tempo. And I'm looking at my thing here. I do believe I also have Yale pulling the upset.
Oh, look at that!
And you got to have a 13, right? You got to have a 12.
And you're very down on A&M right now.
Am I?
You were talking a lot of mess about them. You said you thought Texas killed them.
That's right. I did think that.
All right. It is time to unveil the morning show bracket selections without Peyton Russell. The loser.
I have Peyton's. Okay.
All that matters is you don't come in last place. The punishment this year is, and for you 5:30 a.m. club members, you will be rewarded or maybe punished. Whoever comes in last has to host an entire half hour from when we used to start the show by themselves. 5:30 to 6 a.m. You got to sit in here. You got to come in early. And if you don't wake up at 5:30 to hear it, we'll replay. We're going to replay it later in the show anyway. We're going to replay it.
And then Hagee will say something about it.
To torment that individual. That's right. Hagen has a problem with all of the way we structure our show. So solo hosting, 30 minutes, 5:30 to 6, and we'll see how ugly it gets.
Okay, now, a couple of questions revolving around this because ultimately I'm going to be the one doing it. Can you use Peyton?
No.
So you just have to speak like you're on a podcast?
Yep. Like Peyton's not even here.
Not even there.
You cannot go back and forth with anyone.
But
you can't have anyone on the phone.
You're going to have to be Paul Harvey.
No calls, no nothing.
You can't even take phone calls?
No. It's solo.
Well, I mean,
you can't have any help.
That's part of a solo show, I would think. Audio cuts. Can you use audio cuts?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we limit it? Because
you can't have a 5-minute audio cut.
That's right. No. That's
can't
fair.
have a Jason Garrett story.
It's within the normal confines of how we would do an audio cut.
No more over the course of the half hour than what? 2 minutes of audio played?
Yes.
Okay, no more than 2 minutes of audio taking up the time.
Okay.
Now, who do you think's the most terrified of this? Peyton. I think if Spittle's listening, he should be terrified of Peyton.
I think Peyton's going to lose this bracket on purpose because he's like, I get a half hour to host. Like he's going to be all over it.
Because hosting by yourself, I mean, I've probably done it the most of anyone in here. And
Carrie on the YouTube says, please don't lose, Bobby.
It's so much easier to talk with other people. It's bad, man. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw it. Reset your thoughts. The ums and ahs would be magnified times 30.
Oh, my gosh, so much.
I mean, people are always like in radio when they're like, all right, you're hosting a solo show, just pretend like that sign on the wall is a person. Because you're going to start talking like a broadcaster again.
Yeah.
And like this, it's not normal conversation because there's no one else in here. It can suck.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying.
Yeah, you have to be like an egomaniac like Colin Cowherd to talk for 3 hours by yourself. But now he's got his little pigeon.
Jason McIntyre right?
to talk to like that.
The answer is me and Choppy are most terrified of this. I don't want to do this at all. And that would be the day I'd wake up late again.
I honestly, I have nothing to say. I don't even know how I do this job.
All right, let's all go with our Elite Eights and narrow it down. So I have a lot of 1s and 3s. All right?
Nothing wrong with that.
I have Auburn, Iowa State, Florida, Texas Tech, Duke, Wisconsin, the Armpit, and the Volunteers. Houston is terrifying me. I end up with Auburn, Florida on one side, Duke, Houston, wussing out with the top seeds, and Florida beating Duke in the championship.
Okay.
All right. I did try to go with a lot of RJ's formula throughout for the upsets and just try not to come in last. So the Florida Gators over Duke.
All right. I have my Elite Eight, Auburn and North Carolina.
Whoa!
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my, I like it. What stones?
I know, right? Florida.
How much is the NCAA paying?
I know, right? Florida and Texas Tech.
All right.
Duke and Alabama. And in the Midwest, I have Tennessee and Clemson.
Okay.
And then my final four is Auburn, Florida, Duke, and Tennessee. And then I have Florida beating Duke.
Okay. All right. So we got the same championship and winner.
There's some similarities here between our brackets. I've got Auburn and Michigan State. Then I've got Florida, Texas Tech. We all have Florida, Texas Tech. Duke and Alabama. And then I've got Gonzaga as the 8th seed against Tennessee. And then in the final four, I have Florida over Auburn, Duke over Gonzaga, and then Duke beats Florida.
Go Paytons?
Yeah. Chalky. Is there white dust coming off of it? Like a Michigan baseball player?
There's more white dust than up Mitch Voigt's nose right now. The Michigan baseball player.
Like Rage's prep sheets.
In the South, he has 1 seed Auburn against 2 seed Michigan State. In the West, 1 seed Florida versus 2 seed St. John's. In the East, 1 seed Duke versus 2 seed Alabama. And in the Midwest, 1 seed Houston versus 2 seed Tennessee.
What a coward. What a little coward.
And then is it 1-1-1-1-1-2?
No, he has Auburn, St. John's, Duke, and Tennessee, and then Duke over Auburn.
Boy, he did not listen to you. Because you said St. John's can't be... You're not going to be able to get St. John's. That's one of the teams that you said. There are rules that say they can't get down that far.
Did you follow RJ's tips to a T?
I did. Now, the only thing I think I picked just under on the upsets. Because when Texas lost, I picked Illinois over Xavier. But I've got, like, in the first round, I'm trying to see the biggest upset I have in the first round. I've got VCU over BYU. I've got North Carolina beating Ole Miss. And then I've got Colorado State beating Memphis and Arkansas beating Kansas.
All right, let us know your final four and who is ultimately going to win it here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Let's change overtime, automatic first downs, playoff seedings, and the tush push. The NFL rule proposal. See which ones you're down for after this.
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece and the return of Corey Majors coming up at 9:40. The station out and about today. Roberto, where are you going to be for the madness?
I'm going to be all around the place, and I'll be updating on my social media accounts, but I'll probably be out at Twin Peaks earlier this afternoon. I'll probably stop by see Chop while he's out.
How do you not know your location yet?
Because I've got a call I've got to be on at noon, and depending on where I'm at when I take that call will then depend on where I go from there, because I've got to run errands after I get out of here. So it puts me in a bunch of different places. But I'll be at Twin Peaks. I'm probably going to go by Derby and see Will Chambers at some point, and then where Chop is going.
In Frisco?
Yep. I'm going to be
all over the place.
I'm going to be crisscrossing.
I'm going to be hanging out. I'm going to go to my buddy Rex's bar in Fort Worth, Rex's Bar and Grill.
It's going to be like a G-Bag flag tour. Yep. I'm just going to be running around.
Because then tomorrow, G-Bag, and I'm going to go out there as well. Will's coming out there tomorrow, too. We're going to go to Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers for lunch and watch some tournament games. The G-Bag's there, too.
All right, so it all starts today. Bobby Belt looking a little bit nauseous in the commercial break.
Yeah, we got a tweet, and it was, who sent this over to us? It was Steve. So Tolo Steve Allen said, another person mentioning Omari and Hampton to the Cowboys at 12. And this one is it's a little upsetting. It is Dane Brugler in a podcast interview with Robert Mays apparently said, hey, Genty, it's looking less likely he'll get to 12. If he's not there, keep an eye on Omari and Hampton. So this is now several different people who keep connected. I'm hoping it's just people connecting dots and going, they need a running back. Let's just put him here.
Yeah, I watched him yesterday, and I was like, all right, I'm not seeing this home run hitter burst of speed. He kind of looked like DeMarco Murray to me. He looked smooth, but I wasn't going wow by any of the highlights that I had watched.
Is he big? Like, tall?
He's so no. He's not like super tall. He's like thickly built though. He's like I think he came in at 5'10", and it was like 215 or something like that.
You mentioned like he looked like DeMarco Murray, like
6 foot 220.
Not super fast. Like he didn't look fast, didn't pop on tape. And I was thinking like I wonder if like guys like based on their size look different. Like Robert Smith was a very smooth runner. He did not like look like he was a burner. He could run away from you, but he didn't look it on tape. Like Curtis Martin, same thing.
Well, could Curtis Martin run away from you?
Well, he ran to the Hall of Fame.
Well, that doesn't mean it. That doesn't answer the question.
And literally at 4.5 yards a pop like that. He was so consistent. That's what it was. It was consistent.
Yeah, I'm talking about explosion. You were talking to me yesterday that they wanted an explosive option to draft.
Yeah, he's not one who like is going to turn the corner and burn.
And DeMarco
like
was 6'1", 220.
Yeah, so, and look, I mean, now to be fair, we all think of Pollard. Tony Pollard was, okay, that's a home run hitter.
Yeah.
Pollard ran like 4.52. He was not but there's a difference between time speed and like game speed and the way that you run. I agree with you. When I see Omari and Hampton run the ball, I don't look at that and go, oh, that's somebody who's just a home run hitter threat all the time.
So you think I could be a pro scout probably?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. At least with running backs.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see about J.J. McCarthy. We'll see how he come down there this year.
It won't be difficult. Watch what I do. Speaking of 40s, Jalen Milroe lighting it up yesterday.
How about that? Jalen freaking Milroe. Now, there were a couple of different reports as to his number, but NFL Twitter account posted 437.
That was the common number you're hearing yesterday. I think the initial unofficial time people had yesterday was like some people were like, oh, it's 434. But I think what settled down was you're starting to hear like 437, 438.
Man, he really is a freak athlete.
Yeah.
Like he really is a freak
It was
athlete.
Backyard ball Alabama. It was snap it to him and let him run around.
I really need a better handle on his hand size. It's jumped. It's gotten bigger, and they stretched it out. Is he going to get the same hand treatment every day to make his hand size bigger?
Yeah.
No, that's just you're trying to game the system.
Right.
You're just trying to get something on the record.
You're trying to game the system, and it's like, holding on to the football is a thing. You got to do it. You got to find a way to hold on.
I mean,
is he fumbling the ball on his own, or is it getting knocked out? Again, Jared Goff, same question. Everyone now is taking Jared Goff as their quarterback.
Right.
How often out of 50 throws does the grip on the football get compromised for Jalen tossing it? That's the question to me. It's not just with fumbling the ball. It's also like cold weather, rain,
throwing ducks.
Yeah,
because you don't have a great grip on the ball. Because
Yeah.
if you ever just take us, like we don't have big hands. I mean, I kind of do.
Yeah,
but
I do.
No, it's terrifying for me. So like I'm fine. I'll include the hand jokes if you want on the fan text, whatever. I don't care. If I'm holding an NFL football, I have to hope that when I bring it back,
it stays.
It stays.
Yeah.
That is terrifying. If it stays, I feel good about throwing a football.
Right.
But it might not stay.
Yeah. You've got to grip it differently. You've got to grip it harder.
Yeah.
And, just like, even if you have, let's just say
and I'm going to have no chance with a wet one. Zero.
Right. let's say you have 9.5, 10 inch hands. All right. Even if you have big hands, get a one size smaller football, how much easier it is to throw, how much further you can throw it, how much more control you have, how much less wear and tear on your forearm than it is just to throw it. So the bigger the hands, obviously the easier it is.
Watching him throw football is hilarious. It really is.
He's
fun.
got a hose, a cannon. It's just Donovan McNabb looks like Troy Aikman next to him sometimes.
It's just the ball will, and I mean, I remember I was talking to somebody, not this past year, so it was the year before, who had been out at Bama practice and watched him. And they were like, I've never seen a big-time college quarterback skip so many slant throws in practice against air. I've never seen it before.
And is that grip or is it
could be
ability?
Yeah. I mean, is it just that's what they'll try to figure out. Is it a mechanical thing? Is it a grip thing? How much of it is correctable? Josh Allen used to sail some throws at Wyoming. It was some of the throws he'd make. You were like, where the hell were you trying to put that football? They would sail on him. But again, it was stuff that was correctable, stuff you thought you could fix. That's just what they'll have to ask with Miller. For me, I don't think it's fixable. I just think he's a bad thrower. I don't think he throws the football very well.
All right, NFL rule proposals that came from different teams yesterday.
So 3 teams gave us 4 rule change possibilities. All right. First one comes from the Green Bay Packers. Their rule change proposal to prohibit an offensive player from pushing a teammate who is lined up directly behind the snapper and receives the snap immediately at the snap.
Tush push.
That is the tush push.
Yeah, that's exactly how I want it to be written as well. You cannot push the quarterback from behind. You cannot have a running back assist. As soon as you do it, it's a 10-yard flag. It's not going to get passed, I don't believe, but I think it should.
Yeah, unsportsmanlike conduct. That's basically what it should be.
I actually like it.
What?
Why?
I thought you like what? You like the rule proposal?
No. I would keep it. I don't necessarily like the play, but I would keep it. I do think it falls on the sour grape side to get rid of it.
All right, well,
okay,
here's
but
the deal.
what rules in sports that have been dominant do you not view as the sour grape side? Usually something has changed because
it's sour. Yeah, I get it. All the rule changes that the Colts asked for back in the Manning days with the Patriots about clutching and grabbing. That was sour grapes. You couldn't beat them, so you tried to change the rules.
All right, well, here's what needs to happen then. If they're going to keep that in place, then they've got to figure out some other solution than what they were threatening to do in the NFC title game with the Commanders, where Philly's just standing up there doing their dumb hard count for 8 offsides in a row until a touchdown was threatened. It's like, all right.
And then the Commanders are going to get punished with a free touchdown.
Just snap the ball. Like, let's get going. Let's stop playing.
That was stupid. I didn't know this was a rule. Did you know that the NFL used to have a noise rule?
Yeah, Neil O'Donnell once tried to invoke it against the Lions. The Lions, Pontiac Silverdome was getting so loud, and it was just for 1 year. It was like the old review and pass interference. They threatened to penalize the Lions for the crowd being too loud to where Neil O'Donnell couldn't hear the cadence and snap the ball.
Crazy, right?
Stupid.
So stupid. Speaking of the Lions, they proposed 2. First one is to eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty imposed for defensive holding and illegal contact.
So I do hate when it's 3rd and 17 and it's a illegal contact with him right after the 5 yards at the 5-yard spot and it's an automatic first down. I hate that. I'm like, all right, that crime, that penalty doesn't deserve that type of reward. But I also don't want to go the other way that you're worried about.
Yeah, the other thing I'm worried about is that, like, if you just make it a 5-yard penalty and not an automatic first down, if it's 3rd and 17, you have no worry about being overly handsy and actually doing that illegal contact, because it's like if it gets called, it's now just 3rd and 12, and if it doesn't get called, you're off the field. So I don't love that. That I think could get kind of out of hand.
Yeah, I think it's overcalled in general. The contact is overcalled. But if you want to, again, like Sean's talking about, I hate the idea of how a 5-yard penalty is an automatic first down. So if it's 2nd and 10, well, if that's just 5 yards, why does that all of a sudden give you first down?
Yeah.
That shouldn't add up to me. So
I would sign off on that, or I would heavily consider that one.
The next one, also from the Lions, is they want to end the idea that just winning your division automatically gets you a home playoff game. They want to make it so winning your division just gets you into the playoffs. That's the reward for winning the division. I like this one. So they don't want to have a situation like last year where a 14-win Minnesota team had to go on the road to a team that lost 4 more games than they did.
Sure. That's if you want to seed them by who's best, fine. Because we were talking about this during the break. Sean, what do you think Detroit, Minnesota, and Green Bay, what do you think their record was outside their own division? Collectively.
Last year, collectively?
4 combined losses.
29-4. Green Bay was 10-1. They went 1-5 against the North. They were 10-1 outside of their own division. So you are penalized. I mean, if Minnesota and Green Bay and those teams come out like with better records than somebody who had an easier division,
I'm fine with it.
Yep.
I'm fine if you want to change that.
I am too. I like it. And finally, the Eagles. To align the postseason and regular season overtime rules by granting both teams an opportunity to possess the ball regardless of outcome of the first possession, subject to a 15-minute overtime period in the regular season.
Fine with it. I'm not going to sit here and be fake and pretend like I'm thinking about the player safety in my mind. I'm more about the fairness over the player safety of it, and don't get screwed during a regular season overtime. Give both sides a chance. So I'm fine with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still have. It's an unpopular take. I still would just honestly have them play another 15-minute quarter, but this is at least better, and especially I don't like the 10-minute thing. Extend it to 15 and give each team a possession.
Around the NFL, here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, it is the return of Corey Majors, and we have a final way for you to bet on the start of March Madness today. We'll bring it to you with KNC Crosstalk after this.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybelines? No.
Nutmeg Maybelline.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hobbs on the midcourt logo with 5. Works to the right slot. Crosses over on Sprouse. 3. Good! Dallas Hobbs put both hands over his head. He untucks his jersey. He stares into the crowd.
Some of the action from last night on True TV as my American University Eagles.
Sorry, buddy.
Eliminated, wiped out. We lost our big man like 14 separate times. And then the Texas Longhorns, who I had advancing to the Sweet 16, trying to blow up my bracket already and blowing their 8-point lead.
All right, let me ask you a question about that. What round do you have to have had a team going to lose in the first round for you to consider your bracket busted? Because I really hate when like your first team loses that you had losing in the second round. You're like, my bracket is busted.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No,
Well,
you're fine.
To me, I have to be more specific with the answer. If I lose, Auburn, Florida, Duke, I'm actually not as worried as I would have having Texas. If it's a big gamble I'm taking with a team going to the Elite Eight, then I'm petrified.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because I said it makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
Like UC San Diego, if you've got them going to the Sweet 16 and they get clipped in the first round, you're not done for, but that's going to hurt because you took a gamble and it didn't work out.
Now, when it comes to our bracket, do we want to do the scoring 1 point for the first round, 2 for the second, 3 for the third, 4, 5, 6?
I need to go back and look how we've done it. I just want to do it however we've done it in the
64
past.
points for the winner, 32 for the final 4, 16, 8.
See, I think the 1 through 6 is a much better gauge at who did a good job because it also rewards you for how well you navigated that first round.
Yeah, I agree.
Whereas the other one,
it's just pick the winner.
Yeah, you could have a garbage bracket, but you believed in Florida all along, and you're like, hey, you won.
So we did in the past. We've done
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
you get
6.
the first round winner right. That's 1 point. Second round is 2, and it goes down the list until you get to the champion. The champion is a 10-point. For getting a winner.
Even that makes sense.
We did 10?
That's fine.
I thought we did 6.
10. No, because it tracks down until you get to picking the winner. Then it's 10.
So the ultimate loser has to solo host.
The whole show?
For 30 minutes.
Oh,
5:30 to 6. You got to come in early, and you got a solo host.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's
Is
fun.
Bobby going to make it if he loses?
Yeah, you'll be
He said
late.
he's going to be late. He thinks Peyton will intentionally throw it now to get more airtime.
Smart.
It'll be me.
Yeah. Do you
man.
think Peyton's smart enough to do that?
No.
Well,
Okay.
he picked
To
all
lose on
ones and
purpose?
twos.
Huh?
To lose on purpose?
Well, he already filled out the bracket.
Yeah, he picked all ones and twos
Yeah.
at the,
You know,
in the Elite
seed
Eight.
hasn't been in the championship game in 9 years.
Oh, crap. I got to
2 seed?
change mine real quick then.
Did you fill one
this year
out?
Either.
Yes. Just now.
Yeah, I did too. So on,
A little
on our
haphazardly,
company
but-
one, or the 4131, that's this building. They
Give our address out. Yeah.
North Central
Jim's here.
Expressway.
Jim knows.
Yeah.
Jim's joining us today on the show, by the way.
And Jim wasn't going to say a word.
He won his bid for KNC for a day from Peace-a-thon, so he will be with us this afternoon. I forgot what I was saying. It's been a few days since I've done radio.
Yeah.
Oh my God! This is the most.
Wait, hang on. I want to see who knew what Corey was saying. Who can finish? I want to see who was paying attention. Bobby, you go first. Don't say it.
I don't have it.
You don't have it?
Nope.
I was looking at Peyton's
Look at
bracket.
this.
I was
This is the
trying
attention.
to-
I'm relying on you. You're my dependable one.
He was going to fill out the bracket for the work challenge.
Oh yeah, the work challenge 4131.
There is an autofill option.
Yeah, there is.
And I was like, what? So you can just do it by seating?
Yeah.
You can do it by whatever.
Straight
Like,
ticket?
yeah. And there's like random or extreme random. And I was like, this is great. Just do that.
So you did that.
Kind of. I went based on the historical seating, and then I kind of adjusted after I was like, that's stupid. Why would they do that?
On the point of busting your bracket, I did have Purdue in the title game the year they lost to Fairleigh Dickinson, and I didn't lose our bracket. So you're not ruined even if you have a title winner.
That
in
is
there.
very impressive.
I'm gonna. Peyton's bracket is troubling.
Oh,
It is troubling.
Because it's so chalky.
In the first round, he has a 10 over a 7, New Mexico over Marquette. He has a 12 over a 5, Colorado over Memphis. He has a 10 over a 7, Arkansas over Kansas. And
What's troubling?
that's it. Those are the only upsets he has in the first round. That's it.
That would have been right a couple years ago. A couple years ago, there was I think just 3. There's 2 10s and an 11, and those were the only upsets we had. So I mean, it could happen.
He has no upsets in the second round except a 6 over a 3, BYU over Wisconsin.
How far did he have Texas going? Because he filled this out before last night.
And he would have
I
had them losing. Then,
He
right?
had let's see, he had Ole Miss. He had Illinois winning either way.
Okay.
My autofill picked all the 9s over the 8s, every single one of them.
Really?
That hits more often than not.
Okay, all
well,
right then.
Bobby had the female challenge as he had his wife fill out a bracket because
baby.
you know what happens a lot of times in these office pools.
Yeah, you get the basically I just told her, I was like, hey, the ESPN lets you pick 25 brackets. So
They do?
Yeah, they let you pick up to 25 brackets. So I was like, I need you to just fill one out and just guess, because it really doesn't matter. I'm trying to throw as many different combinations at it as possible. Here are some of the teams that she had ending up in the Elite Eight. She's got Creighton versus Texas A&M.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Or no, that's Sweet 16. Creighton versus Texas A&M. Lipscomb 14 versus Bryant 15.
Oh, baby.
Usually a top 4 seed loses in the first round.
Number 8 UConn versus number 12 Colorado State.
I hate UConn.
She's got Texas Tech.
Colorado State's like a sexy pick.
Yeah, they are.
She's got Texas Tech versus Arkansas. That's fine. Georgia, number 9 versus High Point 13 in the Sweet 16.
Hell yeah.
14 Montana versus 10 Vanderbilt.
Vandy.
And then, in fact, she doesn't have a single number 1 seed getting to the Sweet 16.
Wow, even the Sweet
That's
16.
amazing.
So what did she do this based off?
Oh, my God.
It seemed like she was doing it based off of, did she like the mascot name or not?
Okay.
All right, I get that.
So like
Like
Montana
Battle of
went
the Beast?
far. She liked the
Gotcha.
Grizzlies. That carried her a lot of way. She liked Huskies, so UConn went pretty far. And then at the end, I think she just
That's
leaned
why she
on.
married Bobby, Grizzly Husky.
She leaned heavily on the Texas angle by the end because she had Texas A&M versus Tech in the Final Four, and she picked A&M to beat Oregon in the final.
In the final? Man.
Wow.
That'd
Corey,
be crazy.
Not a Duck fan.
how was Denton?
Denton was fantastic. The weather was beautiful for a walking campus tour.
Oh.
So we first did the general tour, and then the second tour was the College of Music. That's amazing, dude. UNT's College of Music is wonderful.
It really is.
I went to
Really
their
good.
journalism school there, the Mayborn School of Journalism. I was the first person to graduate with a sports degree there.
Wow.
Or sports certificate, yeah. And I was excellent broadcasting student or whatever.
Excellent.
I'm
broadcasting.
great at
It's
it.
like UNT is like the NBA Hall of Fame for broadcasting.
It is. There are a lot of people. Hold on. Just anybody gets in.
That's where the chops UTA
Anybody gets out of
Anyone
there,
gets
too.
in, everyone gets out.
But the College of Music, man, that's interesting. For the track that he wants to get in, they let in like 15% of their people that apply. So he has a lot of work to do. We looked at Columbia on a virtual tour, and then we're going to Columbia in Chicago, the School of Music in Chicago.
I was like,
and then
okay.
Belmont is this week as well.
Belmont.
And then we're going to, in May or June, we're going to go up to Boston, Berkeley, College of Music up there. But yeah, he's very into production.
Production.
He loves producing. I mean, his Spotify, he already has,
Why don't you get him up here, do some stuff for y'all's show.
He got one song that got over 13 million listens or something like that.
Damn.
Yeah, like he making money on it. And I was like, dang, dude.
Have him take Medford's
He
spot.
actually has sent me a...
Oh, my God.
Shots fired.
He has sent me a song that he wants me to be as like the background for the C Block, but I don't know if I can legally do. Can I do that? It's his song. If
he made it, what are you copywriting him?
Well, I don't know how all that stuff works.
We get an Odyssey email next to the buffer one saying Corey Major's child. Do not replay. Do not use. Do not cite or reference.
But it was really cool, man. I was really, really happy to see him, like, as he was seeing it and experiencing it.
Yeah.
He sees the curriculum. He's excited. So it was fun.
What's coming up on the program?
We do have Jim joining us today. Jim is going to be
No, sorry, I've started watching this True TV show, and that guy's going to smash in that other dude's car with a pipe.
We start off the show with the big dance. We get your upset picks right out of the gate, and then we talk. Are we really talking Mavs today?
Not really. Look at the rest.
Oh yeah. Are you invested in the MVP race? Because that's going to be important right there.
Oh, that other guy had a gun.
And at 12:20 today,
talking
during
about
the
True TV?
Expressway, 40 minutes of uninterrupted sports content, courtesy of Jim. What's the best in-person sports experience you've ever had, and why was it number one?
Maybe it was the venue. Maybe it was the game, the outcome.
Is the tournament the best thing for you guys to watch live TV-wise during your show? Is there anything better?
I don't think it's going to be good. Kevin will be watching Duke, and then Cooper Flagg will get
They don't
hurt
play
and won't be
until
able to
tomorrow.
work for the rest of the show and say stuff like, I love.
Sometimes the World Cup falls really well with our show, but in terms of a consistent every year,
Day baseball is
this
pretty
is it.
good.
Yeah,
Day baseball.
this is it.
I got some Bet Online final odds coming in. Total game-winning buzzer beater shots. The favorite.
So
Total game.
they're not counting it where it's like there's 0.1 left.
Yeah,
I guess not. Buzzer
guess
beater.
not.
The
Buzzer
favorite is
beater.
0.
You are correct. Bobby Belt minus 300. You taking the field or an SEC team?
Oh man,
I'll take the field.
Field is the favorite at minus 140.
Oh, that's
Real
pretty
quick.
close.
What was the buzzer beater? Yes. Odds.
The
For
buzzer
one.
beater, it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4.
What's one?
No,
One is 5-2.
5-2. Okay.
National championship winner, the field, or you get Duke and Auburn.
I'm going to take the field. I saw this
Field.
bet this morning, and those aren't the two I would have picked. Like, I would have gone Duke and Florida,
Duke and
but
Florida.
I understand Auburn's the top overall seed.
What will happen first? Bill Raftery says onions, or Kevin Harlan says
Up high, down hard.
bang. Bang is his. I thought that was
That's a Mike Breen.
Breen.
Mike Breen's the double banger,
Yeah. Kevin doesn't bang.
right? Onions or bang? Or bang the
I'll
onions.
take onion.
I'll take onions.
Bang is
Bang.
minus 140. Will Drake pick Drake to win the national championship?
He should.
Yes is 25 to
He
1.
should.
Who will President Trump pick to win? Is he filling out a bracket like Obama did?
Ooh, I don't know. Was that always a thing that the president filled out
I
a
don't
bracket?
know.
I don't think it was.
Yeah.
He took time. I took time away from the office.
JFK's like,
that
we
doesn't-
choose
yeah.
these schools to advance.
That doesn't feel like
Not
it fits
because
Doge.
it's easy, but because it's odd.
He's going to pick Florida.
Good job. Why'd you say that?
Yeah, that makes a lot of
Florida.
sense.
What a wonderful
lives in
governor,
Florida.
Ron DeSantis. Okay, he's a
He
wonderful
hates
governor.
Ron DeSantis.
I know.
When will the last perfect bracket be busted?
3 o'clock.
Yep.
Today.
Round of 64 minus 500.
There's so many of them. Somebody will make it through today.
Yeah,
I
know,
think.
you're right.
All right, let's let the fellas take over. The return of Corey Majors with Jim on the KNC Masterpiece. Enjoy today. Next on The Fan.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey, you're back. And I'm a little concerned because it says that my login to the computer is no longer valid.
I'm replacing Kevin.
So, Alec, what I'm going to do is I'm not smart at following directions. If you could text me some assistance, I'm not allowed to log on to this computer. But you've got me, Kevin Hageland. You have the return of Corey Majors. We have the famous Alec Medford. And joining us today, I will let him decide if he wants to reveal his last name or not. It is Jim. Welcome to the program. Do we have a mic up for him? We do not. All right, we'll get to Jim in just a second. So the IT department is really effing us all over to start this show. And I also blame Sean and RJ for half-assing this system and not having things ready to go for us, because that's what we do for the G-Bag Nation. So you've got me, Corey, Jim, Alec, and it is the first day of March Madness. Alec, what is your excitement level? Because I think these are the two best days in sports.
I tend to agree with you. I was watching some of the early action last night with some buddies at a local taco spot, and everybody was already so thrilled and so hyped to watch a bunch of schools that they didn't even know existed.
Sure.
So, when people are that excited for stuff like that, then I think I'm excited for the games that people actually care about and people actually know what the hell is going on and who is playing. So, yeah, I'm excited for the action to get started for the teams that I've actually watched because of your recommendations the past couple of weeks.
One of my cousins in Chicago, she sent me a screenshot. She was listening to the podcast and she said, last year you told me this team I'd never even heard of in my life would win in the first round. And they did. So I'm taking your advice. And I was like, oh, that's nice.
How'd they do for the rest of the rounds though?
I think I had them out after the second round.
Oh no.
So
was that good or bad?
Yes, that was good. And they were out. So boom!
Just got a message from Mooney to Mayor on Twitter, and he said, I can't wait to see Corey's perfect NCAA bracket again this year.
Oh, man, I forgot about that.
I can't guarantee that this year's is going to be perfect because I did something different this year. Last year, very specific, used my formula to knock it all out. Wouldn't let Kevin see the bracket until the very end. This year,
which you understand led me to some questions.
Yeah, I didn't understand the questions, but I mean, like, it's just me, Kevin. Come on. But the thing is, this year I kind of did some autofill. I want to try something new, see how it works. I might do multiple brackets and just autofill all of them with different versions and see how that goes. It could be fun. So I just want to try it out, something new. It's every year doesn't have to be the same thing. If you lose your bracket every year, okay, if every single year you're losing and you don't understand why, it's you. Let somebody else do it. Let somebody else, let a computer fix it for you. All right. I'm used to winning these brackets though. Perfect last year.
And now that I learned that Bobby said ESPN will let you fill out 25 brackets.
That's awesome.
That is kind of awesome. So it gives you a lot of freedom if you want to play around and do the things and everything like that.
Or you can print out 25 of them or 100 and just fill all those out.
Okay. So I'm not going to say what you're telling me. That's what you guys do. So my understanding is that if you're willing to put in the work, you can impress people by filling out all these brackets by hand and then just taking the best of them, throwing the rest away, and maybe before the Sweet 16, whatever you think. You present them to people and you're like, this is my bracket.
See, this is the one right here. I've had this one the whole time. And here's what you do. You do the smart thing. You take a picture holding it and the newspaper from that day. So that people know, or just get the newspaper from that day and just like hold on to it for a while. You know what I'm saying, Kevin? Yeah. Cheat the system.
What?
I don't know, man.
Man, that was a lot of information to start out. Now, what I want to know from the people today to start this off, what is your biggest upset pick? 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. What is your biggest upset selection? Let's just say for the first round. It doesn't necessarily have to be today, but today or tomorrow, what is your biggest upset pick? Then, to go along with it, I've got some locals to watch in the NCAA tournament. And who do you think has the easiest path to potentially the Final Four.
Like local players, like local
Correct.
people. Okay, interesting.
Correct.
I'm excited about that.
Where would you like to start?
Let's start with let's start with the local kids. I want to know who all the local products are. Jim, how do you feel about that one?
Sounds great.
There you go. Jim's on, baby.
Man, you know what I would have really liked? If Jim took a stand straight away and he's like, no, Corey, I don't like that. Let's go to upsets. And I'd be like, oh my God, we just set the tone for the day.
Then he drops an F-bomb and we're like, okay, Jim.
Okay,
look.
well, Jim knows, you remember, in the contest rules or in the auction rules, I said that you're beholden to FCC regulations.
That is
and
right.
violation of that would forfeit your spot.
Okay,
So,
all right.
I mean, maybe I'll give you another shot. I said the F word once.
From the 817, Alec's biggest upset is Corey showing up to work today. You know what, Alec? I gave a lot of thought and reflection to how it was last week, and it might not change. But you know I still care about you, I hope.
Do you really?
Because you thought when he said reflection,
Yeah.
that it was going to be.
I got to be me. You know, that's the thing. I can't not be me, and that's what I have to do. So
Okay.
I appreciate that Alec is here rocking along, baby.
I'm sad.
Keep it up. All right. So who are the local kids, Kevin, that I need to keep an eye on?
Locals to watch in the NCAA tournament. I'm going to sneeze real quick.
Bless you. He still has never done the God bless you while he sneezes. He even knew that was
Psyched
coming.
me out.
All right.
That's true. KJ Lewis, sophomore for Arizona, went to high school in El Paso for a while, but then went to Duncanville, played senior at Duncanville, averaged 16 points, 9 rebounds per game, while helping the team go 29-1 and get the number 2 ranking in all of the country. Liam McNeely from Connecticut. Now,
I already like KJ Lewis's name better than Liam.
okay,
I'm just saying.
let's put that to the test because he has a Plano tie.
Oh, okay. All right.
But he did go to a lot of different high schools. So Liam McNeely went to Richardson Pierce, J.J. Pierce, then John Paul II, then finished up high school in Florida. So a lot of bouncing around there. Jacoby Coles, who plays for Grand Canyon. I know you guys already knew that. He went to Denton Guyer. This is the one to watch because I don't know how I lost sight of this.
Jacoby Coles?
Jacoby Coles,
Gotcha.
and it's with a K.
Gotcha.
Capital K, by the way. Fun. Here's the one I want you to be aware of. Zuby Ejiofor.
And spell it?
Zuby Ejiofor.
Say it again.
Zuby Ejiofor.
One more time.
Oh, I can say it a million times.
So far, you've said it twice the same way, so I'm pretty
Zuby
impressed.
Ejiofor.
All right.
You know why I'm going to stick with that pronunciation? He was on the same basketball team at Garland High School as Brandon.
Nice.
Did Brandon tell me that Zuby destroyed him offensively? Or, excuse me, when he tried to go on offense? Yes. But Brandon said when he was on defense, there was a time or two out of the many practices that they did where he was able to stop him. He started at Kansas because he's awesome, but now is at St. John's. And he is a player for St. John's. He's not just on the team. Like he is, I think you make a strong argument. Their second best player. Maybe other people feel differently about it. You know, I'm going to throw this one out there. Trey Johnson for the University of Texas. Possible top 5 pick in the upcoming draft. Somebody maybe the Mavericks would look at. He went to Lake Highlands and then also Link Academy. So
if he gets turned out to be good, the Mavericks would just be like, trade him. Don't care anymore.
Yeah, they don't care. They're trading to get Kevin Durant. You know it. I know it. I don't have to like it. You don't have to like it. But here we are. Wade Taylor IV of Texas A&M. Now, he's a graduate student. And I'm not going to lie. It feels like he has been going to Texas A&M for 8 years. It really, really does.
Since AC Law was there, huh?
Yes, actually, kind of. He plays for Texas A&M.
Quick question.
He's from Lancaster.
Quick question, Jim. Wade Taylor IV. Is it 4 where you stop, or do you go on to the 5th, 6th, and 7th? I feel like 3rd is usually the most, but the 4th, is that where you stop at?
I think 4 is where you stop.
4 is where you stop, Kevin.
So
Is that just for names, or do we feel the same way about movies and the like? Do you think 4 is a good place to stop?
I think Fast and Furious has really given us understanding of just keep that thing going. Just keep the franchise making more.
As long as it makes money, who the hell cares?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, it's just for names.
From the 945, I believe this person is being sarcastic. Liam McNeely, a high school player transferred to Duncanville. I am shocked. I don't think they are shocked.
I feel like Tony Romo today, by the way. Every time I talk to Jim, I say Jim. And so I think I'm just going to rock with that today. Oh, this is going to be fun, Jim.
Zurich Phelps is also on Texas A&M. He is from Duncanville. JT Toppin for Texas Tech. He went to Oak Cliff Faith Family.
Connected to Obi Toppin at all?
You know what? I feel like I should know that, especially since he's probably their best player. Almost definitely. He's their best player. Somebody's going to, text in and be like, actually, I disagree, but I'm going to go ahead and
He's the younger brother.
He is? Okay.
Yeah, is his younger brother.
Okay.
There we go.
I feel dumb that I didn't know that. Miles Rigsby, he plays for Troy. He went to Irving MacArthur and O.D. Wyatt in Fort Worth. And then finishing it up, Tyler McGee for UC San Diego went to Denton Guyer. So there's just a look at some of your local kids from the 817 biggest first round upset. Colorado State defeats Memphis. Dude. I will tell you this. We went over this earlier this week. I believe in 12 of the last 13 years, a top 4 seed has lost in the first round. So if you're feeling spicy, one of those top 4 seeds in one of these brackets historically says they're going to lose in the first round.
Memphis is a 5 seed.
That's right.
But 12-5, isn't that the one that everybody gets all hyped about?
Yes.
Okay.
And 12-5 is good to get hyped about, but dare I say, if you've got a good feel for one of these 13 through 16s, or probably
Maryland
13
or
14.
Purdue.
Yeah, if you think one of them is primed for an upset, history says you will get one of those upsets.
It's got to be Arizona
in the first round.
Arizona always lets me down in the tournament every year.
Okay, this is what I'm nervous about. I picked Michigan State to go to the Final Four. The last time I picked Michigan State to go this far is when I picked them to win the championship, and they lost in the first round. So I know everyone's like, oh, Tom Izzo always gets it done, and I hear you on that, except for when I pick them.
My suggestion on Tom Izzo, just take him to the Sweet 16, and then it's coin flip after that. That's always been my thing. He gets you to there, and then after that, But yeah, I do remember that year because I was very high on him too.
This is a fair point. Shouldn't you have gone over this list yesterday since Texas lost in the playing game?
Nobody cares about the playing game.
That is fair. I really thought Texas was going to win that game, and then they choked it away in the second half.
Why? Because that's what they do. Historically, UT has been bad in the tournament in general.
That's fair. From the 4-6-9, I have Florida and Iowa State losing in the first round. Man, because if that's true,
my bracket's screwed.
Yeah, me too. Me too. From the 2-5-4, A&M is going down. They're going to play Yale. That will surely be one of the most physical matchups of the first round. I'm excited to see how that game plays out. A&M's a 7.5-point favorite. Might be a little tiny bit high.
Our own DJ the DJ texted Kevin and said tech coach Grant McCaslin graduated from Irving High School. And DJ used to tape his ankles when he was a trainer, and he was a varsity basketball player.
Really?
So there you go. Maybe we need to talk to DJ about our good friend Grant.
Okay, maybe we do. From the 8-1-7, I've got Duke losing in the first round despite Kevin. Let me tell you something, man. They lose on Friday.
That'll just show how bad Sunday, the ACC is.
That's true. I've talked crap about the ACC all year, but I can't tell. This is the proving ground because the number 1 overall seed is Auburn. Auburn lost to Duke before Auburn got into its funk at the end of the year. The first team to beat Auburn was Duke. But this tournament will decide a lot. Either you'll be like, yeah, they were pretty good, but the ACC was terrible. Or maybe they run through it and you're like, holy crap, this Duke team was always good.
Yeah, we just didn't know.
But I'm really worried that the ACC is just terrible. But if they lose in the first round, I'm going to be crushed.
How are we feeling about Cooper Flagg's ankle?
Cooper Flagg should be good to go for tomorrow. Personally, I would wait until the second round to play him. But John Shire's got no time for such nonsense, and he said he's on track. Whether or not that means he'll play tomorrow, whether or not they hope they get out to like a 20-point lead in the first 12 minutes, and they're like, hey, sit your ass on the bench. Can't say.
That coach right there, not the worst, Shire.
From the 940, they clarified they have Florida and A&M losing in the first round. Alec? More specifically, the loss
winning it,
of Florida.
So
Okay.
I'm in trouble.
Corey's in trouble. A lot of people are in trouble. What would happen to your bracket if Florida lost in the first round?
Yeah, I think I'd be cooked. I think I would absolutely be cooked. I tried to pick some fun upsets, but that was unfortunately not one of them. So I'm not rooting for that, me personally, because I do want to try to win this 41-31 tournament because I suck at these. So
that's the spirit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to be real. I'm trying to be honest. I've never had a relatively good bracket, so this is the year that I turn things around.
Are you
unless
Geno Smith?
Yeah, this is the year. I'm on my Geno Smith redemption arc right now.
I like it.
That's how I'm feeling today.
All right, Jim, do you have a Final Four that you would like to share for us, or would you like to wait until a later date and pretend that you picked all these games right, like somebody I know did once?
I picked Michigan State, so to win it all.
Oh, okay.
Kevin, I've just been informed that Jake Toppin, nicknamed JT Toppin, plays for the Knicks. That is Obi Toppin's brother, not JT Toppin. Two different people. So my apologies for that. They are not. That is not his older brother.
So JT Toppin is not the JT Toppin we're talking about.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, two different Toppins.
All right. I seriously was like, how have I never heard that?
I didn't know there was such a common name. So there we go. Toppin.
All right. There you go. I feel like already.
Because you got the.
What are you doing?
Right.
Man, need to send you back on the college tour. We got Jim here. We'll be fine. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs do the right thing. And if you don't want to talk about that, are you invested in one of the best NBA MVP races ever? Next on The Fan.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Christie, double team. Take it away, Siakam! Pacers have it, a chance to tie.
Yeah, Nembhard
hits the three! Nembhard gives Indiana the lead!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Mavericks did the right thing yesterday, Alec. They did what needed to be done.
They gave up 34 points in half of a fourth quarter.
Yes. Right. Yes, they did. I'm going to give you an even more damning statistic in just a second. That is the lovely voice of Corey Majors, who's rocking with us today. He's back.
Just today.
No, he's back. Yes. I should have said Jim is rocking with us today. He won do the show with KNC for a day. Corey will probably be back tomorrow unless he's like, I'm tired of you guys.
Yeah, we'll see how Jim does.
Okay,
if he can help me with my salary.
This could be fan phenom on the fly, and we just make some important decisions. All right, Jim, how upset were you about the Luka trade? And then we'll get back to how the Mavericks collapsed last night and how that was best for business.
Very depressed.
Are you still depressed about it?
Still depressed, but trying to move on. So.
I don't know if I ever will be able to.
He said trying to move on, so that means I probably shouldn't have asked him that.
Yeah, that probably didn't help, Kevin.
Okay.
It's like, hey, you want to take a shot? You know you're an alcoholic and you're recovering and everything.
Oh, my God.
Here's a bottle. Go sit in a room by yourself for a while.
Okay.
That's how it feels for Jim, I think right now.
Well, I guess I'll stay with the Mavericks and switch to something else. All right. These are all true facts from yesterday's game. The Dallas Mavericks led the Indiana Pacers by 7 points with 1 minute to go. True fact.
With 1 minute to go?
With 1 minute to go. Because, Corey, do you know what the final score was in that last 59 seconds, specifically 59.2? Dallas Mavericks 3, the Indiana Pacers 14. Outscored the Dallas Mavericks 14-3 in the final 59 seconds. Part of the reason? You had 2 turnovers. I thought it was 3, but it might have only been 2 turnovers for the Mavericks, as well as not 1, not 2, but 3 missed free throws. So it was a team effort. I feel like everyone contributed to get the Mavericks the loss, which is what we want and what we need.
Who do you think contributed to that loss the most?
Jaden Hardy
I was going to say
wasn't
Nico.
helping. Sorry, who?
Nico.
I mean, that was probably a better answer.
Yeah.
Jaden Hardy had a turnover that was kind of like, come on, bro. What are we doing here? But the important news, with 12 games left to go, the Dallas Mavericks are now tied with the Phoenix Suns, and via tiebreaker are on the outside looking in for the playoffs, which is what we had hoped would happen. They've lost 4 in a row. Before that, they won 1 whole game and lost 5 in a row. They are 1-9 in their last 10 games. They are spiraling. They have a chance to catch Portland. They could still theoretically catch San Antonio and perhaps have the 8th best record. Excuse me. Nope. 8th worst record in the NBA.
Which would put them in the lottery?
Yo, I mean,
like
you'll be in the
#1?
lottery. Hey, look, you got a 5% chance. And I've said all along, if the Mavericks win the draft lottery, I will believe that Mike was right and the NBA strong-armed the Dallas Mavericks into making the trade for Luka. So they did what needed to be done. Don't
the worst.
Don't worry about what Quentin Grimes is doing over there.
Hey,
okay,
Quentin Grimes the other night, didn't they still lose the game? And
they
he did
did.
Overtime, scoring 40-something
They
points.
lost to Houston in overtime after he scored 46 points. It is true that was right after he scored 28 points to help the terrible 76ers defeat the Mavericks. Meanwhile, Caleb Martin has been delayed an extra month with the right hip strain. And that's the person that we traded.
That was the weird. That's all that. Everything that happened there. The weirdest crap ever.
That feels like the insult to the injury. Like, hey, I know what everyone's really mad about is that Luka trade and the injuries and everything. Let's just twist the knife a little bit more and point out that Quentin Grimes has taken off on a terrible team. the team he's on is terrible, which is allowing him in part to thrive, but that hasn't looked like a good move. So instead, how about we talk about good basketball
Let's talk good
players?
basketball, Kevin.
All right. Give me cut number 3 because we have a historic race for MVP going on.
Jokic has it. Guarded by Carrington now. Jokic around everybody, and he lays it in.
So my question for y'all is, are you invested in one of the best NBA MVP races we've seen in probably a generation? Or are you just out on all things basketball? Because Jim told us he's trying to move on.
Yeah.
Trying to be positive.
Last night when I looked at Twitter and saw that Luka had scored 21 points in the first quarter, I was like, yeah, that was our guy. I think he only scored like 10 more for the rest of the game or something, though. And so it just kind of, it made me just, whatever account that was on Twitter that I followed, it just immediately killed it. And I was like, I'm not dealing with that anymore. So that's kind of where I am, Kevin. I don't know, man. My heart's just not completely there with basketball, except for college basketball, which you have gotten me all hyped up for.
All right, Jim, you told me you're trying to move forward. Does that moving forward including caring about the rest of the NBA? Or are you dead inside like Corey is?
I'm dead inside. I'm moving on to baseball, to the Rangers.
Thank you. Yes, let's go Rangers. Go get Rangers.
I promise we will have plenty of Rangers content on the show today as well.
I did see a note, though, that said that LeBron has made his way into the top 5 for MVP voting and that he deserved it.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
I really do. Like, if you had him at 6, depending on what you think about Giannis and Steph, I could listen to that. But I think that's fair. So my assumption would be they have Shea, Jokic, Mitchell.
Okay. Yep.
And then we'd see how the rest. Okay. Let's see if we can make this a clean 0 for sweep. Alec, do you care about the MVP race, or are you also dead inside to basketball at the professional level?
I want to say I'm dead inside, but I'm wearing an NBA t-shirt right now, so it's kind of tough. But it's weird. I'm dead inside with the NBA. But the MVP race, I'm intrigued by. And I feel like you might understand where I'm going with this. I'm hate watching it.
Are you?
I want Jokic to win.
Yeah.
Because I am not an SGA fan whatsoever. So it's more of a hate watch and hoping that Jokic gets another one because I think he deserves it more.
So this is, and look, the text is not overwhelmingly in favor of the NBA. From the 972, NBA sucks altogether. From the 817, the Mavericks are terrible as well. Did they think we didn't know that part?
From the 214, what about the Stars, Jim?
Ooh,
what about the Stars?
Are you a Stars fan?
I'm a Stars fan.
Yes.
Okay.
Have tickets.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, so Stars and Rangers, baby.
Ooh, I'm going to take that back, 817. I apologize. I get what you're saying. Since the Mavericks are terrible, the Quentin Grimes would have had these opportunities with the terrible Mavs as well. That is a really good point.
Yeah, probably so.
From the 469, it feels like somebody paid Nico and the Adelsons and the Dumonts to run the Mavericks out of town. If Luka was still in Dallas from the 817, Kyrie wouldn't have torn his ACL. From the 903, I'm pretty much out, bro. All right. So it doesn't look good.
I heard Anthony Davis was in the G League, though, and he was playing golf out there in Frisco.
Yes, and some people were concerned about the golf swing and what that does.
It's not good?
To the
not
his golf swing is bad, but like
your groin.
What does that do to your abductor?
I have no clue. Where is the abductor?
I think it's in the groin area.
In the ab area,
No.
maybe in the ducting of the lower part of the body.
I think about that a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense. You got to stretch it out.
The ducts of your body.
Yeah, and the ducts.
Interesting.
They're all.
Quack.
It's just a bunch of quacks anyway.
Okay. Well, we're gonna make this quick then, because I can't take much more of you two already. But also, it feels like the enthusiasm for this conversation is not there. Here's what I was going to throw out there.
All right.
So Jokic, a couple weeks ago, I know he was out last night, and that's part of the reason the Lakers cruised. He posted the first 30-20-20 game in NBA history.
How much attention has that gotten?
Not a lot, honestly.
Because it's what he does, right?
Yeah. But it's weird because that's never happened in the history of the NBA. Did you know right now Jokic is top 3 in points, rebounds, and assists?
No.
All of them.
Yeah.
But then
he's good, dude.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Tell me if you think this group is any good. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander became the 7th player ever to score 20-plus points in 60 consecutive games.
Wow.
Here are the other ones that have done it. Tell me if you think this bodes well for the rest of his career. Kobe, Kareem, Wilt, Oscar Robertson, Kevin Durant, who might be the worst player on this list, and Michael Jordan.
Yeah, those are all pretty decent players.
Pretty decent.
Remember when Luka was in all those conversations? You'd be like, "Hey, nobody's done this except for these guys," and you're like, "Look at the category."
I thought we were trying to move on.
My bad. I really did think you were going to throw in like a Danny Ferry into the mix, and I was like, hold on, this is.
And I didn't mean that as a slight against Kevin Durant. I'm saying if Kevin Durant is maybe the worst player on a list, your list is probably unfreaking believable. So Shea is incredible. Shea is being rooted for to win MVP in 26 of the states. Jokic is being rooted to win the MVP in 24 of the states, including Texas, probably because of that anti-OKC bias.
Mm-hmm. I do think that it would be advantageous for Shea to win.
Okay.
Because that is a future or continued star
for sure,
whose brand the NBA probably needs a boost, and they're probably going to push Oklahoma City to trade him to LA at some point too. But he really does. His brand needs to be out there in front of everybody for more people to be like, oh, he is that good.
From the 469, no, I just tuned in. Did AD get abducted? No, he had an abductor issue. He's fine. And I get it, SGA is definitely more entertaining than Jokic. Here's the thing that I don't quite understand, and this is one of the things that we talked about with the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson MVP race in the NFL. Follow the money. Because while everyone was like, I think Lamar's got it. Well, you looked at the betting odds and you're like, I don't think so. The money is behind Josh Allen. So the Ringer put out like their 10 NBA experts or 9 NBA experts. All of them except for one picked Jokic. So they're going Jokic. Yahoo has it as a dead even heat. But then you go to the betting odds and it's not particularly close at all. And Shea is by far the favorite. Depending on where you go, obviously I'd always tell you bet MGM. But depending on where you go, the odds for Shea are minus 700 to minus 900. So he is a massive favorite for this. So are we going to follow NFL logic, Corey, and follow the money and say, hey, you might think it's close, but this is Shea's award to take?
A great man once told me to follow the money, and that was from The Wire. I don't know if there was anybody that ever said that before, but it definitely was the first time I'd heard it.
And there's nothing but good people on The Wire.
Exactly. So follow the money, dude.
Okay. Well, you know what? People who own the Celtics, they can build their money silo now. The Boston Celtics were sold for $6.1 billion. That is the highest price in North American sports history.
Wow.
I'm not saying it's ever going to happen. I know people would be really stoked if it did, but this just doubles down to my thought of I don't care what the valuation says. If the Cowboys were sold, it would be for at least $15 million.
Maybe $100 billion.
I should have said
I feel
billion.
like that would
That's
be
right.
Jerry's asking price, right?
I could see that.
$100 billion, and somebody's like, what? And he's like, that's how much it means to me. Good luck.
Okay, so let's say Bezos or Musk or whoever came back and was like, all right, I got your $100 million.
$100 billion.
$100 billion. That's what I meant. I keep saying million. $100 billion. Do you think he would be able to do it?
I think he'd probably be like, I was just joking. Guys, what are we even talking about here? Honestly, I don't think that Jerry really cares about that money that much. He wants the Cowboys brand. He loves working on it. He loves
I think you're probably right.
being involved with it, and that's the thing that is driving him. How do we get into a Jerry conversation in basketball talk? We got to go.
Because Jerry takes over everything. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where look out, the high leverage part of the Rangers bullpen is heating up. Next on The Fan.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
3-2 pitch swing and a miss. Jackson with the slide ball gets some back-to-back strikeouts for Luke, both coming on sliders. He's protecting a 4-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're only about 25 minutes away from the start of the NCAA tournament. But right now, it's time to go around. Nope, that's in an hour. It's time for Baseball Nuggets.
Kevin, before we go into baseball and all-around baseball nuggets, Jim asked a good question, and he said, how do y'all know when you come? He's already asking the best questions here. How do y'all know when you come back? And we do have a clock that has specific times to leave and come back. 877-881-1053. Tell us what you think our clock is.
Oh, that is a great question. Now, answer for us and not the G-Bag Nation, because then you might have to shift the clock around just a little bit. They know! They know!
You worked with Zach this week, didn't you?
I did.
Was he like, I'm not used to the clock?
Yeah, he was like, man, good for you guys. But then also, Alex there, and I feel like all people who are producing or running the board get annoyed and think that we're not listening.
Yep.
And he's like, come back in a minute. But then you'll get the 10 seconds. 10 seconds! Because you're like in the middle of a conversation. They're like, there's no way that Nimrod is listening to me, and they're going to make a fool of me. But I'm listening, Alex.
1 week away from Rangers opening day, Kevin.
That is right. I got a special segment for that a little bit later. Here, I want to focus on something really positive. What has been the #1 thing that, Corey, you and I have been concerned about this Rangers team going into the regular season?
Closer.
Yep.
Health. That's number 2.
That's fair. That is very fair. Jim, do you have a primary concern about the Texas Rangers heading into the season?
Who will be the closer?
There we go.
I'm with you guys.
He's part of the show. Look at that.
Well, I have good news for you.
You have a closer?
Kinda.
We signed him already, or is he already on the team?
No, he's already here.
Okay.
So it depends on how much stock you put in spring training. I know Rougned Odor definitely would have made the Hall of Fame if it was just for spring training. But
dude could hit fastballs.
Consider this. The leverage trio of Robert Garcia, Luke Jackson, and Chris Martin. Now, I know it wouldn't always work this way, but hey, in your dream world, most of the time you get 6 innings from your starter, and then you'd go maybe Garcia, Jackson, Martin. They had 3 perfect innings against Seattle. What does that mean for all of spring training? They have allowed 1 run in 15 innings.
Really?
They have struck out 13 and allowed 9 base runners.
They are power arms. That is for sure.
So their ERA and their WHIP are identical at this point. 0.6. If you have a WHIP at 1 or below, that is bananas.
I do have a question. I know, again, Kevin, this is spring training baseball.
And that's fair.
These high leverage innings that they are pitching in,
yep.
I know the high leverage is considered based on the score at the time, right?
I think
not necessarily the dudes who are up at the plate, because by the 6th inning, usually those dudes are done. And I'm kind of curious on that.
That is true. Usually 7th, 8th, 9th get labeled your high leverage. So I would say that, although I know it can change depending on who's up at the bat.
That all being said, though, I really do like the group they have that Bochy can choose from at the moment. And if they find, and you know how he is, if he finds one that's on fire, he'll rock with it. So I do like that group. I love Robert Garcia. I really do. I like him a lot. So I'm excited about him.
From the 619, I've not seen the spelling yet. Rangers can't do this without Josh Young, and they spelled it Yeung.
So that's Yingling, the beer. That's how you spell that, I believe.
Oh,
so.
Okay, interesting. And somebody said, stop it, Kevin. It's just Seattle. I hear you. But for the entirety of the spring, those 3 have given up 9 base runners and 1 run in 15 innings. And they have struck out 13. I think that is an incredibly encouraging start because, like you guys, I am also worried about the bullpen. Now, let's talk about Jacob deGrom. He did not think he pitched particularly well. So he gave up a couple of runs. and a Jorge Polanco home run in 4 innings on Wednesday. And Jacob deGrom was asked, how do you think you did? And he said, fine. But it felt like that kind of fine that you're in a relationship and you're worried that your partner's mad at you. And you're like, are we okay? Fine.
He threw 13 strikes on 20 pitches, right? Isn't that what it was or something like that?
I think he threw more pitches than that, right?
I don't know. Maybe it was another day that I saw that.
Okay.
Well, he considers, and we're actually going to talk a little bit about this tomorrow in the C block, he does consider himself like everything needs to be great. And right now, he's still kind of waiting for that moment. I also think regular season is when that moment's going to arrive.
And he is very critical
Yes, he
of
is.
himself. He said, just missing too much in the middle of the plate. We got away with it the first time through. After that, well, it's fine to go up. But to just sit there the whole time wasn't great. I was fighting my mechanics a little bit today, flying open, wouldn't get my landing down. And so he was like,
I wonder what caused all that.
Uber critical of the job that he did.
It could just be a one-day thing, and he just needs to tweak it, and it gets back to what it is. And, you know, fortunately, you do have Mike Maddox there watching him and observing him, and you feel confident with that.
Now, the good news is as well, he got through 4 innings, and he still feels fine. That's the biggest thing. The more you can stretch him out. We've already talked about it for his first start of the season. Maybe it'll be like 4 innings. Like, maybe don't look for a regular start from deGrom in his, whenever he does make his first regular season start. So just something to keep an eye out on there.
Keep him healthy for playoffs, baby.
You guys want, that would be awesome. You guys want good news or potentially bad news?
Jim, why would we want bad news?
We want good news.
Good news is a positive show.
All right.
It always has been.
Okay. In your face, Ezekiel Duran. All right, let's talk about Corey Seager. And look, I'm not saying that people were worried about.
He's good at baseball.
I don't know if Corey Seager would be able to turn it around. Well, over the last week, he's 4 for 7 with 3 extra base hits and 1 strikeout to go along with 5 walks.
How many pitches has he seen? You said 4 for 7, so 7 pitches probably?
No, because he has 5 walks, you jerk.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That way he's seeing at least 20 extra pitches
20
right
extra
there.
pitches.
So think about it. That means in 12 times up to the plate, he's reached base 9 times. Again.
And he's your 2-hole hitter, dude.
It's just spring training. It's just, I mean.
Not with Corey Seager, dude.
It's just a week, but he looks amazing.
That is Corey Seager. Whatever the pitch is, his hands are fast. He's got a lot of power, and once he sees the ball, once he picks up on it, he's swinging and he knows where he's going with it. Corey Seager is Corey Seager no matter if it's spring training, regular season, or postseason. He's going to play the same game that he does.
From the 903, any discussion about moving Leiter into a closer role? We kind of talked about this with Teodo, and I eventually think maybe Alejandro Rosario, although I know he's hurt right now. The Rangers are going to err on the side of, if we think you can be a starter, you're going to start. So I could actually see Jack Leiter more likely being like middle relief or something like that to start the season if they are going to, go with a lefty that they picked up yesterday to put in the rotation. But I don't think they would move it just quite yet.
One of the other things about that, and because he can pitch multiple innings too, like deep 4 innings or so. But the other thing too is Jack has not proven to us, because he has high heat. He has 97, 99. He can get there. But he has not proven to the Rangers that he can be an efficient pitcher.
Yes.
And that's something that when he learns how to be an efficient pitcher, if that's the case, they could move him there. But he walks a few too many and just misses his strike zone a little too much.
Now, I think I know the answer this is going to go. I'm going to give you one more crack at this, Jim. Do you still want more good news, or do you want to hear the bad news?
We'll hear the bad news.
Okay.
Jim, he knows how to do this.
Ezekiel Duran.
What's wrong?
Okay, so you know how like spring training,
it's just spring training.
It doesn't really matter for somebody like Corey Seager.
Right.
Because I mean, like, good for you.
Corey
I hope
Seager's
you're ready,
Corey
but
Seager.
you're going to make the team. You'll be just fine. Ezekiel Duran's a different deal, right?
He needs to look good.
He does.
Needs to impress.
And he has not. So he went over 2 yesterday, made the final out of the game with the tying run on board. You might be like, I don't care about that. I don't actually care if we win any of these games. Fair enough. He's 0 for 11 right now. He's in the midst of an 0 for 11 stretch. Earlier in spring training, he had an 0 for 12 stretch. So
0 for 23, it's, over those two spans.
Yeah, and one of the things Bochy said, hey, I love the kid. I feel bad. He is really pressing up there, which obviously when you get into slump, it's probably impossible not to be like, I'm going to change everything with this at bat and this at bat and this at bat. But
everybody's trying to give you advice.
Yeah.
You're overthinking everything. When you walk away, you're overworking at it. And sometimes you just need to get away from it and clear your mind so you can get back in there and do what you used to do really well.
He has a 161 batting average in spring training. And I know that we've moved to more analytical things, but trust me, none of the numbers across his slash line are looking good this spring. So it's been a tough go for him thus far in spring training.
And that just points out Josh Smith. You're going to continue to use him a little more. There are some other people that are. Ozuna's going to get more opportunities.
I was going to say, if you want to bounce back with some good news, because damn it, Reliant Air Conditioning, they sponsored this segment. They've been doing gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. They want good news. Everybody still loves Alejandro Ozuna, and I still don't think he's going to make the opening day roster, but we're going to present a segment to you later on that might clear the way for him to potentially make the opening day roster. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm excited, March Madness prop bets for the tournament. And be honest, will you actually get any work done today? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The beginning of hour number 2. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, who is back.
In your face.
The famous Alec Medford, and Tolo Jim, who has won KNC for the day, and he is hanging out with us. It is 11 o'clock. March Madness is beginning. It'll probably actually start in like 8 to 10 minutes. We got Tiff's treats sent up here. That's delightful. And I want to ask you guys, be honest with me. Are you actually going to get any work done today? Not you. You better get work done.
I guess the better question is, are you unemployed or are you just watching midday basketball? That's where you're at right now.
It's a good point.
Most unemployed people, what are they doing today?
People don't talk a lot about the benefits of unemployment.
What is that?
I would say
time on your hands.
Maybe one of those is today to watch college basketball without people hassling you. There's probably bigger issues.
There's a lot of stress that goes into it.
Yeah,
You're like,
I get that.
How am I going to live?
Now, if you have all of the money, I'm not going to lie, Corey, it kind of sounds like Jim might have all of the money.
Yeah, it does.
Last night, Paul Skeens, 1-of-1 MLB rookie debut patch, had been bid up to $780,000. That's nice, because this morning it is at $900,000.
Really?
The auction closes at 9 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
The record for the highest paid amount ever for a Paul Skeens card was $123,000. Now we're up to $900,000. Feels like an easy bet that this card will go past $1 million, probably go way past $1 million. Feels like that kid and his family made the right decision.
What the Pirates offered was awesome. Like it was. That was a sweet package of things. Plus, Livy Dunn said that you could hang out in her suite with her. Hey, just come on and hang out with us.
Yes.
We'll have a good time. The season tickets were great. I wonder if they did like a numerical, I don't know, a value on what all that would be, and they were like, it's not even close.
Or do you think it's just that they weren't like born and raised in Pittsburgh? That would be my issue with it.
Weren't they in San Diego? I think that's where they were over.
But like, if I was born and raised in Pittsburgh, or like if it happened here and they're like, you get 30 years season tickets to the Rangers, I feel like I would really have to be like, ooh, let's consider that. But if it's like, hey, you get season tickets to go see the Mets, what the hell do I care about that?
And yeah, I would. I mean, you also add in the get to meet the player. Like if Skeens, like if DeGrom, he's like, hey, for my card, you get to meet DeGrom. Not a lot of people get to talk to him.
That is very true.
So take advantage of that.
Now, want to know how much work people are going to get done today with the start of the NCAA tournament? I think these are the best 2 days in all of sports, today and tomorrow. But also, I have prop bets for you. Would you like some NCAA tournament prop bets?
I would. From the 904, I'm retired and looking forward to March Madness. It's what I live for. So they're in on it today.
And then from the 469, I can't afford to miss work. Us either. That's why we're here. This is like, I have not worked this time in forever.
I'm surprised you haven't already ordered a pepperoni pizza for the whole day.
We're going to have to
that
wait.
is usually on your...
Yes. Meat lovers might be the way to go
There's
today.
something I don't know that happened on the show that you guys are holding back on me that happened in the 3 days that I was gone.
Oh, yeah. At some point.
You keep saying you'll find out.
You have to wait till one of the commercial breaks. You'll hear the key that will set off the loyalty pledge.
Okay.
That we will all put in place, and then Alec hates so very much.
My head hurts.
I'm fascinated by this.
All right. First question. Jim, I'm going to start with you. Which mascot will advance the farthest, the Bulldogs or the Tigers? Now, I could give you the teams, but it's more funny if you just have to guess without knowing any of those teams.
I think the Tigers are going to go further than the Bulldogs.
That's nice. That's good. Because if it's Princeton, then obviously, yeah.
I don't think Princeton made
used
this
to run that
tournament.
potion off.
Yes, and they won games 43-41.
Actually, I think Yale are the Bulldogs.
That is correct.
That are in for Princeton this year.
Now, believe it or not, here are the Bulldogs teams. There's a lot of them. Gonzaga, Drake, Kendrick Lamar, Georgia, Mississippi State, Yale, Gonzaga.
Gosh.
And, crap, I forgot the last one. It says Bryant. That's not right. I'll get back to you on that. One more. There's one other team.
Antonio Bryant?
No, not Antonio Bryant. And also not Kendrick Lamar. I don't know if you heard that after I said Drake. For the Tigers, Auburn, Clemson, Memphis, and Missouri.
Bulldog is the most common one, by the way.
That makes sense.
So Bulldog is the most common.
Can't believe it's
used
not Wildcat.
in college. Oh, it might be Wildcats. Kevin.
I get it.
Wildcats, Tigers, Bulldogs, Huskies, Jayhawks.
Oh, Corey, this will give you...
Oh, this includes other things, too. Gotcha. All right.
This will give you insight into the loyalty pledge from the 817 Alec Hates America.
Again?
What?
After that other time?
Oh, what?
Yes, I accidentally said Gonzaga twice. That's
I
why I
got a
missed
great
the other
story
one.
to tell you in the break.
All right. Do you like the Bulldogs to go further or the Tigers?
I'll go with Jim. Bulldogs.
Jim, which mascot did you pick to go further?
I believe I picked the Tigers.
I, too, will go with the Bulldogs.
Well,
I'm
Jim,
sticking with myself on this one.
you just got part of the show experience right there. There's a scramble to get
Just
something
forgot.
that we might have been brought food. Did Corey maybe not listen to your total answer?
I did. I just forgot.
Okay.
I'm going to go Bulldogs, though.
Okay.
Because Gonzaga is going to let me down in the Final Four a bit.
Over-under, how many SEC teams will be in the Final Four? The over-under is 1.5. Do you think there will be more than 1.5 teams from the SEC in the Final Four?
Jim?
No, I think it'll only be one.
Ooh, there can only be one, he says.
Like the Highlander.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say over. I'm going to take the over, just like Jim.
Still not.
Did he not?
No, he didn't. But I like the bit that you're doing right now. Alec, want to know if you'd go over or under on this, and I have a bonus bet for you to consider. Well, first of all, would you go over or under on 1.5 SEC teams?
I think I'd go over.
Okay. Now I want you to consider this next step. 25-1 on your money if you think there will be an all SEC Final Four. Those are pretty good odds, man.
Yeah, I'd throw $50 on
Yeah.
it. Why not? Absolutely. It's my favorite part of March is finding the random stuff that I can waste money on. So, yeah, I think I would do that.
That is a great point. Now, for the purposes of this bet, an upset is defined as the 9 seed through the 16 seed.
Okay.
Even though I know on some of these, the lower seed might be favored.
But otherwise, it could be the higher seed that could be favored.
Really thought there was a sneeze coming. It didn't happen. How many upsets will there be in the first round? Jim has been leading the way on this. So upset is strictly defined as a lower seed winning. Don't worry about the point spread or anything like that. How many upsets will we get in the first round out of those 32 games?
I think 6.
I, too, will go with 6.
Alec?
Yeah, I think I'm there.
Seems high, though.
No, that seems low to me.
Really?
Yes.
7.
I'll go 7.5.
Okay. Well, either way, this
8.5.
bet is catered for you guys because the over-under is 10.5.
Oh, right.
And
wow.
you guys are pretty under. So this might be a bet for you.
And that was not in just the first round, right?
No, in just
the first round. 10 upsets? Yeah. There's a lot of teams playing in this thing. I get it.
That's a good point, Corey.
There's a lot
There
of
is.
names.
Who will be the highest seed to reach the Sweet 16? Not the team, the number. What will be the highest seed to reach the Sweet 16? And if
Jim?
you say 4, I might karate chop you.
I think a 3 seed will be the highest seed.
All right. Now, Jim.
Dude, I love Jim. He's in on the show. He knows how this works.
We're going to need to do some mathematical work right here, okay? So if there's 16 teams left,
right,
and there's 4 brackets, that means there's at least 4 teams in everyone. Thus, by definition, it can't possibly be lower than 4. Let's try this again. What will be the highest seed to reach the Sweet 16?
8.
There you go.
I thought you were talking about the Final 4. So,
are you going to do this to me today too, Jim?
I will.
Are you going to pull a Corey?
Yes. He's part of the show. I like it.
Alec, be ready for our emergency broadcasting protocols. Corey,
11.
Okay.
Was that the right answer?
I mean, the right answer is whatever you feel in your heart.
Was it
It's
Was
mathematically
it closer
possible.
than Jim?
Yes, it was. The highest seed over under to make the Sweet 16 is 12. All right, so they're predicting, hey, they're going to be big time upsets.
Wow.
How many number 1 seeds will reach the Final 4? Now, Jim, your answer cannot be more than 4 here, okay?
Thank you for the direction.
I'm just kidding.
I got 3, but
Okay.
I auto-filled, so.
Okay. Man, which number 1 did autofill leave out?
Auburn, Florida, Houston, so it left out Duke.
What the hell?
Yeah. Actually, I think I manufactured that and left Duke out on purpose.
Jim, how many number 1 seeds?
My bracket has 1. Duke.
Oh. Over under is 1.5. So you guys are right on the other side of that. Now, a little bit more math here, Alec. Now I'm going to go to you on this. Don't let me down. What will be the combined seeds for the final 4 teams? So if you just add it up, 1, 3, 8, whatever. What will the combined seeding be for the final 4 teams?
For my bracket, it ends up being 6.
Ooh.
I have 3 1s and a 3.
From the 817, Jim and Corey are on board to piss off Kevin today, and I am happy.
I'm a fan of Jim's.
Me 3.
Corey?
Uh-huh.
What will
Are
be
you assuming I listened?
Okay, Jim, what will be the combined seeds of the teams that make the Final 4?
My bracket is 8. A first, two seconds, and a third.
I love it.
Final 4.
You can't say that like you've never heard of the concept before. Final 4?
5.
Okay.
That's because I got 2 1s or 3 1s and a 2.
You guys are going to like this then. The over-under on this, 11.5.
Wow.
Now, I realize that means one big upset team could pretty much wipe it all out.
Oklahoma.
But maybe.
At 9. Yeah, I mean, like, that could be weird.
Okay, this is for the first round only. What will be the largest margin of victory in the first round?
Man, this is a tough one.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, because I don't know what the traditional, blowout is in the first round, but I'm going to say 27.
From the 469, this is how it's going to be today, huh, guys? Jim is here to do radio, not math, Kevin.
That's right.
And from the 903,
math is real life.
I'm in on Jim. He needs to stay. All right. Well,
I'm in. I like it.
It's great. Jim is going to be the new Mike Bassick. I told you, on the fly, fan phenom. All right. I forgot what the question was. The question was largest margin of victory in the first round.
I said 27, Kevin.
Okay. Jim?
30.
Ooh.
Alec?
33.
I feel like we all went over.
You all went under.
What?
The betting folks out there are expecting something crazy to happen. Over under largest margin of victory in the first round, 38.5. Ooh, that's a lot.
Whew.
I feel like going lower on that's not such a bad idea.
Yeah, I would go lower.
Tough math.
One other prop for you guys to consider. Actually, I've got a couple. Do you think a player will record a triple-double at any point in the entire tournament? If your answer is yes, 5.5 to 1 on your money.
Ooh.
That feels like a shot worth taking, right?
I'll bet $1 on that one.
I think you should. That's
I'll
smart.
bet 4.
Oh, man.
He might win $20.
Most points scored by a single player in the first round. You don't have to tell me the player. You don't have to tell me the team. None of that. Just the most points scored in the first round by anybody.
28.
Okay.
35.
That's a good answer.
I was going to go 26.
Jim's all over this one. The over-under is 35.5. So you are right on board with that.
The 817. The question is, though, is Jim single?
No.
I had to look over there. Man, that was a defiant no right there. I like it.
He knew he's on radio, and it's going out over 100,000 watts.
I like it. All right. Would you rather have all the SEC teams or every other team in the tournament?
This is a good one because there are a lot of SEC teams. There's 50,
yes,
right?
And there were 14. I know Texas lost. So, but you're looking at a huge chunk of teams right there.
I think you can hedge your bet on this one, honestly. I really do. I think you can kind of try to hedge here to get to go with both of them. But I'll take the field.
Okay.
I'll take the field.
Okay. Jim, would you go the rest of the field or only SEC teams?
I think the field. I think the SEC is overrated.
They're a football conference.
But sorry, everybody, not single. So he's got hot sports opinions. Not single, though. Alec, last question for you. Would you take the rest of the field or the SEC?
I agree that the SEC is overrated, but I am also not smart, so I'm going to take the SEC.
Okay. By the way, if you think Drake will pick Drake to win the national championship, that's 25 to 1. That's not even saying Drake has to win. That's just saying Drake has to pick Drake 25 to 1.
Why wouldn't he?
Because he knows that they'll lose to the Kendricks.
Drake.
If he picks it, though, they're destined to lose because isn't it whoever he roots for loses?
That's a good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for some AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus how to make $50 million really quick. Next on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. For people that have been asking, we're rocking with Jim today, who won Beyond KNC for a day as part of our Peace-a-thon auctions this past November. A lot of positive feedback Poor Jim thus far.
Yeah, he's winning right now. This is great.
He really is. We'll see if he knows what to do when it's time for the loyalty pledge.
Boss is going to come in here after the show, offer him a contract.
Man,
Well,
that would be very impressive.
Alec gets ticked off and he pushes Jim down the stairs.
Oh my gosh.
I wouldn't do that.
It went so bad, so fast.
Slowly poison him over time. I got you. That's
Right now,
Inigo Montoya.
I guess it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Want you to answer the question of the day there, as well as the Twitch and YouTube. And then I'll tell you a quick way to make $50 million. It only takes minimal bodily harm.
So, quick question.
Okay.
I don't want to question the way you've stacked this segment. Do we not? We don't get to the 50 million first. I want to make $50 million.
We can get to that first if you want.
I think it's smart on him to make people wait for the $50 million.
I gotcha.
Now they got to listen to the whole
And
segment.
eventually he's going to be like, it's by going through Underdog, promo code Masterpiece. I gotcha.
Be
Go
born
ahead.
into a rich family.
That also works. Yeah. I mean, I wish I could relate. That would be awesome. I'd probably be in Boston right now like Peyton, you know?
He's not rich, right?
I mean,
his family.
Morning show money, you know?
Oh, yeah, that too.
That's a good point.
Yeah, prime day part right there. The question of the day today, again, 877-881-1053. We've had some fun. We've been all over the place this week so far with our questions, but I was doing some reading last night before bed and found a really interesting article from Live Science about a story about a 17-year-old boy in the Netherlands got knee surgery, but when he woke up, he could only speak in a foreign language.
Oh my God, is this foreign language syndrome?
And he swore that he was in the United States when he woke up. So there was a bunch of random stuff going on, but for a while, they said at least 24 hours after an orthopedic surgery, he could only speak and understand Dutch.
What?
So that got me thinking. If you went to sleep, whether it was just bedtime, anesthesia, whatever it may be, and you woke up with a new ability, what would you want that to be? You get an overnight talent, an overnight ability to speak a language, whatever it might be. If you could just wake up tomorrow and have this new ability, what would you want that to be?
This might be a dumb answer. I think I would really like to be awesome at playing the piano. I'm going to go to a restaurant and start playing and everyone's going to stop what they're doing and then clap for me at the end, maybe put some money in the tip jar. I think that would be really cool, and I would just bounce around that day playing pianos at places.
It's interesting. I'm glad you said this because mine also is music related. However, I didn't limit myself to piano. I just want to be able to pick up every instrument.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Yeah.
I guess,
did he just wish for 1,000 wishes?
Yeah,
though?
I did wish for 1,000 wishes. That being said, though, if it was one specific instrument, I'd want to just sit down and be like Neil Peart and just start drumming and just be like, give me the biggest drum set you have. I got it, guys. Yeah.
I would kind of like that, honestly.
That would be cool.
Hey, to Kevin's point about the pianos, I love those TikToks where people just go into malls or restaurants where they have an open piano and they just start playing the Interstellar theme or something, and everybody's like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. But I've seen 50 of those videos in the past 3 days.
We do have a piano at the house. That
does sound fancy.
I don't. So
the oldest one is good. Carter, my middle son Carter, is he's like a piano savant. He hears it and just starts playing it, and he touches the piano every time he walks by it, and so it's always a bump, or he starts playing a song, and he'll just go sit down at pianos and just start playing songs. I'm like, where did you hear this one? And he's like, it's the Chill Guy song. I'm like, I've no clue where you learned this, and he's like, I just heard it and started playing it. That's always an impressive thing to me.
From the 817 play the kazoo, you are getting blocked.
What's wrong with the kazoo? Is that?
It's all coming into view.
All right, here we go. I'm excited.
From the 214, love the Alec load. I don't like how you worded that. Not a big fan of that.
From the 936, live out Mel Gibson's What Women Want life. Do you remember that movie? I liked that movie.
That is ultra specific.
Because if you pick other parts,
you can hear what
the Mel Gibson life, you probably shouldn't have.
No, but it's the movie What Women Want, where he can hear their thoughts and he like knows what they're thinking at all times.
Okay, Alec.
Do I want to know what my wife's always thinking?
I want to change my talent. Oh, never mind. My wife might be listening. I've always thought.
Where is this going?
I've always thought, Jim, and you might be disgusted with this. I wish I had like a handheld remote control, and I could point it at any woman, and it would tell me what percent of her would want to hook up with me.
Oh my gosh!
And so, like, not now because I'm married, but in the before times.
Oh, I remember you wanted to create this app. I remember you talking about
in the
this
before times. You're like, 3%, bummer. Got to move on. And you're like, 80%. I never knew that Martha felt that way. And then you make your move. I think that'd be super helpful.
That would be. I mean, for a guy like me.
Jim is disgusted by that part of the conversation.
No, I think that's a great idea for me as a 23-year-old bachelor.
Yes.
This is important information.
Yes.
Am I wasting my time? My time is valuable. Not really. But, I mean, that would be helpful for, the bar crawls and stuff.
And you can push the button multiple times to see if what you're talking about's working. Like, she was an 82%, but then you started talking about Legos. Now she's a 64%. You're like, need to change gears.
I've told people I think one of my talents is I can talk myself into any situation, and I think I can talk myself out of any situation. So, being able to click the button multiple times, I think that would help. Jim, do you have something that you wish you could wake up in the morning tomorrow and just magically have that ability?
I'm going to bring it back to sports and reverse the Luka trade.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I think that hits close to home for me, so I'm going to say that's the best answer so far because I was hanging out with some buddies last night at the bar watching these games, and we brought that up. Like, it still doesn't feel real because the Lakers game came on one of the TVs, and we're like, that still feels foreign. That doesn't feel right. This is fantasy land, and I wanted to cry. So
that's fair.
For me, I think it would be sports related too. As much as I really want to play the piano, that's always been something on my life bucket list. I think that if I could wake up and run the fastest 100-meter dash on the planet,
that would be pretty cool.
I would be very happy.
How fast? Like how much faster than Bolt's time would you want to get?
If I could run at 9 flat.
Oh my gosh.
If I could run at 9 flat.
Would you be disappointed
if somebody ever surpasses that?
Well, that too, but
yes.
like if it wasn't an Olympic year or they weren't to the World Championships and so you just had to run it at some podunk meet that you're like, that was amazing, but who cares?
Just like one of those events that Tyreek Hill did where it was just like streamed on Twitch and there was maybe 50 people there.
People would probably still care though.
Oh yeah, as long as I get the headlines and I get a Nike deal out of it so I never have to pay for socks again, that would be amazing.
It would be. It would also be pretty dope to be able to like just know bets better than everybody. Like you could hit 90% of your bets.
Like you had that sports almanac from Back to the Future.
Yeah, exactly. Be able to just wake up and just be like, okay, I'm betting this. Now, that's the question, though. Would it still be fun at that point? Because I know you're making money, but
I like money.
The other part of the risk, that's the part that's fun, right? Or is it just the getting the money?
Yeah, maybe. Because there's a Twilight Zone episode like that, too, where this guy thinks he went to heaven because he keeps winning all his bets, but like at the casino. But then eventually he finds out he's in hell because that's the only thing that's ever going to happen and he's never going to get that thrill anymore. So I'm with you.
Is that different than the lady that was shopping for a gold thimble? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to have to talk about this. Severance, Kevin. We're going to have to talk about this off air.
Oh, I've not seen the last episode or season finale tonight.
Side question. How many times do you think you've said the word thimble in life and it wasn't related to the game Monopoly?
0.
7.
Probably.
What?
I have my grandma's thimble collection that she didn't like leave it to me, but when we were cleaning the house out,
so you took it.
My mom said, "Here, take this. You used to play with it as a kid," and I was like, "Awesome."
Okay. I'd say maybe like 4 or 5 times because my grandma sews as well. So, but not a word I say very often.
214. This is Martha from high school, and yes, Kevin, I confess, always wanted to hook up with you.
I'm already in trouble because my wife definitely was listening, so I have no thoughts about any of that.
Let's see. I like the text from the 214 that says Jim just made 3 million fans with one sentence.
Yes, he did. He knows how to win this one.
I tend to agree. From the 901, wake up and be able to fly. Yes, because why did it take me an hour to get to work today when I live 21 miles away?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
It's not
that makes
realistic,
no
though.
sense.
Stupid traffic.
Yeah.
But do you think picking up every single instrument is realistic?
Yes,
Corey?
he does. Yes, you do.
Well, actually, there are
Yes,
some
you
people.
do.
There are some
I
people
know
that I believe
you.
can. I believe there's some people out there that can just sit down and be like, bloop. That's the sounds it makes.
What instrument was that?
Bloop.
Yeah.
It's like a harp kind of thing, or a.
Don't think so. Don't think it sounds more like a
That's why I
Windows.
said harp kind of thing, you know?
That sounds more like a Windows boot up or
Yeah,
something.
it does.
Or like a dial-up thing. From the 469, would love to be able to sing. If I could sing, one, confidently, because I can't do that right now, but two, like on the level of some of the best out there, I would never shut the hell up. I would be so insufferable.
Wow.
I'd just be walking around the house singing all the time, fry my vocal cords in the process probably because, nobody knows how to do it properly outside of the pros. All right, do you guys want to make $50 million?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
All you have to do is get burned by hot tea at your local Starbucks.
Oh, yeah.
I want to hear more of this, but I thought this was done. Like I thought that already happened, and the warnings had been put on every
with the
cup.
McDonald's coffee and stuff. Yeah.
Coffee giant Starbucks has been ordered to pay $50 million in damages to a delivery driver who was burned by hot tea that wasn't secured properly and spilled into his lap. This happened on March 13th. A Los Angeles jury gave plaintiff Michael Garcia the multi-million-dollar award after he sued Starbucks for, quote, past and future damages.
Is he never going to be able to walk again or see or talk, or that feels excessive?
Was it his lap?
It was in his lap. And there is video of it, by the way. There is store footage of this happening from the drive-thru. If you go to today.com, they have the full video of it. You can see it happen. It's just a loose lid. It happens. Spills right into the lap. Starbucks does say they plan on fighting this. They do not agree with the jury's ruling.
I'm not saying
they have more money.
It's totally that employee's fault, but you got to let that employee go, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Like if the employee ends up to you losing $50 million, you got to be like, sorry.
Hey, today's just not your day.
Yeah, you're out.
We appreciate it, but... And then that person's like, well, at least I didn't kick in the window of a car to try and get that coffee back.
We got sued for that, too.
Well, they were borrowing the coffee, Corey. They were borrowing the coffee.
And I was going to bring it back.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the Alec load, I guess, as the 214 called it.
Please don't ever say it like
again,
that.
please.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are the Cowboys about to make a really smart move at quarterback? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Second and goal. Read option. Milton. A Sunday walk in the park.
KNC Masterpiece. Back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Bad things over there, Kevin, with you and your wife. Everything after that last segment.
All right.
Sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
I'll give you an update. I think I might have sent the wrong emoji back too.
Sounds like Jess and Noah will be staying elsewhere, or Kevin's sleeping on the couch.
I got the angry face emoji followed by what's that?
Mm-hmm.
You're in trouble. And this is bad either way, but this is really bad. Also, Dad is in the car with me.
Oh, see, here's the thing though. Had you just said, replied back, it's a way to make money. It wasn't for me.
Yeah.
It's for all the other hooligans out there.
I'm hoping that if I said in the before times, that will cover me, but it might not. All right. A move I would love for the Cowboys to make at quarterback, and then a nightmare move I didn't think about until this morning.
All right.
How would you feel about the Dallas Cowboys making a move for Joe Milton, the backup quarterback in New England, who some people thought for a while looked better than Drake May did throughout training camp for the Patriots? This is something I would be interested in.
There's still a lot of question marks on what his ceiling is, but he has a lot of measurables that people love when it comes to quarterbacks in the prototype.
He really does.
He's big, strong, fast, can throw. He's got all those qualities. He kind of does fit too. If I was going to have a backup to Dak, that would be the kind of person that I would want to have back there. But I still have a lot of questions about what he actually is. He's got a lot of room to grow.
Jeremy Fowler said yesterday Joe Milton had been drawing some trade interest and that the Patriots were interested in that and that the Cowboys might be a team to look out there. But this is what I thought of this morning, and this is my nightmare. So I was watching Get Up, whatever the ESPN shows with Greenberg. And they talked about how Aaron Rodgers is in no rush.
And what?
To pick a team.
Okay.
And then Adam Schefter, I believe it was, that was like, yeah, maybe he just waits around and somebody gets an injury and then he just signs with a team he thinks that has a chance to win. I hope this doesn't happen. I really, really hope this doesn't happen. But does that not feel like the most Dallas Cowboys of all Dallas Cowboys moves if, unfortunately, you ran into some injury problems at quarterback? This feels like something that Jerry would be all over because hopefully it wouldn't be too expensive. It would get you all of the headlines, and that feels like a combination that this team loves.
Yes, it definitely would. There would be no way that you could have him just being Dak's backup. That it would. Because I was thinking about that. I think last night I was kind of running through that, and I was like, man, would that even work? And there's no way that he would. But this approach would be perfect for him. I do wonder how much money they have to be able to spend on him. And could they make that happen? I don't know how much that would cost.
I don't know why. I feel like he would be willing to make that happen at a cheaper rate. Jim, what would you think about my nightmare scenario of an injury and Aaron Rodgers unfortunately becoming the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys?
I think it makes a lot of sense, but I don't think Jerry would pay Aaron Rodgers the money to do that.
Jim's got a good approach here because Jerry would just go, the season, I know Jerry hated what happened last year.
Sure.
Because it was so early that the rest of the season was just frustrating to all fans. But he's got a good point here because it does feel like Jerry would just say, well, we're going to get all the headlines whenever the draft comes around and we have a top 4 pick. So that's one of those approaches that he's always been okay with. Whenever they get that, they're okay.
Then there's this from the 817. Cowboys making a smart move at QB. I think the Rangers have better odds to go 162-0.
What was the last smart move at quarterback the Cowboys made? drafting Troy or going forward with Tony Romo as the starter?
See, and it's tough because you want to say drafting Dak, right? But they just lucked into that because the first 3 people they wanted to take were not available anymore.
And so they just went with the one that was left out of all of it.
You know what? I will give them credit then when you had...
They passed on Romo 1,000 times.
That is true.
So
I will give them credit for 2016 for going with Dak Prescott when you had the first 2 injuries with Romo and with Moore and going with Dak. And then I know a lot of people to this day are still frustrated they didn't go back to Romo. I think that would have been foolish. I think sticking with Dak in 2016 from the beginning to the end, I thought that was a smart move.
Yeah, and people that were against it, their emotions were in the I want Romo to get his. He deserves it. And I totally get that part.
That's absolutely true. But look, you can look at the Cowboys' history with this, and they've lucked into a lot of things when it comes to quarterback. All right, Danielle Hunter, 1 year, $35.6 million extension tacked onto his contract with the Texans. That will make him the second highest paid defensive end in the NFL. So the Texans making moves already.
Texans fans loved what him and Will Anderson were able to do last year opposite each other.
You get it right.
Each other, they were getting so much pressure. They love it.
Now let's talk about the guy who did get all of the money, and this is really interesting to me. We've talked a lot about the expansion of the NFL season to 18 games. I think it's an inevitability, and I think it's actually going to happen really soon. And you're going to get double buys, and that's what the season is going to look like. Teams might be looking to take advantage of that knowledge now. So I'm going to give some credit to Mike Florio and Pro Football Talk. I know I'm not always his biggest fan, but he got a provision in Myles Garrett's contract that said if there is a change in the number of regular season games, the per game bonus will change by dividing the maximum total bonus amount by the number of regular season games in a specific season. So it feels like they're like, hey, I'm not going to prorate you up another share, like another 17th, or I guess then it would be 18th. Instead, we're just going to keep the bonus where it is and divide by 18 instead of 17. And I have a feeling that this, over the next couple of years, will probably be a popular set of language to use in these contracts.
For future contracts?
Yes.
How do you handle current contracts then?
I don't think
if they make that change.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's why I think you'd have to make the announcement at least a couple years out, right, to prepare for that. But that's a really good question. I don't know. Jim, what do you think about the inevitability of an 18-game NFL regular season?
I think will happen. I think it's going to be tough on the players, though, to play that many games.
Yeah, that is fair. And it's weird, though, because we can't keep towing the line for player safety and then talk about how you can start flexing teams to Thursday.
Right, yeah.
Those two things do not line up.
And we're not willing to add any more roster spots to this thing so that we can actually give you, an opportunity to rest players or an opportunity for if you have injuries to really work that system better.
So they can kind of save me with a lot of that talk that they throw out there.
It's all about the safety for the player.
It's the same thing when the NCAA is like, our first concern is with the student athlete. And I was like, no, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It was what number you were going to get from CBS and that network for March Madness.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest. All right, Stephon Diggs visiting the Patriots, and Rondale Moore reached an agreement with the Minnesota Vikings. I want to, however, take you back to a former Houston Texans player, Laramie Tunsil. So last season, we all agree Laramie Tunsil's very good at football.
Yes, he is.
He's also very good at getting penalties. He led the league in penalties last year with 19. And I like the way he phrased this. It's really just me versus me at the end of the day. There's a lot of things I want to work on. The 19 penalties I had last season are unacceptable. That included 12 false starts, 3 illegal formations, 2 holding calls, an illegal man downfield, and an unnecessary roughness penalty. Do you guys believe that Laramie Tunsil will maybe vastly cut down on his penalties and really be a big addition for Washington?
It depends on how he's coached. He probably has in my opinion, he has a lot of bad habits already, if that's the case.
That's fair.
A little bit of laziness kind of comes along with that. But he can cut them down. 19's a big number.
Yeah.
You know who was third behind him?
Tyler
Guyton.
Yeah.
But he was a rookie.
That's true.
He was a rookie, so
That's
he needs.
true.
And guess what? No other Cowboys were on that list. So with more than like 7, yeah, Jake Ferguson had. Come on, dude. He's a tight end that missed a bunch of games. How do you have? He's the second leading penalty getter on the team. On
that
offense.
honestly, if you just watched a game and I could have just told you anecdotally, I might have guessed him. It feels like Jake Ferguson's number was called a lot on these penalties. All right, let's talk about Zach Wilson. This is a mean-spirited setup, I'll admit. Zach Wilson is not in line to be the starter in Miami, but he's looking to move up on the depth chart from 3 to 2. He said that Miami is, quote, a great fit with what I'm looking for, the type of offense, the amount of information I'll be able to learn from these guys. Plus, it's an NFL team that would take me and exists, and so that's nice.
Did he?
All right,
You made that last part up.
He did not say that last part, but it's kind of like if you've ever seen the Andy Samberg impersonation of Nicolas Cage, and he goes, "No, it has all the classic components of a Nick Cage movie. First of all, it exists." And that's what I think about with Zach Wilson. It has all the classic things that you need in a football team, and that it exists.
Who is their other quarterback? You said he's not second, he's third?
No. He's going to be second.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
And in Denver, he was third behind Nix and Stidham. So it looks like he's going to move up to second.
He'll play this year.
Does you think Tua will probably
gets hurt?
Yeah.
That's what happens, the style that he plays. He did a very good job of doing the work that it took to find out that he, to not fall the same way.
Right.
But then you saw the collision that he was willing to take because he was willing to run.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. Maybe a tournament check-in. Next on The Fan.
You've made us...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation, you got me, Kevin Hagelin. The return of Corey Majors, the famous Alec Medford. And today we have Jim with us. He won KNC for a day and has actually been doing a really fabulous job so far. Jim, you're halfway through the show. How do you think the show has gone?
Great, as always. So,
yes! Your experience so far is good, too?
Enjoying it immensely.
How much did you hate the music Kevin was playing during the break, though?
I just put it out of my mind.
Thank you. All right.
Teach me how to do that.
He played the national anthem on a kazoo, and I don't understand what happened.
To be fair, it was a video. Okay. I didn't bring out a kazoo and play the national anthem.
I swear, if you do that next.
Oh my God, I'm going to learn that.
No, you are not.
It's difficult to learn. You just blow it.
Stop encouraging. Huh? Oh.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for NFL overreaction or reality. And Jim, we're going to start with you on this. Overreaction or reality, the Chiefs' 9-year run atop the AFC West is over.
Overreaction. They'll be good next year also.
Okay. Corey, what say you? Are we done with the Chiefs atop the AFC West?
I think that's an overreaction. Their defense is going to continue to carry a lot for them. They still have Steve Spagnuolo. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback. He wasn't amazing last year. I'm still interested in how they were able to do it, but it was a lot of defense.
If he's just fine this year,
he's going to have to find a weapon to replace Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Like they had multiple tight ends that could do the job last year, but he's going to have to figure out how to get that number one receiver production. But they're still going to be fine. That division, though, is interesting because Harbaugh had the Chargers looking just like the Chargers of typical, but Denver looked
they
a
were
lot
better than I thought they would be, for sure. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. Let me explain this one a little bit. Justin Fields can be the NFL's next riches to rags back to riches story. Now, you've seen it with Sam Darnold, Geno Smith. Do you believe that Justin Fields could be the next quarterback that was drafted highly, kind of cast to the side, and then came back up in the world?
Are we Jim going first here?
And who's he playing for next year?
He is playing
the
for
Jets.
the Jets.
I think that says it all. He won't be very good.
I love Jim.
I do too.
I'm with Jim 100% there. The Jets are an organization that perpetually underperforms, and they'll find a new way to do it even with him. I feel like, though, the one thing is he's going to have a lot of freedom to make mistakes. And this will be like the first time teams have actually taken the leash off, maybe. But Garrett Wilson's a really good receiver. And he played with him at Ohio State. So they should have a connection immediately.
Now, there might be other candidates that I didn't really think of off the top of my head. But, Alec, I'm going to go to you for this one to start. NFL overreaction or reality? The Buffalo Bills are the NFL fan base most desperate for a Super Bowl.
I think maybe because they got so close so many times, and there's a boogeyman in their conference that goes by the name of Patrick.
Yeah.
So I'd say yes. Just because of the circumstances. I feel like there's a lot of other teams out there that haven't smelt success in a long time, but I think the desire and the need for it grows immensely when you get that close, but yet so far away at the same time.
Yeah.
And they have all the right tools, right? They have a head coach that's won in the league before. They have the quarterback that now has an MVP underneath his pocket. Like, they've got some good skill position players in James Cook and company. It seems like they've got it figured out, right? So I'd say, yeah, that's a reality.
Corey, what say you?
Overreaction, it's the Cowboys. It's been forever since the Cowboys won a Super Bowl, Kevin.
Okay, but it's actually been forever since the Bills, Browns, or Lions won a Super Bowl.
Fans are getting frustrated with this team, though. I don't know if you were here last year and saw the fan text, Kevin.
I did.
And so
they are frustrated.
They are frustrated. I don't think Bills fans are frustrated. I think they're just like, this is great that we get to experience this every year. I think they're still very supportive of what the Bills are. I don't think they're turning on them like the Cowboys fans seem to be around here.
Jim, overreaction to reality. The Bills are the NFL fan base most desperate for a Super Bowl. What say you?
Say reality. I'm not sure who's even close.
The only other two that I thought of in the conversation is I feel like the Browns and the Lions might be in that mix. And obviously, the Browns are kind of stuck right now. But for the Lions, they have been really close or close adjacent the last couple of years. But you're going to go with Buffalo? I'm with you on that. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. The Chicago Bears offensive line is the most improved unit early in the new league year. They have replaced their right guard, their left guard, their center. They have totally redone the middle of that offensive line, and obviously they needed it. They probably haven't had good offensive line in, 10 years?
Mm-hmm. They learned last year that no matter how good the weapons are on the outside, they had 3 really good receivers on that team, but no matter how good they are there,
play can't develop.
If you can't get enough time for Williams. Now, Caleb Williams still has to learn how to let go of the ball earlier.
That's fair.
He's waiting for the big play on every single play, and that was a problem for him last year, but the blocking up front and their inability to run effectively was a big problem for them last year too. So I think I like what you're saying there. I think they've done a really good job. Reality.
Jim?
I think it's reality, but maybe the Commanders have done some things too, I think, to add to their team. So.
Which you hate to hear because the Commanders already outpaced the Cowboys last year, obviously. And then they have gotten more better. That's right. Then the Cowboys have gotten more better this offseason. So that leads to an even bigger gap. Alec, I don't see how you could find any logic or any fallacy of logic of what I just said. But do you go with the Bears' offensive line as the biggest specific upgrade in the NFL this offseason?
I need to learn how to translate pig Latin real quick. But I'd say this is a reality that it felt like there was one glaring need, right? Outside of a new head coach.
Yeah.
And they addressed it in 4 different ways?
They did.
So when the assignment is that simple and that I don't want to say simple because it sounds like, just go sign 4 guys and put them on the offensive line. But when the assignment is that clear and you execute that plan with, in my opinion, on paper, we haven't seen it play yet, with flying colors.
Yes.
I think it's hard to put anybody up against that in terms of just off-season success.
All right, I'm going to come back to you in just one second, Alec. I want to go to Jim on this one because of something he just said. That actually leads perfectly into another one of my overreactions or realities. All right, Jim, we're starting with you here. Overreaction or reality? The Commanders, with the acquisition of Deebo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, are better than the Eagles.
They're improved, but the Eagles are still a lot stronger.
Okay.
So,
Alec, This is a bold one. Could the Commanders be better? Are the Commanders better than the Eagles now?
I don't think they're better, but I think they could win a playoff game against them. I think we saw how close they were in talent. It just kind of got away from them there towards the end this year. I don't think on paper they're going to be better, but I do think they will be better coached and more motivated than the Eagles, which it's not, you can't measure that whatsoever, but it seems like Dan Quinn-led teams will just run through a brick wall and overperform at levels that you can't really comprehend. And Nick Sirianni Nick Sirianni teams seem to hate each other at times. So, I don't know how long that can hold together through a postseason. So, you know what? Sure. I think they can be better.
Did you talk yourself into that along the way?
I did. Remember I said like an hour ago, I can talk myself into any situation. Just talked myself into believing that the Commanders are better just because I'm sick of the Eagles being good. Stop.
I think Alec made a lot of very good points and almost talked me into it. But Jim's right. I can't go against the team that just won the Super Bowl and looked very comfortable the entire season doing it.
That's a fair point.
And then throughout the playoffs looked very comfortable at it too. Like they hell, look at the Super Bowl score. They looked as comfortable as you could get against who we just said is still considered one of the best teams in the league.
Now, I want to ask you and Jim a bonus question real quick because me, Zach, and Alec got to kind of go through this yesterday.
The kazoo thing?
Not the kazoo thing. Overreaction or reality? If Ashton Genty is there at pick 12 and the Cowboys don't take him, you will be sad.
Who are they taking instead?
Can't answer that.
The field?
Shador.
Abdul Carter?
Okay, well, probably not him. That I think we'd all be thrilled. But let's say it's just whoever is Dane's 12th player in the Beast.
Okay, so it's a good player.
Yeah, so it's a good player.
Yeah, I would be sad, but not completely beaten to death about it because they're going to get a running back. They're going to get a running back in this draft. It's going to happen. Although they do feel confident by signing Miles Sanders that they're like, we're good at the position just in case. But they're going to get one, and this is a very deep running back class. So, but then
that is true.
To have the special one would be something that you would kind of miss out on. But I would say, nah, I'm all right.
All right, Jim, same question for you.
I'd be sad and disappointed because I think the chance for a special one is there, and they ought to take that opportunity and have a difference maker, and that might help them get to the next level.
Yeah. Okay. And then they could trade him for Anthony Davis.
No.
Jerry knows how to get headlines.
Yeah, but he loves star players more than anything.
That is true.
Like, that's the thing about why the Luka deal never would have happened with Jerry in charge, because I know people are upset about Jerry, and I hear you on all of that. But a star player getting traded away, surely you jest. He'd be like, I'll trade him to you for Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's all that would have happened. All right, probably the last one for you today. NFL overreaction or reality. The 49ers Super Bowl window is closed. I know they still have McCaffrey. I know they said they're sticking with Brock Purdy, and he's their guy. But, man, did they shed a lot of talent to start the beginning of the NFL year.
I think it is close.
Okay.
I think Shanahan's a very good coach, and offensively they can get things rolling. They just keep rolling in the same system on defense no matter who the coordinator is. They're just like, yeah, we're going to run something that's physical, fast, but as players age, they aren't as physical or as fast as they typically are. So I think they're going to have to restock and replenish there.
I think they've got 1 year left. I think McCaffrey's got another year in him. And so it's 1 year and then the window closes.
And that's still cheap Brock Purdy if that is the route you decide to go. Alec, where do you fall on this?
Not only is the door closed, I think it got slammed shut, and I think that the tumblers and the locks got thrown off track, and it's not gonna happen. I think they're absolutely cooked right now, and not even trying to be extreme, they're about to have to pay the quarterback. And that's the ultimate key to quick success in the NFL is how quick can you succeed while the quarterback is still super affordable, especially when he's the dead last pick in the NFL draft, you are getting him for bottom of the barrel money. You're about to have to give him somewhere near, if not above market value, just because he's a quarterback. They've had to trade away some guys. They've had to cut some guys. They've had to make coaching staff changes recently too. And like Corey was saying, it seems like they're going to run the same schemes no matter who is there running things. I mean, heck, the last guy was so bad at doing it that he's now the Cowboys special teams coach. So I don't know. I think the window's closed.
Something you said before this question made me ask this question.
Okay.
Who is the most famous football player to ever play? Because you were talking about stars and who Jerry likes, and then you said Mahomes, and I was like, has he taken that over? Is it Brady?
I don't think so, because I think I would still go with Tom Brady.
So Brady.
Because I feel like everybody knew who Tom Brady was. And then, like, Tom Brady has some other things that work for him as well. Like, I know people know who Brittany Mahomes is, but, like, everybody knew who Giselle is and
for the most part, nobody cared about the New England Patriots for a long, long time.
Yes.
Until Tom Brady came
Tom
along.
Brady reminds me a lot of Steph Curry in terms of he went to a franchise that was like, it was there. People were more or less indifferent about it, but then it became one of the hottest things in all of sports. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, all right, we've talked about how we have Tolo Jim in for the day. It is the idea from Jim. What is the best in-person sports experience you've ever had, and why was it number one? There's a lot of different things that go behind this. Let's dive into it next right here on The Fan.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Sword?
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Adolis Garcia sends one the other way. That sends Carroll back. He's at the line, and the legend grows. Adolis Garcia wins game 1.
That might not be the answer for Zach Wolchuk, but the question that we ask...
He wasn't there, right? He made Broadus leave.
Yeah, he left.
Or Broadus made him leave, yeah.
So the question comes from KNC for a day, his very own Jim. He's with us, won one of the auctions in November. So this question can have a lot of different answers. What's the best in-person sports experience you've ever had, and why was it number one? Maybe it's because of like whoever you went with. Maybe it's what happened in the game. It could be any number of things. But I have a quick question, Alec. From the 469, my favorite in-person ever event moment, I hearken you back to 2000. WWE Fully Loaded was my first in-person wrestling experience. I was 12 years old. My mom dropped me off and picked me back up at Reunion Arena. Now, Corey, I would like you to weigh in on this question as well. If the rest of the information he says from there is inaccurate, do I correct him and potentially ruin that memory, or do I just say, you got it, buddy?
You let me ask a question.
Okay.
Did this wrestling event include Negan's bat Lucille, and then they threw his body down on top of the bat?
No, and we need to talk about that John Moxley spot from yesterday, because that was the most horrifying thing I might have ever seen in my life.
I think you just let it go. There are a lot of texts coming in.
Okay,
So.
all right. So The Rock did wrestle in the main event, and that was awesome. The other thing that I remember about that, I didn't, is that Rikishi jumped off the steel cage.
Oh, I remember that one.
Onto Val Venus.
Yes.
That was crazy, because that dude's like 400 pounds, and he just jumped off, and you're like, oh my gosh.
How'd he even jump?
From the 903. And this is what I could see. And I don't know if this is part of the crux behind your question, Jim, but I love this answer from the 903. I literally ran into Steve Garvey at Dodger Stadium. I said, thanks for all the great baseball. We shook hands and then went our respective ways. That's my favorite moment. I mean, how could it not be? Like, especially if you grew up as a Dodgers fan, like that has to be a moment that's probably going to be really, really hard to surpass. By the way, Jim, before I get your answer to this, from the 469, Jim is great. By far the best in-studio winner y'all have ever had.
Wow.
Woo! All right, so Jim, walk me through what had this question pop into your head, and we'll go from there.
I was really just thinking about what you guys, might have been, your personal experiences, whether it's, seeing a kid do at an event or something that's professional. So, it can get answered so many different ways. And, for me, I got to go to the Rangers World Series game in Arizona. And so I went to that.
Game 5?
In 5.
Oh, my goodness. I told you Jim's got money.
With, one of my sons, and, the Rangers had been, so I got to experience it with one of my sons. It had been 30 years or, first World Series. And I'd also been in St. Louis when they lost in 2011. Oh. So to kind of go full circle and, have been in St. Louis where it was so close.
Yeah. Yes.
And then to see it, be there in person. And so it was just a great experience. And
did you tear up? Did you?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. It's
How
worth
could
it.
you not, right?
Yeah, it's worth it.
And then I think it was, and then the one thing you do miss though is afterwards, you did hear Eric on the radio, and that was something to kind of hear.
Oh my God.
To hear that afterwards. Because when you're there, you're not hearing it.
Yeah.
So, and there was a great contingent of Ranger fans there, and the Arizona fans were, I think they kind of thought it was going to end. And so you didn't have a lot of jerks,
right?
Who were, so it made it a good experience where you just didn't have a bunch of people giving you a hard time, and they let you enjoy the victory. So
I think it was watching Chuck Morgan stand there, and like he's at the stadium cheering all the guys on, and you could see him in the stands as all the Rangers were going over. That was a great moment. Yeah, man, that's amazing.
Somebody dropped this in. God, there are a lot of texts. Said their favorite experience is they got to see the Allen Americans win 4 straight championships. I got to go on the ice for the very first championship they won.
Did you fall?
No, I didn't. I was that's because I was very aware of that
You put
possibility.
spikes in his
Oh my
shoes.
gosh, I walked so slow on the ice.
Were there nachos?
Not on the ice, and they won the cup because I'm pretty sure that was Game 7 overtime. Everyone was going nuts, and then afterwards, people in the locker room definitely asked if I wanted to hang out and party. But I had a deadline, and so I did not. But I could have.
Yeah, I understand deadlines.
Corey?
All right, so during the 2011 NBA Finals, I was working for ESPN TV, their 3D department. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore.
Oh.
Yeah.
3D still exists.
They were trying to test it out, and so they're running stuff. So I was a showrunner all week while we were getting the arena ready, to the point where when the Miami Heat came into, like, their bus pulled in, I was standing right there as they were getting off the bus, just mean mugging all of them. You're like, you suck, and you suck, and you suck. It was awesome. And then, so because I had been there this whole time, I had gotten to know people. So Game 5's coming along, and I was like, I'm going to this game. I didn't get a ticket, and I didn't have a media pass. I just snuck in because I knew the people there. I go in, I see Elf. First thing I do is I'm like, hey, where are you going? He's like, just follow me. And so I'm like, all right, I'm just following him.
He does seem like somebody, if you just followed, you'll get to where you need to go.
He did give me just act like you know where you're going. And I was like, I know this. So we got out on the court. I'm standing next to Big Smooth, talking to Sam Perkins before Game 5. Standing there watching all this go on. And then I was like, I know people up in the press box. I'm just going to go up there. So I go up in the press box, and I don't have a seat. All the seats are full. So I just stand in the back of the press box and watch Game 5 from the top. And whenever these two moments happened, it was the loudest I've ever heard in arena.
Nowitzki trying to get free. Good ball denial again from Haslam. Shot clock at 5. Terry the drive. Out to Kidd. Kidd for 3. It's good! Mavericks by 5. Timeout Miami. Terry to Kidd. Nowitzki wants the ball. Haslam again. Excellent ball denial. Terry a long 3. Bang! Jason Terry gives the Mavericks a 7-point lead with 33 seconds remaining.
I just got
I
chicken
get
skin.
it. I get it.
I just got goosebumps all over my arms thinking about seeing that moment live and that crowd and knowing we're about to win this thing. There's no way they're coming back. It was awesome.
There are some incredible answers here already from the 817, the punch. And you know it's a big deal when, like, you don't, if you know, you know. Like, I don't need you to say who punched, who was playing, when did this happen? Like, you know, Ruki's just knocking those stupid glasses off of Batista's face. And it's amazing. So the punch is that is a really good answer right there. From the 817. And this is something that I can't imagine how this could ever be topped. From the 817, I went to Kenny Rogers' perfect game when I was 6 with my dad a little bit before he passed away. And that's a combination of amazing achievement and emotion that, like, I can't imagine that person ever experiences something quite like that. From the 817, I was at the Nelson Cruz walk-off grand slam in the ALCS game.
That was awesome.
That was incredible.
Despite what happened later, that was still a special moment.
Sure. From the 682, my favorite in-person memory, I was at AT&T when the Cowboys beat the Lions in the playoffs. Thank you very much, refs, for helping out with that. From the 972, mine was a Wyatt Johnson hat trick just a few weeks ago. It was my first time seeing a hat trick in person. I have never seen an NHL hat trick in person. I've been to a ton of the Allen American games. I've seen that before, but I've never seen an NHL hat trick in person.
Would you throw your hat?
Yeah, probably.
Jim?
I've not seen one. If I had a hat, probably not.
No.
Oh, man. I like Jim. He just gets right to the point. Now, Alec, I want to go to you on this before we go back to the fan text, because I was also at this event that you're going to talk about.
I do want to throw out some news real quick, if I may.
Oh.
The Washington Commanders have announced they have signed wide receiver Michael Gallup.
Oh, wow.
Good for
So
him.
he lands back in the NFL just after turning 29. And after a brief retirement stint, he is back in the NFL.
You would have guessed he's like 34, right?
Yeah, it felt like he played here forever, and he really didn't. But rooting for the guy. He's an awesome dude, and glad to see that he's back in the NFL. Just hate that he's in the division and not back here.
Yeah.
They have like 1,000 wide receivers on that roster.
Yeah, they
right
don't
now.
need that many, man.
Is he on the team for week 1?
No.
Ooh.
I don't think so.
That's a good question.
Because they got Debo, they got him, they got Noah Brown. Like they're already a very deep. They got KJ Osborne, they got Luke McCaffrey. Yeah. They're already stacked. Yeah, McLaurin. Yeah, no, I don't think he makes it.
It would be weirdly poetic if he took Noah Brown's spot. On the
that would actually be really funny.
That would be really weird. But yes, this event, I know it's not quote unquote sports. It's sports entertainment. I get it. Cry about it. This was awesome. This was Money in the Bank in Fort Worth, Texas at Dickies Arena when the shocking return of this man happened.
Now the whole world can acknowledge me. When John Cena returned in Fort Worth, Texas.
He did.
At Money in the Bank right after the whole Thunderdome era had come to a close because of the pandemic. This was their first road loop after the pandemic activities. They hit the road. Cena had been off of TV for a while. Roman Reigns was probably the hottest he had ever been in his reign as Universal Champion. And John Cena comes out to that thunderous pop. My ears were ringing. I was screaming like a little girl. I remember I played my POV for Lucius the day, like 2 days after, I think, and he was crying, laughing because of my reaction as a grown-ass man. That was awesome. That will stick with me forever.
I remember that very vividly. If he's listening, because I know they listen, I hope Kevin Gray posts his video.
His video
of this
was amazing.
Because he and I were sitting next to each other in the second row. We were included on a WWE promo because of that return, and they had the cameras over. He freaked out. I freaked out. It
was right in front of y'all.
Yeah, exactly. And I know, like, if people want to bash wrestling, that's fine. Look, I like all kinds of things that technically aren't sports. So that doesn't bother me at all. But when you're there, it's so impossible to just not like get into the flow and have fun. And when he came out, you're like, what the hell? It was really, really cool.
From 903, Harold Crabtree, Mayhem and Ecstasy. Was that at Tech against UT?
Oh, man.
I was watching that one live. It was
that
just back and forth. Yeah, it was amazing.
Was bananas. And you're like, holy crap, is Texas Tech the best team? Yeah.
Who's going to stop Michael Crabtree?
Absolutely. From the 903 Best In-Person Sports Experience 2023 World Series at the Globe, Evaldi curtain call after his performance in Game 3 and the Adolis home run to ice it. Man, you could find the World Series run. So maybe that was in the ALCS because I think maybe Adolis was out by then. But that you could find so many games where Adolis hit a key home run in that run, especially in the ALCS. Oh, man. Alec, another wrestling one. The 817. One of the greatest memories was when I witnessed Kerry Von Erich beating Ric Flair to win the world title at Texas Stadium. That was the David Von Erich Memorial Show. He had just died not that long before that. And I bet the emotion in that place for that was just off the freaking charts, man.
I'm jealous.
From the 214, I got lost following Tiger at the Byron Nelson. And I think Tiger's only been to one of them. But ended up sitting at a table with Moose talking football for an hour until my parents found me.
Dude, that's so awesome. And you're like, hey, mom and dad, go away.
Moose over here, geez.
You know what? I think I might change my answer now. And Corey played a big part in this. It was the Final Four at AT&T Stadium.
This is so cool.
And like, if you've ever been to AT&T Stadium and had to go up some of the elevators, they have one of those weird, confusing things, and I don't love it, where certain elevators only go certain places, and you're like, oh, you wanted that level? No, you need to go to that elevator that's like 10,000 feet away. So I called Corey to see where he was, and was RJ in the suite too?
RJ had asked me to go.
Okay.
Because I was just standing next to him, and I know CA was in the house too, because all four of us were covering it.
And so we're at the Final Four. I'm talking with them, and they're like, hey, we're in a suite with Nancy Lieberman. Do you want to come up? And I was like, yeah, I do.
It was the NCAA suite, I believe.
Yeah, and so it was for the Final Four, and then Rolando Blackman was in there too. And he let me talk his ear off for like 7 minutes. He might have thought it was like 47 minutes. But it was awesome because you're like, hey, I get to go to the Final Four. That's super cool. Like, we got to walk on the court and everything. But then all of a sudden, now you're not only at the Final Four, you're in a suite. You're in the NCAA suite. You're in there with Nancy Lieberman and Rolando Blackman. It was amazing.
And in the suite next to us, Mark Colombo, Travis Frederick, and Tony Romo were all hanging out. And I think that's where Choppy disappeared and went and hung out with them for the rest of the night. Smart move on his part.
I could see it. Choppy can make things happen. From the 972, Nolan's 5,000th K. So essentially, we're asking, and this is all from the mind of our KNC for a Day co-host Jim.
Or as they put it, Jim and the KNC masterpiece.
That's true. That is very true. The best sports experience and why. So was it a team you were supporting? Was it the venue you were going to? Was it maybe the people that you were with? Somebody said Nolan Ryan's 5,000 strikeout. I was at that game when I was a little kid. Here's why it's not number one on my list. Because this is when my mom worked for Southwestern Bell. And we went on like a company trip up there. So we were all on like the Southwestern Bell bus or whatever. The bus driver got lost on his way to the stadium. And Nolan Ryan was not that far away from 5,000 strikeouts. And so you were kind of like, oh my God, if we miss the first 2 innings, we might be cooked. So we made it there, and we made it there in time, and I got to see the 5,000 strikeout. I sent in my ticket stub or whatever, and got the Nolan Ryan 5,000 strikeout pin that I still have to this day. But for most of the day, I thought we weren't going to make it because the freaking bus driver didn't know how to get to a stadium. I don't know. Look at all the giant lights and all the blue.
Just like go to that direction.
That's where it is.
That's what Mike does when we're in Arizona. Every time we get lost, he's like, I'm just going to drive to the lights because that's where our hotel is.
That is absolutely correct. From the 254, I went to the Kick 6 game in 2016. Oh. They said it was awesome. I'm assuming they're an Auburn fan or indifferent because I can't imagine any Alabama fan be like, it's cool now.
This is a really great moment in the sports.
Yeah.
Like it is of the last quarter century. The Ringer had it as like number 5 or something like that, or maybe number 2.
That is an all-time for sure. From the 469, I was at the game where Emmett broke the all-time rushing record. And from the 972, Dirk's last game.
That experience in itself.
I get it. Yeah, for sure.
I cried just watching it at home. And I can't imagine what being in that arena and seeing all of Dirk's favorite players. We love Dirk in a way that I don't know how many other people and fan bases love their players. I feel like Kobe got that love from LA.
Sure.
But we had the love that we had for Dirk. It's very unique to sports and fan bases, which is why obviously the Luka thing hurt so much because we were loving him the same way.
And this is a fascinating answer right here from the 469. I was at the last NFC Championship game in 95. My grandfather had also just passed away. The atmosphere was electric. I fell asleep from emotional exhaustion at one point during the game. But it was a great game. I mean, I can imagine, like, you have a loved one, a family member that passes away. That's probably exceedingly difficult to deal with. Then you're at a highly charged emotional sporting event. Like, you could crash out.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure.
All right, man. A bunch of great answers. There's still a whole lot more. I might try to read off a few more of these in just a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, let's go to cut number 10 because the Major League Baseball season officially begins for the Texas Rangers in 1 week.
All right, pitch clock has been reset. Full count here to Seager. Simeon on deck. And now the 3-2. Swing and a drive. Well hit ball, deep right field. Leon going back, looking up, and this ball game is tied. Corey Seager launches his 23rd home run of the season to make it a 2-2 ball game.
Yeah, I know that technically the Major League Baseball season has already started. Dodgers 2-0, Cubs 0-2. But the Rangers start...
That's dumb, right? Have we discussed how dumb that is?
Oh, are you taking the Gavin Dawson approach about how the import-export ratio for our sporting events might not be...
No,
I thought it was really funny the way you said it.
I think it's a really cool thing, but it separates. Baseball opening day is great, and
don't you think that's still going to be what most people think?
Probably
it's
so.
Opening day.
I guess it's just me that I'm just kind of like it just seems like it doesn't exist to me. Like the season hasn't officially started.
I think that is a fair way to take it. Now, Jim, I'm going to give you the opportunity to pick where we go first. I have statistical projections for Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, Adolis, Langford, Berger, Eovaldi, Jacob deGrom. Which player would you like us to start with?
Let's start with Wyatt Langford.
Wyatt Langford. The projected statistics for Wyatt Langford. Now, this is all based on betting, but I feel like this would be a disappointing season for a lot of Rangers fans. 18.5 home runs and 78.5 RBIs. Now, remember, this is for betting perspectives. So when you ask, like, what's a half a home run or whatever, considering he had 16 and 74 last year, would you not be disappointed? Maybe really disappointed if that's what Wyatt Langford had this season.
You know, he was hurt for 30 games or so.
Yeah.
So I think definitely be disappointed.
Yeah,
So he should exceed, the hope would be that he'd exceed that.
If you're buying into Wyatt Langford, you should hit the overs pretty hard on this.
Yeah, 74 is an interesting number. Where do we know where he is in the lineup? Is he third? I
think I could see that.
He, if he's hitting third consistently, he might not get the opportunity to drive in 74 because maybe Corey Seager's cleaning up in front of him.
And it's 74 was last year. This year's 78.5.
78? Okay, 74. Maybe not even there. But the home runs, I do expect that to be higher. I would hit the over on that easy.
What would be your guess?
25.
I think that's a really good guess.
That's a number that I'll be comfortable throwing out there.
All right, Alec, I'm going to give you the next opportunity. Which Texas Rangers player statistics would you like to know after Wyatt Langford?
Ooh. Give me Marcus Semien because he's got a weird trend of season to season slumps. I want to see where he goes here.
That is a great point because I feel like these projections are kind of made as if the good or the great season, mediocre season Marcus Semien days are over.
Okay.
And they're like, I'm going to stick with the mediocre season. So the projection's there. 23.5 home runs, 77.5 RBIs, and 92.5 runs. So those statistics are all kind of in line, if not even a tiny bit lower on the home runs than last year when he's a really good player, but safe to say we all thought last year was disappointing for Marcus Semien.
I could understand that. I mean, yes, his batting average was as low as it's been in 5 years. He just didn't seem to be getting the same pop that he wanted to.
For sure.
And he wasn't on base enough. And granted, the team wasn't good. The injuries piled up on him, and he still played 159 games with as bad as everything was around him.
He's an incredible specimen of,
durability.
Durability, that's the word I was looking for.
He set the bar really high, though, in 23. And that definitely is one of the reasons that you kind of look at it that way.
And I know we can't just go over on all of these, but I want to take you down to Jacob deGrom. How many games do you think deGrom is going to win? I'm not getting into the argument about if wins are a pitcher stat or I know that exists. I'm not having that debate right now. How many wins will Jacob deGrom have this season?
6.
Oh. Alec?
25. No.
That's too many.
I wish.
I don't think he's had more than 15 in his career.
That would be amazing.
Is that right? Oh my gosh.
I'll go 8.
Okay. Jim, how many wins
I'm going to be hopeful in 10.
Okay.
Kevin, I want to point some numbers out real quick.
Point them.
The year that he won 15 games, his ERA was 3.53.
Oh, wow.
The year that he won 4 games, his ERA was 2.38, and he pitched only 12 games that year.
That was the COVID year, right?
I believe so. And then the year after his 15 games, he won 10 with a 1.70 ERA. And he pitched in 32 games that year.
Okay.
But it's been a while since he's pitched more than 15 games, or at least gotten to 15 games.
All right, so he could win the Cy Young with 10 wins. Man, maybe you don't hit the over on this one. 8.5.
Yeah.
Is the over-under win total for Jacob deGrom. Are you more optimistic about his ERA? Over-under 2.99. That feels like a decent under bet right
I will
there,
take
right?
the under. I will definitely take the under on that. The only time he's been over that since 2017 was 2022. That's the only time he's ever been over it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Jim, you taking the under?
I'll take the under. I think the issue is durability, and so
For
I think
sure.
it's how many games does he pitch versus...
Okay. So I'll throw it out there.
If we could take a little bit of Simeon's durability and apply it to DeGrom, and a little bit of DeGrom's pitching ability and apply it to Simeon, would be great.
Which would you rather have, though? You'd rather have Simeon durability on DeGrom,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I say he starts 22 games this year.
All right.
Does that sound low?
I'm taking that
high?
ERA low. Oh, 22 games.
Yeah.
I think that's high.
Okay.
I think I would probably be more in the 18 range is kind of how I feel.
Yeah.
Because I think they're going to treat him with white gloves. I really do.
That's probably true.
They want to get him to the playoffs. They need to be there. They need to get there, but they want him to be available for that because it gives them a better opportunity to do the Nate Eovaldi, Jordan Montgomery combo.
If you're going low on another number, especially when you said that number starts, 155 and a half strikeouts for Jacob deGrom. That hasn't happened in 6 years.
So
now I realize the COVID year was 2020, so that kind of wipes it out. He would have gotten there for sure in 2020, but it's been a minute.
Based on my numbers, he's going to have to strike out just over 10 people per game that he
It's going to be a
starts.
lot. You're gonna need.
Which he can do. Like he can do that. He's a 10 strikeout guy.
All right, you guys have the opportunity. Here are the selections I have left for if you want to know. We probably only have time for one or two more. Eovaldi, Berger, Adolis, and Seager.
Those are all great names. I like it.
But you can only pick one.
Adolis.
Okay, Adolis Garcia. 25 and a half home runs. 84 and a half RBIs. So if you look at it, it's pretty much they have it exactly in line with what he did last year. And so I'll say this again, much like we talked about Marcus Semien earlier. If Adolis Garcia has a season like last year, or maybe even just a little bit better than last year, that is a disappointment, is it not?
Yeah, I think he's having a season more like, let's say 2021. Where he had 31 home runs, 90 RBI. That was still, it seems like the RBIs are low.
Yeah.
But that's more in range of what I'm expecting. He hit 243 that year. I'm expecting him to be back this year. I really am. I'm not thinking that this dude's coming back this year and having a similar type of last year.
Alec, what do you think about the prospects of the Adolis bounce back here as opposed to the betting odds saying he'll probably be in about the same spot?
I think Corey's right. I think I'm there with him that this will be a bounce back year. And if he does get back to form to what we're used to, I think Adolis Garcia is more like a 3,100 guy. So I'm taking the over.
Jim, you think bounce back year or no?
I'm actually thinking that Semien is more likely to have a bounce back year, and Adolis, I think, is on a decline, and so will not have a bounce back year.
Okay.
Sadly.
I mean, look, Adolis just turned 32, so that might be the case. Now, I said it would be tough to beat that one specific experience about going to see the perfect game right before your dad passed and seeing it with your dad. Now, this is not a competition among all people, but this is probably going to be tough to defeat as well. From the 903, their best sports experience, they were at the Odor Punch game, and it happened right about 10 minutes after this person asked his wife to marry him.
Wow. So he asked his wife to marry him. She said no, and then Odor punches this guy, and he's like, yes.
I don't think those two were necessarily related.
Oh. Did she say yes?
I mean, he said it is his wife.
Makes sense.
So
could have been a different wife.
I don't know if this is an Angel Reese situation where she said no and then he rebounded and put it back in or not.
What?
We're the KNC masterpiece, The Shot, you guys. Come on.
You should go ahead and mark that one. I don't know if you already have a stack full based on how things went this week.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
You need to raise your kids to be data collectors. Next on The Fan.
Of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We'll get into why you should raise your kids to be data collectors in a moment. Before we do, I wanted to read a few more of these off. Jim crushed it with this topic, and there are a lot of Tolos that deserve theirs to be read. Can't get to all of them.
Should we ask Jim if he's busy tomorrow?
Jimmy busy tomorrow.
I'm available.
Okay. All right, just in case. From the 469 was at the last Rangers game for Cal Ripken Jr., and I had no clue it was going to be that until I got there. But every time he swung his bat, a brilliant flash of blue went across the stadium. It was spectacular.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And then from the 972, TCU smoking Michigan in the Fiesta Bowl.
Man,
remember that one?
I do.
And somebody was at the 4-homer Hamilton game. Good gosh.
That was in Baltimore. So incredible.
I remember watching that happen, and I was somewhere else watching the first 2 home runs, and then I got home and the third home run happened, and I was like, I had to go somewhere. I had to go to work or something else later, and so I saw three of the 4 home runs in different places.
And so I was trying to think. I've been to like some, I guess you would call them pre-scheduled milestones, like when Nolan Ryan looked like he was going to get his 5,000 strikeout. But I could only think of one game where something like truly extraordinary happened while I was there that no one would have known about. Jim Sundberg from a birthday game hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth, probably not because of me, but he hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth, and then the game went on to be 17 or 18 innings. It was the longest Rangers home game in history at that point. And I remember my mom had to keep running up the stairs to go to the payphone to call the babysitters. Like, I don't know. And like, I'm sure she wanted to leave, but it was my birthday. And so that feels kind of harsh to be like, hey, I know we're celebrating your birthday, but sucks for you.
Kevin, you said at the beginning of the Purdue High Point game, after High Point hit a 3-pointer, that Purdue was done for.
That made it 3-0.
It's currently 45-39, Purdue. Right now, Creighton is ripping Louisville 73-61. I have Creighton moving on in this game. So
and why are they defeating Louisville?
Because
the ACC sucks this year.
All right, there you go.
Because the ACC sucks this year. Does it feel like, let me ask you a question about High Point real quick, because they're in like the dark blue, almost feels purplish, but dark blue. Do you feel like these underdog teams or these teams maybe you're not as familiar with are more likely to have a bold color scheme? Like, it feels like usually it's like the underdogs in the dark green or, you know, like a really standout color.
Isn't Princeton like orange and black?
Yeah. And so it feels like the team in the white, you're like, that team's probably favored to win. At least in the NCAA tournament,
Maybe.
It feels like a lot of these lower seeded teams have like really powerful colors.
How do they pick? I guess the highest seed's the home team.
I honestly don't know. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, if you made your selections already, which you probably should have because the tournament started, but you didn't.
Yeah, don't be that person.
You wanted a more unique way to do it. Let's turn to our friend Flula Borg, who made his picks as he was going through the bracket, and this is how he approaches it.
It is Marching of Madness here in America. Who will win the Hoopy time? What sounds like a pretty name? Lipscomb. You have hairs on your lips, so they have reached pubertate, which means they're very puffy. Combed lips sink ships. What sounds good? Misery. Ooh. Kathy Bates is coming to the finale. Robert Morris, just one man. He must be 700 kilograms. High Point. What a positive name. I'm at the apex of the basketballs. Lip combers against Misery. Kathy Bates had a one hammer and a cabin. I believe the combing of lips wins. Robert Morris versus High Point. High Point sounds like, I wish I would like that. That would be so nice. Then you meet Robert Morris. He's like the bad guy in Jack Reacher season 3. He's like 2 Jack Reachers. The comber of lips and Robert Morris. The lip combers, there are more of those guys so they can jump on top of Robert Morris as Robert Morris tries to make a donkey. So the lip combers will win the finale 4. Eat out your heart, Joe Lenardi and other bracketologists. Yes.
I freaking love Flula, dude. I just love that man so much.
He's the best.
Everything he does is amazing.
And he just talked about the team you were talking about, High Point.
It's the top of the basketball.
Yeah. So
the misery. Kathy Bates.
I don't think he's going to win, though.
Hammer.
Do you think Robert Morris and Lipscomb are going to be in the finale?
No. But my favorite logic that he used in that whole discussion was Robert Morris, one man, must be like 700 kilograms.
And you know the other thing about
so we're getting there. We're not too far off.
Whenever he came to Dallas and we took him to that game where he met Dirk,
yes,
we learned that like he's a big UNC fan and like he is a huge basketball fan. So that was.
And by the way, in case you're curious, yes, he is pretty much like that all of the time.
All the time.
If you think he just does these bits, we've spent a lot of time with him. He is like that pretty much all of the time.
He's a good dude. Every year donates
really
to
is.
Peaceathon. Speaking of Peaceathon, Jim is joining us today because he was the winner of KNC for a day, courtesy of Peaceathon.
That's right.
Where the money goes to My Possibilities. Jim, how's your experience been so far? Would you recommend if we do this again that other people try to outbid you?
Highly recommend people to try to do it, and I'll be bidding again, but would love somebody to outbid me. So
nice.
You guys are great to work with, and it's been fun, great experience, and would recommend anybody bidding on it.
There awesome. I like to hear
they're
that.
great hosts, not only on the radio, but as to a guest.
Oh, sweet. And we got cookies today.
Yes, we did.
Because everybody knows that Kevin wishes he was not working.
That's fair.
Just at home watching
That has nothing
TV.
to do with you, Jim. Just these 2 days are. But it's great being up here because it almost feels like tomorrow, G-Bag Nation's going to be at Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers in Euless, and you have the TVs everywhere. So it doesn't feel like I'm totally missing out on the inevitable High Point upset.
When we were at the newspaper together and you would miss, we had one TV that was at the top of the ceiling almost. It was above all the offices, and it was at the very top, and you could barely get a ladder up there to turn the TV on. And you had to leave it on one channel. You couldn't watch all the other games. You had to watch one channel.
No
so
remote control.
That was Kevin would leave me to do all the work, which resulted in a lot of very spacious columns that got put on the newspaper. So,
man, did it.
The Phillies are the reason that I think you should raise your children to be data collectors. And I don't really know what the term is. I just keep saying data collectors.
What if they want to be a data collector?
All right, sure, that's fine. Say it however you want. But information is important. Information is, we're seeing right now how valuable information can be. If you're able to delete it or keep it or whatever, you have a say in a lot of things. So in the summer of 2021, the Phillies began reorganizing their baseball operations under Dave Dombrowski. And he architected a full-fledged new analytic department with the organization. Andy Galdi took a position with Zalus Analytics, which was an upstart company that built relationships with professional teams in a lot of different sports. The Phillies became one of them, and they paid $600,000 in 2022. They paid another $1.275 million to use the company's services in 23 and 24. And the contracts included division exclusive licenses. So nobody in the division could use this company and their information. Zealous could not share data with anybody else in the National League East club, and it could not license its platform to more than 6 Major League Baseball teams.
Okay.
1 per division.
Okay, that makes sense.
The Phillies liked the information so much, they decided we're going to renew this contract for 2025. Now, both of them are heading to court.
Oh, no.
The Phillies last week sued Zealous for what they said was an attempt to sell its platform to more rival teams.
Oh.
And they're asking a judge to issue a temporary restraining order that prevents Zealous from licensing, selling, or distributing its Titan Intelligence platform to more MLB teams. Clubs seeking compensatory damages in an amount to be determined later on, obviously. But the harm suffered by the Phillies cannot be adequately remedied by monetary damages alone.
Oh, so they don't really need any money then.
They're just like,
what
there's
I'm
more
hearing.
to it. We just need the information. The Phillies declined to comment this week. A spokesperson for Teamworks, which is Teamworks bought Zealous, so they're the parent company for them.
Gotcha.
And they look at it and they're like, well, once we bought and we acquired them, that contract doesn't work the same. We can continue to work with other teams all over. And so this is a rare, but common practice across MLB that they are sharing this kind of information. The lines do get blurred sometimes. But the Phillies, according to the lawsuit, argued that Zealous selling components of the platform, because they started piecing it off into other little pieces of like, you can get this information or you can get this information. And they said it created an unquantifiable competition disadvantage in player evaluation, acquisition, and strategic decision-making across MLB. And it undermines the Phillies' ability to make baseball operations decisions based on lots of big words, but analytics, and strictly limited the number of teams they could work with.
Holy moly.
Titan and Zealous have said, our hope is that each of our current partners will transition to non-exclusive terms, and then offered a couple of different options that they could work in. And the dispute right now comes as the Phillies have continued to invest significant resources in their analytics staffing, which we're seeing across sports right now. The Cowboys have dived. They dived. They jumped on into it feet first and said, hey, we're going to do more analytic stuff to give you more information. But this thing goes, they've even developed it enough to have information on minor league players and prospects so that they can kind of see and make projections on where they're going to be in the future. And so the Phillies are like, we found you first. We had an agreement like this before, and we don't want to give up this competitive advantage anymore. But Kevin, the numbers, because of like the numbers that I'm starting to see, here's one for it ranges from $70,000 to $350,000 for teams to use it annually.
Okay.
The most expensive offering is called Roster Intelligence Complete, and it promises evaluation tools, core metrics, focused on U.S. amateur players and international players. Game Intelligence, $220,000. Zealous offered the Phillies $280,000 discount for this entire season so that they could work with other people.
Okay, so that was the non-exclusive part. I got you.
And so this is where like I'm starting to look around. Like I was talking with the Tolo yesterday. Shout out to Tolo Jonathan. He came to look at my my solar panels, make sure they're all working correctly. He's awesome. But we were kind of chatting yesterday, and he was like, "Dude, I go to Twitter or X now to Google search. All I got to do is like type it in there and it's giving me the same information Google pops up." And you see, Google has dominated the database information world and the ability to go recall all that information and deliver it right to you as soon as you type it in. And this is where baseball, and I'm sure other sports are, in that they're looking at batter pitching matchup projections, fielder positioning recommendations, pitch outcome visualizations, pitch type projections. And teams are like, we can spend $300,000. I feel like the number can go up. I feel like the number can be insane if they create more competition. And I think that's where they're looking at it. Zealous and all of them, they're looking at it saying, we create more competition with more teams. Right now, we can only work with 6 teams. But if we create more competition amongst this and this platform, we could start charging whatever we want here. And teams are going to start paying it because they want the information, especially if it's good and accurate. If the information's good and accurate, people will pay for it. So
that's fascinating.
Develop is what I say. Develop your children into being, instead of pitchers, raise them to be data business owners.
Gotcha.
See, 2 of my kids, Jim, are creative types, and that's the way that they think. And I'm always like, go into financing. That's where my mind is. But then I look and I'm like, look where I am. How can I tell them to not pursue their dreams whenever I pursued mine and it delivered a little bit?
Well, but not your original dream.
To go be an actor in L.A., which my wife quickly said I wouldn't make it.
You ever truly forgive her for that?
I do. There's a lot of reasons. But it's becoming, right now, this thing I think is becoming an incredibly valuable commodity, information. And it kind of makes me think, can we sue the Mavericks for incompetence as a fan base? I think everything just comes back around to suing the Mavericks or being upset at the Mavericks.
You know what?
Sue them for incompetence. If they're suing for the lack of competitive advantage, can we sue for incompetence?
I don't know if we have what it takes to follow through all the way on this, but I think a fun segment once a week could be KNC versus Metroplex Sports. And so, like, the first case is, the 1994 Dallas Cowboys for getting rid of Jimmy Johnson.
I like this.
Then if you wanted to litigate 89 with Tom Landry, or if you wanted to go back to the 05 Mavs and get rid of Steve Nash, like, we could go back and have a conversation about Ron Washington's decision to put Nelson Cruz out in right field. Yeah, so you could litigate all of these cases. That would actually be really fun. But yeah, the first or second case we should do is the people of KNC versus Nico Harrison, Patrick Dumont, and the Dallas Mavericks. And we'll give you testimony, but they're guilty. I guess that's probably not what a fair trial includes. But
who are the peers here, Kevin? Because it sounded like you've already made.
Okay, fine. One of the Adelsons or the Dumonts want to come up. We'll give you a seat on the jury.
Here's how
you're still going to lose.
I know we're doing this live on air right now, but what if we had 8 people call in and they could help give their verdict? Like, they can all decide guilty or innocent.
I actually think that's a really good idea.
They're going to have to listen to it. They call in and we just say, hey, John in Wichita Falls.
Okay.
Because Wichita is far away. But Wichita Falls.
I bet people in Wichita have thoughts about that.
There's like 10 people in Wichita, I believe.
That feels low. But yes,
let's do it.
We might be able to make this happen. Right. That's an interesting suggestion.
And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll bring you the random sports report, but also, is Evan Carter going to be left off the opening day roster? Next on The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Carter 0 for 3 in the ballgame yesterday in the series, or Wednesday rather, in the series finale. But he's not going to be 0 for tonight as he drives this one deep to right center into the Rangers bullpen. Home run, Evan Carter. His 5th of the season. He's tied this game at 1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking what feels like an improbable question if you go back to the start of spring training. Could Evan Carter be left off the opening day roster? We'll give you some basketball updates after that, and then the random sports report. We will get to all of that. But Evan Carter, we've talked about it. Going into spring training, his career against lefties, it was tough. 0.81 batting average, and then he hasn't had a ton of opportunities against left-handed pitchers I don't think he's had a real opportunity like last week or so. He's 0 for 7 against lefties in spring training, and he has struck out 5 times.
Oh, so he's not seeing the ball.
Yeah, no, only 2 times has he gotten a regular out against left-handers. The other 5 times,
what do you call a regular
he
out?
Struck out.
A pop-up?
Yeah, anything besides a strikeout.
A ground out?
Yeah.
Foul ball pop-up?
Sure.
Okay. Fly ball to the outfield.
Double play ball. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Double play counts too, Kevin.
And so Boch was asked the question, is Evan Carter better off being like 7th in the lineup against right-handed pitchers and maybe not playing against lefties? Or is he better to be the leadoff hitter every day in Round Rock? Bruce Bochy said, that's a fair question.
That's all he said?
Yes.
Oh, man. That's not promising.
So it does not lead you to believe that this is off the table. And it's really weird because, you go back to the playoff run. Josh Young called him the little savior. We've talked about how much Mike loves him and has invested in him. And now you might be to a point where you went from having an incredible postseason. Rangers would not have won the World Series without him. To injury woes most of the rest of the year, to maybe you need to start the next season in minor leagues.
I think it's interesting. I think there's a chance they could have won the World Series without him.
Oh, okay.
But he was a special hitter in that run because he created so many more pitches for starters and other pitchers too. I like what you're saying there. I don't think he hasn't done what he needs to do. He hasn't shown that he can hit lefties. He hasn't shown that he's completely back from that. And I don't think it's unfair for the Rangers to say you're not quite ready for it yet. No, nobody really knew him whenever that playoff run started. They didn't know what to expect. They didn't know how to get him out. They didn't know what he could and couldn't do. And I remember Bochy saying that. And I remember other teams saying, we don't know what to do to him yet. So we'll have to get some more tape on him and try and figure it out. And they were like, we go back and watch some of his minor league stuff? We don't know. So that little run there was special, and it was great for us as fans. But for him to continue to develop and grow, he's got to become a better hitter at all fronts. It's interesting, though, because of the position itself and who's going to be there.
So I'm going to go back to Boch again, Boch does such a good job at keeping like a level head of breaking things down. And he said, I'm not as concerned about that as a lot of people, the 0 for 7 with the 5 strikeouts. I'd rather him just do his thing against righties, and we'll get a right-handed bat in there against lefties in a platoon. And then he added...
Because he knows how good he can be against righties.
Yes.
Like he knows that's possible.
Fact. Then he added, now eventually that growth happens. Hopefully it happens. And now you're not a platoon guy, but it's something hard to develop in the major leagues when you're trying to win, right? And so that is kind of the dynamic is if this was a team that you knew was probably, hey, maybe they may win 75 games or something like that, then I don't think it would be as much of an issue to continually trot Evan Carter out there and like try to learn through all of the struggles. But If you're trying to win right now, that's not something you can really afford to learn at the big league level, which then begs the question, should he just be leading off in the minors where like, hey, maybe you win, maybe you lose, that's great. But we're all kind of there to serve the bigger purpose of the big club.
Because we know, like, Jack Leiter's a good conversation point on this. Jack Leiter's pretty much done everything he can do to prove himself in AAA and AA, right? Like, he's done all those things, and you're like, okay, everything he's doing here shows that he belongs here. Evan Carter's already proved once that he belongs there. Anytime he goes back, I don't think it's to just wait his turn. I think anytime he goes back, it's because he wasn't doing something he's supposed to be doing to clean something up. And so if that's the case, who are the options? Leody Taveras is, somebody texted in and said he gets so much disrespect. Kevin, when you're hitting 160,
I don't know if he really does.
Yeah, and then I value the fact that he's a switch hitter. I know the Rangers value that too because you don't have a lot of those in your lineup. Jonah Heim's really the only one I think right now, and I value that. Defensively, I thought, man, he's really good. He tracks really well early in his career, but now I find out he can't dive head first. And he had some defensive fumbles last year that really screwed him over. But the Rangers also have Pilar. So, Kevin, the options look
Pilar's going to be on the opening day roster,
I think
right?
so, too. And it's a veteran bat that knows what he's doing. And that's the perfect Bochy person, right? A guy that knows how to play the game at a high level that can revitalize his career maybe for half a season. Maybe it's just half a season, and then Evan Carter gets back on fire and finds it all out, and that's all he needs to kind of get his confidence going. Maybe that's it, and you can just ride that through the last part of the season. But until you can prove that you can do the things that they're asking of you or be part of that platoon, maybe you shouldn't be doing on the Major League roster to start the season.
Not saying this is going to happen, but I would be curious if they would even consider Wyatt Langford, Leody, Adolis, Pilar, and the man who's taken over spring training
Osuna?
Offensively and defensively, Mr. Osuna in that spot.
That's Bochy. But when you're on fire, Bochy's like, let him keep going until it cools off.
Yeah.
And I don't see why that would change. And somebody said Pilar won't last long. I don't expect him to last long, but I know what I'm getting out of the player, a veteran who can patrol the outfield, still has the legs to do it. Man, Osuna would be interesting because he has caught a lot of attention to start this off. He would be an interesting option. It's just, it feels like the pedigree on Carter is so high and everybody expects so much out of him. Maybe rushing him into the major leagues for the World Series was a rush.
Yeah.
He wasn't quite ready. Although his numbers that season in minor leagues said he was ready to do it.
They did. They did. Now, to go along with this, let's transition. Give me cut number 1, because I want to go back to some more college basketball and a random sports report.
Lane between the rings, works on the right-hand dribble, attacks, kick out, right corner, Hunter 3, it's good! Tie game!
Now, Xavier defeated Texas last night in a first 4 game. Already this morning, Creighton defeats Louisville.
Really?
And
I got that one right.
They beat them pretty good. And the ACC is terrible this year, so I wonder if that's part. High Point's inability to rebound the ball offensively.
Purdue's turned it up, baby.
Purdue is crushing them on the offensive boards, and that's what's led to probably these last 5 points. Their spacing out from High Point looks like they will probably survive. Houston is dominating early.
They're going to run away with that one.
Yeah, Wisconsin has a healthy 8-point lead. By the way, what did we say would be the biggest win? What was the over-under? 38.5?
Yeah.
Something like that. And there it is. Houston's on pace right now to potentially win by 40 points. So that could be a hit straight away. But there's some updates. March Madness, these next 2 days, my favorite 2 days of the sports calendar. But I have other sports stories for you. Would you guys like to go hockey, bowling, or golf?
Jim?
Let's go hockey.
There you go.
That was a good decision.
It is a good decision. It's what he's done today.
He really has been on fire. So the leader in bare knuckle boxing has announced it has acquired the rights to what they're going to call Ice Wars. So
Ice Wars.
Ice Wars.
This doesn't sound good.
Are going to be an on-ice fight league.
An on-ice fight league?
That's right.
Like how we started USA versus Canada in that first game of the...
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes. In fact, Corey, the first event will be titled Battle of the Borders, pitting Americans versus Canadians on June 14th in Michigan. So they said they love raw, high adrenaline combat sports, and they love to do them in a way that fans have never seen before. They are excited to take this to the next level. So the Ice Wars are teaming up with the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships to create Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships Ice Wars. Corey, and if you say no, I might think you're a liar. Will you at least watch the first episode of this?
When is it?
It comes out in June.
I think we should have a fan watch party.
I think that would be
Ice
amazing.
Wars in June.
I think that would be really neat.
And I think we should do it on a ice hockey rink.
Okay. Well, see what we can do.
It's hot outside, dude. It's June. We know what June's like.
That is
it's not
a good
August
point.
or anything, but yeah, I think we should talk to the boss and say we need to get Ice Wars. We can go do it at Cosm. We should talk to Cosm and see if they'll host a fan party, and we can watch Ice Wars.
So they said it will be legal, sanctioned, and regulated hockey fights.
And they're just out there skating and punching
without the hockey part.
No hockey, just punching.
You guys
How big is the ring? Is it the whole hockey ring?
Whole
hockey?
I'm not sure. That feels like a waste of ice unless you have multiple fights going
in each
on
one of those
at
little circles,
time.
maybe in the big circles, the main event.
That would be cool. I could tell Alex in. All right, you want golf or bowling?
Jim?
I think I should have chosen golf.
Oh,
he doesn't. He's out on Ice
in your
Wars.
face, ice fighting.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Augusta National.
Golf fights.
Where an employee got arrested for being a woman. No, I'm just kidding. But don't forget, we're not that far removed from that. An ex-Augusta National employee got 1 year in prison for the theft of the Arnold Palmer green jacket and other Masters memorabilia worth more than $3 million.
What? Did he donate it all to Peace-a-thon?
Man, I wish, because then I would have at least sat in the courtroom and rooted for that person to hey, you shouldn't steal. I get that. But you stole for a good cause.
So which green jacket? Is there some random one, or was it the winner from that year?
No, it was Arnold Palmer's winning jacket, and then stole just a whole bunch of other Masters memorabilia.
And he worked for, this person worked
at Augusta.
Okay.
Got a 1 year prison sentence.
That's it?
I don't know, man.
And gets to keep all the...
No, he also has to pay $3 million in restitution and face up to 1 year of supervised release after prison.
See, here's my problem, and I've always thought this. If you steal something and then you have to serve time, they should at least let you keep the stuff that you stole. I think that's the problem with our system, Kevin. You get to keep the stuff you stole, and then the money you stole $1 million, you get to keep the $1 million.
But doesn't that encourage people
to steal?
And you got caught in this.
But you do have to spend time in prison, so that's what you're dealing with here.
How long would you spend in prison for $1 million? $1
million? I'm not making it long. Look at this face. 3 years.
Wow, that's way longer than I thought you were going to say.
$1 million is a lot, dude.
That's true.
I can send all my kids to college, pay off a house, and now that's it after that.
Now I take you to Mookie Betts. So Mookie Betts is the owner of the first announced team for the new World Bowling League.
He loves bowling.
Betts and his business partner Cam Lewis have purchased a franchise named Team OMG. The Bowling League hopes to determine world champions and host as many as 15 events each year, including multiple events around the world. Are you excited about the World Bowling League?
Jim?
Maybe they could combine it with the ice knuckle fight.
Man.
You'd have something there.
He's out on bowling.
So you're out on bowling and the ice fighting, but if they put it together.
Oh, there you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're bowling on ice and fighting at the same time. So you can be lining up your bowl shot. I don't know, is your stroke? I don't know what you call it, your throw. And you're lining it up, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, somebody just skates up and hits you in the temple.
I think it's a future Olympic sport.
And now you got to figure out how to make this strike with the temples. You're just throbbing. It hurts.
This could be fun to watch. Hey, if Ray Gun can get into the Olympics for breakdancing, we could make anything happen.
Be nice.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
She
Fan.
was terrible. They fixed it anyway.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hobbs on the midcourt logo with 5. Works to the right slot. Crosses over on Sprouse. 3. Good! Dallas Hobbs with both hands over his head. He untucks his jersey. He stares into the crowd.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In the midst of March Madness right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing outstanding. Love these next 2 days. Thank you for asking. Eric, what kind of grade would you give our KNC for a day winner, Jim, today?
Jim really just hit this thing out of the park today. I mean, he's got the pipes. Those speak for themselves. But the analysis, I mean, bringing it strong. I was impressed. He got handed the rock today and just said, hey, you guys get out of the way. I'm going to go put the team on my back.
Do you think we should have handed him the rock even more then? Because obviously he was shining.
Yeah, I think so. I think you should hand him that
huge
rock.
upgrade over who you used to have here.
Oh, man.
From the 817, he doesn't like bowling. Now I'm out on Jim. So that you had him up until that moment, Jim.
When do we start doing bowling without putting our fingers in the ball?
Is that happening?
That's doing a lot now. We got professional bowlers that bowl 268 and never put the fingers in the ball.
I used to enjoy, like, we were on a bowling alley run for a pretty good while, and at one point we liked the idea of taking, like, sizing down the ball, pretty small ball. They were usually pink for whatever reason, but they looked cool.
8-pounder woods.
And you wouldn't even necessarily hum it. You would put like a spin on it, and so you wouldn't have to really put your fingers, maybe just like your tips slightly, but otherwise, boom. And you spin that thing, and it takes it right to the edge of the gutter, and then weaves you right on a perfect one. Mm-hmm. You get the weave, and then smack right dead center, bullseye.
Yeah.
And I think the last 6 feet of the alley is domed in, so the ball does have a natural curve into the middle lane.
There you go. So we're just emphasizing that a little bit more.
I used to work at Jupiter Bowling Lanes over in Garland area, and that's
a cool job.
It was fun.
What was the worst part about that job?
The smelly shoes you stood around all day long with.
The cigarette smoke, because I said the worst part. The worst part was the cigarette smoke for me. Like I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
that's when I picked up smoking. So.
You're behind the counter. You're behind the counter, and all those shoes are underneath, and they're all smelling.
You spraying them down?
You spray that stuff inside.
That spray can only do so much.
I think there's some people that weren't very diligent with that.
Yeah. Well, because you get schmoes that show up in flip-flops, and then they're not wearing socks, but they're still just going foot to shoe.
Yeah, absolutely not caring a bit.
Uncalled for.
I got to talk about RJ Choppy like that, man.
How often does schmo work into your regular vocabulary?
Probably more than I even realize.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure Wolchuk called me a schmo yesterday or the day before.
Really? Yeah. I mean, it's a nice, easy, soft way of telling somebody how stupid they are. You know,
I like that.
Without going full, hey, dumbass, idiot. You just go,
bless your heart.
A little more playful.
Yeah. Okay.
Where does Schmuck rank into all this?
Schmuck is awesome.
Oh, no, that's what he called me. That's what Wolchuk called me.
Wolchuk's a big schmuck guy.
Yeah.
And I love a good schmuck.
Yeah.
But I lean schmo.
I can't tell you, Kevin, how many people messaged me or talked to me over the last week and said, Kevin really doesn't know what a labrum is.
Oh, my gosh.
Last week when you threw that joke
That was
out
a
there.
high point. That was my joke at the Dallas Card Show last Friday, is they said, this athlete tore his labrum or tore their labrum. And I go, oh, so it was a woman. And I had people text me. They're like, please tell me you're joking. I thought it was a good joke, but a lot of people either didn't get it or they think I'm really stupid.
Yeah, you're really funny, Kevin.
Yeah.
Stick to football.
Yeah, you hate women.
They might just think I'm really dumb. I can see that too. They're like, you seem like you don't
That's
know.
what most of the texts were. Kevin doesn't know that.
How old
Look in the mirror there.
How old were you when you found out there were 2 labrums in your body? Or I guess actually 4.
Both sides.
Because it's not just your shoulders. You have another labrum area.
Where?
You really don't know? Something there's labrums in the hips.
More labrum, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know today.
Your run-of-the-mill standard
class
human
that
being
day.
has 4 labrums.
I'm today years old when I'm finding that out. I only thought we had the 2 in the shoulders.
There we go.
And I learned that when we were doing the fan softball game while we were calling that, because I think Grego had torn his labrum, and you've made another joke about it. And
Man, you know what joke I made that day that I thought was going to get my ass fired like a couple months
Was it
into
the
being
elf
here?
joke?
Just your
No,
ass.
not the elf joke, but so Kevin, Corey, the KNC Masterpiece, their show was Rage, the Richie and Grego extravaganza. And so when we were doing crosstalk, we were not in the same area of like the bar and everything. And so Grego's like, I'm not getting it. Well, how is it the KNC Masterpiece? And I go, well, it's realistically just an acronym, exactly the same way you do your show. So, and just kind of left it at
Just
that.
blank stared
I
at
don't
him.
know if he cared for that or not, but I was like, buddy, you need to reel it back in. You're very new here. It's too early to be firing off at people like that.
Especially at old G-Dog.
That is very fair. I will fire off at the NCAA, though. They are not allowing live mascots at the NCAA tournament, despite the petition from fans, despite Drake wanting to bring their adorable bulldog there. Not Drake the person, Drake the university. Do we think this makes sense since the games are
It doesn't make sense at all to me. This should be case by case, Hagee. You have an adorable bulldog, he's invited. You have a steer, sorry, can't get him in the arena.
Look at that bulldog.
We need as many of these as possible. What about the aerial mascots? You can bring a hawk in there. You can bring a falcon. You can bring a bird of prey in an arena, no problem, as long as it's got his handler with him.
If we're allowing celebrities to throw up on the floor, we can bring mascots in, right?
Absolutely.
That is true. Do you ever get conflicted when something like that happens because you're like, that person's making a fool out of themselves because they're drunk, and then afterwards it's like, oh, it's food poisoning or something.
Yeah.
You're like,
No, there's something else wrong going on there.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's usually what I think as well.
Yeah.
And then Cooper Flagg says, no pain. Feels good. Ready to go tomorrow for Duke.
How's your feeling on Duke?
I think they are going to make it to the Final Four. I've got them losing to Florida in the championship game.
Florida's pretty good.
Florida is really good.
Were you happy that you only got to 4-time G-Bag of the Day status?
Yeah, I was
and
wondering.
You didn't have to reach the pinnacle of 5.
Yes. I have
You're
to.
honorary. You're up for it, though.
Okay, damn it.
I do think you're going to be
Dawson's going to bring
honorary.
you back in. Get ready.
As soon as that happened, it wasn't
It
even.
might win.
It wasn't even the end of the segment before I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
That's.
It's going to live for a while.
Yeah, it really is. But if they win the national championship, worth it.
Ooh, then you'll have to make that revelation every year this time of year.
That's fine.
Maybe you have a shirt that
If we
says
go
it.
on a UCLA type run, I'll do that every single year. I'll be the John Wooden of obscenities on this station.
Yeah, Duke and Wooden. There
Yeah,
you go. Good,
exactly.
Good
You get it.
combination. Yeah.
You get it.
Yeah, so women do have 8 labrums just to bring it all full
All
circle.
right. Always
doing
Remember
better than
6? Is it 6?
It sounds like you don't know.
No, you're right. 8.
Is it 8?
I think you're right.
Chat GP over there, Dawson. We'll get it right.
What
Ask Rock.
What
do
you
they
guys-
ever put Bevo in Moody? Wouldn't that be cool if he had his own little ring?
That would. Really
I was thinking of how we could get some of the bigger mascots on his basketball games.
Horn through it.
That would be amazing. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We have Jordan Schultz, one of the hottest NFL insiders in the game, joining us at 3:20.
Everybody's hot at him.
That should be a fascinating conversation. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Jim.
Good night.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation as Alabama State with the first bucket of the game. They lead number one Auburn 3-0 as we get a tourney Thursday underway here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. General at your service. If you see me, beer me. N.A. Looking forward to a what you drinking, what you thinking tomorrow at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. There's Brian Bras, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control. Come say hi to Lucius and all of us tomorrow. We'll be in Euless 2 to 7. Wolchuk and Chiafalo reunited. Feels so good.
Woo! It does, man. It feels so good when Wolchuk sits in studio with us.
Yeah.
Welcome back, buddy. Nice job with KMC.
Thanks, man.
Seriously, dude.
I will say there is something nice about the middays, which I'm sure, Gavin, you might have missed when you guys were 10 to 3.
Just a little
for
bit.
Years.
Just a little bit.
It is a great time slot for the family.
Yes.
It is. But in radio, of course, like the goal is AM, PM drive. So love where we're at. But just for life, yeah, 10 to 2 is pretty sexy.
Your life has been better over the last 3 days than it has been over the last 365.
Well, happy wife, happy life. And she was very happy that I was able to help more around the house.
By the way, good rebuttal to that. As a man, she hit you with happy wife, happy life, like trying to get you in gear. How about happy spouse, happy house?
I like that.
Now all of a sudden, ball's back in our favor.
Let's have a little bit of reciprocity.
Just swing the momentum a little bit.
Yeah.
I like what you're...
And you'll stun her that first time.
Yes.
From experience, they don't know what to do.
The power of the rhyme. You know, take them off their game just a little bit. Put them on their heels, off the attack. Just, a little bit more even Steven. That's what I'd appreciate when it comes to that kind of thing. You know?
Yeah.
It's just
see eye to eye.
It resets a cultural norm that's toxic.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to move away from.
It's biblical, Brian. You know what we're talking about over
Biblical.
here.
Yep, absolutely.
In your Texas dad hoodie. Look at this guy just longhorned up.
I had to find something to match the joggers today. I'm kind of in that mode now.
Oh, we're trying
joggers. I think I've quit in life.
I love how
I turned into Dawson. I've
Congrats.
just quit and wore joggers every day.
Team sweatpants.
I'm kind of looking forward it to be maybe. Can you do this when it's like 85 degrees?
Yeah.
Can you break these out?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can take these up to 95.
95?
I think
they're
so.
breathable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
I kind of feel like, though, when I reach in the closet and I see him hanging there, I'm kind of like, Dawson would appreciate
Now,
this
what you're
today.
going to learn, though, is there is a summer sweatpant, and you're going to have to explore that, find the
there's
right.
a summer sweatpant.
Yeah, they're lighter material,
Seersucker sweatpant?
Very, very breezy.
Excuse me? Breathy.
Yeah, breezy.
You ever heard of seersucker before?
No.
You ever heard?
No.
Really?
Sounds like
no experience.
It's an old suit. It's like a lightweight suit.
It's a brand?
Yeah, it's very breathable. If you have to go to one of your friends get married in the summertime, you need to break one of these out. It's a suit that it's like, just like wearing, it's just so lightweight.
Sounds like something you'd find like on a high school field trip in Galveston. Get down there in the tide pools. There's some seersuckers.
Seersuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a. I'm
doing
surprised,
some biology.
I'm surprised you guys with all those movies you watch about with lawyers and stuff like that. You've never seen a seersucker suit.
I might have seen one. I just didn't know that that's what it was.
Yeah.
My ears have never
Mississippi
heard
burning
the
stuff
word
like.
seersucker.
Oh, okay.
How do you
That's
spell
crazy.
that?
Yeah.
Seersucker. I think it's S-E. I think it's S-E-E and then sucker.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's one word.
Yeah.
Never heard of the seersucker suit until now, but it seems like a fairly common suit.
Looks nice.
Yeah.
It's
Very lightweight. Like I said,
classic.
if you have to wear something in the summertime, it's a must. Why did we just waste 2 minutes?
Well, it just
talking
sounds like a vulgar term.
It does.
You're a vulgar
I thought
guy.
you were swearing at us for
I
a
wasn't
second.
swearing at you. You'll know when I swear at you.
That's true.
I'll stand up.
Oh, yeah, you will. And you'll point.
And I'll point.
Sports fans at DFW would no doubt be swearing in frustration if Anthony Davis does return and it doesn't go well. I guess we'll just hope for the best. But Tim McMahon reporting that AD not listening to the members of the organization, trying to talk him out of a return.
Yeah.
Could return as early as next week. I guess it's good to know there are some over there trying to talk him out of it. Not sure who.
They were working with Lively today. Trying to get him back. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, doesn't it put pressure on Lively and Gaffer to come back?
They're all trying.
If Anthony Davis is coming back, then
they're
we
all
all.
trying.
Well, I was just saying, Lively has a stress fracture in his ankle. You don't want to try. That's not one you want to be coming back from. Quickly.
They're working with him today.
But hopefully, I mean, I guess what we saw again last night, and like I said a couple of days ago, is they're finding ways to get enough offense, even though they don't have a real point guard. Could that work against a great defense in a 7-game playoff series? Probably not. It would probably be exploited, you know, especially against Oklahoma City, who does such a great job of denying entry. But maybe there's a matchup you could like. You get all 3 bigs back. They're scoring enough. They just got to play defense and rebound the ball better, which those 3 guys would cure. You know, I guess we hope for the best, that they have some fun in the spring. They have their version of success. Maybe they could win a playoff series, and nobody gets hurt. That would be my biggest case right now. Is we're already up against it going into next year. Let's not make it worse.
You know, I asked a couple of guys over there about tank talk, and they're like, "Man, we hear it all the time." And he goes, "These guys go, we're not good enough. If you just let us play." Yeah, we'll naturally lose games. We're just not good enough. We don't have to talk about tanking because we just don't have the players to compete. We get to the last 6-7 minutes of a game and it's close and we can't close a game.
Yeah.
So
saw that last night.
So naturally they feel like that they don't have the bodies to win games.
I mean,
so
but
if you're going to
we're talking about 3 guys who would change the dynamic pretty good, though, don't you think?
Well, I think without a point guard, they'd still be in trouble.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They're not contending, you know, and that's why you should go to Davis and be like, what's the big win here? And I think
it's personal now.
He just wants to put on a great show for the fans, and you tip your hat to AD for that.
Yeah.
You know, AD wants to go out there and be like, see, this can be great. And I love that about him. But I'm hoping. I'm reading excerpts from Tim McMahon's book, though. Basically, what you're looking at is that last strained calf on Christmas Day, the 4th time he'd done that in 28 months, it set Nico off. And they were like F-bombs. He was like, it's the same bleeping thing again, because this was, you know, a reoccurring deal. And Nico believes that, you know, it was all due to bad fitness, but not getting in the best shape possible.
Optimum shape,
was putting this added load on his calf that kept straining it, and they were really trying to get him to a spot where the calf wouldn't be a problem. And then when it happened again, it was like, oh man. So I guess Nico would believe that Luka's, you know, going well now, but he probably thinks he'll get hurt, you know, fairly soon. And I guess that's the thing to watch. If that happens again, Nico would probably be sitting back like, see, told you. What do you think now? Like, what would Mavs fans' reaction be if Luka has another calf that keeps him out of a playoff run? That would be a very interesting twist in this story, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be interesting if all of a sudden they're battling for positioning and then he gets hurt doing that. And then things kind of fall apart like it was before they made the trade.
I mean, remember, this happened before they played the Jazz when they had to have Jalen Brunson basically win a playoff series for them so they could, you know, get Luka back and ultimately go to the conference finals.
Yeah, I mean, it would soften the blow for him for sure if Luka ends up getting hurt, but no one will ever be able to justify.
Don't wish for hurtness.
The return.
The return. It's not going to feel any better.
Yeah. It'll help a little bit if Luka ends up going on some type of Joel Embiid, Kawhi Leonard superstar who is just synonymous with not playing over the next half decade. Then I think that softens things for sure. Like, Nico wasn't completely out of his mind in his projection, but also it was still. You got nowhere close to the return that you should have.
He'd be proven right on like the body breaking down a little bit. So yeah, I mean, you could say like, okay, Nico, I guess your long play here made some sense. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I wouldn't bet on that happening. I think what happens is, you know, you get a great player and, you know, eventually you start appreciating what he's great at and you start paying attention to what he's failing at. And we're all humans. Every star has faults. Like, Dirk partied too hard and didn't play any defense, Brian.
With this guy who just showed up, you're the guy that will tell me what's going to happen to a guy. All of a sudden, it's like not getting rest, doing this. He's going to break down. What happened to that guy?
Well, Luka hasn't had. Can I answer the question, Brian? You're going to call me out and then not let me answer?
Yeah, I will. No,
Lisa!
I just was curious.
Allow me to speak, sir.
I was just, I yield the balance of my time to the senator from the Great Pacific Northwest.
Okay, so, I mean, it's a good question. I don't think Luka has had, like, the big catastrophic injuries. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't look at Luka as an injury-prone player right now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a change for you, huh?
I don't think so. He hasn't had.
You're usually telling me, you know what, though, when you're out of shape, your conditioning's poor, the hookah thing's going along pretty poorly for him.
True.
You're usually telling me that why a guy breaks down, which I respect the heck out of, by the way.
And I appreciate you following up on that, but that was a reaction to a scenario that Chiafalo had created that he goes on an Embiid or Kawhi Leonard type run for the next 5 years.
Okay.
Wolchuk then said, I don't think that's going to happen. And I said, I don't think so either.
Oh, that's surprising for me, for you.
Well, I mean, so his body keeps failing, but not in a way that's a torn ACL or a torn Achilles.
You're usually the voice of reason on this.
They've got him back.
Don't pay Porzingis. Don't pay DeGrom.
We're going to get to the bottom of this mysterious.
Luka's not even on the same conversation as those guys. Like, those guys missed substantial amount of time. Luka's missed like maybe a month here.
If he wasn't missing because of the calf injury, you might not have traded him.
No, you're absolutely right. I think your dead ball is on right about that. You've been saying that for like 6 weeks.
Don't you think so, Wolchuk?
Yeah.
No, because I think we also heard that they kept him away. Like, he could have come back and played, and they didn't want him around the team, and they used the calf as the reason for that.
They were working on a trade?
Yeah, I just feel like Nico had made his mind up. So, I mean, you would have gotten Luka back, and he'd be playing more than Anthony Davis is for you right now. But, I mean, they just decided, hey, we don't want this guy anymore. He's not worth it.
It is hilarious. They traded him out of fear he was going to get hurt for Anthony Davis. Like, what was that? Okay, all right. Jordan Schultz, NFL Insiders, coming up at 3:20. Looking forward to that. Tough one for the Longhorns last night. Brian's Longhorns.
Yeah, they fell apart.
They led Xavier by double digits. And then Marcus Foster with 22 and Zach Fremantle. Never heard of the guy.
Fremantle.
But
so we sail in Australia, Fremantle.
Yeah, he had 15 big points, including the go-ahead turnaround jumper. Players mentioned how the fans were amazing, though, and this ticked me off after the game. It was a big-time determining factor, just 50 miles. They were a supercharged fan base because they'd won a bunch of games to close out the regular season. Yeah. They were going on this Cinderella run, and they hit like 3 shots in a row, and they're still down, but the arena's going nuts. Like it's a damn NBA playoff game. Yeah. Supposed to be a neutral site. They got to get this fixed, don't you think?
I just would say find a way not to have to be in the first 4 game.
Yeah,
that would be number one. If you asked me to get this thing fixed, I would say, listen, win more games so you're not in the first 4. That would probably help your situation.
That's probably why they fired Coach Rodney Terry today.
Yeah.
They got out of here.
Did they say enough is enough?
Yeah.
They thought he saved his job in the tournament, the SEC tournament, beating Texas A&M.
It was a hell of a win.
Yeah,
I thought.
Yeah,
he
to get him in the first 4 to play 50 miles away from Cincinnati. Yeah, okay. Jeez.
Big expectations. I like the freshman guard that they have. I don't know if he's coming out. It seems like he's
Trey Johnson,
pretty NBA ready.
Yeah. He is projected to be probably like a top 8 pick. Maybe even higher. He is awesome. There's no question about that. The Rodney Terry stuff felt a little bit like Rick Bowness with the Stars, where he takes over after you fire a coach midseason. You had, of course, the Monty stuff, and then Chris Beard gets fired because of what happened with him off the court, and then Rodney Terry, they go on a nice run. But I do think they could probably upgrade. They're the buyout, $5.4 million. But Texas has the money.
Chump change.
Thanks to you, Brian, paying all that tuition.
Thanks to me paying for, fraternity dues, too. Throw that in there. Can I write that off, Dawson? Do you think fraternity dues?
Absolutely.
I don't know. Probably have to ask our guy. Yeah. Seems like you should be able to.
Yeah.
Dallas Stars in action tonight. Host Tampa at 7 o'clock.
It's a big one.
So, yeah, that is a big one. We need to see like a convincing victory.
Yeah, I think so.
Run this thing up on the scoreboard like they were there for a while.
9 straight at home would be really nice.
Yes, sir, it would. Big game tomorrow for the Mavs hosting Detroit. Cade Cunningham's return to DFW. Let's hope he goes off. Mm-hmm. Got to stack up all these losses. We're now tied with Phoenix, 33 and 37 for the 10 spot. You're about to like quintuple your chances for Cooper Flagg from like 2% to 8%.
It's like that South Park episode.
Yeah.
They suck worse than us.
Yeah, neither one of these teams really wants anything to happen other than just for the season to end. Eddie Jordan, Formula One team owner, television pundit, passed away at the age of 76.
This is sad. Eddie had cancer, and Eddie is one of the most outspoken team principals in the history. He had Michael Schumacher, and Eddie was just, if you're a fan of Formula One, you'll know who Eddie is. He was a tremendous guy around, and he actually represented several drivers on the circuit. So he always had really good insight. He was like a really good F1 insider. So that's a big loss. And cancer doesn't wait for anybody.
No, an aggressive prostate cancer, which is usually pretty chill.
Treatable, yeah.
But not this time. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. NFL True or Fart is next with Wolchuk here. Post-free agency edition. What's the facts now? It's next in the nation.
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. It's time for NFL True or Fart with Woolchuck. Cold beers and cheeseburgers tomorrow when you list. Please join us. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is. Woolchuck.
Yep, party with us tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. Last time at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, my goodness gracious. Barely made it out alive. So we'll see. True. We'll see what ends up happening this go-around. But let's do it. It's time for NFL True or Fart post-free agency edition. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or Fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, we begin inside the NFC's True or Fart. Gavin Dawson, the Commanders of Washington are now better than the Eagles after acquiring Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil.
Oh, I'm going to have to fart on that. I think the Eagles' advantage was quite significant. They seem to have players ready to fill into their void, so they definitely deserve the benefit of the doubt there. But, I mean, keep in mind, the Cowboys beat Washington and almost beat them again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
Marcus Mariota hadn't come in.
Yeah.
Damn it, Marcus.
They have a ways to go, and I don't think Deebo's that good. Deebo's not that good anymore. You know, he kind of has a career arc of a running back because of how physically violent that he played.
Yeah, I would go fart there as well. I think Jaden Daniels still has to do a ton of heavy lifting to overcome some of the obstacles that roster presents. And they've probably gotten some level of better, but they haven't gotten filthy better. Filthy smoked him.
I'm going to say true because you got to tell me who the offensive coordinator and what kind of job he's going to do in Philly. I think Kellen Moore is actually pretty good doing that. I think the reason why they won the Super Bowl was he was kind of committed to doing some things, handing that ball off. When they've made coordinator changes, they've struggled. I'm going to say Commanders better.
Ooh, so the reason the Eagles won the Super Bowl was Kellen Moore.
Damn right.
According to Brian Broaddus.
He handed the ball off enough.
That's a guy who knows a thing or two about Super Bowl championing.
Well.
I just did that to be different.
You know, I'll be different and go true as well. Because the Eagles have lost some pieces on defense. No more Josh Sweat. No more C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Hey, for whatever reason, even if we don't think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's good,
he's not.
That secondary went to hell after he left. Maybe he was the connector. Maybe he was their Dante Exum for that secondary, that trash talk, that swagger. They don't have him anymore.
Come on, Zach.
They're about to fall apart.
You know the corners were bad.
You know what?
I might.
He's ignoring that obvious.
Gosh,
part.
I know that, Brian. Okay, I know that.
I'll stay open-minded to it. Let me see what happens with the tush push.
Yeah, if we get that banned, then I think that's a good thing for Jaden Daniels and the Commandos, and really the Cowboys as well. Okay, how about this? We stay in conference. The 49ers Super Bowl window, it is closed. It is over. Eric Chiafalo.
True. This is under the assumption that they're about to hand a contract to Brock Purdy.
Which all signs indicate they are.
So with that in mind, I will say true. That'll be the kiss of death in terms of winning a Super Bowl for them.
Yeah, they got old in some key spots, and now they got to pay the guy, and they're having to let other players go. There's no way this continues. You know, this is, I would say, the second biggest, only to the Mavs, turn for the worst that we've seen in sport over the last 2 months. The Niners are done.
That is a big fart right there. The 49ers are not done. Injury got them last year. That's what got them.
Lefty got us.
Yeah. They got guys that will be back healthy. You talk about paying the quarterback. I agree with what you're saying there. But, you know, we thought they were going to lose some guys along the way as far as, like, you know, with Kyle Juszczyk and others, and they come back. They still got a really good core of offense right there. I'm going to say they're going to be competitive in the West.
I still think they will be competitive, but they will not be the gauntlet, the regular season gauntlet that they had been for a handful
Who's
of
better,
years.
San Francisco or Dallas right now?
Oh, San Francisco's better than Dallas. I'm comfortable saying that.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I wasn't trying to challenge. I was just asking in your opinion?
Yeah, San Francisco's still better than Dallas.
Yeah, the Cowboys haven't proven they can beat them. But you lose Dre Greenlaw, Hufanga, Charvarius Ward, Javon Hargrave, Leonard Floyd, Debo. It is a lot. It is a lot that they have lost. They have to replace.
And McCaffrey's old. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so
you don't know about the health.
Prime McCaffrey stepped in, turned their average offense into elite. Now he's old.
I see what you're saying. Injury, those big. They still got guys. Bosa's still a good player for them. Fred Warner's still a good player for them.
But you could say the same thing about the Cowboys. You could say they still have good players.
I think Sanford. That's why I think Dallas and San Francisco are like the same team.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
the Bears,
and I think San Francisco is better than Dallas. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, head-to-head, until the Cowboys prove they can beat them. Yeah. You got to kind of lean San Francisco there. So I'm with you on that. Okay, Brian, the Bears, after their offseason moves, building up this offensive line, you get Joe Tooney, you get Jonah Jackson, they sign the center, Drew Dahlman. They will be a playoff team next year.
I'm going to say that's a fart because I think there's 3 teams in their division that are better than them. I think Detroit's clearly better, Green Bay's better, and the Vikings are better. So I'm going to say that's a fart.
I lean fart here as well. I do think this will be a step in the right direction type year, but it's a lot of newness in, as Broadus mentioned, probably the most difficult division in the sport. Yeah, exactly. Not like a little bit of a bashful one.
Didn't mean that. Oops, sorry.
They have quite a bit of catching up to do. I'm going to go ahead and bet on them, though. I'm going to say true. I think Caleb Williams had a pretty good rookie year. You protect him better, you get a runner. You know, I think this Bears team is ready to take the next step.
I could see it, but I am going to go far just because there's so much unknown, right? Like Ben Johnson, is he going to be a good head coach? I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic. I think he probably will be, but we still have to see it first, and we'll see how good this offensive line is kind of paying for it in the interior. And then do they take another lineman? Does Genty get there? There's still some things that we got to figure out on that Bears squad.
Yeah, if they were in the NFC South or the AFC South or one of those type divisions, you'd be like, yeah, because you can squint and be like, yeah, this could win 9, maybe 10 games in a bad division, but I don't think so in that division.
All right, last one here. Gavin Dawson.
Let's rock, Wolchuk.
The Cowboys running back room with Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams is better than what they had a year ago.
Well, I'm going to have to fart on that. I think the Cowboys fumbled this one pretty badly. I don't know. Did things get weird with Rico? I remember a couple of years ago there was a playoff game where he was just like not active, and we didn't get a great explanation on that. So I wondered like how well
they didn't like his attitude.
There you go. See, that's why he's not here.
At the time, they didn't like his attitude.
Right. Yeah. And I think if you're a bad attitude guy, you don't really change your stripes that much. So I think the Cowboys messed this one up, and there has to be some other explanation for why they did this, because they made themselves worse. And now if you'd have Rico right now and decided to not pick a guy in the draft, that'd be fine. He got you 4.5 yards a carry last year. He was 10th best in the NFL. Like, what he did with this line was great, and you let him walk 1 year and $3 million. That was the biggest mistake they had. Yeah, that's a big time fart right now. After the draft, I think we're having a different conversation, but as it stands right now, I don't even know if Miles Sanders is going to be on the roster week 1.
Yeah, I've compared it to kind of like the Royce Freeman signing a year ago, where like he's a camp body, but I would not be surprised if he does not make the squad.
He's a man with a pulse.
This is Monty Kiffin blowing out the scouts commode in the scouting bathroom.
Oh, boom. I'll never forget that horror story.
Gosh, that commode.
That was just Monty in there. A lot of going on, gnashing of teeth or whatever you want to see. But yeah, that's
doing feces all over the walls.
Yeah. I can't believe he flushed his damn diaper. That is cardinal sin number 1.
It was
a rookie mistake there at the Senior Living Center.
Amazing how loud that was. Big time fart.
Into the pimp cup. Where Lucius Alexander has your G-bag today.
Yeah, that's a big old bean fart on that one. That's what I'm going to do, because you got to think about the secondary and the things they've done in the past few seasons.
There you go.
And the needs that they have
fart
on defense.
Yeah. Damn earthquake.
Big sloppy fart on that one. What do you think, Broadus? Yeah, that segment is wild to me, bro. Because it'd be real takes, but first you got to say something ridiculous like, yeah, man, I'm going to fart on that because the coach is kind of shaky. No, man, you said there was a fart. No, you said you farted on that, man.
Can you imagine?
You gotta stand on it, bro.
Can you imagine winning an award with that segment, and then they have the nominees are True or Fart.
We're on our way, boys.
I'd like to thank the Academy for.
You got to stand on that fart.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta stand on that, bro.
I feel like we just heard Lucius explain how he explains the show to his friends that haven't heard it.
Oh, you don't know the show? Here you go.
Man, for he is a jolly good fellow. Brought us, we appreciate the lunch. What did you bring us there, sir?
Okay, well, we talked about this. This was Kansas City did a take on the brat with the brisket with the mac and cheese.
Yeah.
For Dawson, for the Lent thing, we put it on a big flour tortilla. So we mixed the chopped beef with. I took the brat out of the casing, and then mixed it up, and then put it with the mac and cheese. So all that combination on a big flour tortilla and with barbecue sauce. So that's what you had.
That was great, man. Chef's kiss. I had it with some regular Lay's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hit the spot.
You knew what to do.
Oh, some regular Lay's with that.
The salt factor.
Boy, that salt. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
It basically ate as a mac and cheese brisket burrito.
Yeah.
I think if you put
it's tremendous.
I think if you grilled the brats and then put it in a bun, like after the Lent thing that we're doing, I think it might even be better.
That was good, man.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the words. No problem.
Excellent.
All right, winner and champ right here of G Bag of the Day so far. I think this is day 2. Am I in day 2? Day 3 maybe? Michigan high school basketball phenom, Keyshawn Somerville.
Oh, I think this is 3.
Okay.
We're looking for 4 probably.
Yeah.
He's a point god. Up there in Lansing having his way. He hit a half-court buzzer beater to take his team into the regionals or win the regionals, whatever the case was. Anyway, this lady manifested the whole half-court shot right here. She might be his muse for all I know.
I don't know what y'all happy for. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over.
It ain't over.
It's not over. Keyshawn can make it. I know he can. Come on, Key. Come on, Key. Come on, Key.
The buzzer and everything.
Yes.
Man. That's so great.
This got to be her son, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I don't know, man. I think
it might be the aunt.
Might be the aunt.
Ooh, okay.
Might be a fan.
I think the family's
mom.
around
I don't
her,
know.
and
That's a packed ass gym.
Yeah, like the cousin's sitting in front with his arms folded, like not caring right now because
And
he
she's
thinks
just
it's
hitting, bam,
She's like,
bam.
"Key can do this, Key." And he's just sitting there watching it. Yeah,
Like, that's enough, lady.
Yeah.
You're making me nervous now. All right, let's see here. And this is from Toxic Tuesday. I got some DMs saying this should be G Bag of the Day. Broadcasting blunders. Softball home plate umpire. Takes a softball right to the nads. I'm talking about that ladies, you know how they do that little wrap around their arms and then let it go and they smack the glove on their thigh. It was good. He took it right to the nads in front of so many people. So many people.
This is violent.
Yeah.
He's wanting to throw up at this point.
You know it's
I just called somebody.
I just called somebody. Because we got a ball rupture.
That is crazy. I just called somebody. Oh, man. Called the NAD doctor. He's on his way, man. Just roll it over. I just so happen to know a guy.
You could hear the impact, and then his voice goes up an octave. You know it's bad.
Yeah, somebody on Fantex said it sounded like whale calls.
It does.
That's the umpire? That's the umpire?
Yeah, it's the umpire.
They don't wear a cup. Man, that's crazy to be back there.
You have to.
That's cool. Got that pad that they hold.
They got to have something.
Some are standing back there naked, though, just with a chest protector.
The balls on that guy.
Crazy. Right?
He trusted that catcher.
A little too big. His former balls.
Yeah.
Size of softball.
Let's see.
There was a NAD smacking last night in the Longhorns game. Dude closes out on a 3, Guy like goes to jump to the right, maybe to reset for a three, and just lifts perfectly into his groin. It was like Taekwondo quality.
Did my man react?
Oh, he went down. Yeah. It took him a while.
Did he go grab down there?
Oh yes, yeah. He was doubled over.
My coach taught me in junior high school out there in the middle of a game.
Go grab.
I got hit in the ass too, and he was like, "Grab your elbow, grab your wrist," because I was
Don't let him know.
What really is what sets everybody off though is when they start moving your feet, your leg. Have you ever done that technique?
Yeah. They drop
Where
your butt.
They make you sit down and then they start moving your legs.
No, get away from me.
That's like very 1980s.
Yeah.
It's like when you got hit, there's like, okay, they pick up your feet and they start moving your legs.
How many fingers am I holding up, kid? Potato. Get back in there. You're good.
Get back in the potato.
No doubt. No doubt.
All right, comedian Frank Caliendo joined us yesterday here on 105.3 The Fan, G-Bag Nation. He had a Jim Rome in his bag. I did not know this. It was fire.
Mm-hmm. Has anybody ever been sort of embarrassed or disrespected by you impersonating them, or do they all take it in stride?
Sports guys are a little weird sometimes because they're used to being put on pedestals. The guy that I still like him, even though it was that he's never liked me, is phenomenal, incredible. How great is this? Caliendo doing the impression instead of saying the voice. Great job by him. Better job by me.
That's good, dog.
Great job by him.
Better job.
That is good.
Phenomenal, incredible. That's great, dog.
Spot on.
Yeah. And yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing, because there's a blessing out here for you, man. Just ask God. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. TV televangelist Reverend Ike just shining on TV, boys. Especially those 80s cameras when they glisten would pop back at you.
Yeah.
Pop back at you, boy.
Weird filters.
I think this pastor right here could have used some other words when talking about the story of David in the Bible.
For David, it was a beautiful woman. He just loved what he saw.
Cool.
Why is everybody just looking at me? At least he was not the homo.
Oh.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
At least he wasn't getting.
Jeez, bro.
Just saying.
Might not get the call up to the big church after that one.
Visiting pastor.
It definitely scores high in the comedy department, though.
Yeah.
Comedy category high. Is it Keyshawn? 3 looking for 4. Man, what a fun time that must have been. Umpire got a foul tip to the Nads. That was not fun. Frank Caliendo ended the show in Jim Rome style there, and the pastor with the story of David's pretty funny too. You know, I'm gonna vote for Key there myself, Chief.
I'm gonna go with the ump.
Lucius?
Shoot, man. Michigan high school basketball player. Even though that pass was crazy.
This is very, very, very difficult. I'm going to go with the umpire getting hit in the gonads.
Yeah, I think the
Brian?
ump, please, yeah.
Maya score 3-2. New G-Bag of the Day champion. Keyshawn finally met a challenge that he could not rise to. It was a hilarious umpire getting hit between the legs during a softball game. Okay, when we return here, what is being called the Evan Carter conundrum in Surprise? How would you solve it? We'll talk some Rangers baseball with you next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Lola V product? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, give me a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in there, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We got something brewing here, guys. 2 minutes to go, first half. NCAA tournament. Auburn leading Alabama State 32-29.
Yeah, Alabama.
This is enough to put it on upset alert right now.
Yeah, Alabama State has done a really nice job. You know, they've outside shooting has been, from what I can see every once in a while, they're knocking these things down, but like they're just like picking up Auburn full court. So they're going to play 40 minutes of just try and get up on Auburn and see if they can force them into some mistakes. And early in this game, they have. So, the tip of the cap to Alabama A&M, who got into the tournament. Aren't they the ones with the last-second shot, the heave-ho play down all the way down the
Alabama
court?
State, absolutely.
Yep.
32-31 with 1:45 to go. That's in the first half, so we'll keep you updated here over the next hour or so with an eye on the NCAA tournament. We got to talk about this Ranger storyline here, and I think it's one of those things that's a little bit uncomfortable to talk about because people are sensitive to Evan Carter's injury situation, and let's be honest, he's a World Series hero.
He is.
He
always will
absolutely,
be.
Absolutely
Yeah.
is.
Nothing else you can do about it. But the headline is the Evan Carter conundrum. Texas Rangers Bruce Bochy faced tricky decision on young lefty. This is Kevin Sherrington writing about this. Jared Sandler was talking to us about this yesterday, as a matter of fact, that it's not a for sure thing that Evan Carter will be on the roster opening day. Maybe just leave Carter in the minors, as Tavares is seeing lefties better. He's having more quality at bats. And, if you're a contending team, you don't want to be trying to develop a guy against lefties in the middle of your big league season. At the same time, he's never going to be able to get better against lefties if he doesn't have ABs.
Yeah.
The further complicating factor is, of course, his back situation. How long does he have? Do you just want to make the most of it while you can right now and platoon him and just say, hey, guess what? You're going to be a platoon outfielder and just dominate right-handed pitching until your body decides that it doesn't want to, support you anymore. But it's a tough one. I mean, you could trade Tavares and go with Pilar. You could.
Pilar's, I think he's hitting 275 in the spring.
He's having a good spring.
He is doing a nice job.
You know what I'd do, Wolchuk? I'd clear it all out for Osuna.
I know you would. You and Hagee are big Osuna fans. And you know what?
Ceiling guy, huh?
He might end up making an appearance and never giving that spot back this year. That's possible. I don't think he's not going to start the roster with the big league club. But, hey, over the course of the season, we've seen it. And it is, I mean, I've thought that Leote would get moved prior to the season starting because both of their weaknesses, him and Evan Carter, is against lefties. So if you wanted to have Evan Carter platoon with Leote and Carter's going to hit the righties, you don't really want Leote against the lefties either, but he has had a better spring, I think, overall consistency. And I guess, Boach, the point was, like, would you rather have Evan Carter playing here and there or starting every day and leading off at Round Rock and really getting the opportunity to prove and advance against lefty pitching? I mean, when we had him on at spring training in Surprise, I asked him about the lefties, and does that just get annoying to answer? And he sounded frustrated by it. He acknowledged yes. Yeah. Like everyone, that's all people want to talk about is hitting. And I guess he doesn't have the opportunity to prove it unless he's given the opportunity to do it. You've got to put him out there against lefties and see how he does.
I mean, the uncomfortable thing is he's not hitting righties great in Cactus League play either. I mean, overall, his batting average, I think right now is right at 200. So if you're putting organization first, like if you're putting Evan Carter first, you leave him in the big leagues and you let him do whatever he can do as long as he can. But the best interest of the organization is probably to send him down to the minors, unless he's absolutely going to be dominating right-handed pitching in a way that forces you to put him in the big league lineup, isn't it? And go with Taveras.
It is a conversation I did not think we'd be having. I did not envision Evan Carter not starting on the big league club. But with how Kevin Pillar's played, and he is better against lefties than both Carter and Leote, yeah, I could see it making more sense. You platoon Leote and Kevin Pillar, and you allow Evan Carter time to prove that he can get better in the minors.
Yeah, see what happens.
It's wild.
It is crazy that how good he was. Now it's like, I don't even know if he's one of our best 26 guys.
But I also wonder, is he just like a gamer type? I mean, he honestly wasn't supposed to even come up that year when they made the World Series. Adolis got hurt.
Yeah.
And so it forced their hand to go ahead and bring up Evan Carter. That wasn't really in their plan. So the whole thing is, hey, maybe if their plan is we're going to put Evan Carter down, let him make that decision for you. Maybe you start him at the big league club and he doesn't play well, and then send him back down and get his confidence back.
All righty, good stuff. Jacob deGrom knocked around during yesterday's show a little bit, went 4 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs. Could have been worse. Wasn't the end of the world. Says it was just his mechanics, and he's confident he'll be ready to go. His first start coming up there, I believe, in 10 days against the Reds. Other storylines as they hit the final days in surprise, Corey Seager is heating up at the right time over the last week. He's 4 of 7 with 3 extra base hits and 5 walks to just 1 strikeout. So salute to him. Ezekiel Duran has been sent down to minor league camp. He's been brutal. And then mentioned Asuna, his 6th extra base hit of Cactus League play yesterday ties him for the league lead. I mean, you can't help but notice him. As soon as we got there, the first time we got to watch him play, he hit a ball into the gap and is running the bases like he's Marshawn Lynch or something. Mm-hmm. Just an absolute force of nature when he rounds first, and kind of reminds me of Pete Rose, the way that he plays there with that hair.
Old school Pete Rose, yeah. I tell you what, the thing that, and you listen to Bruce Bochy talk about him, and you brought up the base run. They say he's playing well offensively, defensively, and the running the bases. And you get you catch the eye of the manager, and then what do? They meet at night, they talk about these players, and I'm sure
make a spot for him.
I'm sure he's one of these guys that I'm sure that they take his tag and they kind of tilt it on the board, and they say, well, let's talk about this guy as a relation to everybody else on the on the roster right now. So I'm sure Chris is like going, okay, let's have a conversation about him. And then everybody, scouts speak up, manager speaks up. I'm fascinated with what they're going to do with this guy.
CY talks a lot about performance.
Yeah.
The problem is you get such a difference of opinion when it comes to spring training. Like, you can't rely on that as the outlier for, this guy is actually going to carry this into the regular season. So I don't know how much weight they're going to put on that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Okay, it'll be interesting to see what Wolchuk has in the NFL news of the day, which is coming up next as we watch the NCAA tournament here in studio. Zach, what's cooking out there?
Another trusted draft source is connecting this player to the Cowboys and shots fired at Pittsburgh. But we got to talk Trajan well.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got an eye on the tournament. We'll got to keep an eye on the Texas Rangers as well. Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports NFL Insiders coming up in 20 minutes. So we got this baby surrounded for you. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
All right, some Cowboy news to get to. Auburn is leading Alabama State by 10 at the half. Alabama State has been playing them tough, as we mentioned. McNeese is up by 10 on Clemson, so that's a 12-5. What's interesting, though, about this is, and we did the draft show today, Tommy Arish and Nick Harris brought this to my attention, but the Rizzler, who is very, very popular on the TikToks and on the social media scene, if you don't know who he is, just a Google away. But he actually predicted, if this were to happen, Alabama State today knocking off number 1 seed Auburn. Now, Auburn's back up by 10, so that one might not end up happening. He also had McNeese State, who's up by 10 on Clemson, making the Final Four. So he had Yale, who's the 13th seed in an Ivy League, plus McNeese State, a 12 seed, going to the Final Four with Duke and St. John's. So played it somewhat safe with the other 2 Final Four picks, but definitely went on a limb. 2 double-digit seeds in the others. He could look like a genius if McNeese State pulls off the upset today, and especially if Alabama State comes back in the second half.
This is the chunky kid that rubs his chin?
Yes.
Yeah, he's all over the place, man.
You know, it's funny about
all over my algorithm.
Did you see, Will Wade, who's the coach at McNeese?
Yeah.
Did you see his press conference yesterday?
Yeah, it was great.
I mean, they asked him, the reporter's like, Coach, there's some talk about you and potentially North Carolina. You know, they kind of tried to quietly ask the question.
He wrapped his arms around it.
And Will Wade goes, we've talked to them. I've talked to them. I talked to my team about it. Yeah, this is a real possibility here. You can't BS kids nowadays. They're on social media. They know what's going on. You know, he was I absolutely
can't BS a BSer.
I've talked to North Carolina State. I'm likely going to go take their job. I've told my kids that, and we're going to go play this tournament. That's basically what he said to the reporters. Hey, I'm not going to hide anything from these kids. That we're going to, I'm going to be up front with them and honest, and they all know the situation. They know I'm likely leaving, and we're going to go. Here we are. We're just going to show up and play. And so I
respect that. It's clearly lit maybe a galvanizer.
I saw a deal where they had a projection of the 5-12 matchups.
This was one of the good ones.
This was the second best odds of happening. I think it was roughly at 43% that if you talk about the 5-12 matchups, this was right there.
Well, there's always at least one that happens every year in the tourney with a 12 over a 5. So we'll monitor this one, keep you posted on that before we get to Jordan Schultz here on the other side. Michael Gallup has signed in the division. Former Cowboys wide receivers with the Commanders as he attempts a comeback after retiring last season. So he joins, Cowboys DC, basically, as you've got Dan Quinn over there. You got a bunch of former Cowboys coaches. Noah Brown's there, his former teammate. So he's now a Commander, and I wish him the best because he was always one of our favorite people to be around. Good interview, super, super sweet dude. I'm rooting for him. Now, hopefully he just doesn't do too well when the Cowboys play him, but in the other games, go for it.
Dangerous player. I mean, his tightrope ability, his ability to get feet down and make plays happen, his down-the-field stuff early in his career was nice. It sucks because I think Michael Gallup is the kind of guy it's real easy to root for. But being on Washington, I'm not going to be able to do that for you anymore, Mike. But I think we're safe here, Wolchuk.
That's not going to be the move to put him over the Eagles.
I mean, let's just consider how much the Cowboys need a number 2 wide receiver and how much Dak knows about Michael Gallup, how close of friends they were during their time here together. I can't imagine he has anything in the tank. He's been working in the Dak yard. If he had something, Dak would have told the Cowboys, we need this guy. Doesn't have anything.
Geez, I wonder how much they really care, considering Dak and CD were recruiting Cooper Kupp, and they were like, "Yeah, guys."
Well, I mean, that's $14 million.
I mean, we're not interested here.
Yeah,
but I do love that. Like,
I bet Gallup is in their price range.
Yeah, he would be for sure. But it's just like the Cowboys are kind of set in their ways to how they do things. Like, I love the idea of the players are out there recruiting, and the organization's like, guys, no, we're good here. We don't need to take these good players. I'm sorry. And eventually, I hope the players revolt, just get ticked off, and say this is ridiculous and want to leave. because this team's not, doing everything they can to help them win a championship right now.
That's like when Chuck Greenberg took the private jet and tried to go recruit Cliff Lee in Arkansas. And Ray and Bob were like, "What are you doing,
Stop
dude?
it. We're not paying him.
Yeah, this is not happening.
Get your ass back here. You're wasting fuel." All right, let's get to Dane Brugler, who we love and know dearly. He was on Robert May's podcast, and they were chopping it up, talking draft. Now, we have had 2 mock drafts come out already this week with Daniel Jeremiah and Mel Kiper. And they were looking at Omarion Hampton, running back out of North Carolina, going to the Cowboys at 12. I'm thinking, I don't really believe this one. Well, when Dane talks, I tend to listen, and here's another draft insider that does bring up the name Omarion Hampton.
I think they'll have options there at 12 if they want to go with that receiver. Where there might be all the receiving options could be on the board, and we may not see the first receiver drafted until number 12. And so whether is it T-Mac, is it Matthew Golden, is it Ibuka from Ohio State? I think you can see how any of those 3 would fit into what they want to be on offense, and it's going to help CD. It's obviously going to help Dak. They're going to draft a running back at some point, either if they don't take Ashley Genty, throw Omarion Hampton, the North Carolina running back. He's included there at number 12. If they don't draft a running back at 12, round 2 or round 3, they're going to draft a running back. And so it's a matter of, which in that first round with that pick 12 overall, the best player available for them. I think it's one of those 4 positions, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's a receiver.
So they talked wide receiver, running back, defensive end, maybe a 1 tech were the positions they were looking at. I'd love to go wide receiver if it was Ted. Yeah, maybe Will Johnson from Michigan's in play there if the medical checks out with him. But another trusted resource that is just throwing Omarion Hampton in there at 12, and I really did not think we'd be having that conversation.
Is he doing that based on insider reports or based on what he sees on tape? Because the way Brian talked about Hampton last night, not going to miss tackles, not going to, make game-breaking plays. Am I right, Brian?
Yeah.
It terrified me. Yeah. The possibility this happens. If it's true, as Mel Kiper says, that Hampton and Genty, there's not much in between them, I'd be okay with doing that at 12. I just can't find anybody that's watched the film that is willing to tell me Hampton. The only thing I've heard is the league thinks they're close.
I think Hampton's a really good player. I think Genty is in a whole nother class to himself. And I honestly... my personal scouting view, I don't think it is close. If there's a side of me that's like totally okay with taking Genty at 12, but not taking Hampton at 12.
You could get the best wide receiver or the second best running back. Are we even having this conversation?
And my
is this
board
real
is the
life?
3rd best running back.
Yeah, me too. We both have Caleb Johnson of Iowa ahead. I think he's got more speed than what Hampton has personally, but
Hampton catches the ball, but
he's a good player. I don't want to knock him. I think he's really good.
He runs through tackles, and that's his thing. He doesn't make people miss all the time, and this is why Genty is different than Johnson and Hampton and Henderson, as his ability to make people miss. It's just rare.
Defenders just fall off of him. Yeah. It's really unbelievable when you watch it. But, I didn't think any running back outside of Genty would be in the conversation for the Cowboys at 12. Yeah. I have said I think multiple running backs will go in the first round this year. But I liked, they'll take a running back by the end of the 3rd round. I want that. Round 2 or 3, I'm in on that. Unless it's Genty in round 1. But, gosh, Hampton at 12, that just seems very rich for me.
I assume I'll be at a Pluckers watch party. If it's Hampton, I'm going straight to the Jack.
Ooh,
okay. Jack and Mountain Dew,
something
boys.
to monitor.
Pull Dawson right out of retirement.
This is something to monitor. Okay, another wide receiver that gets linked to the Cowboys all the time is Stephon Diggs. He's going to make his first visit going to New England. It's his first offseason free agent appearance as he's going on his free agent tour. And New England's been hunting wide receivers all offseason, so not a surprise. I don't know is that the best thing to do for a young quarterback in Drake May? Like, Josh Allen seemed so relieved and played so much more freely once he got rid of Stephon Diggs. I don't know that this would be great for a young developmental quarterback to have somebody who just demanding of the football. But, hey, he proved last year he's still a good player. I guess he just needs to prove himself off of the torn ACL that he's still that player.
Yeah, you do that, we're in business.
Vikings, speaking of receivers, have signed Rondale Moore. He missed all of last season. He's 24 years old. He's going to compete for the number 3 job. That's a lightning quick player. I mean, all of a sudden, if he hits, you've got, of course, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. I like the fit of Rondale Moore there in Minnesota. And then Daniil Hunter has reached a 1-year, $35.6 million extension with the Texans. He agreed to a 2-year contract last year in free agency, so he was going into the final year of that deal. So now he's got 1 more year tacked onto that. As we talked running backs earlier, Najee Harris just signed with the Chargers, and in his first meeting and sit down with the Chargers website, he did not have very glowing things to say about that offense in Pittsburgh. Not necessarily a surprise, but here's Najee kind of throwing some shade at Tomlin and the Steelers.
It was just a team where, we lost Ben, we lost a lot of O-line. We just didn't know anything on offense, really. We didn't have identity. We had a young guy coming out quarterback. I was young, the team was young, and I really didn't have nobody to almost learn from the offensive side. I think the veteran guy on that team was like a 2-3 year vet, and that's really nothing. You know what I mean? Like, he's still learning himself, and I'm coming in and I'm just trying to look for people to pick their brain off of, and it was just defensive guys. So I'll go to the defensive guys to talk to them, but it wouldn't be too much they could tell me about an offensive thing. You know what I mean? So through my years, I learned a lot that only I learned firsthand, and I feel like here, we got a lot of veterans that I could learn even more stuff from, and even at the quarterback position and the O-line position. So it was an interesting year there. I'll just say that. Yeah, interesting year.
We didn't know anything on offense. We didn't have an identity, said Najee Harris. And that pretty much went on his entire career there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, he stepped into a Matt Canada offense, which was just as disgusting as it gets from an NFL standpoint. And Tomlin kept Canada around as the play caller for a couple too many years. Yeah. And then you go to Arthur Smith, and it's not like necessarily a dynamic offense, but then also they've they misfired on the Kenny Pickett thing. That was like their one swing for a quarterback, and that was never really going to move the needle. And since then, it's a bunch of just random crap they're throwing at the quarterback position.
And I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback now. They met with Milroe. I heard you guys talking about the Jalen Milroe stuff as a backup, and he ran blazing quick yesterday. Yeah, he is fun to think about. I don't know if the passing will ever take the strides that he needs it to be like an elite number 1 quarterback at the next level, but there's so much talent to work with there. And maybe it just depends on what quarterback coach he gets with. We saw Josh Allen. Mm-hmm. He's really the only one I can point to that's like, okay, he wasn't very accurate.
Ken Dorsey, right?
Yeah, and then became so. Hey, and again, maybe like if Jalen Milroe were there
He's
later
with the Cowboys,
in the draft,
by the way, Ken Dorsey
he
with
is.
The Cowboys.
I would not mind that, especially in like certain packages. He's a guy you could bring out there, run the football. Just a tremendous athlete. But I don't know what Pittsburgh's going to do at quarterback.
Very interesting quote that such a great organization could have such a massive void in leadership. But that's kind of been their identity, that they're lost at sea on offense and they're a real quality defense. I think it does put a spotlight on how important the right coaches and right veteran leaders are on your football team. I don't know as much about Matt Eberflus's staff as I do about the offensive staff, but I think it's important you have a guy like Solomon Thomas coming on board and Kenneth Murray Jr. on board, guys that have combined like 15 years experience in the NFL that can maybe give the defense some of that leadership that it's missing with Kendricks and Tank and some others on their way out.
And if you're worried about the Cowboys draft, shout out to Brandon Laurie who put this out, but the draft picks in the first round in the Will McClay era since 2014, when they've picked inside the top 25, they hit on them. Tyler Smith, Micah Parsons, CD, Leighton Vander Esch still had some really good years with the Cowboys. Unfortunately, career cut short due to injury.
He would have been really good.
He would have been.
Yeah.
Zeke and Zach Martin. That's 23 combined Pro Bowls between those players. When you're outside the top 25, that's when it's been Guyton, Mozzie, Taco, and then Byron Jones. Byron Jones did go to 1 Pro Bowl, but picking at 12, you got to feel confident the Cowboys are going to come away with a good player here.
Yes, I am pretty confident, but I think this draft is different than all of the other drafts since 2014.
It's a very unique draft.
I think it's more like picking around 22 than it is like 12. Is that accurate?
I kind of did. Yeah, the scouts are telling me, I've said this before, the 12th player might be the 40th player. So you're kind of in that mode of we by the way, at 3:40 we're going to go through the draft show. We did a mock draft today, and there's a couple of things that happened in it that I thought was pretty interesting. But when you were talking about, because runs of positions, but everybody seems to think like, yeah, if you're 12th player might be the same player as player 40. So it's very similar that way. That's what they're saying.
No, I know, but you've also given us five guys at 12 that will not bust on you. You have 5 safe picks, and we'll see how high their ceilings could possibly be. But there's 5 guys at 12, according to Broadus, that are guys that are just going to be plug and play, and you're not really going to have to worry about it. So, I mean, that right there, there's enough. It's not like you're just totally hoping, crossing your fingers that you got guys here. There's going to be plenty of dudes to take that can have an impact.
We'll walk you through a situation today on this draft that Zach and I had, and
you're in a favorable spot.
Yeah, you're in a pretty favorable spot.
I think they'll be okay.
It's all going to be about just how they view specific players.
Yeah.
And because you're giving us 5 guys that you're like, these guys will rock and roll for you, and they might not really like any of those guys. And so there's still opportunities to screw it up, but at least it's not because, there's nothing available. You're going to have to look in the mirror if you screw this up.
Last thing here, Eagles offensive tackle Lane Johnson has been opening up about when it's time to walk away from football, how his body's feeling after 13 years. He said there's a chance he fulfills that deal, that contract extension through 2027. He's going to be 37 years old there. So it's very possible, but he's not sure he's going to make it. I think he should just retire now. I think the body, the wear and tear, just you've done enough. You've accomplished enough. Just hang it up, okay?
You want to be able to play with your grandkids.
Darn right, Lane. I think now's the time to just say, I love football, but I've had a great career.
Yeah.
Can we acknowledge how awful 13 points at halftime for Clemson right now?
Look at this.
How embarrassing is that?
Down 18 to McNeese. The ultimate choke job happening in the NCAA tournament.
You kick a Gatorade bucket if you're a coach right now?
Oh, yeah. I might actually launch that thing.
Yeah.
Hey, is this thing like halfway empty? Somebody pour some out. I'm going to launch it.
I would, as the players are coming in, I would check like the whiteboard, that the grease board there behind you, and make sure it's thin enough that you could put your fist through it. You don't want to punch one of those whiteboard, and it's like one of a heavy duty with metal in it.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that you could put your fist through it.
Look what you made me do.
Yeah,
something crazy.
You turn around and just put your fist through it. But if you hit one of those that are like real sturdy, you could break your hand easily. So I would check the whiteboard first, and then if it's thin enough, put your fist through it and get your team's attention.
Absolute chaos in that locker room for sure. Auburn coming out after being tested by Alabama State for the majority of the first half. They went on a late run, and it continues here at the start of the second half. They lead Alabama State 43-33 with 18 minutes to play in that round 1 competition. Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports NFL Insider, joins us next here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. For Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name is Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Special guests to join us here. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports NFL Insider, joins us now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you? Oh, Jordan Schultz going to join us here momentarily on your home of the Cowboys. Go over, I think my biggest question right now is, are they done? Is this going to be all we get here about until the draft as far as movement? Maybe some pre-training camp stuff after that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I would just be guessing if a player and an agent get a little bit queasy before the draft and they don't want to risk waiting till after the draft to try and hop on board with a team and they're willing to drop their asking price significantly, specifically at wide receiver perhaps, then maybe the Cowboys would be interested. But by and large, it feels like they're probably done.
Yeah, like a Keenan Allen. We talked about that on Love of the Star last Saturday, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love a Keenan Allen addition. I think that would fit perfectly into what they want to do. But I do agree. I think the bulk of what they're trying to accomplish prior to the draft is probably done.
Yeah, I could see that as well. You know, I think it does make a lot of sense for Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper just to see what happens after the draft. Does somebody get injured in training camp? If not, maybe in the first month of the season. I think these players could be available for a while. Brian, what kind of feeling do you get out there from the Cowboys?
I feel like that if they've done a much better job from years past of identifying guys and saying, okay, we're going to go after this guy, we're going to go after this guy, and kind of fill a hole or two that way. So I think if the price range falls within the parameters again, I would not be surprised. And I think they're open to really kind of all positions here too. I don't think it's just, oh, we're specifically looking for a receiver here, or we're looking for this or that. I think they're open to trying to make their team better any way they can.
Okay, you have Auburn now taking Alabama State to the woodshed here, 54-36. They're pulling away in that one. VCU leads BYU 17-14 in the first. That's the only other game that is in progress. Other than that, McNeese-Clemson upset alert there, which is at half with an 18-point differential. The classic 12-5 happening once again as Jordan Schultz joins us now here. Is that what I got? Okay, Jordan Schultz joining us now here on your home of the Cowboys. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thank you, guys. I'm never sure how to get this shot looking right, so I don't know.
No, man, you were good.
Where are you right now?
Yeah.
Are you at home? Or are you on the road?
No, I'm home. Hold on. I never have it looking just right.
That's okay, man. The voice sounds good.
I'm getting hammered looking at his video.
Yeah, we're good.
That should be good.
We are good, Jordan. That's one of the keys of being a proper insider, though, right? You got to have the backdrop with your awards and your pictures and stuff. And
no awards, books. No photos.
Yeah. Maybe a video game console.
Yeah, my video console. I guess this is probably the best it's going to look.
So, Jordan, we were just talking. Are the Cowboys done? Through free agency, are we effectively over now?
Yeah, nothing substantial. I don't foresee. It'll be really interesting for them in the draft because one of the big reasons why they have had success, at least regular season success before last season, the previous 3 years, is that they've been really, really effective in the draft, not just at the top, but in the middle and later rounds. They have drafted extraordinarily well. And given the fact that there's going to be a lot of pressure, I think, on Brian Schottenheimer and his staff to reinvigorate a team that underachieved last year, especially when you're talking about the offense with all the money they've spent, it's going to be imperative that they hit on the draft. And they do have some positions of need, and obviously we still have to figure out what's going to happen with Micah Parsons, but the draft is essential for them, more so than I think most teams.
So we do a lot of work on the draft on our show. We're part of the draft show on DallasCowboys.com. What are some of the juiciest draft rumors that are going on right now? Because I imagine, like, we call this smokescreen season. Sometimes you got to cipher through the BS and find out what's real.
Yeah, it's one of those. The quarterbacks are so fascinating. It really is, because depending on who you talk to, you'll hear so many different things. For example, I think most people believe that Cam Ward is the guy and that he will be the number one pick for Tennessee. But then you have the Shedeur Sanders element, Jackson Dart. Some people have fallen in love with Jalen Milroe, who runs, sub 4.4. Tyler Shuck from Louisville. There are a lot of guys that could end up becoming possibilities later in the first round. And so the other part, too, is like, if you're Shedeur Sanders, I think some teams look at him like he should be a top 5 pick. But there are other clubs that don't think he's quite there. And if if you think about where he could go, if he doesn't go early, then there's a whole bunch of teams that don't need a quarterback until Pittsburgh at 21. And so there is a possibility. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there is a scenario in which Shedeur ends up falling probably more than he should. And then you think about someone like Jackson Dart, who had a really good career, specifically at Ole Miss, and then had a good Senior Bowl. I thought performed well at the Combine and just helped himself. Does he end up getting into the later stages of the first round? Or someone like Milroe, who's polarizing because he's not as far along as, let's say, a Sanders or a Ward throwing the ball, but athletically, physically, as a runner, I don't know if there's ever been anyone quite like him. I mean, he really is in the same class of a Michael Vick, of a Lamar Jackson in terms of electric running tape. 19 touchdowns last year on the ground.
Fox Sports NFL insider Jordan Schultz with us here on The Fan. What do you think happens with Rodgers?
Yeah, this one, if anybody tells you they know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do, they're not telling you the truth. So I would be lying if I told you I know he's going to go here or there. I've never really believed that Minnesota was all in on him. I think he liked the idea of the Vikings, and obviously Kevin O'Connell and Jordan Addison, Hawkinson and Jefferson and Aaron Jones. There's a lot to like about going to Minnesota. But I don't know if they're there. I think, as it's been made clear to me, they look at J.J. McCarthy like he's the future. And we traded up to get him 10th overall. He had the 2 knee surgeries, and he's probably got to get his opportunity this year. So I don't know where Aaron's going to end up. I think Pittsburgh probably makes the most sense. But they also have the possibility of bringing back Russell Wilson. I don't think he has the same relationship that he had with Mike Tomlin a year ago, but it doesn't mean he wouldn't be back.
Jordan, go for it.
Yeah, Jordan, this might be an unfair question to you, but maybe from the Combine, people you're talking to or people you're talking to now, is there a group that the media scouts are completely wrong about talking about a player, as opposed like the scouts are telling you, listen, the media scouts have got this guy all wrong. Is there somebody like that anybody's brought up to you?
A specific player.
Yeah.
You could take that either way, because sometimes a guy is overinflated or undervalued. Let me think about that. I think I tell you who people really like.
Yeah.
People really like is Luther Burden at Missouri. And I've seen, and the reason I bring him up is because some of the narrative around him is maybe he's too small and he's not going to play big enough. I disagree. He measures out about 6 feet, 190-something pounds. He runs 4.4, which is a perfect time for him. And if you go back to how dominant he's been his last 2 years in Columbia, that Missouri team has basically been him. And they've had a good quarterback, but he's been the offense. And he is I believe Luther Burden is a really special prospect. I don't know if he's the first wide receiver taken, but I think the more people I talked to in Indy, the more I was taken with the value and the opinion being perhaps higher on Burden internally within scouting departments than maybe even the fans know. Obviously, he's a receiver. Fans know about him. But I do think it's unfair to say he's too small, he doesn't play big enough. And I'm not a guru evaluating talent at all, but there is not a front office that I've talked to that didn't say really good things about Luther Burden. And I don't think he'll be waiting very long on draft night.
Fox insider Jordan Schultz with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So I'm sure you've been asked about this a lot, but how are you and Rap Sheet doing? And I imagine that if we had like an insider boxing undercard for like a Paul fight, you got to feel great about that matchup.
We're fine. I mean, I think it got blown out of proportion. I don't think there's much more to it, but listen, we're fine. I would say we're fine. I don't know how to answer that because I want to be respectful of everyone involved. But I'm sure that you guys, it seemed like everybody had a really good time with that.
Loved it.
Yeah.
on Combine Week. Yeah, that was definitely the talk of the town in Indy.
Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you for all your efforts in that. I was curious how much your phone was blowing up after a story like that. Like I bet
it was a lot.
Yeah,
no, it was a lot. I had a lot of texts, a lot of calls. Nothing trumps the Sunday night Bengals news. That was pretty extraordinary, and I felt extremely grateful to be a small part of it with Jamar and T Sunday night in Miami at Prime 112. It's rare to get under the hood of something, especially a story of that magnitude, where it has league-wide ramifications, and it was really special. And so as yes, the phone was busy in Indy, but 2-3x when I woke up Monday morning.
How big of an influence was Joe Burrow and all that? Like, do you think that's the reason? Because the Bengals never fork up cash the way they just did for two guys at the same position.
No, it was huge. Burrow was big, going on Media Row, saying, "Hey, like I need my guys back. This is essential to me." That was important. I think what was even more important, arguably, was the influence of both receivers sharing the same agent, Rocky Arsenault, who's actually Dallas-based, and he had a ton of leverage, and he used it perfectly. It was a master class in agenting, and I say that because, to your point, the Bengals don't break precedent on pretty much anything. But one of the key points that they harped on was, we're going to do this deal together, and we're both going to have the guarantees through year 2. That's not something that the Bengals have ever done other than Joe Burrow. Mm-hmm. And they made that an essential part of the process. Cincinnati was very reluctant to do it because, again, it's not something they've ever done. And they finally, acquiesced. And I give a lot of credit to T and Jamar for sticking together on it and saying, we want to remain in Cincinnati and we want to win a Super Bowl with Joe. And I think they did a hell of a job. And obviously we still have to see, what happens with Trey Hendrickson. But they've gotten the majority of this thing done now. And another thing, too, that I learned, I didn't even know, was T. Higgins grew up a Bengals fan and AJ Green fan. So some people have asked me, hey, why didn't T go to the open market? I think T genuinely wanted to get this done in Cincinnati, and they want to bring a Super Bowl back to the city.
Jordan, how difficult is your job?
It's tough, man. I appreciate the question. It's tough. That the hardest part is probably this right here, the phone.
You can't stop looking at it, can you? You never leave it.
Well, it's just, there's always something coming in, and as a result, you gotta find that balance, Brian. You really do. It's not something that comes easy. The balance. My wife and I have 2 young kids, and there's been times when I just put the phone away because you can't live on that thing. It becomes an appendix. It's attached to you, and it's not. I don't know. It's for my state of mind, my mental well-being. Having it 24 hours a day isn't always the best solution. So yes, these couple weeks you're pretty much locked in, but so that's really hard, and it's really important to me to have other parts of my life have balance. The other thing too is just is sitting on information.
Yes.
And making sure that because so many things you end up not being able to report, or you're sitting on it, someone else jumps in, and that's tough too. But it is very rewarding, and it is entertaining. I'm a competitive guy. I played basketball for 4 years in college. I've always wanted to win, and so now that I'm old and decrepit, this is kind of what I've resorted to.
Well, it seems like you're getting more wins recently. Did some things fall in place for you?
I think the last, this was my 3rd year, my 4th free agency cycle, and I certainly appreciate the kind words. I think, every year you try to get maybe 10 or 15% more. Mm-hmm. I always look at it like if you can get one or 2 big stories a cycle, really seismic stories, that's significant. And so, the first huge story I think I probably got that helped validate me was when Rob Gronkowski retired, he had me announce it for him. Nice. That was a validating story because I don't think people really knew who I was necessarily before that. so you get one of those, and then obviously I mentioned, T and Jamar, and I was able to say that they're exclusively telling me, like, these things add up, and you start to create, wins. To your point, it's almost like a basketball game or a football game. You're not going to be able to go for the 60-yard bomb every play, but every once in a while you got to let them know you have it in your bag. You got to hit it.
Well, a big one would be Micah Parsons, and we did hear some whispers that this deal could be gaining steam and maybe even done as early as this week. Have you heard any more about the Micah news?
They're talking. I think Jerry really wants to reward his best player and his, franchise icon. Obviously they've taken care of CD, they've taken care of Dak, rightfully so. But Micah's the one guy left. DeMarcus Lawrence left, and they just paid Osa. They have to get Micah Parsons done. I don't see any other scenario that is realistic. He's just, not only is he a great player, but he's to me, I guess, along with Dak and CD, but he's the face of the franchise, and he is a model citizen. You drafted him. You could have paid him last year. You pushed him down. I think, again, they're talking. Is it imminent? I don't know if I would say that, but I think both sides would like to get this done. I know it's really important to Jerry. Obviously, it has to make sense financially, but I do think if he had his druthers, Jerry wants to reward Micah, as he should.
Thanks for all the insights and perspective on things. Jordan Schultz, NFL on Fox Insider. Thanks for joining us here on The Fan, sir.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys. Take
Cheers.
care.
There
Thanks,
he goes.
dude.
Salute to you. Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, what you got?
Yeah, we had a mock draft we did on the draft show today. I want to walk you guys through it. Zach and I had a lot of fun. We'll do that next.
Okay, in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, good.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. Zach Wolchek and I were on the draft show this morning, and we encourage you to check that out after our show, of course, if you could. It was we did a mock draft. We're 1 month away from the draft actually taking place. So excited about that, and we were part of this mock draft with Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish, Zach, myself, and Kyle Yeomans. Mm-hmm. We each had teams and responsibilities, and we tried to pick this thing out. I want to go through it with you, Zach, on a couple of different fronts. As first off, were there any surprises? And I know you took Michael Williams for Carolina at 8.
Mm-hmm.
Was that but okay, first off, let's say I took Ashton Genty with the Raiders at 6 is what I did. So when I did that, how did that affect you in as far as what you were thinking potentially what the Cowboys could do?
Well, I mean, it's a bummer, but I just, the closer we get to the draft, I just don't think Genty's going to be there.
Yeah.
And we had kicked that around like the two likely destinations. Vegas makes a lot of sense at 6. I think you nailed that one. And then the Bears at 10. You know, they've done a good job of fortifying the interior of that offensive line. They drafted a tackle last year in Darnell Wright out of Tennessee. So now, you know, we thought maybe offensive line would be the move there. Do they feel good about it to where they can go ahead and get their Ashton Genty if he's there, which would be like a Jahmyr Gibbs type, David Montgomery, you know, what Ben Johnson had to work with there in Detroit when they took Jahmyr Gibbs 12th overall. So I'm not expecting Genty to be available at 12.
Okay, so you just know in your mind now that you've got yourself to the fact that he's just not going to be there.
Yeah, it's a pipe dream. Like CeeDee Lamb falling, like anything could happen, but I'm just not expecting it.
Yeah, you're just going to have to walk the minefield. Okay, and you made the pick for Carolina, and I mentioned Michael Williams about that.
Yeah, so I was asking around, and I've developed a solid source who is a scout within the NFC South, and Carolina likes Michael Williams, and they want an edge. So Michael Williams, I think they would take over a Jalen Walker.
Okay.
Maybe Mike Green could be in play there, but they are big Michael Williams fans there with Carolina. So that was kind of an educated guess type of pick.
So that takes Michael Williams, though, out of that. And we've heard Dallas talk about him quite a bit, right?
Yes.
Him and Will Johnson.
They love the size.
Yeah. Okay, if you go down further down the draft at 11, right before Dallas, I took Jahdae Barron I think he's a really, really good fit for Robert Saleh and what Saleh wants to do with playing with that cover 4 and then playing some of the cover 6 stuff that he does. The fact that he wants to play on the edge, the way he tackles, and all that. So I that's why I gave Jahdae Barron to the 49ers there. Okay, now we get to Dallas's pick at 12. Okay, and were you surprised or have things the way they materialize with Tet McMillan? Are you surprised that he's there, or now are you just like you said with Ashton Gente not being there? Are you now just automatically expecting Tet McMillan to be there?
I'm not surprised. I can definitely see a world where Tet McMillan is there at 12. And I think that, that New Orleans at 9 would be interesting. They could maybe go ahead and take him. But otherwise, I just don't see a lot of teams other than like New England wants a receiver. They go ahead and take him at 4, but they might have better players available there if they think Abdul Carter is on the board and he's better. So it's possible he goes as high as 4, but I could definitely see him being there when the Cowboys are on the clock at 12. And for me, that's a no-brainer type of decision. I think he's a perfect fit next to CeeDee Lamb. I love him. He is my wide receiver 1. So the Cowboys were in a good position with him. Jalen Walker out of Georgia was there. Mike Green, who I love out of Marshall, who I don't know that they would necessarily take. But I'm a big fan of. And then Will Johnson, who I do think they like, the corner out of Michigan, is there as well.
Okay, and we had the opportunity to trade back and pick up Seattle's 2 doing this.
Yeah, so Seattle's got 2 second-rounders.
Right.
So if you look at the trade value chart, Seattle's pick at 18 is worth 900 points. Cowboys' pick at 12 is worth 1,200 points. So Seattle's second-round pick, which I believe is 52 overall, is worth 380 points.
Right.
So it's a plus 80 value, like the Cowboys would win that trade.
Yeah.
But if Seattle wants to move up to go get Tyler Booker, the guard out of Alabama, maybe they're moving up for Tet McMillan. I don't know. But the Cowboys could fall back, pick up an extra 2.
Okay, 3 is an underpaid there, Ren, right? Is that what you're saying from that standpoint, though? Seattle with their 3, that's an underpay?
The 3 would be an underpay. The second 2 that they have would be a slight overpay.
Okay, so you're probably thinking the slight overpay, and that's the one that we got there. Okay.
Yeah.
We talked about that, and we said, okay, let's see what happens if we go down to Seattle's spot. And what happened was Nick Emawari went to the Dolphins at 13. Jalen Walker, the linebacker from Georgia, went to the Colts at 14. Mike Green, the edge from Marshall we talked about, went to the Falcons at 15. Kenneth Grant, the one-technique defensive tackle, went to Arizona at 16. And then Will Johnson was taken by the Cincinnati Bengals at 17, which put us on the clock with Tet McMillan still being there.
That's a no-brainer, dude. Even if McMillan wasn't there, you got 5 guys that haven't been taken yet, Broadus, that you say are unbustable. So it's a no-brainer to pick up a second-round pick and then pick who's ever there at 18.
Yeah, and
you're going to have a plethora of options.
And I don't know, I wouldn't move away from Tet at 12. This would be a dream scenario if it worked out for you. You could also then you're risking other teams jumping you to go and get Tet McMillan. Like you might not end up getting him at 18 if you move away.
What about you get Ibuka at 18 and now you picked up a second round pick?
Like if you're able to get if Seattle's down to play ball and you pick up pick 52, it's a sexy move for the Cowboys that definitely would be needed.
Well, what's funny is you say that, Eric, and I would absolutely take McMillan. The guys that were left at the end of the draft, when we picked it all the way through, the guys on my board that were left, Ibuka was left, Simmons was left, Morrison was left, the corner from Notre Dame. Those were the first-round guys. The running backs were all there. Johnson was there, Hampton was there, Henderson was there. So, there's a possibility, like you say, if you wanted, if there will be other options there. I think if you went to 18, the way this thing fell, you still aren't going to get wiped out. You actually pick up a second-round pick, and on my board, the likelihood of maybe grabbing a first-round guy, too.
Yeah, there's no question that trading down, unless you're getting just completely swindled in the actual deal for the picks that you're getting in return, as long as you're getting a fair deal from that standpoint, there's almost no scenario that I wouldn't trade down.
Yeah, we talked about trading up yesterday if, in fact, in this draft, that Hunter went second overall, so we couldn't wait to the New England pick at 4 to try and move up like we talked about yesterday. So going back might be an option. The way it fell for Dallas, if they wait till 18, they still might get the guy that they want to draft at 12.
That would be genius. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
I mean, that'd be better than trading down and still getting Derek Lively, as the once brilliant Nico Harrison did when we loved him. Okay, thanks. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Coming up next, we're talking this college basketball tournament that's going on, Chief.
Yes, March and the Madness. We have Hannibal Lecter, barrels of Jameson, and coaches stealing the show next in the nation.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day, enjoying the tournament updates as you get them. Maybe you're just at home chilling, watching it on TV, listening to the G-Bag Nation cracking coldies. If that's the case, then you won. You won day one of the tournament. That's for sure. Let's get a full recap. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, and you can win day two by going to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless tomorrow off 121, 2-7 G-Bag Nation, a madness party. It's going to be fantastic. We'll see you there. We got the madness in action right now. 12 seed McNeese State up 48-29 on the 5 seed Clemson Tigers. Under 9 minutes remain. Clemson had like 13 points in the first half. Truly embarrassing. Will Wade, the McNeese State head coach, has already said, yeah, I'm talking to other programs. All signs point to him going to NC State, unless, of course,
he gets a better job than NC State.
Texas, bro. If you're Texas right now, why aren't you gunning for old Willie Wade?
Let me tell you, we had Will Wade at LSU.
He's the man.
He was a year before NIL. He really was.
But he was also ahead of his time.
He was. Will Wade is a whatever it takes guy.
Yeah.
And I miss him at LSU.
By any means necessary, Will Wade wants to win. He will get your program.
But he's very honest. I mean, they asked him, the guy tried to soft sell it. Be real quiet with the question. He's like, no, I'm talking to North Carolina State. Likely, going to go there. My players know that.
What's great is if Will Wade does go to NC State, he's playing Clemson every year. They're going to be in the same conference. Texas might be trying to go get Pitino.
Ooh, we're going to get to Rick Pitino here in a second, but I got to say, Chuck,
that'd be spicy.
I love it.
It's a dream for the Chief. Where there's a Will, there's a Wade.
Yeah, that's right. I'm cool with either one of these. If you're Texas, that's a win-win scenario. If you can get Will Wade or Rick Pitino, you're high-fiving with your boys. Now, also McNeese State, we discussed their student manager who's taken over the internet with popularity.
They're showing him a lot during this game.
They call him Aura. He's got like 3 or 4 NIL deals for a student manager to ever pull that off. He's that guy. He is that guy. He's so much that guy that the cheerleaders right now in this game that we are watching are all wearing shin-high socks with nothing but the Aura's face on it. So student manager's got his face on all the socks of the McNeese State cheerleaders right now
living the dream
while they're running it up on Clemson in round 1. It's a 12 seed. How about this guy, man? He's getting
it done.
A ton of airtime, and he deserves it. He really does. Glue guy. Talk about glue guys.
Oh, that's
can't have enough of them.
That's their hedgy.
Might be the ultimate glue guy. Okay, now to the bracket we don't care about, but for about 13 seconds we do care about it. Here's the NIT moment between Dayton and Florida Atlantic, where a fan in the stands was cheering so loud that the play-by-play man couldn't hear what his color analyst was trying to tell him.
Different look when these two guys come in, and when the guards are knocking shots down, they're awful. Florida Atlantic's awful tough to guard.
So I couldn't hear you. I was listening to that person getting murdered in the 3rd row. Santos lays it off the window.
He went with the murder word right there. Obviously, that was spontaneous, and maybe he'd like to walk back the murder word, but he's also kind of onto something. That felt like that didn't feel like a cheery scream. That felt like a painful one.
It was at least an assault, probably with a deadly weapon, is what that report sounded like to me.
Yeah, just some general violence, maybe not full-fledged murder. Now, we bounce around. Louisville got bounced out.
Yep.
As the 8 seed. Congratulations to Creighton, who I believe in my bracket that I don't remember much of.
They're the Blue Jays?
I think I had them advancing, at least in round 1.
I think I did a little flippy-floppy there. I took Creighton into one bracket, Louisville in the other.
I like that.
I was hedging.
I love that.
Should have damn taken Creighton in both.
But what was awesome today...
Basketball experts over here.
Thank God we got to see this at least once. James Scott, one of the players on Louisville, had busted his face up back in February. I mean, blood gushing in the middle of a game, losing teeth. I can read the rest of it.
Was he diving for a loose ball? Did he get elbowed in the face?
Yeah, I think it was a diving situation. Both teeth were knocked out, front teeth, and then it got pushed so far up into his gum that they had to go in and extract pieces from his gums.
Oh Lord,
crap.
That sounds
it
brutal.
was more extensive than just that, getting your tooth knocked out, which is pretty extensive anyway.
I've fallen after a night of drinking, and I thought I did the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that in the Avis parking lot, I thought you...
The Avis parking lot hurt. I'm not going to lie, that hurt.
So this dude had to go with a face mask. He had some Louisville classmates that are like designers of stuff, and they made him a Hannibal Lecter face mask.
Badass.
And that's what he was wearing while his team got bounced out of the round one.
Like a leather mask?
It's not leather, but it gives you, it's either Bane.
Impression,
you know, if you're a Batman guy, you're going to think Bane. Yeah. If you are a Hannibal Lecter guy, then you're going to think Hannibal Lecter. But either way, it was probably the coolest like face protector mask that I've ever seen. Yeah, they let him wear it. It was all blacked out. It was like from right under his eyes all the way to the chin. How cool is that, Walter? You seeing that?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's intimidating.
I mean, as far as the masks go, yeah, that's a badass one.
I mean, you have to embrace it, I feel like, is what I learned from this story. You know, you can go with, the sort of mask to be protective and feel awkward and like, oh, I want to discard this thing because it's bothering me. But if you embrace it and own it and make it something intimidating, you know, like the hockey goalies did. Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, you got something really cool going.
Now, we have a man of honor that we have to appreciate. Mark Pope, head coach of Kentucky.
Salute. Did he pay off his? Did he pay for the gas?
Seems like he's coming through.
He's paying for gas.
When it comes to paying for gas, he teed it up to all Kentucky fans. Basically, like, hey, our game's in Milwaukee in round one. I want you guys to show up and show out. And so if it takes me paying for your gas to get here, road trip it. Let's do this thing. Well, then immediately he's getting peppered with, of course, college kids looking for a handout. Go watch their team. Let's go. I'll drive as far as it takes.
What percentage actually got gas to go on the roadie, and what percentage got 2 cases of beer and a pepperoni pizza is my question.
Okay, well, here's the deal.
Sticks, I think.
So basically, he has like his assistant lady, Megan Summers, is out here emailing back all the people that sent in their requests. And what they have to do is take a picture and prove that they have tickets to the game already.
Okay.
And then once you prove that you've got those tickets, then in some way, it looks like they're going with Venmo, because she asked at the end of the email, hey, what's your Venmo? And we'll float you a flat rate gas money. So what are we thinking? Are we thinking $50? We're thinking a 50 pop if they're just going flat rate gas money.
How far away is it?
Well, you don't know.
As of today.
Because you could be going from anywhere, in theory.
Yeah, as of today, though, gas is $2.69 a gallon in Kentucky.
And we're going to ballpark 25 miles to the gallon, right? So how far does that get you? A couple hundred miles? I think $50 is fair.
I'm guessing he's just floating out a 50 to everybody.
Full tank pretty much for a lot of people.
Yeah. That makes some sense.
Why wouldn't you? Okay, I see. I mean, it's not from Lexington. Is he doing it just from Lexington?
No, it's from anybody, because one kid was like, hey, I don't know if he's on spring break or something. He was like, hey, I'm in Florida right now, but I'm ready to road trip it with my girlfriend to the game in Milwaukee if you're going to float me the gas. So,
but they had to buy the tickets.
Yeah, you have to prove that you have the tickets. But
I thought he would do
he's a man of his
if
word.
you were driving from Lexington. I thought he would do that.
Now, from Florida, if I'm that kid, I need $400 or $500.
Yeah, he ain't getting that.
It's going to be expensive.
Right. Yeah, he's not probably going to cover the whole ride there. But nonetheless, still pretty cool from Mark Pope.
Get the party started.
I wonder what the numbers are going to look like at the end of it all. Like, will we get the big reveal
I was kind of thinking
how much he dealt out?
I was thinking that he was like, if it was coming from Lexington, that you could go to this gas station, go to my Shell station here, check out my guy, and then fill up. And then they'll take care of it that way.
Get a little advertising kickback on it.
Like you got
a little write-off for your business.
You got a deal. Like I was looking for like Louisville, or not Louisville, Lexington gas stations and stuff that maybe that he would partner up with.
Well, as we saw last night in the UT game, if you can get a home crowd going in these tournament environments, it can be a big boost.
Ruckus.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it was like lighting a bonfire drenched in gasoline.
I wonder how much Auburn is excited that Louisville got bumped out, because that was in Lexington. They would have had to take on Louisville in round 2, but you take on what is probably the better team in Creighton. So, but at least they won't have that necessarily that home court advantage, if you will. Now, to my favorite coach in college basketball right now, of course, it is Rick Pitino. Maybe he arrives in Austin by the end of March. That would be pretty exciting. But after Broadus had mentioned this the other day, after the Big East tournament over the weekend, they win it, and then Rick Pitino was asked how he was going to celebrate, and this was his response.
How do you celebrate tonight?
I'm going to drink a quart of Jameson's.
St. Patty's Day.
Good for you.
A quart, huh?
How much is a quart? Man,
a quarter of a gallon?
Radio guys got stumbled. I'll tell you what.
Don't ask us math.
I'd eyeball it at a third of a gallon.
I was looking right at you because I know you know.
Yeah, he can eyeball that stuff.
Yeah, I can eyeball work.
Let's look it up.
Well,
that's about a fifth right there. Bring that back.
1 quart equals 32 fluid ounces.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's 4 cups.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quarter gallon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Quarter gallon. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yep.
Okay, so he says that.
It's a healthy amount. Like you get a quart of beer.
That's a lot, bro.
You're sitting
He
on
said-
a good amount of beer.
He said he drank 2 beers, though. They asked him a follow-up, and he said he only had 2 beers.
See, we leave
Trying to clean it up.
Yeah.
2 quarts.
Clean it up.
He's got an
2
opportunity
beers.
to get more than that because after Rick Pitino said he'd
He got a
celebrate
barrel, didn't he?
St. John's Big East title with a quart of Jameson, the company noticed if the Johnnies reach the finals, the Elite Eight, they're sending him a custom barrel of Jameson, plus a big celebration for SJU fans in NYC. So they're going to be hosting some giant Jameson party for the Johnnies and their fans, and then I guess Rick Pitino is going to get his own quart.
Yeah, he coached
his own barrel.
coached at Kentucky, so he knows about the barrels of whiskey.
That's perfect because we have $4 Jameson shots tomorrow at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers for you.
In the name of Rick Pitino.
We might have to have one, just in honor.
Yeah, absolutely
least.
we do. I'm totally down for that. By the way, St. John's stat of the day, at one point this season, they won a game where they went 1 for 21 from the 3-point line. It just shows you the type of team that they are. They're violent, dude. They're tough. They want to just dunk on your face and remind you about it. Sure, they may go 1 for 21 from downtown. That's not what this is about. It's about punishing you and embarrassing you with physicality. And that's what I love about Rick Pitino. I also love John Calipari, and I believe he has an opportunity to
Say
take
that again?
on Rick Pitino. Coach Cal is what I said.
No, I liked the inflection on the Calipari.
It might be Coach Cal versus Pitino in round 2. We might be getting that.
Arkansas.
But Coach Cal's already in his bag right now making fun of reporters. Take it away, Coach.
Here up front.
Did you get a haircut?
I did, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Does it look good?
No, but go ahead.
Well.
Damn, dude. On fire. I love the confidence.
Covering the beat.
Bold. That's the type of confidence you have when you know you're taking on the Kansas Jayhawks in round 1 and they suck so bad.
Are there real rumors that he could come coach the Longhorns?
Oh, I just think Walchuk pulled that out of his giant
I did.
rear
I
end.
pulled it out of my rear, and then I asked my Horns guy. I think they're actually going to go after Sean Miller, who beat them last night from Xavier.
Sweaty man.
Seems like a good coach.
Man, he was going to get let go at Xavier, though.
Well, he's a hell of a coach. I mean, he's done a great job at Arizona.
Yeah, he's a
clearly
stud.
with Xavier. They might go on a run here.
Well, Pitino coached at Texas Western in Blue Chips. So I thought, maybe he wanted to come home. He's obviously a Texas guy.
Come back home.
I'd love it. I think Pitino at Texas would be awesome.
Yeah, it's a perfect fit. Thank you, Wolchuk. Or thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Let's go to Wolchuk in the top 10 at 420. Coming up next, what's the subject matter?
All right, so I had to make 2 different polls here. The first poll was a tie. I eliminated 2 options out of the 4, and now it looks like the winner is the top 10 best offseason moves in the NFL so far. Let's crap on this list from Cody Benjamin because I think he screwed this up. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Do you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades. maidens?
Pre-curd.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
Go to SpearmintRhinoDallas.com to see our live entertainer lineup in real time on our visual roll call. That's SpearmintRhinoDallas.com. Spearmint Rhino Dallas. 2 Dallas locations, 1 big Rhino party.
Segment of the fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hey, it's Colby. You know I'm a Tolo. Is your garage door ready for spring? Don't wait till it's too late. Call Tolbert Garage Door today for our garage door roller special. Smooth, quiet, and reliable, just like it should be. Call now or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
All right, well, the Tolo Twitters voted. And this is what they voted for. We've got the top 10 best offseason moves so far in the National Football League.
Ooh, how many times will the Cowboys make an appearance in the top 10?
Great question.
Or are they all the honorable mentions, maybe?
There aren't even honorable mentions on here. And therefore, the Cowboys will make a whopping 0 appearances in this list. 877-881-1053. What do you think has been the best move of the offseason so far? I just saw this, though. There are rumors that ESPN wants to purchase the NFL Network, NFL Red Zone, and NFL Plus for $2 billion.
That's how you get Tony Reali in the captain's chair.
That would make sense.
Make it ESPN.
So I guess that would all be under the ESPN Plus umbrella if ESPN were to purchase that.
As long as it's just accessible, dude. I really don't even care who it is, what it is. Just tell me where to find it. As long as you're not going to make me jump through a bunch of hoops to get there.
Yeah. You know, there was a time when the CBS, NBC, Fox, they all had their own brand and images and heritage that came along with it. And we got used to certain things being in certain places. So it was news as it was shifting. Now I have so much fatigue. I'm with Chief. I don't care. I guess I'll find it, on game day.
Well, here's where it could be a problem, because you have the UFC that really wants to leave ESPN as soon as their contract is up and possibly go to Netflix, because they've had streaming issues with their pay-per-view events.
Yeah.
Will we now have streaming issues like with the Red Zone? Because everybody on a Sunday is going to be just flooding the stream to go watch their Red Zone. Is ESPN going to be able to give us the quality of the content that we need?
Get your bandwidth together, ESPN. What are you doing?
Damn well better. I'll tell you what, it's a dangerous game to play to get out of bed with ESPN as well. Like, have you noticed when you go to ESPN and you're looking for baseball scores now, they make you click a couple of extra buttons? It used to be like on the tabs. Now you can find hockey scores. For a long time, couldn't find the hockey scores.
You're right.
They make it less accessible if you aren't their partner. And across a digital world, I think that matters a lot. I think baseball's visibility takes a hit. I'll tell you another thing. MLS does this deal with Apple Plus. That's the only way you can get their games.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now the USL is coming in over the top, a deal, I believe, with ESPN Plus, but a much more accessible deal, and they're going to do promotion and relegation. So they're they're using it as an opportunity to make a big push. We're going to have more of a broad platform for fans to find us for cheaper. And, throw some money at it here, have promotion and relegation there with that marketing angle. I think teams that aren't with a big national partner like that, a heritage partner like that, do have a visibility issue.
Well, I saw a report that Apple Plus has lost like $1 billion when it comes to their streaming service.
Wow.
So, that's they do have some really good shows.
Because they spend so much money on those shows, but not enough advertising and promoting those shows. They got good shows over there.
Do they?
They spend top quality dollars, and clearly they're not making any profit from it.
Lost $1 billion.
$1 billion. And they've got like Severance that blew up, but I think, didn't they have like a 3-year gap in between seasons 1 and season 2 of Severance?
Mm-hmm.
So, you people aren't going to hang on. And
I hear conflicting opinions on this Severance. Do I need to watch it or not?
Man, you start getting frustrated. You're like, what's going on here?
Thanks for the
You
honesty
get lost. You have to rewind, and it's too much, bro.
There's a lot. You might like it because it does have your brain thinking.
Yeah.
And they do a masterful job ending every show.
Yeah.
The way the shows end hooks you. But during the actual episode, did I like the episode? I don't know. But the way that it ended, I'm like, well, damn it, I've got to see now what happened.
Yeah. Like, it'll catch you when you first started there, Dawson, because you're like, what's going on here? But after you start getting the groove, you're like, okay, I think we might have jumped the shark. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just dumb. I don't know.
Well, I will bail on a show. So, I mean, I feel like there's so many good options out there. I don't need to try to hold on to something. I'll just go find something else.
I've heard a lot of people that have. All right, here's your top 10 offseason moves so far in the NFL. This is courtesy of Cody Benjamin on CBS Sports. I can't say I agree with some of these. Number 10 is Charvarius Ward going to the Indianapolis Colts. 3 years, $54 million. Defense should be much more respectable defending the pass with Ward in tow as the new number one cover man. Despite a trying finish with the Niners, he turned in championship-level showings with both San Fran and Kansas City. Fresh scenery should do him well. I'd love the Cowboys to make a move like that, but the dollar amount just a little too pricey.
Yeah, I think the Colts have been throwing a bunch of just random crap at the cornerback wall and hoping that it sticks for the last few years, and finally they're just like, forget it, let's get a real dude in here.
Number 9, Sam Darnold to the Seahawks. 3 years, $100.5 million, which really is a one-year deal once we got the contract breakdown. It's really just 1 year for Seattle, and then both sides could go ahead and part ways if they want to. But I have wondered if this is more of a lateral move, or did they even really improve? Like, I think I would take Geno over Darnold. I think Geno, against good competition, has still fared well.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold totally just wet the bed the last 2 games of that year for Minnesota.
Player for player, I'm going Geno Smith as well. But if you're telling me it's just a 1 year deal with the contract that they gave him, they can get out of it, and you get the 3rd round pick in return for Geno Smith, now all of a sudden you're talking about, hey, I mean, maybe with Geno we win 1 or 2 more games.
Sure.
But now we have a 3rd round pick, and we still have the escape after 1 season. So if you tell it to me like that, it makes it more palatable.
Number 8 is Geno going to the Raiders for that 3rd round pick. A long-term solution, is he? No, unlikely. But Geno's spirited play style and personality masked some of his forced throw tendencies. The Raiders needed anyone under center, and Smith offered far more arm talent and on-field zeal than most available veterans. So I do think for a team that's just looking for stability in Vegas, the Geno move is a solid one for them.
They're trying.
They need that.
Yeah.
7 is Debo going to the Commanders. Debo's had durability issues, but the fit with Terry McLaurin on the other side, Jaden Daniels airing it out, it's a perfect marriage with the Commandos in win-now mode, says CBS Sports.
Do you feel like their coordinator will use him in a different way than what we saw in San Francisco?
I'm interested to see how Cliff handles him.
Yeah, because I don't know if he's a guy you can really hand the ball to like that anymore.
They've got
and expect
dudes you
him
hand
to,
the ball to there already, don't they?
I don't think they need
right,
to
but
use
you're
him as a
asking me
runner.
about the differences in using Debo Samuel
I think
compared
they'll
to San
probably use him
Francisco.
differently,
San Francisco was running them quite a bit. I don't think you can really do that anymore.
Nope.
Yeah, you're probably right. Probably more of a receiver, a true wide receiver.
Yeah, well, and to be fair, too, like he pretty much had to be their wide receiver 1 last year. Now,
Debo,
now it's like defenses are more concerned with McLaurin. And obviously just having to stop Jaden Daniels in general with the legs and stuff. So he'll have opportunities. I just don't know how long he can really stay healthy.
Commanders again at number 6 with the Laramie Tunsil trade. They give up the 2026 second rounder, 2025 third rounder. It's a relatively steep price considering Tunsil also commands the NFL's 3rd largest left tackle contract. Or is it? Blindside blocking is vital, and Tunsil's experience should be a welcome reprieve for 2024 rookie sensation Jaden Daniels. Commanders are clearly angling for a quick little push, and on paper, this would help. So we heard mixed things about Tunsil. I did see people in Houston that said overall he was pretty darn good for the most part. But to your point about like penalties every once in a while, he's good for a couple of those. I hope they all come against the Cowboys twice a year.
Yeah, this is the tough part about being in the situation that the Commanders are in, because you have a certain amount of time with the quarterback on the rookie deal. You're trying to maximize it as best you can, and sometimes you overextend yourselves a little bit. And this could end up being one of those deals because you're trying to juggle patience with, but we got to compete right now.
Here's the top 5 best moves of the NFL offseason so far. Number 5, Zach Bond going back to the Eagles. 3 years, $51 million. And he was the heart of Dick Fangio's defense. So keeping him should alleviate the free agent losses of Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, etc., according to CBS Sports. Number 4, not sure why this one's so high, but he is a local kid, and I love you. Paulson Adebo to the Giants. 3 years, $54 million. Despite missing 10 games in his final season with the Saints, he did total 7 picks, 28 breakups in 2023, ranked 16th among all corners in forced incompletions in 2021. He could end up being a lockdown number 1 corner. The problem is he is coming off of a pretty catastrophic injury. So hopefully he can heal up and be good to go. The Giants have badly needed corner help. Putting him at 4, though, with some uncertainty, a little high, in my opinion, a little high.
Yeah, I mean, he's a dog, but the injury stuff would be concerning.
Number 3, Joe Thuney to the Bears. I did love this. I think you could have argued this would be number 1, or at least number 2 for me.
What happened to him in the Super Bowl? Did that bother you at all?
No, because he was playing out of position.
Sure.
Like, I still think he's an elite guard.
There you go.
And he had to play left tackle and did a pretty solid job until the Super Bowl. And then just the wheels fell off, really everything with Kansas City. So he did get exploited, don't get me wrong, but kicking back into guard, and that's a massive upgrade for Chicago.
Sure.
And a guy that also, a veteran leader, 33 years old, has been there, done that, won Super Bowls. Like, they need that in the locker room there in Chicago. So I love that move. Number 2, stunning to me, Justin Fields to the Jets. 2 years, $40 million. Why?
I guess it's just not Aaron Rodgers, so
win.
You're going to get a bump.
Maybe he'll end up crushing it there. Maybe the third time's the charm here for Fields. Number 1, though, and I agree, best offseason move so far, Devontae Adams to the Rams, 2-year, $44 million deal. Sean McVay and Adams, good pairing. You also have Puka Nacua, and now you've got an improved perimeter route runner in Adams. So even if he's past his prime, the former Packers star should get a boost from escaping his dysfunction setup of the recent years, which was, of course, in Vegas and then last year with the Jets. So I do love the move. Like, the Rams, to me, have put themselves in great position in the NFC. The other ones that didn't make the cut, Jordan Mason going to the Vikings, underrated move for them. They needed a runner. He's a good one. And then Azeez Ojulari going to the Eagles, which, hey, it could work, but he's rarely ever playing. So I don't know how much he's going to be available, but maybe they can get something out of him. Everybody was healthy for them last year.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420 every day here in the G-Bag Nation. Expressway is under an hour away now. If you don't know, 5:20 to 6 o'clock every night we go commercial free. It's time for a C-Note. I'm going to give you some draft news, and salute to the writer here. He gives you all the different mock drafts with the players going to them and the percentage chance that said player will be available at 12. That's coming up next here, the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, puck around and find out what the Stars and Lightning, March Madness Day 1 recap, and the Day 2 look ahead. Plus,
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price for sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We've been tracking a furious Clemson comeback. The three is no good. McNeese with the rebound, 69-67. They are going to end up winning after being up, 22 points with about 10 minutes to play.
It's like a blowout.
McNeese nearly coughs it up, but they beat Clemson. The 12-5 has happened.
They scored 13 points, Clemson did, in the first half. They finished with 67.
Incredible.
Wow, 54 points in the second half to lose 69-67, and really an embarrassment for Clemson, but great entertainment for us to watch on television as the tournament has it. What is that, the second upset? Is that the first big upset? It's one of the first upsets that we've had so far today. Gonzaga leads Georgia 48-27 at half. So that's an 8-9 matchup. No big upset going down there, but it is pretty interesting.
Battle of the Bulldog.
I'm bummed about VCU. Need them to play a little bit better. Thought they might be able to do something here as they're taking on BYU. They're down 13 currently.
BYU's a really good team, though, right? Didn't Ari was talking about them yesterday?
BYU is good, but they got obviously Pope left, so they got a coach who's doing this for the first time in the tourney. And VCU also had a hell of a year. That was a sexy upset pick.
Okay, salute to the writer here, bloggingtheboys.com. We're going to get the C note started, the Cowboys news of the evening. He gives us a spreadsheet here on what all the different mockers are doing and what the percentage odds are based on the mocks that the prospects you guys desperately want the Cowboys to draft will be available. Who is the most mocked player right now to the Cowboys, Wolchuk?
I guess Marion Hampton.
Austin, it's right. Since the start of this?
No, in their most recent mocks.
Oh yeah, it's got to be it's either him, it's McMillan or Hampton.
It is Ted McMillan with 6 of the mock drafts, and we're probably looking at 40 different mocks. Okay, so
they've got a bunch here.
It's not close to a majority yet, but a lot of them have been coming in for Ted McMillan. Ashton Genty and Matthew Golden are tied for second most mocked right now with 5 each.
Yeah, I would say that if you did overall since the start of the drafting period, maybe a month or two ago, it would be Ashton Genty. Nobody's picking him at Dallas at 12 now. Mm-hmm. They just don't think he's going to be there.
Too many teams that are wanting a running back.
Zach's right. I mean, there's, I had the Raiders pick today at 6, and I'm just looking at it. I'm like,
makes sense.
There's something that's a hole that they have. So, yeah, you're going to have to walk that landmine field, I think, to get him.
Jahdae Barron, the corner from Texas. Is it Omarion or Amarian? Amarian Hampton, the running back from UNC, and Shamar Stewart, the edge from A&M, plus Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan. Yeah. They're all in 3 different mock drafts. Be a lot to like about some of those players. And then Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle from UT, has been mocked in 2 different ones. But it's really looking like running back or wide receiver in a runaway. Like if you had 2 positions to pick, give me those 2, you can have the field. I'm pretty sure I'm going to win here, Brian.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense with that. The corner. I think the corner's in there too. I think
that's really just Will Johnson, right? Based on what they like. If it's going to be a corner, it's going to be Will Johnson.
It's corner. Yeah, it's corner. It's the edge. It's the running back, and it's the wide receiver. I can't tell you what order that's going to be in, but those are the 4 positions, I believe.
Okay, then we go to percentage chances these guys will be available at 12 based on the mock drafts. This is kind of crowdsourcing the probabilities. Will your favorite player be here? Blogging the Boys doing the math for us. Mason Graham, defensive tackle at Michigan. That would be a dream scenario, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Would that be like the long shot player that they're...
Yeah, he plays as a 3. I mean, he is a 3 technique type guy, but he can also play as a 1. But some of his best work is playing as that 3 technique.
You just line him up with Osa and go get him? Would that be your vision?
Well, he was a 320-pound player during his time at Michigan, and now he got down to, 290?
Yeah, he was 297 maybe?
Yeah, he dropped down to he pulled a Mozzie on us.
But are you rotating him with Osa or playing him with Osa?
I think you could play them together.
Yeah,
I really do.
I can, but his best work is playing as a 3.
Yeah, because Kenneth Grant was over.
Grant was the one. Yeah,
Kenneth Grant might be kind of a name that we haven't talked about a lot that possibly could be in play, especially if they traded back.
I took him in Arizona. Remember, at 16 is what I did.
He's getting to 12 in only 5% of your current mock drafts.
He is the one guy that him and Carter seem to be the one guy that haven't moved very much in mock drafts. They've been top 5 guys throughout all the mock drafts.
Jacksonville seems pretty locked into Mason Graham, but something could change.
Will Campbell, offensive tackle, is he Ohio State?
No, that would be LSU.
LSU?
Yeah.
He's getting to 12. He's still on the board in just 13% of the mock drafts.
Yeah, we had him get to, he went through all the way down for.
He might not have gone.
Yeah. Is that right?
Somebody had to take him away.
Yeah, I've seen some interesting.
He was taken in our mock draft.
Ashton Genty now getting to the Cowboys in just 25% of mocks. Do you have 3 teams likely to take him?
There's
Jets,
2 really
Bears,
ahead of the Cowboys.
Raiders.
I don't think the Jets would. I think it's just Raiders and Bears.
Yeah.
Ted McMillan's only getting there 38% of the time now, guys. This has been a late developing scene, though, so maybe that's going to change here in the final build-up.
Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah's last 2 mock drafts had him going to Tampa at 19 and then the Chargers at 22.
What is it that maybe people don't like? Because when we first started doing this,
they're thinking the speed.
Just the speed.
Just the speed.
Well, and maybe Jordan Schultz is onto something. Maybe some other teams really like Burden. I don't think that the Cowboys.
I have not
would be in the
heard
mix
that
there,
at all, man. I have not heard. Matter of fact, I've heard that people have questions about Burden with his with the kind of the diva type.
The old personality.
Yeah, nothing criminal, but just kind of like what are you dealing with here? And he kind of turns people off that way.
Marion Hampton is there in all but one of the mock drafts at 12. It would be so tough to see them again take a player that nobody else wanted to take for a long time. It's just brutally depressing when they do that. Will Johnson, 53% of the time he's available. Shamar Stewart, 63%. It's the Cowboys news of the evening here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Michael Irvin on the question, is there a Micah Parsons problem? Says the only problem they have is finding his money and making sure you remove the people that aren't on the same page. That's the reality. There is no Micah Parsons problem outside of getting him signed. He said the way he's played, he's earned what he's going to get, and they'll work that out. I just don't want it to take forever. I think, Michael, as most people, know what Nico Harrison did not. When you have a superstar, he's not ideal. Most aren't. Just accept their flaws and try to work around them. Put amazing players around them. Unbelievable here. But that's what you go through every time. I think a player comes up for free agency, a superstar with the Cowboys. Eventually, that kind of storyline is going to be in the headlines because the media wants to dissect every Cowboys topic in every possible way, and will actually resort to kind of making stuff up if there's nothing tangibly there. Okay, fun draft question here. Could Jahad Campbell, a top 20 player on everybody's board, be available at 44 now, Brian? With the Cowboys' history of taking injured linebackers in the second round, there's 3 of them. They do one of these every 5 years, aren't we due? Sean Lee, Bruce Carter, Jalen Smith. I mean, even LVE with the spinal situation, a lot of teams didn't want to take him. They love taking linebackers who could go higher, but they're injured. Yeah, I think it just comes down to, will Campbell be there at 44? Because I bet they would.
Yeah, his notes are he has had an ACL that was reconstructed back in 2018. He also has some arthritis in the other knee. He did injure both shoulders this past season. There could be some surgeries in the future for those. There's teams that would say they'd really like him to bench press to show that he's okay. But it looks like that he's kind of played through all these things at Alabama. Alabama has a history of linebackers that are generally pretty beat up. They just in a lot of collisions, the way that they practice, especially in the Nick Saban administration. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of responsibility put on those guys. And so, but yeah, those are the things that Campbell's dealing with right now. Both the shoulders being an issue that could potentially, like I say, we talked about labrum, right?
Labrum surgery on his torn labrum.
That's a significant recovery, isn't it?
Yeah, that takes a while to recover from, for sure.
Like, I wonder when he'd be available. Like, training camp, is he ready to rock? But if he slid to 44, sign me up for Jahad Campbell, because he gives you some edge flexibility as well. He's a really good blitzer. So he's not only a linebacker that I think is really good off ball, best off ball linebacker in the draft for me, but he can give you pass rush ability.
But the thing about it is, didn't they do that too with, like you said, with Sean Lee? Didn't Sean Lee have a bad knee coming out of Penn State?
He did have a bad knee
that they had to repair and something like that. I think Bruce Carter
missed his first camp.
Bruce Carter was the same way. So to your point, here you go.
Still a chance to improve the line. Oh, but it's gone now, as a Cowboys Wire was beating the drum for Tevin Jenkins, the guard there. But he former second round pick of the Bears. He signed with somebody just a couple hours ago.
Yeah, he did. Crap, I'm trying to remember who it was now. Browns. Thank you.
Another player off the board, but still some out there. If the Cowboys want to get busy, especially at wide receiver, there's some very intriguing options. We'll have an eye on the entire world of pro football coming up next with an edition of Football's Finest. Eric, what's in store?
We have a Tet hater to address, Aaron Rodgers as a TV analyst, and Saquon's secret stuff next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about the Frankels before we get there, though, because you never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck. Just call the Frankels right there roadside.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for football's finest. Here's the Chief.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. This time tomorrow, we will be pre-gaming for What You Drinking, What You Thinking, live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless, right there off 121, soaking the madness with the G-Bag Nation. All 5 of us out and about, looking to fellowship and watch some ball, eat some great burgers, drink some great drink. Tomorrow's going to be awesome. Today's been awesome. I really enjoy watching teams like Clemson lose and McNeese State. I want to see how far Will Wade can go, man. How far can he go while he's not even the coach of McNeese State anymore?
Oh, Willie.
It's like you're NC State's coach, or maybe you're going to be Texas's coach. I don't know.
What if his whole team at McNeese jumps into the portal?
Hey, the likelihood of that is probably pretty high.
Pretty high.
Well, after the tournament.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But that's
They just do it now. They forfeit the second round game.
Probably got a guy or two he wants to bring with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Who is some that happened here did it happen in college football? Who was it that couldn't play it in the they couldn't play in the bowl game because it was Marshall. Marshall lost their coach. Lost their coach to like Southern Miss, and then Marshall was trying to get in a bowl game, and they had no players left.
Yeah, screw them. Who cares?
Ain't that tough?
Man, tomorrow's going to be such a blast. The closer we get to it, and you're going to hate me for this, Brian, but I think we need to reschedule this dinner.
The dinner?
We're not rescheduling the dinner, dude. We're getting...
Where is the dinner?
We're going to do this publicly? Is that...
Pecan Lodge?
Yeah, exactly.
Pecan Lodge.
Why not? Bring it on air, huh? I mean, we're just shooting the poo with each other.
Pecan Lodge.
That sounds fantastic, too,
No,
bro.
that's going to be delicious.
It's just that drive to get over there.
Right.
Drive is...
That's what's scary.
We need a helicopter.
Last time it was beyond lit at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers.
That was your fault.
But last time,
my fault. We have some legendary Tolos that want to buy us beverages, and who am I to say I'm not going to
We
consider?
didn't have a dinner date, though. You know what I mean?
You could have said, you could just easily said, "Oh man, I've got a thing I got to go to. Thank you."
Yeah, but
my wife gave me
to
just say
that,
no speech.
Yeah, no, my wife would love me to say no, but you know it's difficult sometimes. You know, it's difficult.
The thing that happened here was that we were nice, and Jared, we're part of it. You know, the charity, and we said, okay, we'll do this.
We're doing
on this day, and then all of a sudden, hey, we hit a home run a couple of weeks ago, and the people want us back, so we got to kind of schedule around what we're doing.
Saturday night work better for you guys?
Just saying, or am I saying?
Just saying. I'm just saying that Steve Smith is.
I think they're expecting us at Pecan Lodge tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm sure. I know that they are.
It's on the scad, dude.
I need to push back.
I guess Wolchuk's on the injury report, man.
Questionable.
Wolchuk sounds like he might be doubtful.
Just go ahead and announce that you're not going to be there. Due to inebriation.
Out. Hammered.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is we'll really effectively only be eating as one or maybe two, you know?
That is true.
After eating all day.
Yeah. Tomorrow's going to get buck wild with the food.
I'm open-minded to whatever you guys decide.
What's that thing called at Pecan Lodge? We order the trough.
That thing is simply outstanding. I mean, the place is...
Are you worried about just loading up at both places?
I'm just worried about, not really being able to make it.
Worried about the load up. Hey, man, I guarantee...
Hold up. Is Wolchuk saying you have a daughter?
I got a daughter.
I think he will. I think he's going to play this card tomorrow. Get ready.
I'm proud of you.
I know the lady we're going with. I can make it up to her.
There's going to be some Tolos that are going to be jumping up and down, itching to drive you.
No. That's true.
You know what I mean?
Maybe I could just get a ride.
There's going to be a toll at once.
From where? Where are you riding from?
From Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers.
Shoot, bro, I got a man.
To old.
And then I got to go.
I can get you guys there. That's on my way home. I mean, that part's easy, right?
Yeah, but then
what do you need to go after that?
Get my car back.
Then you have to get back to Euless. I don't know. I'll tell you one thing I do know.
We got an 8 a.m. game Saturday.
This is damn good radio, fleshing this out. That's one thing I do know.
I'm enjoying it, man. I think on the fly radio, sometimes it's the best.
Well, is this about to rub you the wrong way, Steve Smith?
Probably.
He does not think that Ted McMillan is wide receiver 1 in the draft. His complaint is that he doesn't believe that
Steve Smith Sr.?
Yeah, this is Steve Smith Sr.
I mean, can we take anything he says seriously anymore after what just happened?
I don't think that eliminates his football analysis and prowess.
Does it not?
Some people are more perked up to hear him now, I would imagine.
It's true.
He's a high performer.
He is a high performer.
He's got to get back in that game.
This guy knows how to
winner.
He's definitely.
I'm pretty sure he's got to stay busy right now.
Yeah, exactly.
That old lady is asking all types of questions.
Oh, you want me to come on a podcast? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
I was thinking where you were on the 14th.
Yeah.
I just can't figure it out. Can you help me out?
He's got to have evidence that he was on a podcast now for every hour of his day.
Just show me in the football game where Ted McMillan's not amazing. You know?
Yeah. He says he's not a number 1 wideout. He's just a jump ball guy, and he doesn't respect his route tree. So that's the reasoning, just so you guys know what the reasoning is. Now, maybe you guys say, hey, the tree's incredible. I've seen the tree. I've picked off the tree. I've climbed the tree. I know about the damn tree. But otherwise, that's what he's saying.
That's the best damn Christmas tree I've ever seen.
There you go.
And he's going with Ohio State? Who's he going with?
Yeah, I don't see who he went with as his number 1.
So he craps on Ted and he doesn't give us another option?
I'm sure he's got one, but the clip that I'm referencing,
can you figure it out?
It's just the Tet clip.
I'll look and see if maybe he gave us another name here. Look, there are certain people that I'm sure might prefer other receivers. That's the beauty of the draft, right? We don't know, and it's all projections, and we're just seeing what our eyes tell us, and everybody's going to have a different point of view and perspective. It's hard to argue with a Steve Smith, who absolutely is a future Hall of Fame receiver in my book, but not every NFL player is a great evaluator. I do have Ted as my number 1 guy, but I could be wrong on that.
I'd be interested to see if because of how he physically himself plays, because Steve was a short guy. Does he have something against taller receivers that he's heard all year?
Like he loves Jalen Royals from Utah State.
Oh, just
comparable to him.
Yeah, he's shorter
He's
players.
got short guy bias.
Yeah, there's shorter players that he might really love the Colorado kids that are like 5'9", 5'10".
You can't win in this league at 6'5", 220.
That might be that. No, seriously.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
That might be it. He really is. He was a 3rd round pick because he was 5'9". You know, there might be some bias towards taller receivers. He just doesn't fit his eye.
I could see it.
I'm trying to be nice about it here.
Yeah, I know you are. But that's his thoughts, so I just wanted to let you guys in on that particular thing.
Idiot.
I do have some draft numbers and advanced metrics that I find interesting that we'll get to at some point. But I did want to mention that.
Didn't keep interrupting.
Oh, please. That's rich coming from you.
Hey, that's a pot kettle situation.
What?
Apparently, on the heels of Scotty Scheffler's Masters menu, Robert Mays, who's one of the best football minds for The Athletic, he says that one of the more fun wrinkles his longtime fantasy league has added in recent years, a champions dinner the night before their next season's draft. And so there's still one guy in the league after 14 years that has not won the championship, so he doesn't get to participate in the champions dinner.
Oh, wow.
But I thought that was a pretty cool idea. Like, you get to piece together your own championship. Like, whoever is the winner from that previous year dictates the menu. All the people that have won a championship before in the league get to attend the meal, but the one guy in the league who has still not won a championship over the last 14 years in this league, he doesn't get to attend. I think that's just a pretty fun kind of deal
That
right
is
there.
That is pretty good.
With the boys. Hey, we got the numbers on Jack Sanborn, by the way.
Very inexpensive.
Yeah, very cheap.
Todd
very
Archer, 1 year, $1.5 million. This is the linebacker from Chicago, knows Eberflus defense, and is probably going to be perhaps the most impactful addition of the offseason for the Cowboys. at least from a free agency standpoint. $1.2 million is what he gets as a salary, up to $1.5 million. That is a phenomenal deal for the Cowboys, and probably the only reason why they were actually willing to sign him. A penny more would have been like maybe a little too rich. Now, we also have the story about Aaron Rodgers from Front Office Sports. Like, hey, like, would there be any interest from TV networks in Aaron Rodgers if he does hang it up, or when he hangs it up? Is there going to be interest there? And they have some quotes, and their main concern under condition of anonymity is that Rodgers comes off as a pompous know-it-all who would turn off viewers.
His brother's really good, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think you could censor him in any way. He would bring up controversial things in the middle of a game.
Yeah.
You know, it could get weird in a lot of ways.
He'd be pointing out guys on the field that he's done ayahuasca tripping balls with. Somebody said, yes, he could be a great analyst, but he's insufferable.
Only if Vice gets the games, then he'd be all right on Vice. He'd be on fire on Vice, bro.
That's true, bro. He would fit right in. Okay, here's some sound from Devontae Smith, wide receiver of the Eagles.
Madden cast, he would be really good. Or Madden, or the Manning cast.
We moved on. Eric, back to you.
Manning cast, or like the McAfee cast.
Still trying to figure out how to get out of that bar tomorrow. Don't
I
you?
found the Smitty Big Board whenever you're ready for it.
Oh, you did? Okay, we'll just.
I'll hold on to that. No, we'll play your audio.
Here's Devontae Smith, Eagles wide receiver, on Carmelo Anthony's 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast, talking about a fun fact. He's just really marveling at Saquon Barkley, but right out of the gates here, he gives you a nugget on Saquon Barkley that I don't believe anyone within ear's reach knew about him. Take it away.
With Saquon, he be over to growling. So when he growling,
growls?
Like he in that mode. When he go to growling, whole different animal, man. And when he went to growling, he ran the dude over. It was just like, okay. He was just out there talking like, keep giving it to me. Keep giving the ball. Keep giving the ball. Like, yeah, this is going to be one of them ones.
Yeah.
So then when he was like, he didn't want to get the record. I'm like, you did all that huffing and puffing to get here. Now you don't want to get the record.
It was classy. You know what I mean? Very classic.
To me, Saquon the best it is, man.
Yeah.
The stuff I done seen him do during like training camp, you know, I was watching him and I was like, okay, he cold. Like, he got it.
Yeah.
But then when you watch him in the game, this mother is different, man. I ain't never seen nothing like this. As a receiver blocking, like once I put hands on, I'm looking back to see where he at, trying to make sure, you know, he got the lane and stuff. And like sometimes I just see him like the way he jump cut, and then when he hit the hole, it's like he hit a whole different gear, and you're not catching him. I ain't never seen nothing like it.
Yeah.
Like the ability to just be able to jump cut in tight spaces, and then when you want to get full speed, you're there now. It's no build up. It's like right now you're at full speed.
I would agree. You know, he's the best I think we've seen in a while in the NFL. You put him right up there with the greats. As much as I loved Zeke and, you know, thought he was amazing, I think what Saquon did at his peak is significantly more impressive.
When he's done it later on into his career, right? Yeah. Like Zeke really had a good first few seasons and then just wasn't able to propel that longevity. Barkley seeming like he's going to have the longevity here, much like Derrick Henry.
How much do we attribute it to the growling? I mean, these guys, I'm not used to the top tier obvious studs. And from my growing up playing Pee-wee through high school football, I played plenty of growlers. Never was it the guy that doesn't really need to growl because he's just so phenomenal already. But some guys are like, they're not fast, they're not super athletic, they need that extra something to keep them going, and the growlers were always a nightmare to try to bring down.
Oh yeah,
from a tackling standpoint, it's like, this dude is angry,
ultimate try hard
all the time. Yes, but Saquon, absolutely, in this unbelievable athletic physique and skill and burst and explosion and all these things, and he's still the hungry dog try hard growler. That kind of puts you over the top.
You know what? I think we need to do some studies here, Brian. Who are the running back growlers in this class?
I think
if you're not a growler, I might have to knock you.
Yeah,
like Genty. Like, do you growl? If you don't, maybe you're not the best back in the draft.
That needs to be a question to be asked to these guys.
The most obvious growler in this class is obviously on 3, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Scattaboo. Like, Scattaboo's a growler.
Gotta be.
He's
tried and true. But that's the obvious low-hanging fruit growler. Tell me that Ashton Genty's a growler.
He might be.
And all of a sudden, you tell me that Omarion Hampton's a growler. Might be looking at him at 12.
He could be.
But I just think that's pretty incredible because, again, like you go up against stud running backs, they're not the growling type.
Usually not.
Saquon, he's a different animal.
It's funny how you describe the growler because when I heard the audio, I thought it was kind of corny. I thought it was kind of dorky.
Yeah.
Because
and there's something dorky about it.
Yeah.
But there's also something intimidating about it.
Very intimidating.
Saquon's pretty dorky.
Growler's not getting tackled by the first guy.
Is he dorky?
You got to game tackle the growler.
Oh, you have to. Yeah.
Or you have to sort of become a growler yourself.
Yep.
And see what that can you level up mid game? I don't know.
When you're starting to talk about running backs and traits, where does growling come under? I was trying to kind of figure that out.
I think that's play temperament.
Competes.
Explosiveness. Okay.
If you're talking about a 5-tool running back, I think the pinky, if you're going all 5 fingers, 5-tool running back, is he a growler?
We might have to go 6-tool.
Vision and field awareness.
No.
Explosiveness and acceleration.
Maybe.
Agility and elusiveness.
I think you find your growler through metrics with the guys who
contact
after
balance.
after
Power,
contact
balance, also play style.
Missed tackles forced.
Speed, breakaway ability.
No.
That has nothing to do with the growler.
Decision making.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
He might be growling, waiting on the hole to
Receiving
develop.
skills, no. Durability and stamina.
Yes, absolutely.
Stamina,
it affects your
100%.
stamina.
Yep, you're a growler. Your stamina.
You're
built.
a 4-quarter guy.
100%.
Pass blocking, pass protection and blocking.
You better growl.
Mental toughness and leadership.
I think if you're a growler,
There's elements to that.
you're a tough guy. All right, Smitty's big board. Golden is his number 1 receiver.
Okay.
And everything he said about Ted McMillan, he's got him as his number 2 receiver. I figured he was going to be way down the list after that description.
Me too.
So he's got Ted at 2, Egbuka at 3, Luther Burden at 4, Jalen Royals out of Utah State, who I do think
I love Jaden.
is comparable to Steve Smith, like the way he plays.
6-foot guy.
At number 5.
Yeah.
Trey Harris at 6, Besh from TCU, Jaden Higgins, Iowa State, Isaiah Bond, he's got in his top 10 from Texas, and then Alec Yomanor from Stanford.
817 Red Raider Taj Brooks is a growler, reportedly from the 817. That's a guy that Walchuk seems to be interested in.
Let me ask the head coach.
I love Taj Brooks.
I'm going to ask the head coach if that's true.
Joey?
Yeah.
You got Joey like
Look at
that?
this big flex.
On speed down.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joey likes, of course he does.
He
Football
loves
life
Joey
of
loves
Broadus.
me.
I soaked
he
in a-
absolutely loves me.
I soaked in I got
I don't
to
know
meet
why,
him.
but he does.
Well, you did a lot of the high school games,
I did.
right?
I did high school games. He can have been nicer to me for high school football.
Okay, so what's the text going to read? Hey, coach, Taj Brooks, ... growler,
Okay,
question mark?
let's go with that. Hey, coach. Okay, I'll craft it and keep going here. We'll go
It'll
craft.
lead the expressway when we return. Takeaways from the Luca book and why it could be worse with Nico than we could have possibly imagined. We'll go commercial free to the top. LA Live will step in there coming up at 5:40, and we're back in the nation.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maple?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We get this, but I said, hey, Coach, rumor has it that Taj Brooks is a growler when he runs the ball. Saquon Barkley is a growler. We're talking about it on the radio. Thanks, Broadus.
There you go.
So we'll see if he answers you back.
I like that you threw in the Saquon deal just to reiterate the fact that this is not an indictment on the player. This is actually a positive.
Yeah.
No offense. Yeah. We're wondering if he has this great trade.
Joey might want to come on.
And this is Joey McGuire, right? Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Joey Mack.
I wouldn't be surprised. We'd love to have him on. Okay. Some Mavs content here in just a few minutes. Segment is brought to you by the On Time Experts. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today at carsforkids.org. LA Live's coming up now in just 15 minutes. Adelson family requesting to remove the casino component from the Irving Destination Resort proposal. An interesting thing to track. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Maybe they want to, does that mean that they're giving up on the casino idea, the casino component, or they just want to take care of this while they can without having to complicate it with some, politics having to get involved?
That would be my guess. I'd be blown away if they're willing to throw in the towel on the casino stuff. They might know that it's further away than they were hoping, but I don't think they're giving up on that.
It sounds like to me that this facility is going to be an arena and then also arena for stuff for concerts and things like that. So they had the casino, an arena, and then the basketball arena. So it's it's like what we have in Vegas. When we have Caesars has that.
So you have concert venue, sporting venue,
and
casino,
and the casino.
And we'll add the casino later.
Yeah,
but we need to get working on this building. Let's not. Okay, I could definitely see that. A former NFL and University of Michigan assistant football coach allegedly hacked into the computer accounts of thousands of college athletes, seeking intimate photos and videos, according to an indictment filed today. This is Matt Weiss, worked with the Ravens before joining Michigan in 2021, charged with 14 counts of unauthorized computer access, 10 counts of identity theft. Get this.
I think, was he doing it at the library, or where was he doing this? I've heard about this story.
I'm not sure if he was doing it on library,
but it was. I think it was school property is what he was doing this on.
14-page document portrays him as a computer whiz, saying he cracked the encryption, protecting the passwords, assisted by research that he did on the internet.
Yeah.
He then got access to the social media, email, and cloud storage accounts of more than 2,000 athletes, as well as more than 1,300 students or alumni from schools across the country, according to the indictment. So he hacked into the cloud, basically, and got these people's selfies, is what his deal was. That was his kink, if you will.
Yeah, but I mean, how many other... just
tip of the iceberg.
The invasion of privacy is through the roof there. I mean, goodness gracious. How many college kids now are of the age to where, some of these guys are like 24, 25, 26. They got wife and kids. Who knows? Random, baby pictures. Who knows what kind of crap you got there?
Yeah,
that you're sifting through. That's incredibly awful.
Yeah, so he could be facing some significant time, and I think it's an important time to be very strict on that. Hold these people accountable. Set an example.
Damn right. Set the tone.
Can't be going through people's stuff like that.
Goodness.
Merritt, thank you, Wolchuk. I appreciate your sports
Learn some
passion.
damn respect. This kid needs to be in jail.
This is an assistant football coach.
Yeah, this
unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an assistant football coach. Are you guys not paying attention?
You trust your kids with something like that.
And that's,
Carter, what are you
that's
doing in here?
quite a skill.
I think he's coming back for that last cookie, aren't you?
yeah,
He's coming
Carter,
back
get
for
the
that final
you
TIFF
take the
treat.
cookie.
It's been sitting there waiting for it. It's got your name on
I
it.
like that shirt, Carter. You look good today.
American billionaire Dan Friedkin has emerged as a strong ownership option to bring the NHL to Houston.
Woo! Well, hey, the Houston Aeros used to be big-time minor league hockey there, so that makes sense. They'd probably be a good destination for a franchise.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly confirmed in an email the league has met with the group on a number of occasions. Do you mind a little in-state rivalry for the Stars? I actually kind of like it.
No, I think it'd be good.
Let's dance. Yeah. Friedkin, the CEO of the Houston-based Friedkin Group, has begun his foray into professional sports ownership over the last several years. He bought the Italian Serie A club AS Roma a few years back, and he was actually amongst the folks that were looking into possibly buying the Celtics that went for $6.1 billion.
They're saying that maybe that was an inflated price.
Really?
That the Celtics don't own their arena.
Yeah, they don't have the arena involved in this deal. The Bruins own it.
This is just straight up. Yeah,
So you think the guy that bought it got jobbed?
Saying that.
He got swindled a little bit.
Yeah.
Sounds like a con job.
It just shows.
Joey's answering back. Joey.
Gonna have to have the city build you a new arena for that one. With
Was
their
this
tax
also
dollars.
super petty? Because I think it came in at $500,000 more than the Commanders sale. So they specifically were like, "Yeah, we need to go up to 6.1 bill." So it's the highest price sale ever.
That's impressive. I guess you have all those championships. It's one of the top 2 teams in the history of basketball. But to get more than an NFL team like the Commanders,
well, and it's
tradition
2.1 billion more than what the Suns sold for just a few years ago.
Sounds like Mark Cuban got ripped off.
And also, it doesn't include the arena.
Yeah.
So that's
wild.
That is wild.
I'd want to back out of that right about now. Brian, what's the answer?
DJ? Yeah, he's still answering me. He gave me the explanation. The excited
growler.
and then he said
He gave you all my
action.
guys are growlers.
He says he's a bad man. And I said, well, Coach, is this true? So he's answering back here.
The little bubbles dancing up on.
He's got some bubbles.
Then they disappear. Then they come back.
Oh,
and
here
they
the
disappear.
bubbles are back, Lucius.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're scouting them up right here. We're trying to get you the inside story.
Yeah.
On Brooks, the Texas Tech running back.
Yeah.
Okay, how this works here is, it could actually be worse than we imagine with Nico. Let me just throw this out there, okay? Could it be possible the acquisitions of Gafford, PJ Lively could go under the influence more of Dennis Lindsey, who was here for like 18 months, former assistant GM who Cuban bought in to help?
Is that for Utah, right?
Yeah, he brought him in from Utah. I think he's with Detroit now. Soon as he leaves the Mavs, Derek Jones Jr.'s gone. Luka's gone shortly thereafter. Grimes, I don't know. So I'd have to check the chronology, but somebody texted that earlier, and then I was looking at it, and I was thinking, my goodness, what you could possibly be looking at is we thought, hey, Nico, great GM, building a hell of a team. Are you kidding me? Look at all these wings. Look at all these pigs. I mean, Nico's killing it, but maybe he's got a Luka blind spot. So the idea would be that now that you remove Luka from the equation, you're just getting all of Nico's greatness. And this, but is it possible that there actually isn't any greatness on his ledger, and now we're just going to let this play out as the worst run organization in pro sports, which maybe is what the Luka trade informed us about. I hope that's not what we're looking at right here. I hope he is Nico Harrison, former Nike executive, mentor to some of the biggest stars in the history of the game. That's what he is, and he just had an oopsie here with the Luka Doncic situation. Maybe it got a little bit personal. I'm reading Tim McMahon's book, guys, Wonder Boy. I'm sure you've seen this.
Yeah. We got invited to if you want to go, we got invited to his book
debut,
book signing,
launch?
Book signing, yeah, book launch. Yeah,
those are always fun.
Yeah.
Great book.
Next weekend.
I'm just reading excerpts here, and a buddy of mine forwarded me the final chapter in email. And here's what I've been skimming it throughout today's show, so sorry if I've been distracted here and there, but this is kind of like a timeline on the Mavs decision. You're in the finals, and it went bad, and they were really strongly hoping that he would use that as fuel. They felt like his knee was due to him being out of shape, and you clearly had this, hey, man, if you'd been in better shape, the knee wouldn't have bothered you. We could have won the championship. Comes back in decent shape, started training camp. They're like, okay, cool. Maybe we're making some progress. But then the calf strain early in camp. And, that was a little bit frustrating because the calf had been strained already 2 previous times, including right before the playoff run where they ultimately made the conference finals in 2022. But in that preseason, he's missing games, he's missing practice. He put on a ton of weight. Apparently his dad was in town, Sasha Doncic.
Yeah.
And that is where he went from the 230s to the 260s. Everybody's getting in shape and he's living life to the fullest.
Just ballooning.
So then he comes back and, we remember there were moments in the games where it was like, wow, Luka looks super winded right now. And it was, a significant point of contention there inside the organization. So he gets fat. He's missing the preseason. He comes back in awful shape. The team's frustrated. And at this point, anger is building. This is way before Christmas, but anger is building. And then the calf happens again on Christmas, and his rehab starts. he totally cuts off comms with the organization. That's where the part about Kyrie Irving is the go-between between Luka and the front office comes into play for the first time. That wasn't something that had been happening for a sustained period of time. That happened after his calf injury that happened on Christmas. They felt like, according to the Tim McMahon book, they were being held hostage inside their own organization. Yes. And they felt like the way that he was playing his hand, he clearly didn't want to be here. Even though at the press conference he was like, no, I always assumed I would get the Supermax. He literally wouldn't talk to them.
And I'm sure they had been angry. I'm sure the anger now from their side has been felt on his side, and he probably just wanted to detach from that.
Yeah. I think over time they had removed everybody that he liked in the organization, and
Casey Smith and those guys.
And that was the big point of contention was he wanted to use his own trainers and totally manage the recovery from the injury and felt like, I don't need to talk to you. I think that is a quirk that maybe no other superstar would do. That is a pretty, significant relationship dysfunction. Again, I would have found a way to work around it, but I thought it was interesting that Tim was able to spell it out in that detail there with the timeline.
Yeah, I'd wonder. I mean, I would think that a lot of these players do have their own medical team. And I can't really say, when you see the injuries that have piled up for the Mavericks and how they've handled some of these, that Luka was really in the wrong for doing that.
Yeah, he's the thing that we've talked about it months ago was the fact that he did not trust the trainers from the Mavericks, and that's the problem is the trainers from the Mavericks in the front office were basically saying that he should have been ready like 2 or 3 weeks earlier, but he wasn't adhering to what they were doing, and they had a conflict between his trainers and staff and what the Mavs trainers and staff was doing. That was a big issue.
It was. And there's one source in here, again, going through Tim McMahon's final chapter here in Wonder Boy, just some excerpts of it. There's a source that says, at the end of the day, we shipped him off because he became the very thing that we created. So there's quite a theme in here of how the Mavs created this under Mark Cuban. The number one priority was just keep Luka happy no matter what. Mm-hmm. And then once Mark sold the team, you went to the other extreme of maybe the only GM in professional sports that was going to be more insistent that you matched what their values and principles were. But the calf to start the year, then injured, struggling to get in shape, then calf again, then him totally shutting out the organization. I think that's where it differs from what other superstars would do. I think a lot of superstars would have their own trainer, but they would remain in good communication anyway. But then it leads into a part about Casey Smith. You mentioned the trainer, who was one of the guys that Luka did love, and if you don't know Smith, he was the trainer for Team USA for a long time. Redeem Team won it all, and he built this relationship with Tyson Chandler and convinced the Mavs, hey, I can keep this guy Tyson Chandler healthy if you trade for him. So they did, and the rest is history. They win the championship in 2011. But the story leads in here talking about Casey Smith, and after they stripped him of any real role or responsibilities for the final season of his contract, Harrison's explanation, delivered via a Zoom call while Smith was visiting his gravely ill mother, was that Smith was too negative, which one Mavs staffer interpreted to mean not being a yes man. Smith, arguably the most respected athletic trainer in the NBA, had been a fixture with the Mavs for 2 decades, forming strong bonds with stars over the years, including Dirk, Jason Kidd, and Luka, who Smith visited in Slovenia each summer. Smith was hired by Jalen Brunson's Knicks as soon as his contract expired with the Mavs. So I think that's probably the main turning point. Like if you had to say what thing happened here that made this situation unresolvable, it's Casey Smith not being in that trainer role to sort through all of that static that Luka had towards the front office while also getting him healthy and communicating with the front office. Those trainers can be very important people for the harmony of your team.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All righty. G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. Stars are in action tonight, Brian. They host Tampa at 7 o'clock. This is a big game.
Big game tonight. Yeah, exactly. Coach McGuire got back. He says he definitely makes noises.
Okay.
He's as physical as hell.
See, I would think grunting as well could come into play here.
Yeah, I think
growling, grunting,
sort of synonymous. The growl and the grunt.
Now in basketball, you get a lot of or sa sa sa. Guys that are making noises, almost like they're doing kung fu sound effects around their game. Do you get that with the runners as well?
I think the physicality brings more of a bass in there. I don't think you're doing the hissing in football. Just, again, I think the physicality, if you're hissing on the football field, that's actually probably an indictment on you.
Okay.
Now we're dropping you on our big board as opposed to the growler probably just went up around.
You growler or you a hisser?
You want growlers.
I think, you definitely want growlers.
You want the hissy guy.
The Cowboys, I don't how many growlers do you really think are on the Cowboys? Not enough. I think that's the answer.
I think Tyler Smith's a growler.
Tyler Smith probably a growler.
I think Overshown might growl from time to time.
Could be a growler.
I could see him doing the growl.
I mean, Mikey definitely growls.
He roars.
Yeah.
We need to go back to some of these guys getting mic'd up. The mic'd up, maybe some running backs. We can learn some more about this. But we get the Karl Anthony Towns, right? His deal is like, oh my God! What does he do?
He's an oh my God guy.
Oh my God! Yeah, what category is the oh my God guy?
I think that goes under sass.
That's a different sport.
Okay,
let's get Dwight Howard category.
It is. It's
oh my God!
Oh my God! It's time for LA Live. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Ladies' Night Edition, right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Men are simple, women are complicated. We simple. We too simple, actually. You don't believe me? Let me tell you how to treat a woman, how to treat your wife. You'll stay married for 100 years. Wine her, dine her, call her, hold her, surprise her, compliment her, smile at her, listen to her, laugh with her, cry with her, romance her, encourage her, believe in her, pray with her, pray for her, cuddle with her, shop with her, give her jewelry, buy her flowers, hold her hand, write love letters to her, go to the ends of the earth and back again for her.
Yeah, that's right. Perfect. That's right.
Thank you.
How to treat a man. Show up naked, bring chicken wings, don't block the TV.
Don't block the TV.
He damn right, boy. This is LA Live for Thursday, March 20th, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday here. Ladies' Night Edition of LA Live. Ladies! Shout out to all the Tolos ladies listening to the fan right now. You are appreciated. Much love to you. Splash. Now, I have hissed on the football field before, but it's usually like when you're trying to shake somebody.
Yeah.
That type of vibe.
Yep.
That type of thing.
I feel that.
The boxers do a lot of hissing too when they punch.
Yeah.
You're like, good God, man.
How about them tennis
sounds like it
players?
hurts.
The tennis players are grunters.
Like moans. Yeah, maybe some grunting.
Putting so much into those serves.
A lot of oomph.
LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. And G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the fan here at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. And you can follow us all and find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. A winner right here is a high school softball home plate umpire. This is embarrassing. He took a softball to the Jewels in front of everybody, bro.
Gosh, that sounds bad.
Throw it up there.
I just called somebody.
Don't call anybody. Please don't call anybody.
Just called somebody.
Lord.
It's really bad.
Is there a doctor in the crowd? Please step forward. Is there a doctor in the crowd?
He's not a growler. He's kind of is he like a yelper?
That's crying.
That's crying, yeah.
Yeah. Sound like your basset hound that got stung by a rattlesnake.
That's sad, bro.
You know, speaking of, you mentioned Greystone. I was pulling up the back way today because there's been a lot of traffic coming into downtown on 30 for some reason. You mentioned Greystone. Reminded me. I saw this place. It's 2 blocks away. It's called Stoner's Pizza Joint.
Yeah.
And inside the tomato, there's like this green leaf. You know?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're going for it. Full embrace.
That's hilarious.
Times have changed.
That's sweet. 105.3. Oh, sorry about that, bro.
Looks like it's still under construction, or I brought in a pie.
105.3 The Fan on a little ladies' night vibes right here. Hey, is this the golden time of day? Talk to him,
I believe so.
It's a time that the sun turns to gold all around. That's the golden time of day.
Lots of Tolos have sent me this audio. I've been sitting on it for a second. I'll drop it before I get on out of here. I don't know if it's been doctored or not, but I do appreciate this lady for. I get her intentions. Lady stepped outside of her apartment to pass gas.
Nice.
I guess she had some company or something like that, and she wanted to rip cheeks right in front of them.
Okay.
So she stood outside of her apartment to pass gas, and the ring camera of the neighbors caught her.
Wow.
Wow. Bruh, what?
It's like Chewbacca.
Wow. That's some extra there.
She needs to go wide.
That's crazy. You got to send the company home.
That was
That's
wet.
like, hey, man.
Crazy.
Is that
Plans have changed.
Monty Kiffins?
What do you even call that?
Monty blew it out.
That is the all-time cheek flapper of the year.
He's been holding that thing for 2 days.
Bro, that sounds like an 18-wheeler, dog.
She's got the air brake. There's pushing, too.
That's a hell of a rig.
That's a forceful fart.
18-wheeler, bro. Come on.
On the neighbors, too.
Come on, dude. It's got to be doctored.
Yeah, like what you do? Walk over to the neighbor's door?
That's got to be doctored, man.
Man.
Sorry about that, but I had to get that off. A lot of Tolos have sent me that. I've been sitting on it like, I don't know if I want to do it, but I did it. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, ladies night. This story right here leaves me with a lot of questions. Well, really just one. Montgomery County, that's here in Texas. I don't know where, but where is Montgomery County? About Houston, right?
I think it's around Uncertain.
Yeah, Montgomery County woman arrested for showing off her little sex tape at a local bar.
Oh, she was just like waving it, trying to go full
Like
Kim Kardashian?
She plug it into the TVs in there.
Take a look at this.
Just going to different bar stools showing everybody, check this out, check this out. She was arrested after allegedly showing a sex tape of her and her ex to people at a Northwest Harris County bar.
Okay, yeah.
The name is Taylor Richards. She's 18 years old.
Oh, no.
She's being charged with unlawful disclosure of intimate video material and a felony. That's a felony. It carries up to 2 years. Wow, wow.
Showing somebody your home porn is a felony?
I didn't know that.
Be careful out there. Yeah, this is the Woodlands area.
Her ex, Michael Bassett, I think, said he took the video of him and this lady in his truck on Valentine's Day.
He's definitely a hound doggy.
And, he thought that she would delete it after they broke up, but she didn't. She went around and showed everybody. My question is, hopefully you'll put it together. Listen to this little clip.
Michael Bassett regretting the videos he took of he and...
Who?
Michael Bassett regretting the videos he took of he and this woman having sex in his truck on Valentine's Day.
So she had me record it on her phone.
After she allegedly showed them to a bunch of his friends and customers of his diesel maintenance business. Bassett says he broke things off with 18-year-old Taylor Richards sometime after the Valentine's Day encounter. Some of his customers so disturbed by what they'd seen, they decided...
What could it be? So disturbed by what they seen on the sex tape that she was showing off in a bar. What could it be?
To part ways, he says.
I can handle my friends messing with me and whatnot. I can't handle when I start losing money.
Richard was arrested that night and charged with unlawful disclosure of intimate video material. Her mom tells us her daughter isn't commenting, but Bassett says she was speaking to him even after her arrest.
She called me from the jail and she was just like, "Are you going to drop the charges and this, that, and the other?" I'm like, "No, you have a lesson to learn."
What could it be